Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Genius Deku Was an Amputee? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. With 2 soft taps, Ectoplasm touched down on the roof of an abandoned apartment block. Immediately, he began scanning the area, cataloging every possible threat, but finding none. He sighs, a mixture of relief and dread filling him. He hears a soft grunt, followed by a muted thud as his partner on this mission lands a bit less gracefully than him. He gives Hound Dog a look, a complicated expression on his face, and the dog-quirked man nods. This is the place. Hound Dog stands, looking to his co-worker, and gesturing with his nose to the decrepit water tower in front of them. The structure looks ready to collapse, nothing but rust holding the punctured metal shell together. Hardly worthy of being called a shelter, but Hound Dog insists this is where the smell is the strongest, and Ectoplasm had learned a long time ago it is best to trust the mutt's nose. Immediately, the two crouch, slowly moving towards a lifted section of metal, just barely big enough to crawl through. Ectoplasm makes a gesture to Hound Dog, an open palm, followed by a finger pointing down. Stay put. Immediately, Ectoplasm can tell he struck a nerve with their school's guidance counselor. He hears the man's breathing get heavier, and he begins to unconsciously growl. Ectoplasm puts both palms up, gesturing for the man to calm down. After a tense moment, Hound Dog takes a deep breath and exhales with a sigh. He nods to Ectoplasm and moves away from the door. Ectoplasm fights the urge to sigh in relief and slowly moves to the metal sheet. He leans close to one of the holes in the side and tries to listen for any signs of life. Breathing, voices, ramblings of a madman. But instead, he is met with a chorus of whistling winds, playing the porous structure like a baritone flute. Carefully, he leans down, peeking tentatively into the structure and scanning it. After a few moments, he sighs. They aren't here. Hound Dog grunts, standing upright again, with Ectoplasm following suit. Slowly, they both enter the cramped structure, trying to fully extend themselves with its perforated walls, but finding it difficult with 2 fairly tall individuals inside. Hound Dog sniffs the air, wincing slightly and looking down to see a half-rotted burrito laying on the floor, partly submerged in water. At least, Ectoplasm hopes it's water. God, Hound Dog cries, how could anyone live like this? Hound Dog covers his muzzle, backing as far as he can from the grimy food item, only to note a variety of formerly edible pieces of food in similar states of decay. Even without enhanced smell, I can't imagine having to smell that all the time, Hound Dog continues to complain, at least have the decency to clean the hell up. Focus, Ectoplasm corrals, we need to keep ourselves on task. Inui grunts, yeah, boss. The dog hero growls out, sarcasm bleeding through his gruff voice, just give me a minute to dash. A loud explosion rocked the earth from nearby, causing the entire tower to violently shake. Hound Dog and Ectoplasm immediately tried to brace themselves against the walls of the water tower, waiting for the shaking to stop. However, through the cacophony of screaming from the streets below, the clone hero hears the sounds of metal creaking and snapping. A few more clinks of metal ripping away from metal, and suddenly it feels as though gravity is shifting, moving from the floor of the tower to the wall. The feeling is almost supernatural, but Ectoplasm recognizes the slow creaking and the feeling of his stomach lurching within him. Brace! He calls out, straightening himself out to full extent, pressing his palms and the tips of his prosthetics to the nearest surface, and seeing Hound Dog do the same. A final, much louder creak, almost like the low wailing of a dying animal, and suddenly gravity seems to have been reduced. He can feel his breath catch in his throat, closing his eyes and bracing for the impact of their flimsy metal prison against the ground below. The world shakes violently, and Ectoplasm is thrown downward, towards the ground. He sees the thin metal walls warp and bend violently, the quaking force of their fall from roof to street rocking his senses and rattling his mind. The entire structure quakes and begins to split apart, the ramshackled roof disintegrating from the blow. The clone hero feels his prosthetic foot slip, and he tumbles to the floor, bracing himself for impact by covering his head. He slams into the ground, feeling his skull ringing in his head. The structure bounces as it catches a bit of air again, before slowly falling and hitting the ground, where it settles a final time. Immediately, Ectoplasm begins to cough, dust from the splintered wood and rust kicked up in the confines of the collapsed structure. He tries to scan the wreckage for his partner, but finds himself unable to see past the dust and debris surrounding him. He coughs again. Inui? You all right? He hears Hound Dog call out, muffled from the debris. Still in one piece, you? Ectoplasm scans himself, taking an extra moment to scan over his prosthetics, sighing in relief at finding them undamaged. Yeah, he calls back, voice hoarse from the impact. Give me a moment to dig myself out. Ectoplasm plants his false feet against the metal, bracing his back against the ground, and grunting, using his legs to lift the piece of rubble just a bit, but finding himself unable to lift it further. Sighing, he opens his maw, letting the familiar sludge ooze out, forming into two identical copies of himself, all in the same position as him, pushing against the rubble. With their combined might, the rubble lifts, the sounds of metal sheets and scraps of wood falling as the wreckage adjusts. He quickly forms two more clones, who appear squatting under the collapsed building, lifting it onto their shoulders and clearing the rubble before setting it gently to the side. Ectoplasm and the other two clones stand, seeing Inui lifting pieces of metal and wood off of his upper body with ease. The dog hero glances over at the 5 ectoplasms, and gestures to the wreckage still covering his legs. Are you just gonna stare, or could you give me a hand? The clones move to assist Hound Dog, while Ectoplasm scans the area, seeing citizens running around the streets, and pillars of fire and smoke emanating from buildings around the area. The sounds of emergency vehicles and people's cries for help filled the air with a macabre melody that shook him to his core. What? He began, stopping to take a long gulp. What the hell is happening? Inui growled loudly, the sounds of pieces of scrap flying off of him and clattering along the ground billowing out, and he moved to stand, dusting himself off. Not sure, Hound Dog grunts. Hosu is usually quiet, but this looks like hell took a sheet right on Earth. Ectoplasm ignored his co-worker's crass language, shaking his head and turning towards the roof. Did you happen to find out where Izuku went? Hound Dog shook his head. He was in that building, probably spent the night there, but he definitely isn't there anymore. Inui sniffed the air, and his usual snarling expression began to deepen. Worse yet, I lost the scent. You what? Ectoplasm shouted, turning towards his partner. What do you mean you lost them? Hound Dog's teeth were now bared, and he turned to Ectoplasm, jabbing a large, clawed finger into the masked man's chest. You try maintaining a scent trail after falling off a roof in a goddamned water tower, and then having your sinuses flooded with dust. Ectoplasm bit his tongue, considering his fellow hero's words, and nodding. Sorry, it's just, we were so close. Inui dropped his snarl, melting back into a frown. I know, he said, but getting mad at each other won't solve anything. Hound Dog's eyes flow over to the screams and cowering civilians. Besides, it seems like there is a more pressing matter to deal with now. Ectoplasm looks ready to argue, but Inui holds up one palm. I am not about to hear it, he demands. Hosu has good heroes, but we both know they have never had a situation like this. The dog hero jabbed his finger at Ectoplasm's chest. Right now, we need to help these people any way we can. And we can start to help by meeting up with the other heroes and getting some information. Ectoplasm seemed conflicted, but nothing, Inui stated, before sighing and looking at Ectoplasm with a complicated expression. Look, if what you were thinking about Midoriya is true, then the chances are the hero Ender won't hurt him. Ectoplasm's eyes widen, and Hound Dog continues. As much as I hate to admit it, we need to put a hold on the search, for now at least. Ectoplasm took another moment, staring down his partner, before sighing and nodding. You're right, he admits, we need to help out where we can. Inui nods and appears solemn, looking over towards the east. Last I sensed, they were in that direction. Chances are they didn't go too far. Let's head that way and aid where we can, while also keeping an eye out for Midoriya and the hero Ender, okay? Ectoplasm nods, before gathering his clones, and beginning to sprint in the direction of the easternmost smokestack. Midoriya, he thinks, hang on, just a bit more. Izuku grabs Native by the armpit, trying to tug the paralyzed man behind him with one arm, and turning, doing his best to drag the downed hero with as much might as he could muster. He heard the sound of air whistling behind him, seeing Stain rocketing towards him, blade unsheathed and eyes wide with malice. Izuku grunts, slowly trying to pull the man along, but finding his progress severely hindered with only one arm. The hero Ender stops just in front of him, blade up and ready to arc down into the crippled boy, who closes his eyes and braces for the biting sting of steel against flesh. But instead of blade meeting flesh, he hears the telltale whistling of a blade interrupted by the harsh clang of steel against stone. Looking behind him, he sees Kirishima, arms hardened and crossed above his head, stopping the blade from completing its quest for blood. "I got you," the red-haired boy calls. "Just get native out of here, and I'll keep him occupied." But Izuku tries to argue, but he's interrupted when Stain twists the blade, drawing it back and going for a stab, only for Kirishima to harden his hands, grabbing the sword between two palms. "Don't worry about me," Kirishima declares. "I may not be gifted like Todoroki, but if there's one thing I can do, it's take a hit." Izuku looks at the redhead for another moment, before nodding, looking down at Native, and noticing the fur cape wrapped around his neck. Quickly, he untucks his arm from Native's shirt, and loops his fist into the scruff of Native's cape. With a tug, he ducks low and hauls Native onto his shoulder, lifting with his legs gingerly, and begins to hobble his way down the alley, and towards the sidewalk. Turning the corner onto the side street, hobbling away, hearing the sounds of metal clashing against Kirishima's hide fading slightly, the chorus of combat growing ever more faint. He feels his wrists screaming at the uncomfortable position, but he pushes on, slowly crossing the street, and making his way to a main road. Izuku feels his lungs gasping for air. He is not used to this kind of strain, especially with only one arm. He feels the bandages around his head begin to soak with sweat, and his mouth begins to taste metallic. Still, he pushes on, looping around the corner, and trying to dodge a few scattered civilians. Luckily, the roads are mostly deserted, the pedestrians that normally occupy it having scattered and fled, so he takes a moment to gather himself, before pushing onward. He moves a bit more, before spotting a blind corner, and huffs himself over to it. Once he reaches the corner, he turns around, and lowers Native to the ground, gasping for air as his grip loosens, and Native falls clumsily into a drunken sitting position. Izuku assesses Native best he can, before standing, noting the way back to Kirishima, and turning to run back. Before he could make a single footfall, however, he hears Native call out to him. "Why?" Native mumbles, fighting the paralysis. "Why? Did you pull me out of there?" Izuku tries to answer, but his mind stops him from speaking. Why indeed? Why did he go out of his way to save this man? Even after that big bold declaration, you still can't find a good reason to keep fighting, can you? He hears that familiar voice mocking him in his head, though this time Izuku finds himself able to resist the pull of its words. He sighs and faces Native, his one eye locked on the injured hero. "Because I made a mistake," Izuku admits, "and I want to make up for it." With that said, Izuku leans down, reaching into Native's pocket, finding a small circular object, and a short pocket knife. He grabs both items, observing them, and takes the knife, shooting a short apology to Native, before holding up the circular object. He recognized these from the news, distress beacons. The commission handed these out to every hero, something about a response to statistical analysis? He hadn't really been paying attention beyond the device itself. With a small click, the beacon activates, releasing a periodic red ping. He tucks the beacon into Native's cape and turns, getting ready to sprint back over to the alley and help Kirishima in any way he can, but stops, looking down at the stump of his right arm. "Help." The voice chuckles, amused. "How could you help anyone? You couldn't even help yourself when the chips were down." Izuku feels the words pierce him, filling him with an all-too-familiar cold feeling. What can you, a quirkless, helpless, waste of space possibly do against the hero Ender? The voice demanded, and Izuku felt the world close in on him, the sounds of the destruction around him melting away, as only the beating of his own heart and the thrumming of his temples could be heard from him, as well as a soft humming from his right side. It was faint, barely audible, but with his mind as cloistered as it is, the humming was almost like the roar of an engine. He turned, slightly to his left, seeing nothing but the light of the street lamp glinting off the exposed metallic surface of the shoulder joint embedded in his body. The shoulder harness. Like a switch, the cold feeling becomes muted, slowly fading away. He reaches over to his right shoulder with his left hand, pressing down with 2 fingers on the barely hidden seams of the shoulder, feeling the plates bend inward slightly, before opening, revealing a bright blue glow, and a much louder thrumming from within. The reactor? His eyes find their way to the circuit, seeing the reactor still going strong, despite everything that he had gone through. From the minute he installed it into his shoulder, it had been spinning on, continuing to put out power, even when there was no output left for it to go to. Through the exam, the sports festival, Bakugo, everything. It's still working. He thinks back to his words to himself, what felt like a lifetime ago. This small invention? This technology? It could change the world. Izuku feels the warmth return to him, his mind growing resolute, and the clouds clearing once again. I'm not helpless. Izuku sprints off, towards the alley, but his mind is focused elsewhere. His thoughts are racing, and now his eyes are drawn towards the street, namely the parked cars lining the road. Okay, Izuku thinks, I just need the right car. He passes by several newer cars, seeing their pristine condition and diligently washed surfaces, and shakes his head. No, he declares, too new. They wouldn't have what I need, likely. I need an older one. Preferably a sedan. Passing a few more cars, he finally finds one. An older model sedan, characterized by the boxy frame and several dents along its faded paint job. He nods, taking out the pocket knife and opening it, seeing the small 3-inch blade flip out from the sheath. He hooks around the sedan, squaring himself with the trunk of the vehicle. Not enough to cause a major injury, but might just be enough to... Carefully, he wiggles the pocket knife into the gap between the trunk lid and bed of the trunk. The knife has some resistance, but eventually he presses the handle to the metallic surface. He carefully moves the knife along the seam of the trunk before it catches on something, right in the middle of the trunk lid. Okay, found the latch, Izuku thinks, now to just... With a grunt, Izuku slams his body against the blade, hearing a soft thunk and a creak as the trunk swings free, opening up and revealing its contents to him. The interior of the trunk is messy, filled with loose newspapers, grocery bags and several blankets, but Izuku reached in, grabbing and tossing them all to the side. Come on, Izuku grunts, a piece of junk like this, it's gotta have. His hand touches something metal and cold. He grins, reaching down, pulling the object out with a heave, and holds it up in front of his face. Yeah, Izuku smiles, this will work. Kirishima grunted as he felt the tip of Stain's knife dig into the clefts of his stone fists. It caught against the ridges created by his quirk, but went no further, subjugated by the redhead's braced skin. Kirishima struck back, taking a step and leveling a jab at Stain, only for the hero ender to leap away, feet connecting with the wall of the alley, and rocketing out towards him again, this time from his side. The boy could feel his breathing growing harsher, but he willed his quirk to activate along his side, feeling the unforgiving rigidity of his skin grow anew. He put his hands up, blocking his face in a boxer's guard, only to hear a whistling of air as Stain changed direction mid-leap, arcing over the boy's hardened side, and aiming a stab at his still soft back. Kirishima panicked, moving and stumbling as he tried to evade the blade, barely managing to keep his footing. He stood, keeping his posture tense, and locking his eyes onto the hero ender, who glared at him with contempt. You can't keep this up forever, hero, the murderer spits at Kirishima. You can barely keep pace as is. How long do you really think you can keep fighting? Kirishima pants, catching his breath. He fights the urge to quiver under the sheer bloodlust being shot at him. He masks his fear with a cocky smirk, sharp teeth bared at the hero ender. I can keep this up all day. The hero ender growls, and he leaps up, squirreling up the nearby fire escape, and diving at Kirishima, who takes a high guard to block the blade with his forearms. The hero ender's sword clashes against Kirishima's hardened skin again, an impotent clang echoing across the walls of the alley. The hero ender, instead of leaping back, continues his onslaught, drawing a hunting knife from his waist and aiming at the side of Kirishima's neck. Kirishima sees the blade coming and hardens the skin on his neck, feeling his skin crawl at the stiffness of his throat and his now calcified windpipe restricting his breathing. He hated how his quirk felt on more sensitive parts of his body, but in this case, survival mattered more than comfort. The blade clashes against his neck, however, unlike every other time Stain's blade met his skin, Kirishima could feel some give in his neck, the stone cracking slightly against the thick metal blade. He winces, lowly, but Stain is able to see the reaction and notes it. With a kick to the redhead's chest, Stain pushes off of him, landing and rolling backwards with an acrobat's tumble, before landing on his feet and standing low. Stain's snarl deepens, posture tense, and a rigid silence permeates the space between the two. They stare each other down, neither making a move, though the difference between the two couldn't possibly be more apparent. Stain is calm, his breathing steady. His eyes are focused and locked not onto Kirishima, but onto the still body of Ida below him, staring at him with a gaze only a hunter could possess. Kirishima, however, is slightly quivering. Despite his efforts, he can't hide the slight trembling of his arms and the nearly imperceptible chattering of his teeth. His mind is racing, but the thoughts come and go so fast that he can't do much but stand and act tough. If Stain launches another attack, Kirishima isn't certain that he would be able to counter it effectively again, now that the full extent of the situation is catching up with him. Damn it, Kirishima groans in his head, I can't be afraid right now. If I freeze up, it's all over. Pull yourself together, man, you're supposed to be a hero. In his musings, Kirishima becomes distracted, an opportunity that Stain would be hellbent to ignore. The madman rushes towards him, the motion causing Kirishima to break from his musings. The boy hardens his arms and chest, protecting his face. However, in his efforts to block his face with a near instinctual high guard, Kirishima fails to account for his lower body, something that Stain takes full advantage of. The hero ender crouches and slides low, sweeping into Kirishima's legs, and knocking the boy over, grappling with him on the ground. He flips the two, with Stain now pinning Kirishima to the ground, holding his throat and hands down with one arm, and drawing his sword with his other. Stain's eyes are focused, his pupils pinpricks. The sword held high, glinting off of the lights of the street just off to the side. You fought hard, kid, Stain drawls, but it would have taken you a few years before you could stand toe-to-toe with me. The blade twists in his hand, muscles of Stain's wrist tense, like a viper, ready to go for the end. It's too bad, Stain continues, maybe if you'd have lived, you would have made a worthy foe. The blade lunges down, and Kirishima hardens his neck, protecting it from the blade. Like before, the sword is blocked, but the spiderweb cracks of the surface of his skin are plain to see. Stain's grin turns wicked as he stares down at Kirishima, who keeps his neck hardened, but is stuck holding his breath, as his now rigid respiratory tract makes it impossible for him to breathe properly. He can feel the blood pounding in his ears, and desperately tries to find a way out. Kirishima is staring into Stain's eyes, looking for anything, a bit of hesitation, some remorse, but is left wanting. The only thing he can see in those eyes is drive. Determination to see a task done. The ender raises his blade once more, ready to drive it down in the exact same spot as before, a final blow. Except, instead of driving it down, something unexpected happens. From behind Stain, a hand reaches forward, holding a small copper clamp in one hand. The clamp snaps down on the sword, causing a loud hissing sound to cry out from the blade. Stain loops around, taking his eyes off of Kirishima, and turning around to see Izuku holding a second copper clamp in his hand, closing the clamp, and watching sparks fly out of them. The clamp is connected to wires that run up his body, and disappear into his right shoulder, where a bright blue glow is seen coming out of it. Jumper cables. Izuku's eye is wild, adrenaline pushing him forward, and Stain tries to let go of his sword, only for Kirishima to reach up and grab Stain's hand, holding him in place. Izuku lunges, delivering the clamp straight onto Stain's leg, aiming for the metal on his kneecap. With a click, the circuit is complete. All that's left is to let physics do the work. The energy flows from the reactor to the clamp, dancing across copper and latching onto steel. The lightning lunges down the length of the blade, finding the shortest path from one clamp to the other, which just so happened to be directly through the hero ender's vitals. Stain begins to spasm and moan in pain as the electricity arcs through his system, causing his nerve to fire off wildly, his body heaving and twisting in random directions. Due to their position, and Kirishima's grip holding Stain in place to complete the circuit, the electricity also dances onto him, burning his palms and causing his mind to fire off in a roar of anguish and pain. Still, Kirishima holds his hands on the blade, his hardened skin acting as a slight insulator, protecting him from the majority of the shock. The hero ender cries out in agony, clenching his teeth and trying to wrench his hand from the blade, desperately gripping at Kirishima's hand, trying to claw his way out of it. However, Kirishima's grip is strong. His once wavering gaze now resolute and strong, though the occasional twitch of pain slips through. Stain, through the pain, realizes that the sword is a lost cause. So he reaches down with his other hand, grabbing the clamp through shaking, twitching hands. His grip misses once, twice, before finally striking true, and clenching his hand into a fist, he wrenches the clamp off of his leg and breaks the circuit. With his faculties restored, he elbows Kirishima in the stomach before the boy has a chance to harden, causing him to double over. With a rear horse kick, he strikes true on Izuku, who tumbles away, the cables wrenching free of the reactor and clattering away from him. Stain leaps up, disappearing into the shadows of the rooftops, and Kirishima collects himself, rushing over to Izuku and helping the boy to stand. "Come on, Midoriya," Kirishima calls, gripping the boy's arm and lifting him to his feet. "We need to get out of here before he comes back." Izuku is doubled over, coughing, but he finds the energy to nod. Kirishima tries to move to Ida, but a flash of silver from on high catches his vision, and he barely has time to react before Stain flies out of the darkness, striking down at him with a flash of steel. Kirishima barely has time to harden his arms and try to cover from Stain's attack before he feels the villain slam into him, driving a blade downward towards his shoulder. The redhead holds his arms up, blocking Stain's blade as the villain clashes down onto Kirishima, his lightning strike attack quashed by Kirishima's quirk. The villain then pushes off, flying back into the shadows, disappearing from view again. Kirishima's breathing has grown ragged, doing his best to calm himself and focus on his surroundings. His eyes darted around, head swiveling, and feet circling around. He sees no sign of Stain, though he can hear the sound of footsteps touching down on stone and metal as the villain repositions in the shadows. The hero in training's eyes glance down on Ida again, and he rushes over, standing over Ida's body and protecting him from Stain. He can hear the beating of his heart thrumming in his ears. His breathing is deafening as he tries and fails to calmly assess the situation. A voice rings out to him, though not from Stain or even Izuku, but from below. Kirishima refuses to face Ida, despite the vitriol that Ida throws his way. "Get out of here!" Ida roars, "This is my fight. Don't get in my way." Kirishima ignores the boy, standing guard over him as he listens for the tapping of feet on the rooftop. "You don't understand," Ida states. "I need to do this. That monster took my brother from me. I need to make sure he doesn't do it again." Kirishima rolls his eyes, finally addressing Ida with a side glance from his eyes. "Oh, so that makes it right?" Kirishima roars, causing Ida to flinch. "He ended your brother, so now you get to end him?" Itza shakes his head. "Why do you even care? He's a monster. Vile and horrible." Ida's eyes are cold and full of emotion. "Why does he get to live when my brother had to die?" "I don't know." Kirishima cries out, still not facing Ida. "I don't know why things happen the way they do. All I know is that you aren't helping anyone with this suicide charge. Least of all your brother." Ida is stunned by his words, but quickly recovers, glaring at Kirishima, then turning to face Midoriya. "Well, what about him?" Ida roars out at Midoriya. "He was with that monster, wasn't he?" Ida looked back at Kirishima. "He held a knife over me. He was going to end me." Kirishima doesn't respond, looking back up at the rafters to try and keep sight of the ender in the shadows. "What's to say that he won't turn again?" Ida calls out, facing Midoriya. "What's to say he isn't playing you? He'd fallen before. What's to say he won't fall again?" Kirishima finally meets Ida's eyes, and Ida sees a barely contained rage within him. The anger and determined gaze causes Ida's words to die in his throat. "And what about you, Ida?" Kirishima growls at him. "Or did you forget why you came here in the first place?" Ida is stunned, but his words sting him, and he can't help but look down, ashamed, as his words cut deep into the paralyzed boy's mind. Kirishima's eyes are still locked onto Ida, despite Ida looking down, but neither boy is paying attention to where it needs to be, and neither notice the flash of movement lunging from the shadows, to the left of their argument. Luckily, someone else is. "Kirishima," Izuku shouts, "left." The redhead turns left, barely looking in time to duck under Stain's attack, not even having the time to activate his quirk. However, he doesn't anticipate the second attack, a knife appearing in Stain's other hand, and stabbing Kirishima in the arm before he can harden his skin. The boy cries out in pain, grabbing his wound, and Stain reaches up, moving to lick the blade. However, a weight barrels into Stain's back, causing him to stumble as Izuku runs into him, grabbing the knife with his bare hand by the blade. The two struggle, with Izuku losing out quickly due to his missing limb, and Stain moving to pin the boy, knife still in hand. Izuku then lunges forward, and bites down on Stain's exposed fingers, causing the ender to howl in pain and drop the knife, giving Izuku a chance to kick him off and grab the blade, rushing over to Kirishima. Stain growls, quickly rising to his feet, and dives back into the shadows as Izuku presses his back to Kirishima's, both boys looking into the shadows for any sign of the hero ender. Izuku, eyes never breaking from the shadows, calls out to Kirishima, who takes a similar position. You okay? Izuku cries, did he drink your blood? Kirishima doesn't turn to face Izuku, but he does call back. Not sure, Kirishima calls, why? Okay, you need to listen to me, right now, Izuku declares, and Kirishima nods to himself. His quirk lets him paralyze people by drinking their blood. Kirishima's eyes widened, processing that information. I saw him do it, Izuku confirms, and I don't know the limits of it. All I know is that we should avoid getting cut at all costs. Okay, Kirishima says, so how are we supposed to do that? Izuku doesn't answer, trying to process the information, but is unable to as he sees Stain launch himself out of the shadows, aiming to strike true in Izuku's heart. Kirishima? Izuku calls, turning and putting the redhead between him and Stain. Kirishima immediately gathers what he means, hardening his back and allowing Stain to strike him in the back. Izuku looks around for anything to use, before looking into his hand, seeing the blade that he had taken from Stain in their struggle. Flipping the blade in his hand, Izuku turns from behind Kirishima and thrusts the knife into Stain's outstretched arm, blade meeting skin, then flesh, then bone. Stain cries out in pain, pulling his arm back and leaping back into the shadows, and Izuku presses his back to Kirishima's again, clutching the knife to his chest. The two return to their original position, backs to one another, as Izuku allows his mind to settle on a plan. Okay, Izuku says, here's the plan, Kirishima, are you listening? Kirishima nods, turning to face Izuku, who pinches his arm. Don't look at me, look front. Kirishima obliges, allowing Izuku to direct him. Here's the plan, Izuku calls out, sword and shield tactics. You watch your front and your left. With my eye how it is, my right side is a massive blind spot, so I'll need you to cover that for me. In turn, I cover your right and your back. Kirishima nods, head scanning forward, then left, covering the blind spot of his partner in combat. If Stain comes at me, I'll call out a direction, you move to intercept, and I strike from behind you. Got it? Kirishima grunts, still scanning the directions he is responsible for. This plan feels like it has a lot of holes, Midoriya, Kirishima admits, you sure about this? Honestly? Izuku states, no, not entirely. But it's the best plan I've got. Kirishima takes another moment to process, before nodding, tapping Izuku on his side, and continuing to scan his surroundings. The two circle each other, standing over Ida's body like a vanguard protecting their ward. A moment of tense silence passes, then another, neither boy seeing Stain in the shadows. Their heartbeats hammer in their ears, neither boy able to calm down, and neither boy wanting to. Izuku sees a flash of silver, and Stain lunges out, ready to strike down on Izuku with his katana drawn back for a wild swing. Front. Izuku calls, and Kirishima moves to face Izuku's front, Midoriya scrambling to crouch behind Kirishima like a bunker. And with this next clang of steel on stone, the real fight begins. It was strange, seeing the normally bustling streets of Shibuya so empty. Tamatsu Higashi yawned, loudly, stretching his arms as he leaned back in his chair, and tried his best to keep himself awake and continue his job. The sky was dark, but the streets were illuminated brightly, leaving no trace of shadow painted along the ground. Blinking lethargically, Tamatsu tried to keep his attention locked forward, watching the entrance of the commission building with a dull stare. 2 more hours, Tamatsu sighed mentally, 2 more hours and I can go home. Leaning even further back in his chair, the security guard sighed, staring up at the ceiling, trying to enjoy his peaceful night. With the majority of active heroes in Hosu at the moment, his job was made shockingly easy. The usual bustling gates of the Hero Commission headquarters were stagnant and barren. No more than a few people had passed to and from these doors in the past hour, and it had left Tamatsu with a nice, peaceful shift. However, in his lethargy, he looks down to his side, seeing the small television set that he had in the booth playing the news. He sees the footage from the helicopters as they fly over Hosu, the burning buildings and screaming people, crying out as heroes are seen fighting against what appears to be a horde of random civilians that attack like an army of the damned. He sees the likes of Endeavor and Edgeshot getting involved in close quarters as Edgeshot weaves through the horde of new villains, slicing their ankles and wrists and causing them to collapse, impotent and lame. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Endeavor is seen next to what appears to be his son, the older man firing gouts of flame towards the groups of attackers, probably in an effort to scare them, only to appear shocked when they run through the flames altogether. At the same time, his son, Shoto, is behind him, freezing attackers in place by their legs, while those same attackers take rods of iron and wood, and slam them against their frozen legs to free themselves, seemingly unfazed or uncaring of the pain it would cause. Both father and son look exhausted, but they keep fighting on, holding several groups back, if only for a time. Situation in Hosu has gotten significantly worse. The news announcer states, luckily, several heroes from other wards have taken the journey into the Crucible to defend the people of Hosu from this unknown threat. A still image of several people, all seeming to be of completely different age, gender and status, were seen burning down a telephone line, acting as a coordinated effort. We have no information on the attacks, or why so many seemingly unrelated citizens have turned to such means at the same time, but we do know that with the heroes' support, they will surely be brought to justice, before more lives can be lost. The newscaster signed to the screen, her expression forced and grim, "We will continue to update you all on the CU dash." With a press of a button, Tamatsu turned off the screen, sighing, and turning his focus towards his job once again, directing his full attention to his mundane task. He leans forward, sighing as he props up his head with one hand, beginning to drum his fingers rapidly on the surface of the security desk with the other. Well, Tamatsu thinks, at least the heroes are there now. The situation should be coming to a close soon. The guard lets out a puff of air, catching the lip of his brown bangs as they soar on the wind, before falling back into place on his forehead. He checked the clock again, anxiously, seeing that barely 10 minutes had passed since he had last confirmed the time. I'll have to stop by the convenience store on the way back to my apartment, Tamatsu muses, planning his route home. Hopefully that sale is still going on, my fridge is as barren as these streets. I need to pick up a bento or something before I get home. In his thoughts, Tamatsu fails to notice the man walking up to the booth until the sound of a hand rapping against the glass echoes through the boot, causing the guard to flinch and snap out of his daydreaming. He looks up, seeing a brightly colored outfit of orange and green streaking against each other along a jumpsuit. The smile the man wore was familiar and warm. Ah, Tamatsu sighs, trying to calm his heart. Highlight. Nice to see you again, sir. Tamatsu gives a salute to the hero, who laughs lightly and shakes him off. At ease, soldier, Highlight teases, I just need to get inside for a bit, I left some paperwork on my desk. Tamatsu salutes again, if only by instinct, and goes to press the button to unlatch the gate, but stops himself, catching his hand before he hits the button and looking up at the pro hero. Sorry sir, Tamatsu coughs out, but what happened to Hosu? Highlight seems caught off guard by the question, his expression briefly growing dim, before breaking out into a smile again. Oh, the other heroes have things under control, so I came back to grab my papers and turn in for the night. Tamatsu nods, but inwardly he can't help but feel like something is off. He thinks back to the news broadcast that he had just witnessed, the screams and people panicking, running scared from an unknown threat. That didn't seem like it was under control. Tamatsu almost questions Highlight, but he stops himself when he looks up and sees the hero's face. While his expression is the same, there is something deeply disturbing that flashes behind his eyes. The usual warm orange and green heterochromic orbs that the security guard had seen several times before, normally so inviting and confident, now hide an undertone of something far more sinister. Hidden within those eyes is a spark of someone else, someone that Tamatsu cannot recognize, someone that briefly erupts to the surface and fills Tamatsu with a sinking, permeating cold. The security guard shakes his head and looks back up, and the look in Highlight's eyes is gone, as if it were never there. Tamatsu blinks once, twice, and then rubs his eyes, sighing to himself. Sorry, sir, Tamatsu sighs out, I didn't mean to question you. Tamatsu doesn't mean the words. But something tells him he needs to defuse the situation and do it now. Give me a moment, I'll open the doors. Tamatsu presses the button, hearing the maglocks click, and he watches as Highlight walks through the door, immediately looking around. Tamatsu can't help but keep an eye on the hero as he seems to walk through those doors as if it were their first time. Finally, he watches as the hero turns and begins walking towards the east wing. Sir? Highlight stops, looking back at Tamatsu, who points his finger towards the hall opposite of the one Highlight is heading down. The guard takes a gulp. Your desk is in the west wing, sir. Highlight blinks, then smiles, letting out a short laugh. Yes, the hero slaps his own forehead, as if in disbelief. Sorry, it's been a long night. Tamatsu nods, seeing Highlight turn around and head down the west wing, watching him go the whole way. It isn't until the hero turns the corner and disappears from sight when Tamatsu turns around and sits down in his chair, trying to calm his heart. He wants to call it a trick or some figment of his exhaustion. But that cold feeling in his heart makes him believe that the encounter was painfully real. Tamatsu just hopes he doesn't get fired for this. Right? Kirishima rushes to cover the flank, seeing Stain diving from the shadows out at them, putting his arms out in a grappler's stance. The hero Ender's blades clashed against Kirishima's hardened skin, digging into the gaps between the canyons of calcified dermis, and trying to find purchase, only to be stymied by the harsh bite of his opponent's flesh. Izuku dives out from under Kirishima's arm, lining a thrust into Stain's abdomen. However, Stain nimbly maneuvers his body, using the leverage gained by his position above Kirishima to swing himself out of the range of Izuku's stab. Izuku tries to lash out with a swing, twisting the knife in his palm and swiping it at Stain while he is airborne, but the hero Ender pushes off of Kirishima and dives back into the shadows. Immediately, Izuku throws himself back behind Kirishima, pressing back to back as he scans the dark horizon. Kirishima does the same, though he winces, seeing a thin trickle of blood ooze from his side. He gasps and hardens his abdomen, wiping the blood and seeing as his body stops the flow of blood out of the scratch. His heart is hammering from a combination of fear and exertion. He feels his breath coughing out from his lungs in harsh gasps, the feeling of the heat of his breath scorching the roof of his mouth. Sweat pours down his brow, and he taps Izuku on his side. I don't know how much I can keep this up, Kirishima pants out. This isn't a long-term solution, Midoriya. I know, Izuku confirms, it isn't meant to be. I'm buying time to find a more permanent solution. Midoriya shakes his head, grunting in frustration, but every idea I have ends in failure. I need more time, I'm missing something that I can exploit, but what? His attention briefly lapses, something that Stain picks up on, as he lunges at Izuku dead on. Izuku barely has time to react, shouting out, and ducking behind Kirishima, who hardens his back, not having the time to turn around. Stain's blade, however, does not meet with Kirishima's hardened flesh. Rather, Stain adjusts his aim in midair, aiming instead for Kirishima's arm, where his flesh had not been hardened. The knife digs deep into Kirishima's arm, piercing completely through the toned muscle of the red-haired boy. Kirishima cries out in pain, and turns around, trying to level a jab at Stain's head, who ducks low. Izuku tries to follow up, trying to cut Stain as he crouches low on the ground, but he trips up a bit due to Kirishima's awkward position, causing him to be just slow enough for the hero Ender to lean back and carry through into a quick, improvised somersault, moving away from the duo, and gaining some room. The hero Ender eyes Kirishima's wounded arm, and he grins, seeing the fresh red blood dripping down the boy's arm, and he dives, trying to wrench the knife back from his target's body. He lands on Kirishima, who tries to push Stain off, but as soon as he sees Stain grasp the hilt of the knife, Kirishima panics, feeling the cold steel twist, and slowly begins to draw out from his body. Kirishima, Izuku shouts, "Quick, harden your arm." Kirishima unconsciously obeys, feeling the skin around the knife harden over the wound, pressing into the knife from all sides, and locking it in place. Stain grunts and snarls, bolstering his efforts to remove the knife, but was stopped by the Herculean effort he needed to put in to remove the knife from the now calcified wound. The redhead, seeing an opening, swings at Stain, catching him in the chest with a harsh swing. The hero Ender grunts in pain, flipping away from Kirishima's follow-through, and entering the shadows once again. The hero student coughs, looking down at his arm, softening his body and relaxing, letting the knife fall to the ground. He picks it up, and holds the blade close to his chest, his wounded arm throbbing in pain as blood drips from the deep wound. Midoriya, Kirishima calls out, "I hate to rush you, man, but can you hurry it along with that permanent solution?" "I'm trying." Izuku calls back in frustration, locking his back once again to Kirishima's. "I'm working on the back foot here. It isn't exactly easy to find a foolproof strategy while being attacked by a psychotic serial ender. Then don't look for foolproof. Try and find something that just works instead." Kirishima roars, seeing Stain coming at him and hardening his arm. The young hero grabs at the hero ender as he lunges with a slash. He, however, did not anticipate the man swinging over Kirishima and aiming his sword directly down at Midoriya, who was crouched behind him. "Midoriya!" Kirishima shouts in warning. Izuku looks up, seeing Stain diving down at him and leveling his sword at the amputee's throat. Izuku dives out of the way, though still feels Stain's blade slice down his thigh as he does so. Izuku rolls away, lying on his back and elbows as he props himself up trying to assess the situation. He barely has the time to watch as Stain, with a sickening grin, raises his blade to his grotesque tongue, and runs it down the streak of red along its flank. Immediately, Izuku feels his body lock up, his muscles and tendons all tightening in unison to freeze his body in place, forced to maintain his position of lying on the ground, head barely propped up enough to see the conflict in front of him. Kirishima launches a kick at Stain, who slides back and leaps into the shadows once more. The hero in training looks over at Izuku, seeing him still lying on the ground, a small trail of blood oozing from a scratch on his leg. "He got you?" Kirishima questions. Izuku tries to nod, but finds the action impossible from his paralysis. He settles on letting out a grunt of affirmation. Kirishima sighs, before steeling himself and turning his attention to the shadows around them. "Okay," Kirishima shouts, "call him out for me if he attacks from my back." Izuku grunts again, moving his eyes to scan over Kirishima's blind spot, while racking his brain to find a solution. "Okay," Izuku reprimands, "grace period is up, brain. Time to put you to use and find a way out of this." Izuku thinks back to his interactions with Stain, trying to find anything he can use against the man. "I don't know enough about his quirk to be useful without speculating. And right now blindly speculating is almost as likely to end us as a knife," Izuku admits to himself, but he's still human, maybe trying to tug at his personality. Izuku winces as he sees Stain connect with a powerful kick to the chest, and he doubles down, racking his brain even harder. He's driven, Izuku compliments. More than that, he's hyper-focused on his goal, and I don't see much turning him away from that goal. He will stop at nothing to end anyone who stands in his way. But that drive can be exploited. Izuku thinks back to the sports festival, to his bout against Endeavor's son. "Back then, Todoroki could have beaten me. He did something I didn't predict, and it almost cost me the win." His eye scans over Stain, looking at his expression, his body language, and even his actions. "Back then, when I could no longer exploit Todoroki's quirk, I exploited his character. So, what can I exploit here?" Izuku muses, seeing Stain dive at Kirishima again, who tries desperately to defend. Everyone has something that distracts them from their goal, so what is his? Izuku feels his mind slip away, combing through every interaction he had had with the hero Ender. "I've seen it," he affirms, "the one time that he lost his cool." Izuku thinks back to earlier that day, when Stain had native pinned to the ground, yet had chosen to direct his efforts to threaten Izuku. Why had he done that? What had Izuku done to evoke such a response? He remembers talking about why Stain was even going after native, what purpose his death served. He remembers Stain's unhinged answer, and his declaration. "Oh, this is a bad idea." Still, he had to take the pressure off of Kirishima, if only a bit. Stain dove out from behind Kirishima, rushing into the boy and chopping him in the neck with a hand, causing Kirishima to crumple with a cry of pain. Stain grabbed the boy, who was down on his knees, by the head, raising his blade, and preparing to run Kirishima through with his sword. "You put up a better fight than most," Stain admits. "Maybe one day you would have been a great hero, maybe even as great as him one day." Stain prepares a thrust down, ready to end Kirishima's life. "Oh please! Don't you dare compare Kirishima to that fraud All Might." Stain freezes, his eyes twitching to his side, where Izuku lay on the ground. "I mean, seriously," Izuku snarks, "you sure know how to pick idols. Comparing Kirishima to All Might is like comparing steak to sheet." Stain's teeth grit, his mouth twisting into a vengeful snarl as he stared down Izuku. He didn't notice Kirishima slowly propping himself up on his feet, still crouched low. "Did I ever tell you I met All Might?" Izuku was no longer simply taunting. Some true emotion bleeds into his words here, and his voice begins to waver. "I asked him once if I could make a difference in the world without a quirk. Do you know what he told me? He said that I was wasting my time." Kirishima flinched, seeming shocked by Izuku's words, but Stain shouts down at Izuku, his attention fully on the paralyzed boy. "Lies." Stain roars, "All Might is a great hero. The true measure of what a hero should be. You speak nothing but falsehoods." "Oh, do I?" Izuku roars back, "Are you sure I'm lying? Then why are you getting so angry? I will not stand and let you slander the name of the only true hero that exists in this putrid world." Stain is fully locked onto Izuku, no longer paying attention to Kirishima, who crouches low, still clutching the knife that had injured him in his hand. "Please," Izuku rolls his eye, "you just can't handle that your idol isn't as amazing as you think he is?" Izuku's eye hardens at Stain. "You may think of All Might as a god, But the sad truth is he's just as bad as every other human on the planet. Stain roars, ready to strike, but Kirishima takes the chance to lift the knife and stabs it into Stain's thigh, embedding the blade deep within the hero Ender's muscle and sinew. Stain gasped in pain, roaring out in agony as the blade tears through skin and muscle, rocketing through his body and piercing through to the other side. Kirishima rips the knife back, with Stain focusing his attention down at the kneeling boy. He levels his katana to strike at the crouching boy, who rolls to the side, getting some distance between the two of them. Kirishima's knife drips with the hero Ender's freshly drawn blood, and Izuku notices how Stain keeps his eyes on the blade, not the boy wielding it, his eyes locked onto the drops of blood falling from the blade onto the ground. Kirishima rushes Stain, who backpedals, moving away from Kirishima and parrying his strikes with some of his own. Kirishima hardens his entire torso, holding his breath as he does so due to the restrictions of his bodily functions. The katana crashes across Kirishima's chest, but Kirishima slices up, an arc of red liquid flying off the blade as the knife makes its journey from Stain's waist to his hair. Stain backpedals, and Izuku notices the shift in the hero Ender's behavior. Once a brutal offense, he is now cautious. He turns his head, closing his mouth tightly as the knife passes across his face. Izuku barely even thinks to register it, were it not such a shift from his normal plan of attack. He's playing it safe, but why? Izuku racks his brain, focusing on the change in behavior. He clearly isn't used to this kind of tactic, he's unbalanced, flighty. But what's different? What changed between then and now? Izuku tries to arch his head, barely clearing it enough to get a look at the wound on the hero Ender's thigh. Is it because Kirishima injured him? Izuku ponders. No, that doesn't make sense. Kirishima kicks out at Stain, who leaps back, trying to gain distance. Maybe because Kirishima is armed now? But why would that matter? What difference does it make if Kirishima is holding a weapon or not? Kirishima rushes the hero Ender again, but Stain sidesteps. Izuku follows Stain's gaze, noticing that he isn't focused on Kirishima's face or his body, but his eyes are directed down at the knife in the redhead's hand. What is it about that knife that's so special? Kirishima ceases his assault, panting as the hero Ender leaps away, back into the safety of the shadows. He holds his hands up to his chest, trying to catch his breath, knife still in hand, coated in red. A small drop of blood forms on the tip of the knife, pooling into a dollop that forms into a small droplet. What makes this so? The droplet quivers, growing in size, before shaking and pinching off from the steel, the drop of blood falling, almost in slow motion, onto the pavement below. That's it. Kirishima. Izuku calls out, "Get over here." Kirishima obliges, and hurries to Izuku's prone form, taking a stance over Izuku as he leans against the wall for a bit of rest. "Please tell me that you have a plan?" Izuku smirks, looking up at his still mobile companion. "Yeah," he nods, "I actually think I do." Stain sneers from his perch, looking down at the red-headed boy, who was scanning the scaffolding for a glimpse of him. He was looking in the wrong direction, but with the boy's back pressed against the wall, his chance of getting the drop on him is minimal. His eyes drifted down to the knife in the boy's hand, and his lips curled into a sneer. He feels his heart pound as he sees his own blood drip off the blade. He had reacted instinctively and rashly, and now he had to reconsider his approach. Leaping over to another scaffold, Stain lifts a small rock from his pocket and throws it over to the fire escape opposite him. The pebble taps against the metal of the fire escape, where a soft clang rings out as it clatters down the stairs. He sees the boy's gaze lock into the direction of the noise, and prepares himself to strike, drawing two knives from his belt and pushing off, lunging at the hardening boy while his attention is occupied. One last blow to end this charade. However, he hears Midoriya shout from underneath Kirishima, who turns around, preparing himself to intercept Stain. But Stain twists, preparing to go high if his attack is actually thwarted, but what he doesn't expect is for Kirishima to duck low, letting the hero Ender soar over him. But once the hero Ender's front is clear from him, Kirishima grabs his ankle, causing the villain's path to become interrupted, and the hero Ender slams harshly into the ground. Stain twists himself, aiming a strike at Kirishima's body, right along his forearm. He had timed the boy's hardening power, and while fast, it took time for him to fully harden a limb. The blade moves, ready to split Kirishima's skin and muscle and pierce his body just like the last time. But again, Kirishima surprises him. Instead of hardening his whole arm, instead the small patch of skin where Stain aimed his strike grows jagged and calcified, with the blade impacting fruitlessly with the hardened patch of Kirishima's skin. Stain leaps back, observing Kirishima as he takes a boxer's guard once again, staring him down. This was different. What the F was going on? The plan seems sound. But one problem, I don't see how I am supposed to keep up with him. He's just too fast. Izuku and Kirishima stare up at the rooftops of the alley. Kirishima twists his body, keeping an eye on every sound that he hears. Izuku, in turn, observes the opposite direction, trying his best to cover Kirishima's blind spot. That's true, Izuku muses. For this to work, you need to react with your quirk faster. Is this the fastest that you can harden your body? Yeah, Kirishima confirms, that's the fastest I can do. I don't buy it, Izuku rebuts. That doesn't make sense. Why would hardening your arm take the same amount of time as your entire torso? I don't know what to tell you, man. Kirishima shouts, it takes a bit of time for me to harden a limb. Maybe a second total, but it isn't enough. Maybe you're thinking about it wrong? Kirishima quirks a brow at Izuku, while still keeping his eyes locked to the shadows. What if it's not about limbs, but places of focus? Kirishima still seemed confused, so Izuku tried to explain further. What if, instead of trying to harden a limb to block the shot, you just try to harden the spot that he's attacking? Do you think you could do that faster? Kirishima takes a moment to ponder Izuku's words, and shrugs lightly. Maybe, he states, unsure of himself. I can't say I've ever tried, but maybe. Well, Izuku groans, feeling helpless as he looks up at his ally. No time like the present, I guess. The Kirishima grins, looking at Stain with a renewed fire, despite being more exhausted and injured than he had ever been in his life. The hero ender is crouched low, katana in one hand, shiv in the other. He sprints over to Kirishima, making a slash at the boy, but finding his attack blocked by Kirishima hardening a small patch of skin on his arm at the last moment. Yeah, Kirishima grins. This seems to work. Stain growled, engaging Kirishima once more with renewed vigor. His blade crashed against Kirishima's forearms, which were fully hardened, being used as bucklers to intercept each and every strike. Again and again, Stain angled his blades to slice through Kirishima's flesh, but Kirishima hardened his body in just the right spot to quash the attempt. Stain knew he would need to try a new angle, or he would be punching a figurative and literal brick wall trying to get anywhere. A new angle? Stain flips the knife in his hand, leveling a stab at Kirishima's kidney, to which the boy hardens his skin in the spot that the stab would impact with, but at the last second, Stain angles his blade and slices it down Kirishima's side. The blade met soft skin and tore through, carving its way down his side and opening his body from pectoral to his waist in a somewhat deep cut. Kirishima cried out in pain, trying to punch Stain, who leapt away, carrying the blade with his blood on it with him. Stain perches against a wall, leveling the blade to run his tongue across its flank. Immediately, he watches Kirishima go rigid, but not before hardening his arms, legs, and covering his chest, finally, leaning back and covering Midoriya as well. The boy covers his friend like a shield, protecting Midoriya from harm with his body, however little he can now. Shit, Midoriya shouts, still frozen under his ally, Kirishima. However, Stain's quarry is not these two. Stain turns around, moving towards Ida and flipping the boy over so that he's facing up, facing the visage of the man who aims to take his life. You three have robbed me of my quarry, allowing native to escape my grasp. Stain seethed, but perhaps this hunt may still prove fruitful after all. He lifts a blade, intending to end it quickly, but instead, Stain hears the sound of a roaring engine from beneath him. He barely has a moment to react before Ida's foot connects with his side, launching Stain against a wall. Stain falls into a tumble, bracing himself for the inevitable impact as he hits a wall, spreading the impact across his body. He still feels the wind get knocked out of him as Ida stands up, moving into a ready position for a sprint. His engines rumble and blaze to life as he rockets towards Stain, moving to level a knee strike into the hero Ender's chest. Izuku watches from beneath Kirishima, seeing Ida stand up from being paralyzed, racking his brain at the information. How come Ida isn't paralyzed anymore? Izuku thinks, is there a limit? Maybe time? Or a set maximum of victims? As Izuku says this, tries to test his theory by willing his body to move. His hands are still cold, and his chest does not move, save for his breathing, but he feels a tingling in his foot, followed by feeling returning to his pinky toe. He attempts to wiggle it, finding that he is able to only move that single toe. Okay, so it's a time limit? Izuku confirms, but then why am I gaining feeling back so quick? I've been under for less than a minute. What is the difference between me and Ida? Is it because I'm quirkless? Izuku muses, before denying it mentally. No, that's too specific. I need to think broad, less nebulous. What is the one major factor that separates the blood of different people? I need more information. Kirishima, Izuku whispers, do you happen to know Ida's blood type? What? Kirishima sounds confused. Why would I know that? Izuku curses and shouts out Ida. The boy turns to look at Izuku, barely managing to block the assault from Stain. What's your blood type? Ida seems shocked and even annoyed by Izuku's question, but Izuku isn't looking at Ida. His eye is locked onto the hero Ender, searching his expression, and his suspicion is confirmed when he sees a brief emotion of shock on the villain's face. Ida, however, is not amused by the question. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Just answer me. Izuku shouts. Ida barely has time to duck under Stain's attack, the knife scraping across the armor of his shoulder. Ida groans and begrudgingly answers the downed boy, I'm a type. Okay, Izuku surmised, I'm O-type Kirishima? Me too, Kirishima confirms, I'm also O. Okay, Izuku says, lowering his voice to a whisper so only Kirishima can hear. It's just a theory, but I think the paralysis's time limit is based on blood type. Why do you say that? Kirishima questions. Because I can already move my left foot. Izuku wiggles his foot to confirm. Plus, when I asked Ida his blood type, Stain looked taken aback. I think blood type has a significant correlation with the effectiveness of his quirk. I think certain blood types break out of paralysis quicker than others. Really? Kirishima seems shocked, and Izuku tries to quiet him down. Let's not give it away. Izuku instructs, he doesn't know that we know this yet, but I think that paralysis fades quickly for O-type. Can you try moving something? Anything? He sees Kirishima's face twist in effort, before a smile breaks out. Yeah, Kirishima confirms, whispering excitedly, I can wiggle a finger. Okay, that all but confirms it, but I'm curious as to why that is. Izuku turns inward, theorizing to himself, maybe it has something to do with antigens? If certain antigens aren't present, then maybe the paralysis fails to take properly? Or perhaps it has something to do with blood transfusion quality? No, that doesn't mac dash. Can you save the theory crafting for later? Kirishima hisses, cutting Izuku off. Right now we need to focus. Is the plan still a go? Yeah, sorry, Izuku declares. We just need to hope Ida can hold him off for a bit, until we can move again. And if he can't? Kirishima questions, winching as Ida gets kicked into a wall, and barely manages to duck under a knife to the head. Izuku didn't respond, but his mind was filled with the same doubts as his ally. He watches as Ida stumbles, barely rolling to the side as the hero Ender's katana stabs into the concrete, right where his heart would have been. Hold out, Ida, Kirishima prays, for just a bit longer. Then we can take him down. Kirishima winces as Ida is brought low by a powerful kick from the hero Ender. The engine quirk user's breath burns against his lips as his lower back makes contact with the wall. His lungs refuse to take in oxygen. He is doubled over, coughing and gasping, holding onto the cracked, splintered breastplate that had barely protected him from lasting harm. The hero Ender, by comparison, looks far more composed. Though many of his scrounged blades lie scattered around on the ground, some broken, some embedded into brick or cement, he seems collected. However, his eyes betray that facade, poorly concealing his fury. The subtle twitch of one eye, mixed with his focused pinprick pupils, spell only the death of that which lay in front of him. Which right now was Ida. Stain began, coughing slightly, just stay down, damn you. Ida took a long gulp of air, holding it within his lungs for several moments, before equalizing, and finding his breath once again. The blue-haired boy turned to look Stain dead in the eye. His irises trembled slightly with fear, but his resolve showed through, spelling to Stain without words that his demand would go unanswered. The boy stands, putting up his fists, and squaring himself to face Stain head-on, much to his opponent's annoyance. The ingenium air dove forward, rolling under Stain's strike, and punching the villain in the rib. The blow draws a grunt of pain from the target, but is otherwise ineffective. Stain drew a dagger from his belt, one of his last two, and thrust it towards Ida, who blocked it with his thick arm guards. Whirling upon himself, Ida flung his knee into Stain's stomach, a blow which proved far more effective than the former. Stain gasped out, wheezing as he dives backwards to escape further onslaught. He lurches, coughing loudly and painfully, watching as bile escapes his throat and splashes upon the ground like heavy rain. That, Ida pants, holding a fist high, that was for Tensei. Stain's retching came to a finale, and he straightened his back, rising to meet Ida's eyes. Kirishima sees the expression on Stain's face turn from the hardened composure of a man on a mission to open rage, fitting only for a mad beast. Enough! Stain roars, his voice raising an octave in pure fury. This is futile. We both know how this encounter will end. Regardless of however many blows you land on me, you will never be able to stop me. Stain raises a hand, his knife-clenched fist outstretching one gnarled finger to his target. You believe that you have saved yourself? That you have a chance of changing your fate? Stain's eyes were wild, his pupils rapidly dilating and contracting. As soon as I declared you a feast for my sword, your fate was sealed. Stain leaps over Ida and strikes him from behind with a kick to the back of his knee. Ida grunts and falls to the ground, twisting on the way down into a roll so he may face his attacker once again. I have seen this world pave its way for fakes like you to gain everything that you don't deserve, to be gifted the love and trust of those under you, and never even consider the responsibility that you owe to them. A slash to Ida's back slices through his shoulders, cutting shallowly, but also slicing what little support his breastplate still retained. The composite armor falls away from Ida, leaving his bodysuit exposed to the air. Ida tries to fend off Stain with a punch, but the hero ender flips over him and strikes at his shoulder as well, tossing a knife deep into Ida's collar. The boy howls in pain, clutching at his shoulder as Stain approaches him from the side. You cannot win, Stain stated. It's over for you. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure this alley becomes your gravesite. The hero ender spits this oath to his quarry, who seems to flinch at his words. Yet still you stand and fight, still you are able to look at me like that. Stain shouts, beginning to lose himself. To the side, Kirishima tries his best to force his body to move. He feels his right leg twist, but his left leg does not cooperate. His upper body is still rigid, even if his arms tingle with disuse. Desperately he roars back at Izuku. Anything? Izuku grunts with effort. Kirishima can see the boy trying to move, his fingers twitching, his arm barely moving even an inch. Still, he could feel the cold concrete on his chest and arm, he could feel the pins and needles dancing across his legs. Almost, I think. Kirishima curses under his breath, trying desperately to shake the paralysis away, but finding the task fruitless. Shit, the redhead thinks, we need more time, damn it. Ida delivers a donkey kick to Stain's stomach, who lurches, but otherwise rolls with the blow, allowing himself to tuck into a tumble and roll to the side. He lifts his head, seeing Ida rushing him with a side kick, so Stain tucks under the kick, and tries to punch Ida in the knee, only for the boy to twist his foot and use the thrusters on his leg to shift the kick from a side kick to an axe kick. One which crushes itself against the hero ender's skull. Stain feels his skull crash in on his lower jaw, and grits himself as his head erupts into a horrendous ringing sound. He growls in pain, stumbling up and away from Ida, and clutching his skull, trying desperately to soothe the agony that his head permeates. Stain is lost in the pain, unable to process anything else. Ida reads his opponent's momentary loss of focus, and rushes him, moving low to flip into an axe kick. However, instead of the sure blow Ida was anticipating, Stain shifts to the side, stepping around Ida as the boy's heel slams into the ground. With his leg outstretched, and lying on the ground, Ida did not have the leverage to pivot away from Stain's strike, something his opponent was more than willing to exploit. With a swift flick of his wrist, Stain drew his final knife from his belt, flipped it in his hand, and plunged it deep into Ida's right knee. A sickening cracking sound echoes through the alley, the kneecap splitting under the rigid onslaught of the knife like a log to an axe. The blade dives its way through his bone and tendons, The boy feels his muscle ripping, and his tendons groaning and even tearing as the sharp dirk inexorably runs itself through his body. The pain that burns through Ida is unimaginable, ripping through his mind and soul like a ravenous wolf, determined to tear away the last of his sanity in its quest to consume and destroy. The agony that burns within him, stemming from the entry point of that knife, is unlike anything he had ever experienced, or ever hoped he would experience again. Ida falls to the ground, clutching his knee and howling in raucous suffering. He could no longer stand, no longer fight. His entire being was pain, pain, pain. His howls, however, did not seem to stop the hero Ender. If anything, the man seemed to relish in the cries of pain, savoring in the boy's wails as if music from a symphony. Stain moves forward, looming over his quarry as the boy barely acknowledges him over the pain. Scanning the ground, he finds one of his discarded knives, and picks it up, brandishing it once again. Leaning down, he pushes Ida over, causing the boy to fall supine. Swiftly, he rockets the knife down, embedding it into Ida's side, close to his kidney. Immediately, Ida knows something has been ruptured, something vital. He doesn't know what or where, but he knows if Stain lifts that knife from his wound, then the hero Ender will only be one of his worries. Quickly, he grabs the knife and holds it within his flesh, closing his hands around it, pushing down as Stain tries to pull the blade free. He is desperate now, no plan, no ideas. Simply pure, base frenzy to make sure that he lives just a moment longer. His eyes flick over to the side of Stain, behind him, at his paralyzed classmates, praying for some salvation from his current situation, and found himself shocked when he sees Kirishima being shifted, and the support corps student, Midoriya, lifting himself drunkenly from the heap. Ida's blue eyes meet the boy's single green orb, and Izuku puts a finger to his lips, and points to the hero Ender. Distract him. Briefly, Ida ponders calling the boy, exposing his ambush before it has a chance to bear fruit. A spiteful, angry part of him reminds him that this is the same boy who was working with the hero Ender not several minutes prior. This is the same boy who was one flick of his wrist away from ending his life. But there is something within Midoriya's expression that resonates with Ida, a desperation that he knows well. So, at this moment he decides to trust him. Ida's eyes flick back over to Stain, and he spits in the man's face, covering his features with hot saliva. He wheezes out, "I won't let you win." Ida's hand moves from the knife, grabbing Stain's arm, and pulling him closer to him, so their faces are mere inches apart. The malice radiating from both parties makes the air heavy, and Ida feels sick holding the hero Ender this close, but he needs the man focused on him while Midoriya approaches from the rear. "You stole my family, my inspiration." Ida felt tears once unshed begin to race down his face. "You robbed my brother of the rest of his days, all for your petty revenge." Stain struggled against Ida's grip, but the boy held firm, seeing Izuku lean down and silently pick up a knife in his one hand. "But I refuse to give up. I refuse to let you just walk away and escape what you've done. Not just to me, but to every family who you robbed of a father, a mother, a sister or brother." Ida's eyes steel, and he cries out to Stain, "I am Ingenium, just like my brother before me. I'll carry his legacy on my back, carry his beliefs in my heart." Stain's face gnarled into a sneer, and he changed his grip on the knife in Ida's side. Instead of trying to draw it out, he begins to push it up, causing the boy to gasp as the wound on his side grows into a gash. Stain crouches low, the exposed wound leaking blood profusely, and licks up the side of the wound directly. The now familiar paralysis washes over Ida, and he becomes locked in place. Stain leans away, meeting Ida's eyes, and drawing his katana, pointing it at Ida's throat. Tenya's mind stutters, images of his brother's corpse lying on the ground in that alley near home. A single wound pierced Tensei's throat. He can see his reality overlaid with the image of a different one. A past he had not been present for, but can see clearly. A past that now seems close to repeating itself. Izuku sees his time is up, and he makes his move, rushing Stain from behind, and slashing at his back with the knife. Stain roars in pain, turning and seeing Izuku holding a bloody knife, and glaring at him with a mix of adrenaline and anger. Stain's eyes lock onto the bloody knife, which only serves to confirm Izuku's suspicions about the man's quirk. The inexperienced fighter tries to lunge, but the action is slow and sloppy, allowing Stain time to sidestep him and deliver a kick to his stomach. Izuku retracted from the impact, but collected himself, trying to slice at Stain's legs, only for the man to jump over him and punch him in the side, right on his kidney. Izuku wheezed, the knife flying from his grasp and clattering towards Kirishima, who still lay prone on the ground. The crippled boy stumbles and gasps for air that seems incapable of entering his lungs. Midoriya! Kirishima cries out, but Izuku does not respond. He continues to heave his chest, trying to allow for air to enter, only for his body to stay unresponsive. The hero ender steps closer to Izuku, footfall after echoing footfall, looming over his crouched form. You could have become great, you know, Stain remarks. You had the potential to bring about a revolution in the world. Izuku finally catches his breath, his lungs gasping and expanding greedily. But instead, you chose the path of a lie. You chose willingly to journey back into the fog, after finally seeing the sun. Why? Why choose such a path? Stain grabs Izuku's shirt and lifts him so he's eye to eye with him. Why can't you see what I see? Izuku coughs, looking back at Stain without fear. I told you before, I am not walking their path. Izuku roars into Stain's face. Nobody else. For a moment, Stain's zeal fades from his face, and his expression appears much more sad. He looks at Izuku with a restrained despair, tempered by resignation, and draws his sword. If you will not stand with me, then I must cut you down. The hero ender levels his sword to Izuku's throat, the long, curved blade pressing against his neck. Such potential, wasted. Stain's expression turns to steel one final time, meeting Izuku's eye with cold duty. Any last words? Yeah, Izuku huffs out, face twisting into a lethargic smile. Checkmate? Stain seems confused, but a sharp pain to his side interrupts his moment of triumph. Kirishima has a knife plunged deep into Stain's side, looking at the hero ender with fiery determination. Before Stain can react, Izuku restrains his arm with his own, holding him in place for just a moment longer. It isn't much. Izuku's strength is limited as is by his own lack of conditioning as is, but it is enough for Kirishima to finish the job, restraining Stain with his other arm, lifting the knife. Stain clamps his mouth shut, but Kirishima grabs him and punches him in the lower jaw while he is restrained, causing the ender's maw to widen, if only by just barely. But it's just enough for Kirishima to lift the knife, still coated in the hero ender's blood, and shove its blade into Stain's mouth. The steel meets the flesh of his tongue, the cool flank contacting the warm flesh within his mouth. The cold liquid of the blood oozes onto his tongue, and Stain's body shudders and wrenches, before stiffening and falling to the ground paralyzed. There is a moment of silence, the two injured, exhausted teenagers wiping sweat from their brow, looking down at the hero ender, paralyzed by his own quirk, before Kirishima lets out a whoop of excitement. Yes? Kirishima cried out, it worked. You were right, Midoriya. Kirishima holds up his hand for a high five with the other boy. When Midoriya sees Kirishima's action, instinctively he flinches and retreats in on himself, an action that Kirishima seems to note easily. The redhead wilts a bit at the action, and slowly, awkwardly lowers his hand to his side. His mind immediately springs into action, turning to his classmate who still lay paralyzed on the ground. Ida! Kirishima rushes towards his injured classmate, the wound on his side bleeding rapidly. Midoriya runs close as well, both of them leaning down over the paralyzed boy. The red-headed hero in training reaches into his belt, gathering a small first aid kit from one of the pockets. Okay, that's not good. Kirishima grunts, gotta stop the bleeding. The redhead pulls out some gauze from his kit and moves to press it into the wound, but Izuku's hand stops him. What are you doing? Kirishima asks the boy, confusion written on his face. You need to disinfect it first, Izuku muses, grabbing the first aid kit and holding it open. Trust me, leaving a wound like that uncleaned will only end badly. Kirishima did not ask why Izuku would know that. A part of him has a theory, but another part doesn't want to think about it anymore. Thanks, he says, slowly reaching into the kit and grabbing a small bottle of sterile alcohol. Dipping the gauze in alcohol, Kirishima presses it to Ida's wound, unleashing a wince of pain from the paralyzed boy. Ida looked at the duo with a complicated expression as they tended to his injury. Mainly, his gaze is locked on Midoriya, looking at the boy with a mixture of confusion and distrust, something that said boy is fully aware of. Turning to face Ida fully, Izuku addresses him. I can understand why you don't trust me, Izuku assures, though the act does not seem to reassure Ida. If I were in your shoes, I doubt I would trust me either. Kirishima looks up from the bandaging, seeing Izuku looking down at the ground, guilt clear on his face. I almost made a mistake, a very, very bad mistake, one that I would have never been able to fix. Izuku looks up at Ida once again, meeting his eyes, But, you don't need to trust me, not yet. You just need to work with me until we get to safety, okay? Ida doesn't answer immediately, his eyes locked onto Izuku's own eye, trying to read his intent through the windows of his soul. A tense moment passes through the two, then another, before Ida nods, sharply. Fine, the bespectacled boy grunts out, to which Midoriya nods, leaning down, and grabbing a loose piece of wood, lining it up with Ida's leg. Before he can properly wrap the splint, however, the sound of footsteps echo through the alley. The two boys watched as 4 people emerged from the alley, 2 from each entrance. They seemed varied, none of them sharing much in terms of outfit or station. But what joined them was the cold, unfeeling look in their eyes, one that Kirishima recognized instantly. Kirishima quickly rises to his feet, acquiring up, and preparing himself for another fight. His arms harden, albeit their appearance betrays Kirishima's fatigue. His usual sheets of jagged rock now appear to have webs of cracks running down them, more akin to gravel than stone. Izuku tries to rise, but as soon as he does, he feels a wave of illness rise within him and his body refuses to do as he commands. What? Izuku questions, begging his legs to move. Why can't I get up? Did Stain get me one last time? Suddenly, Izuku feels as if his strength had been wrenched from him, and his focus had been shattered completely. His head grows cloudy, and his vision becomes heavily blurred. I've never felt like this, Izuku drunkenly mused. Why do I feel so exhausted? Kirishima, Izuku pants, lurching forward and falling to his hands and knees. I can't. My body. It's okay. Kirishima smiles at Izuku and brandishes his now solid arms in a cross, covering his face. Just stay there, I'll hold them off. Izuku can sense the boys' posturing and prays that their new attackers do not. However, seeing the 4 so boldly brandish their quirks at the boys, he feels they either know or never cared in the first place. Izuku struggles to find anything that he can do. He's out of tricks, out of energy, and by the looks of it, out of time. Why, Izuku thinks, why can't I just get a effing break? The 4 villains surround the 3 boys, and Kirishima prepares himself to defend with everything he has left, but a whooshing sound from above catches his attention. He looks up, seeing a cloaked figure leaping down from the roof. However, in the leap, the figure seemed to shift and then split. Where once there was 1, now there are 2, then 4, then 8, before all 8 figures hit the ground, entering the light for Kirishima and Izuku to see. Ectoplasm. Kirishima calls out in both surprise and relief, his arms dropping to his sides. Kirishima felt his feet give out, his body falling to the ground as he let a wave of comfort wash over him at the sight of one of his teachers. Ectoplasm's clones leap out to the assailants, overwhelming the first 2 with numbers and throwing them both against walls. 2 clones held them up while another 2-level drop kicks into their stomachs. The villains lurch and wheeze loudly, spittle and bile launching from their lips as Ectoplasm's pointed prosthetics bear down on them with inexorable might. The other 2 move to assist their fallen comrades, but are stopped when a loud howl rings out from the alley walls. A burly, hairy figure slides down the wall, his claws ripping into the brick, leaving half-inch gashes in their wake. Leaping down with a snarl, Hound Dog grabs the heads of the other 2 cell agents, and slams them together with a feral force. Hound Dog gets down on all 4s, rushing forward, and grabbing one of the villains with his clawed hand. With a violent lurch, he launches the villain at a wall, knocking him out instantly. Finally, Ectoplasm and Hound Dog surround the last man, who despite the numbers, despite the fact that he stood no chance, he still stood firm against their onslaught. Ectoplasm approached the man, grabbing his head and holding it up. 3 more clones worked to pin him in place and hold him down. The lipless hero leaned down, glaring at the man with milk-white eyes. This much chaos, the clone hero began. This much death and destruction all at once? That isn't random. The man said nothing, merely glaring at Ectoplasm as the hero held him down. Who did this? Ectoplasm demands. The man still remained silent, his gaze unwavering, his eyes holding nothing but resolve. The clones grabbed his head and slammed it into the cement. A sickening crack rang out as the man's nose was shattered on impact, but he let out naught but a grunt to acknowledge the pain. Who did this? Ectoplasm speaks slowly and quiet, but his tone betrays the storm brewing just underneath the surface. The man raises his head, his nose crooked and shattered, but his eyes still unchanging. He spits blood out from his mouth, looking up at Ectoplasm from his kneeling, restrained position. Finally, he shoots the lipless hero a blood-filled, manic smile. It matters not who did this. The man begins to laugh, a dark, cruel cackle that begins to rise in pitch, chirping with manic glee. It matters not who or why. What matters is the task is done. I have done my part. With a sigh, the man lowers his gaze, before turning his arm into a large bone spike, and launching it through his own heart. The clones tried to seize his arms, to hold him down, but it was for naught, as the bone spear pierced through the man's chest, and ended his life in one move. Ectoplasm straightens and sighs, letting his clones dispel and form back into him. Once their grip leaves his corpse, the man falls to the ground, lifeless, like a puppet after its strings have been wrenched from its wooden body. The clone hero scans the alley, looking around at the 3 students who lay in the middle, and when his eyes meet Midoriya's visage, it seems as if a weight leaves him, and his body almost seems to relax for what must be the first time in hours. Midoriya, Ectoplasm rushes over to the box, who still kneels on the ground, exhausted and barely able to move. The hero kneels down, scanning over Midoriya, seeming to catalog all of his wounds, and finding him relatively no worse for wear. Slowly, the man lifts his hands, hovering over his shoulders, but he hesitates, choosing instead to put his arms to his sides. Ectoplasm hesitates. I'm glad you're safe, Midoriya. There is a soft silence between them, both relishing in the relative calm after so much time, but when Ectoplasm looks up, he sees Midoriya glaring at the ground, his hand clenched and shaking. But Ectoplasm senses no anger, at least not at himself. Instead, he sees the glistening of unshed tears in his eye, his face twisted not into a scowl, but into a more lamentful expression. Guilt. A feeling Ectoplasm knew well. Still, the hero thinks, now is not the time for guilt. Now is the time to get them out of here. All right, Ectoplasm stands, we need to get you all to a safe place now. Kirishima stands, shakily, and Ectoplasm produces a clone to hold the exhausted boy up. We need to restrain the hero Ender. Do one of you have cuffs? The 2 heroes look at each other in confusion, before turning back to Kirishima. What do you mean? Stain, Kirishima affirmed, we had him paralyzed. He's right. Kirishima points to where they had left Stain on the ground, expecting to see the hero Ender still frozen in place, but instead he finds a small puddle of blood, with Stain nowhere in sight. What? Kirishima looks around, trying to find any sign of the hero Ender. He looks high and low, but it's as if the serial Ender just vanished into thin air. The boy begins to panic, the memories of their fight flashing back, hoping upon hope that he's just wrong, and Stain is still incapacitated. But no. The hero Ender has vanished, and any trace of him is nowhere to be found. Kirishima's panic is interrupted when he feels a hand lay upon his shoulder. He looks up, seeing Ectoplasm looking down at him. We will catch him another day, Ectoplasm remarks. For now, we need to get to safety. You need to get to safety? Kirishima nods, his breath escaping his lungs as he tries to calm down. He stumbles away from the Ectoplasm clone supporting him, and walks over to Izuku, who kneels on the ground. Kirishima crouches down, setting himself on his knees, and puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, who in turn looks Kirishima in the eye. It's okay, Kirishima declares, it's over now, we're safe. It's over, Izuku repeats, it's The last of Izuku's energy fades, his eyes fluttering as his body gives way. Everything that he had done, everything that had happened catches up to him all at once. The last of his strength, his awareness, evaporates into nothing, and he feels his bones grow limp. The last thing Izuku sees is the panic set in on Kirishima's face, before the world turns sideways, and then grows very, very dark. A screen blossoms to life from the corner of a dark room, the images on screen displaying burning buildings and ambulances ferrying people from makeshift triages to the nearby hospitals. The camera shifts, a building in flames, several people screaming, and a line of people, motionless under white sheets. The destruction levied upon Hosu has been immense. Recent estimates theorize several tens of millions of yen in damages, thousands of injuries, and far too many dead. The camera shifts again, this time showing various people being shoved into police cruisers and prison trucks gathered in earnest. The men and women that are pushed into custody show seemingly no emotion. No anger, regret, or even joy. Just the same neutral expression as their cuffed figures are quickly chained and racked next to each other. Despite the situation being contained, there is still a plethora of people missing or otherwise unaccounted for. The screen shifts, dozens of faces appearing on screen, shifting to several different sets of images, containing hundreds of names and faces in total. The Hero Public Safety Commission has opened a hotline in connection with the disaster relief efforts. Please, if you have any information on any of the following people, we urge you to call dash. The screen goes dark, and a low groan rings out from Yatsubashi, leaning back and sighing to himself. Shame, really, Redestro laments. Some got themselves captured, expected, but nonetheless disappointing. Are you worried, sir? Trumpet responds, staring at his leader as the man lifts himself back up and straightens his back within the comfort of his expensive leather lounge chair. What happens if one of those captured speaks? It could reveal our whole operation. Redestro remains silent, making Trumpet's anxiety skyrocket as he shoots out of his chair, beginning to pace in front of his king. If even one of them reveals anything, we could be exposed prematurely. Trumpet cries out, swinging his arms rapidly in frustration. Even if they only captured a dozen or so of our cell, that's still a dozen or so too many. Why did they not obey their orders? Why did they have to live? Trumpet, Redestro drawls. Remember, this operation was my idea. Do you truly believe that I would have so little foresight? The advisor stiffens, going rigid as he turns, and salutes his leader, who remains otherwise unconcerned. No, sir. Trumpet shouts, I would never question your foresight, nor your plans. You have led us thus far, and you always do what needs to be done. Please, Redestro groans, you may cease your fawning, I am not angry. Trumpet seems to relax a bit at that, but Redestro continues, I am merely confused as to how you could believe I would overlook something so obvious. Sir? Trumpet questions, subtly nudging his lord to continue. Of course I anticipated several of the cell to be captured. I also anticipated that several of them may be of the will and capacity to give information if properly persuaded. Then why Trumpet was interrupted as Redestro turned to him. Tell me, Trumpet, Redestro demanded, do you know which creature I respect most in the world? I am afraid I don't follow, sir. The ant. The tall man stands from his chair, his pointed nose casting a long shadow over his face. In truth, I find the ant to be an admirable creature, one that I envy greatly. Trumpet seems taken aback by the comment, but he stays silent, waiting for his master to continue. They're born into this world with a purpose, and they live and do to fulfill that purpose. The man walks to the window, the penthouse overlooking the city of Japan. They blossom into life with only the knowledge necessary for them to survive, and do what they need to. The leader turns to his subordinate, who lowers his head under the man's gaze. Redestro leans close, and whispers into the shorter man's ear, that same smile never leaving his face. Sometimes I wish humans could do the same. Trumpet dared not meet Redestro's eyes, but he knew within them there was nothing but contempt. He was frozen, his blood solid ice in his veins. He gumps, loudly and bows low. I apologize, sir, Trumpet declares, I should not have questioned your wisdom. It's fine, Trumpet, Redestro straightens, his expression growing warm in seemingly an instant. The door opens, and both figures turn to the now open doorway, seeing a figure walk into the room. Besides, if the mission was a success, then it would all be worth it. The figure enters the light, revealing a black bodysuit with bright green and orange stripes lining it in random patterns. The man had an easy smile, but the expression quickly twisted into a sadistic, bloodthirsty grin. His posture faltered, what was once somewhat relaxed became almost cutesy, with a cocked hip and a small cock of their hips. The two watch as the figure begins to giggle, and the bright colors melt off of their body in a thick, gray ooze. Sheets of this sludge rake off of Highlight's body in viscous clumps, falling to the ground, and revealing a completely different person underneath. The new figure was female, short in stature, with honey blonde hair, done up in two messy buns. Her clothes consisted of an unidentified school uniform, with a blue skirt and tan cardigan along her body. The petite, almost cute appearance of the girl was marred by the grisly smile on her face, wide and chattering with excitement, as well as her eyes. The yellow eyes were slitted, like a cat's with heavy bags under them. Her bangs are cut somewhat asymmetrically, as if cut hastily with a frenzy. Good to see you, Toga, Destro nods to the girl, who giggles up to him. I assume everything went well? Yes, sir. She bleats out between laughs, reaching into her cardigan pocket with an amusing flourish. She pulls out a small USB drive, and hands it to Redestro, who accepts the gift with a smile. Thank you very much, young lady, Redestro bows to her, but she only seems to chuckle flightily in response. I assume you went unnoticed? Himiko's smile fades into a pout, and she crosses her arms in a huff. The front desk guard was being a butt, asking so many questions, and looking at me all weird. It made me upset. Her smile returns, and she stretches her arms to the roof, smiling once again. But don't worry, I took care of him just. Case. Redestro chuckles to her, moving forward and patting the young girl on her head, who seems to preen under the contact. Very good job, Toga. He retracts his hand, and Himiko seems to whine to him. Now, run along. I have much work to be done. Fine, Mr. Leader, she huffs, and skips out the door, giggling maniacally all the while. With the girl far out of sight, Trumpet turns to Redestro once again, concern etched onto his face. I still think allowing her into our ranks is a bad idea, sir. Trumpet advises, she's clearly at least a bit deranged. I would suggest against trusting her with any other operations by herself, even if this one went well. I assure you, my loyal advisor, Redestro remarks, I do not trust her. He leans over, turning on his computer, and inserting the USB drive into its socket. But it would be illogical to deny her uses, and how easy it is to leash this particular wild dog. Now, Redestro waves Trumpet off. Leave me, I have much to be done, and plenty of time to do it. Trumpet leaves, walking out the door, and beginning to close it behind him. However, he fixes one gaze back to Redestro, who stares unblinkingly at the screen as the information from the drive transfers onto his computer. With a breath, Trumpet closes the door, leaving his leader to their prize. His head was pounding, ears drumming with the beat of a snare. His world was a dark abyss, void of anything of substance, leaving him floating, adrift in limbo. He couldn't feel his body, he didn't even know if he had one. All he knew was that he was here, and he wanted to be somewhere else. His taste came back first, rumbling through his skull as he felt the telltale scratch in his throat of dehydration. It felt like he hadn't drank a proper drink in weeks. His tongue scratched against the roof of his mouth, grating against his sensitive palate like a gravel road. He felt his nerves quiver in discomfort at the sensation, sparking feelings behind his face, rocketing up to his temples, and bleeding out a siren within the confines of his skull. His throat lurched, ejecting a moan of pain from his lips as he rolled his head to the side. His ears washed into focus as the sound of a rhythmic beeping became clearer and clearer to him. Suddenly, the void was interrupted by a feeling of stinging from behind his eyes. But the left side of his face lit up with a soft red glow. He felt his eyelid weighing down upon his emerald orb, and he hated the feeling. His face scrunched up in agony as sensation flooded through him, his entire body coming into existence all at once. With one parting breath to the void which had consumed him, he wrenched his eye open, feeling the light flood into him once again. When the initial flashbang of pure white faded, color began to blossom into the world. Although, he had to admit, it was difficult to call this room colorful. The overwhelming barrage of tans and grays were the first thing he noticed. Beige walls with gray molding. Large windows spanning the rooms, no visible handle on any of them. The curtains were a muted shade of green, the color almost inducing sickness in Izuku himself. His eye scans the room, head rotating creakily on a stiff neck to take in his surroundings. He looked around the large room, seeing the telltale blue blinds covering what he assumed to be the other beds in the room. Rotating his neck to the other side, he saw a long, thin stand. Atop the silver spire is a small, rectangular bag, filled with a clear liquid that feeds into a long tube, entering his arm at the wrist. At that moment, the panic sets in. Flashes of the last times he had awoken to similar sights blur through his mind, skewing his perception and overwhelming his mind with nothing but dread. He feels his breathing quicken, his pulse beating like the wings of a bee. Immediately, he jerked his head both ways, trying to take inventory of his body. He noted the missing arm on his right, but his other arm remains. Propping himself up on his elbow, he leans his head down, looking below his waist, and seeing both legs still attached. He tries to move them, lifting each leg one by one, and he feels the strain in his waist and thighs, but much to his elation, his left leg lifts. Lowering that one, he slowly lifts his right, which follows the same pattern. Izuku lets out a breath, his shoulders relaxing as much as the metal harness branded to his skin allows. Leaning back in his cot, Izuku lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He feels his body come loose as he allows himself to rest for the first time in what feels like ages. Izuku muses to himself, it's kinda nice to wake up with all my limbs still attached. He looks down at his stump of an arm and feels a sting of bitterness flow through his chest. The ones I still have, that is. Lifting himself up, Izuku lurches forward with some effort. He feels his breathing quickly stabilize, and Izuku finally scoots himself up the bed, propping his back against the wall. Looking down at his chest, Izuku reaches down with his arm, tugging at the collar of his hospital gown and revealing the electrodes pulsing from just under his clothes. With a yank, Izuku pulls the electrodes free, hearing the EKG flatline next to him. He swings his body off the side of the bed and allows his feet to dangle off the cot towards the drab, tiled floor below. He groans, leaning harshly onto his arm, trying to take stock of his situation. The thundering of footsteps from outside the door catches Izuku's attention, before several nurses ram through the door, scanning the room with alarm. Their eyes settle on Izuku, who looks up at them, then back at the flatlining machine, and finally back to the nurses, sheepishly. Sorry, he admits, shoulders tense. I guess I didn't really think that one through. The lead nurse narrows her eyes at him, before sighing and moving towards the boy. She moves her arm up to his chest and tries to gently push him down, but as soon as she makes contact with him, he flinches and grabs her wrist. No! He yells before stopping himself. He sees the other nurses looking at him with alarm, and maybe even some fear. Izuku takes a deep breath, holding it for a moment, and then exhaling loudly, leaning back in the cot. The nurses relax, and the lead nurse walks up to his cot, looking down at the resting boy. Well, she sighs, from that little display, I can assume you are feeling better? Izuku nods, quietly, and another nurse, this one male, reaches up and begins to fiddle with the 4 in his arm. He winces as the needle tugs against his wrist painfully, but sighs as he feels a pinching sensation he hadn't even noticed fade away. The nurse then wraps the tube around the stand, the needle removed and free from Izuku's body. Good, the lead nurse states, because there are some people who are waiting to see you, all 3 of you. Izuku looks towards the other 2 cots in confusion, but a few of the nurses move over to the other privacy curtains, opening them and revealing 2 more figures within. Figures that Izuku immediately recognized. Kirishima was sitting up in his cot, rolling his shoulders, and wincing at the joints as they cracked and popped. His teeth were clenched into a grimace, and he pulled his shoulders back, eliciting several pops from his spine. Besides a few bandages across his arms, and a wrapping on his bicep from the deep wound he had retained, Kirishima seemed fine. His eyes met Izuku's face, and he met his gaze with a warm smile, teeth exposed in a shark-toothed grin. Ida was propped up on the bed, awake, but unlike his fellow hero in training, he seemed dejected. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and his armor had been removed. He had several stitches visible across his body, all holding together deep gashes along his biceps, waist, and even one close to his neck, running along his collarbone. Izuku could only imagine there were several more buried underneath the thin hospital gown. However, Izuku's eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the brace and cast covering Ida's leg. The limb was wrapped in thick gauze and fiberglass, with the stiff shell being colored a sterile white. It was suspended in the air, angled up and away from anything that could harm it. The entire shell went from toe to thigh, keeping the entire limb rigid and stiff. It wasn't hard for Izuku to imagine the feeling, and he couldn't help but wince at the sight of it. Now, the nurse spoke, I just need to run through a few tests first, Mr. Midoriya. Izuku nodded, and allowed the nurse to direct him through several preliminary tests. While he was testing the full motion of his arm, the nurse continued to speak to him. I must say, Mr. Midoriya, the nurse touched the tip of her nose, and Izuku mimicked the motion. You were all in rough shape before you got here, but I have some questions about you in particular. Her eyes flicked to his right shoulder, and the bronze shoulder cap peeking out from under his gown. Besides the obvious, I wanted to talk to you about your face. Izuku winced, lifting his hand unconsciously to his scarred face. The nurse looks down at him with sympathy, but lifts his hand away from the wound. When you came in, the wound had very dirty bandages on it. The doctor said there is a mild infection on the site, so you're being prescribed a regimen of antibiotics. If you keep up with the dash. Can I see it? The nurse stopped, and looked at Izuku in confusion. He looked back up at her with eyes that swam with a maelstrom of emotion. Can I see the scar? He repeated. The nurse hesitated, seeming conflicted, but Izuku pressed, holding out a hand for her to give him a mirror. With a sigh, she reached over, rolling a cart with a mirror on top of it to Izuku for him to look at himself. Izuku moved the mirror in front of him, just like how he had when Recovery Girl had shown him. A part of him dreads what lies on the other side of that reflective portal, the image that had marred his mind ever since he saw it. With a deep breath, he finally allows himself to look into the mirror. There is a tense moment that passes as he stares into the glassy pool. Kirishima looks at Izuku with worry and some sadness, and the nurse seems nervous. Izuku does not say anything, merely looking into the reflection that stares back at him. The room echoes with the beeping of monitors and the whirring of machine fans, but is otherwise dead silent. Izuku begins, slowly, I knew I shouldn't have kept the bandages on. The nurse seems taken aback by this statement, her confusion clear on her face, but Izuku continues. I should have known that it would get infected. The boy admitted, I knew it was a bad idea, but he hadn't even realized his lip began to tremble until his voice quivered in tandem with it. I didn't want to see it, I wanted to pretend it wasn't there. The reflection that stares back at Izuku is familiar, for the most part. Same green hair, same freckles, but he can't ignore the patch of red that now blots his face. Where his right eye should be, now there lay a massive patch of pink and red. The outer layers of skin were healed, but new. Having been hidden under a bandage for the past week, the skin had not been exposed to light, and lay a few shades lighter than his normal skin tone. However, within that patch of lighter skin was a mess of crimson. The skin was tough and gnarled, with the flesh around the eye socket being covered in a burn scar. The scar itself was unseemly, forming a twisted starburst around the socket which should have contained his eye. Where the orb would have usually been held within the socket, now the cavity lies empty, the skin and muscle behind the eye healed over, forming a sunken hollow within his face. I thought, Izuku's eyes never left the mirror, I thought if I just didn't think about it, didn't look at it, then it would go away. The nurse looked upon Izuku with sorrow, but straightened her posture. She nodded to the boys and left the room, signaling for the nurses to follow her. I am going to go let your visitors up, it'll only be a few minutes. With that, she closed the door, leaving the three boys to themselves for the time being. There was a stiff, awkward lapse in conversation between the three, none knowing how to start their conversation. Kirishima would lift his head, opening his mouth to speak, only to close it, and lower his head again. Conversely, Izuku seems to want to break the silence, but has no idea how. Surprisingly, it's Ida that breaks the silence. When the doctors came in to check on me, Ida begins, they told me that I sustained lingering damage to my knee. Hot tears begin to roll down Ida's face. They said that I'll likely never be able to run as fast as I had before, if I can run at all. Oh God, Kirishima bemoans. Ida, the suspended speedster interrupts him. And what did I gain? Ida looks up, staring straight into the fluorescent light hanging above him. The hero Ender escaped. I'm sure the police are waiting for us downstairs. A hero almost died because of us. And my brother, he stops, seeming to deflate. My brother is still gone. The tears flow freely now, dripping off the sides of his face and onto the cot beneath him. The tension in the air grows ever more potent, a thick miasma of gravity weighing upon them all, only interrupted by the soft trembling of Kirishima's voice. What do you think they're going to do to us? The other two boys look over at Kirishima, who is staring at the ground, but the boy continues. I mean, think about it, we committed an act of vigilantism. That's a big deal, man. The police don't screw around with vigilantes. Would you rather be guilty of aiding and abetting a serial ender? Kirishima froze, turning to Midoriya, who was now staring at the floor. I don't think this is going to end well for me. Izuku admits, voice choking. I really messed up, I know it's not an excuse, but I was just so lost. The two fall silent again. Kirishima is not sure how to continue the conversation from there. He lets the reality of their situation sink in, and he feels himself grow tense again. However, his fears are not directed towards himself. Rather, he fears for Midoriya's future. The redhead shakes his head, as if to forcefully knock the thoughts out of his head. He looked over at Midoriya, who seemed to be losing himself in his thoughts as well, his eyes swarming with anxiety and fear. He slapped his own face and cooled his mind, turning back over to Midoriya and trying to steer the conversation away from the current topic. You know, Kirishima begins, turning towards Izuku, I think I owe you a thank you, Midoriya. Izuku turned to the boy, I narrowed in confusion. Kirishima cleared his throat and elaborated. If it weren't for your plan, I doubt we would have gotten out of there alive. Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. Honestly, I was drawing blanks for that whole ordeal. You really saved us there. Izuku's face morphed into shock, his jaw dropped slightly, and he seemed more baffled at Kirishima's gratitude than anything. Midoriya stammers, his mind stalling briefly, before the boy looks down again. You don't deserve thanks. Kirishima seemed to want to rebut that, but Izuku continues, if I hadn't helped Stain in the beginning, you two might not have been in that situation. It was my plan to ambush and disable Native, and it almost led to his death. His eye briefly flicks to Ida, who still refuses to look at them, and it was my hand that was holding that knife, the one that almost ended Ida. Izuku shook his head, looking back up at Kirishima with a melancholic smile. I'm no hero, I don't deserve thanks. Bullshit, Kirishima declared, causing Izuku to look up at him in surprise. Who says you need to be a hero to do the right thing? Izuku blinks once, twice, and Kirishima takes the boy's surprise as permission to continue. Yeah, you messed up, bad. You almost made a very horrible mistake, but you didn't. You almost went with Stain, but you didn't. You almost took a life, but you didn't. Kirishima's eyes are blazing with life, and Izuku finds himself drawn to the boy's words. You tripped off the edge and were able to pull yourself back from the brink. Kirishima smiled at Izuku, a wide, toothy grin. Even greater, you pulled yourself back up and decided to do what was right. Honestly? I'd say that's pretty heroic, wouldn't you? Izuku shook his head. That's the thing, I didn't pull myself back. His voice escalated, and Kirishima seemed taken aback. I was going to do it. I was going to take that plunge. I wasn't strong enough to pull myself out. Izuku looked back up towards Kirishima. It was you that pulled me out. You were the one who stopped me. If you weren't there, I don't. Hey, Kirishima interrupted, leaning forward on his cot. What's the problem with needing help? Izuku is broken from his thoughts, the clouds in his mind parting slightly, letting a ray of light illuminate his thoughts. Whoever said that you're only strong if you do it yourself? Sometimes, the strongest people are the ones who know when they need to ask for help. Choosing to do everything by yourself is the quickest way to end up alone. Kirishima's smile grew, and he reached a hand out to Midoriya, who looked at the extended limb with confusion. All I did was reach out a hand. It was you who decided to accept my help, as far as I'm concerned. That is strength, no question about it. Kirishima's eyes closed, and he leaned his head to the side, shining down upon Midoriya like a solar ray. And by that metric, you're one of the strongest people I know, Midoriya. Izuku felt the clouds in his mind part fully, making way for a radiant new dawn within him. He couldn't take his eye off of Kirishima, the feeling of hope that blossomed in his chest at the other boy's declaration. He had heard stories of people who had been pulled from disasters by heroes, the feeling of safety that came over them, that everything would be all right from now on, because they would fix everything. He remembers hearing that, and feeling sick at the notion. It felt so fake, manufactured. He had seen the worst of heroes, and he hated that people seemed to refuse to see it as well. But in this moment, seeing Kirishima's smile and hearing his words, he almost feels like he understands those people for the first time. He finally knows what it's like to look to someone and feel hope. But, unlike those people, he doesn't feel safe because Kirishima will save him. Rather, he feels hope, because Kirishima believes in him to be strong enough to save himself. Honestly? Feels nice. Strong, huh? Izuku tests the words off his lips, getting a proper feel for them. He leans back against the wall, his chest rising and falling slowly, before he finally looks back over at Kirishima. How quickly things change, right? Izuku called out, causing Kirishima to nod. Yeah, the hero in training agrees. I mean, less than a week ago, we were on TV racing down a track and fighting in a tournament. Things felt more simple back during the sports festival. The mention of the festival seems to catch in Midoriya's head, and his face drops, becoming more pensive and even sad. Kirishima immediately sees that his words had caused the boy distress, but before he can apologize, Izuku looks back up at him. Hey, Izuku calls out, causing the red-headed boy to look at him in curiosity. Do you think? He hesitates for a moment, but continues. Do you think that I could have beaten Bakugo if I had the suit? Kirishima takes a moment to process the words. He lets them sink into his head, properly allowing himself the time to formulate the meaning hidden behind that simple question. What feels like an eon passes in silence, and Kirishima turns back to Izuku, who is looking down at the ground. Do you think I would have beaten you if you didn't have it? Izuku shoots back up, back straightening, looking at Kirishima in shock. Finally, for the first time in what feels like millennia, his lips draw back, and he returns Kirishima's smile with his own. Well, Izuku begins, I guess we'll never know. Izuku nods, finally feeling himself relax into his cot once again. The door clicks and swings open. The three boys turn to look at the doorway, where several people enter the room. The majority are familiar, Ectoplasm and Hound Dog entering calmly, though Ectoplasm's eyes lock onto Izuku immediately. Manuel seems to be slightly less calm, Power walking up to Ida, and giving the boy a relieved smile, one that Ida can't meet. One man who is anything but calm, however, is a short man with orange hair covering the top of his face. If it weren't for the iron claws tipping his fingers, Izuku would have hardly recognized his teacher without the helmet. Power loader? Said teacher turns to Izuku and seems to breathe a sigh of relief. He moves over to Izuku's bed and lays a hand on his student's shoulder. Thank God, the teacher breathes out, thank God you're okay. We were all worried, Midoriya. I know. Izuku nods to the man, meeting the teacher's hidden eyes with his own mismatched set, but it's okay. Izuku takes a deep breath and exhales. I think I'm okay now. Power loader smiles down at Izuku, patting the boy gently on his still fleshy shoulder. A blur rushes past the duo and slams into Izuku's bunk neighbor. Izuku looks in confusion as Kirishima doubles over in pain, a short, elderly man over his prone form with a kick outstretched into the boy's stomach. You moron! Gran Torino shouts, what the hell were you thinking, running off like that? The elderly man whaps Kirishima in the head with his cane. Do you know how worried I was? 1 second you're right behind me, and the next you just vanish. I spent the whole damn night looking for you, and if you hadn't had your school ID on you, I would have never found you. The man lands on his chest and grabs Kirishima's hospital gown, dragging him up and getting into his face. Do you understand how stupid you acted? Kirishima gulps, trembling slightly. He looks around the room for some assistance, but he sees the other heroes occupied, or pointedly ignoring the scene. Manuel shoots him a sympathetic smile, before going back to speaking with Ida. Kirishima is all alone, but as he stares at his enraged mentor, he clenches his fist and stares back with a fire in his eyes. Yes, Kirishima stated, causing Gran Torino to double back, but I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. Torino seems stunned for a moment, but shakes his head and grumbles to himself. He hops off of Kirishima's chest and turns away from him. You'll be discharged today, Kirishima, Torino states, which means you still have another 2 days with me. His head turns, and Kirishima sees the all-too-familiar sadistic grin on his face. So be ready, Brett. I won't be holding back anymore. Kirishima trembled in fear as Torino stepped away, but the man's sadistic grin melted into one that was slightly more fond. Yeah, Torino sighed. Mentally, you picked a good one, Toshinori. The nurse walked up to the boys and bowed to Ida and Kirishima. Your parents are on the way to come see you. The two boys looked up in surprise. Mr. Kirishima, your mother seemed especially animated when she found out you were in the hospital, so fair warning. Kirishima sighed and nodded. Finally, she turned to Midoriya, though her smile turned sheepish and awkward. Mr. Midoriya, she begins with trepidation. I thought we reached out to your mother, but we didn't hear anything back. Instead of the surprise she had been expecting, Izuku's face did not change. He merely looked away from her. She's probably just busy right now, and will be here as soon as she can. But we'll reach out again if she does dash. Don't bother, Izuku interrupted her, causing the nurse to look at him with shock. She won't answer. The nurse seems alarmed by his words, and he looks over at the other occupants of the room, who seem equally alarmed. Power Loader is the first to collect himself, and he gestures to the nurse, gaining her attention. I'll take him home, Power Loader offered. I'm a licensed hero and his teacher. I'll keep him safe. He looks over at Izuku, who seems conflicted, and he nods, gently. That is, if you want me to. Izuku takes a moment to consider Power Loader's offer, before nodding and thanking the support teacher. Right, the nurse answers, clapping her hands together. Well, before we discharge you, there is someone else who wishes to meet with you. The nurse opens the door, allowing a final figure to enter the room. The man was tall, wearing a pressed, fitted suit. He wore shined, clean leather shoes that seemed to be custom-made to contain particularly wide feet. However, to offer attention to anything but the man's muzzle would be a disservice. His face was that of a hound's, even more canine than that of hound dogs. His ears hang low, colored a graying black, and his are a deep brown. His face appears to resemble that of a beagle's, with low-hanging lips along his proportionally short muzzle. Hello, young ones, the man bows low to them, before rising and adjusting his cuffs. My name is Kenji Tsuragami. I am the chief of police. The three boys stiffen, and the man raises a hand. Now, no need to be nervous. I merely wish to ask some questions. The chief looks around the room towards the other occupants and coughs out a short barking sound. Alone, please. This is official business. The nurse nods, and her and the rest of the aides leave, but the heroes remain. The chief raises an eyebrow at them, and the heroes get the message. Torino leaves immediately, while Ectoplasm and Hound Dog leave a bit more hesitantly. Power Loader, however, does not budge. He stares down the chief with a set jaw and resolute features, hovering next to Midoriya with a protective arm enclosing him. However, a tap on his forearm causes Power Loader to turn, seeing Izuku looking up at him with a determined glare. "It's okay," he assured, "I can handle this." Power Loader hesitates, and Izuku can see the worry hidden behind his bangs. But, with a sigh, he nods, standing and moving to leave the room. However, right before he leaves, he shoots the chief one last glare, before closing the door. Now, the chief coughs. "I am hoping you will forgive me for getting right down to brass tacks." He turns to the two hero students. "Your actions were highly reprehensible, not to mention illegal." "We know that," Kirishima says, "but if you're looking for an apology from me, you'll be waiting a long time." Kenji raises a brow at Kirishima, and moves his gaze to Ida, who had been silent this whole time. "And you?" the chief questions. "Do you regret your actions?" Ida tenses and curls into himself a bit. He lets the chief's words hang in the air for some time, allowing the weight of his actions to fully sink in. Eventually, the injured boy nods his head, softly, and near imperceptibly. Yes, it is quiet, near inaudible, but the chief hears it regardless. The dog man coughs and adjusts his tie. "Well," the chief grunts out, "I'm sure as you know, vigilantism in any form is a serious crime, one that the law does not take lightly." The duo gulps, bracing themselves for what comes next. "It's a fortune that you weren't the ones fighting Stain." The two look up at the police officer in shock, but the old dog's expression does not change. "Indeed," he reports, "quite fortunate indeed that your teachers Ectoplasm and Hound Dog were actually the ones to engage Stain. Although you two did enter combat with him, it was with the permission of the heroes Ectoplasm and Hound Dog, am I correct?" He raises a brow at the two, who look at each other for a moment and nod. They turn back to the chief and repeat the action, nodding once again to the canine man. "Good," the chief nods, "that takes care of one order of business, woof." He turns back around to Midoriya, and his expression becomes a bit grim. "Now," the chief growls, slightly, "I am curious, what exactly were you, a non-hero student, doing in that alley?" The chief lowers himself, hovering over Midoriya, trying to induce the truth from the boy, who retreats into his cot. "The way I see it, there are only a few possibilities, though with your history, only one possibility really makes sense." Kirishima blisters, and shouts at the police chief. "Hey!" Kirishima growls, "Get off his case. He's just a student. Just a student who has documented proof of plots to injure or disable the hero course of UA." Kirishima winces, and Izuku draws closer to himself. "A student who has demonstrated he has the motive, means, and capabilities to create weapons designed to maim or end. A student who has shown several instances of aggressive and concerning behavior, especially concerning heroes and the established government." The chief's eyes narrow, and he leans closer to Midoriya. "Am I missing anything?" Kirishima seems to only bolster at the chief's intimidation. "I don't get it. You seemed so willing to let us off with that little speech of yours, but why are you going so in on him?" "Because," the chief barked, "unlike you, he is much more difficult to conceal." "What does that mean?" Kirishima roars. The chief leans back, reaching into his pocket, and pulling out his phone. With a few taps, he pulls up a video, and hands the phone to Kirishima, who plays the video. "Maybe you're right. Maybe this world is evil. Maybe it's full of corrupt, vile people, who want nothing more than to break people down and pave the way for their own self-interests. Maybe that's true." "Shit," Izuku mutters, slowly. "But how are you any better? When people look at you, they see nothing but a monster. A feral beast ready to lunge for the throat. How are you helping anybody, when all you do is wildly attack the nearest hero?" The chief walks over to Kirishima, leaning over him, watching the video as well. The angle is from a window facing the alley. From the angle, only Ida, Stain, and Izuku are visible. The rest of the alley is obscured by the molding of the windowsill. From the bandages covering his body, and the lack of an arm, Izuku is crisp and clear, even through the grainy footage of the event. "So they can keep trying to tear me down. They can keep trying to stop me. But I won't stop. I'll never stop. Even if I die in the process, I'll prove to everyone that I'm not broken, that I'm not done yet." The screen goes black and the video stops. Chief Tsuragami reaches down, grabbing the device and storing it in his pocket once again. The video has been circulating all night, We tried to take it down, but it had already been downloaded by thousands. The chief looked back over at Izuku. Every time we remove one, 100 more pop up, all being seen and downloaded by more and more people. So, the chief turns back to Kirishima. As you can see, concealing his involvement is fruitless. The dog-faced man sighs, shoulders sagging, and as such, we have no choice but to investigate his involvement to the fullest. Especially with the question of his allegiances. He was with us, Kirishima declares, and the chief shakes his head. Unfortunately for you, there were others in the alley. The chief sighs, woofing softly, and testimony from one doesn't mean anything if it isn't corroborated by others. He turns to Ida, and I don't mean yours. The chief lifts his phone out of his pocket and holds it up to his ear. Send him in. A few moments pass before two people enter the room, one of them a familiar sight. No longer wearing his makeup or hero costume, Native is instead dressed in a hospital gown. He looks haggard and worn, but otherwise still alive. The second is a man in a brown trench coat, wearing a matching trilby hat. He wears black slacks and shoes, matching that of the police chief's, under his coat. His face is stern, but gentle, and his eyes are a deep black. I'm sure you all recognize Native. The chief gestures to the hero, then moves his hand towards the other man. As for him, this is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. The chief turns back to the boys. He has a quirk that allows him to deduce whether somebody is lying or telling the truth. Woof. The chief grasps Native's arm and moves him into the center of the room. Now, Tsuragami begins. Native informs us that the hero Ender had a partner, a young boy. The chief gestured to Native, so we have asked him to identify if any of you were that accomplice. Although the statement is directed at all of them, the chief's eyes are locked onto Midoriya, who seems like he is about to have a panic attack. The chief then turns to Native. Now, can you tell me if any of the boys in this room were the hero Ender's accomplice? Native does not even bother to scan over the other two boys. Instead, his eyes lock onto Midoriya, who meets his gaze, eyes swimming with fear, breathing haggard and rapid. The pro-hero gazes down at Izuku, his eyes swimming through the boy's own eye, digging to ascertain his soul. Izuku gazes back, his eye full of fear and guilt, but he finally is able to collect himself. He swallows and closes his eye for a brief moment. Whatever comes, I'll face it head on. He returns his gaze to Native, no longer trembling. Native seems to flinch back at the fire that burns just behind his eye. His features are set, resolute and accepting of whatever Native may say next. The hero seems to dig through him again, poking to find a curtain, evidence of a facade, until eventually he straightens and turns to the police chief. Well, the chief gestures. Was it him? Native pauses, his gaze turning back over to Midoriya, before sighing, and finally turning to face Tsukachi. I can say, with honesty, that the boy who was working with Stain is not present in this room. The chief seems taken aback by this, but no more than Tsukachi, who seems shocked by the lack of an alarm ringing in his mind. He turns to the police chief and gives him a slow nod. Truth? You're sure? The chief pressed, gesturing to Midoriya. You're positive that this is not the boy who was working for Stain? Native nods. Yes, I am positive. He turns back to Izuku. I do not see that boy any. The boy in that cot is different? Tsukachi gives another subtle nod to the chief of police, who coughs into his hand. Well, the chief gruffs. I suppose with that out of the way, we will be on our way. The chief and Tsukachi leave the room, but the detective turns around, gesturing for Native to follow. I'll meet up, Native stated. I just want to speak with them for a moment. The detective seems hesitant, but nods, leaving and closing the door behind him. Immediately, Kirishima jumps in, questioning the hero. Why? Kirishima prodded. Why did you lie? Would you rather I told them everything that happened? Native remarked, causing Kirishima to shut his mouth. Izuku, however, pipes in. I'm grateful, Izuku starts. Don't get me wrong, I just don't understand. Why did you lie? Izuku pauses and shakes his head. More so, how did you get past Tsukachi's quirk? Native smirks. It helps that I wasn't technically lying. He walks forward to Midoriya, sitting down on the stool next to his cot. When I looked at you back in the alley, I saw a kid with anger and sadness. I saw someone who was desperate and looking for a way to lash out, but that isn't what I see now. Native pointed at Izuku's face. Behind that I see someone with hope, someone who made a mistake and wants to make up for it. Izuku blushes slightly from Native's words, but the hero presses. That's what you said to me, right? You want to make up for it? Izuku nods, immediately, and Native smirks at him, then remember what happened, what really happened, and don't let yourself fall down that path again. His gaze hardens, and his smirk drops. Be better than you were yesterday, that's something my old teacher used to tell me, something I think I forgot until last night. I spent far too long just going through the motions, Native states, his eyes gaining a faraway look. What Stain said about me, about how I only cared about fame and fortune? He was right, Native sighed. After I graduated, I had big expectations for myself. I wanted to get my name out there. I was hoping to chart the top 100 by my 5th year as a hero, if only for the merchandising opportunities. The hero leaned down, curling in on himself. But I remember a time when I wanted to be a hero, just because I liked helping people. The man chuckled. That's when I met my mentor. She was a hard ass, but she was like a second mother to me. She expected the best of me, and always pushed me to be better than my best. He sighed. If she were still around, she would be ashamed of me. I've become everything she stood against, and I didn't even realize it. He smiles at the other two boys and stands. I guess, in a way, I'm giving you the same chance I need to give myself, a chance to be better. Finally, he looks back down at Izuku, who seems to still be shocked by Native's speech. Do me a favor, kid, Native asks. Don't make me regret this. With that, Native leaves the room, and the nurses and heroes enter the room again. Another two people enter the room, an energetic woman with black hair and red eyes rushing over to Kirishima and tackling him in a hug. Second, a studious-looking man walked over to Ida, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Power Loader immediately moved to Izuku's side, and sitting down in the stool where Native had just sat. Izuku, however, felt the weight of Native's words wash over him. A chance to be better. He looks over, seeing the other two students interacting with their parents, and then looks back over, seeing Power Loader lay a hand on his shoulder. For the first time in a long time, he doesn't flinch away. Izuku sits in the passenger seat of Power Loader's small sedan. He looks out the window, letting the blue skies wash over him for the first time in weeks. He sighs, scratching at the uncomfortable medical patch that covers his right eye, tugging at the garment with irritation. Midoriya looks at Izuku from the corner of his eye, brows furrowing in concern. You okay, Midoriya? Yes, Izuku replies, it's just a bit itchy is all. Power Loader chuckles. Yeah, perhaps. The two exit off the highway, heading towards Mizudafu. But the salve on the patch should help soothe the burn. You made sure to grab the antibiotics, right? Izuku sighs, shaking the pill canister next to him. Yeah, they only forced it into my hand at the desk. I feel like if I had forgotten it, that nurse might have blown a gasket. The two enter a comfortable silence for a time, Izuku watching as the familiar buildings of Mizudafu pass them by. He notices the exit that leads quickest to his house, but before he can point to it, Power Loader zooms past. Izuku points out the window. I think we missed the exit. Oh, that's okay, Majima replies. We need to stop by the school for a bit. Got to check on some students. They're working on a project in the classroom and I need to make sure they haven't blown the lab up yet. Izuku tenses for a moment, his mind spiraling to the worst possible conclusion. His breathing grows more rapid, but he stops himself, forcing his lungs to breathe deeply and evenly. It's okay, he tells himself. Power Loader is a good person. I can trust him. He isn't trying to hurt me. Majima seems to notice his reaction to the news and slows down a bit. I can take you straight home, if you'd like. He speaks softly and evenly. I won't force you to come with me. I just thought you may not want to go home just yet. The implications of his words ring true for both of them, and Izuku sighs to himself, getting his breathing under control. No, he replies. It's okay. We can go take care of whatever you need to take care of. Power Loader seems to study Izuku for a moment, before nodding, the two continuing the short drive. They can see UA in the distance, high upon its hill, enveloping the grassy mound with its campus. The car enters the campus, and Majima parks at the far lot, closest to the support studio building. All right, Majima said. Do you want to come in too? Izuku hesitates, but nods, opening his door and following his teacher into the studio, where they are immediately met by the sound of two people shouting. All right, a somewhat familiar voice shouts out, power supply is connected, wiring is set. Just need to check the dash. Engage, another voice cries, this one far more familiar. Handsome, Izuku surmises. With a rack of electricity, Mijima and Midoriya watch as a thin beam of pure white light fires out from one of the booths, making contact with the cement roof of the support studio. The beam seems to scorch the concrete and cause a small explosion at its climax, which forces Mijima to cover Izuku, putting his body on top of the boys to protect from any potential falling debris. Yes, Hatsum shouted out, "It worked?" No, the other voice scolded, "It didn't." Hatsum, we were just trying to test the optic sensitivity. Why did it shoot a laser? Because I put one in it. Hatsum chirped, excitedly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Why did you dash? No, when did you dash? The other voice stuttered before sighing, why do I even bother? Mijima whistled loudly, causing two students to peek out from the curtain of the booth. Izuku immediately recognizes Hatsum, though last time he had seen her, she hadn't been as covered in grease and oil. Her pupils were wide, dilated to capacity, though they seemed to focus in on Mijima, irises spiraling down as they narrowed. The other student Izuku recognized as well. His crimson skin and charcoal hair stood out well. He wore no protective equipment like Hatsum, but with his quirk, Izuku supposed it wasn't necessary. Instead, he simply wore a tank top and shorts. Hikaru's black hair was matted, and his crimson eyes had heavy bags. Izuku wasn't sure if the boy's exhaustion was from overwork or from trying to corral Hatsum's creative energy. He supposed it could be both. Hikaru's eyes widened as he laid eyes on Midoriya, and he called out to the duo. Midoriya? Is that you? Immediately Hatsum's eyes flicked over to Midoriya, irises twisting as she scanned over him. After a second of analysis, she gasped and rushed back behind the curtain. No, she shouted, he can't see it yet. It isn't ready. Hikaru sent the two an apologetic gaze, and Mijima leaned a hand on Izuku's left shoulder. I think you should see what they are working on. Izuku looked up at him in confusion, but he nodded, walking with Mijima to the curtain booth. Hikaru met them at the entrance, where he scanned over Izuku. The two seemed awkward, neither really knowing what to say, but Hikaru powered through the tension. Power Loader told us that something had happened, we were worried. Hikaru meets Izuku's eyes. I'm glad that you're okay. Izuku seemed to mull over the word. Okay. He wasn't so sure that was the best word to describe him, but he nodded anyway. Mijima coughed and gestured to Kubo. I think you two should show Midoriya what you have been working on. Hikaru's eyes widen, flicking between Mijima and Midoriya. He seems hesitant to do so, but when Mijima lays a hand on his shoulder, he relents. He holds open the curtain for the duo to enter, where they see Hatsum hunched over the desk. When she senses them come in, she turns, and immediately shrieks as she covers the project behind her. No, she shakes her head, rapidly, it was supposed to be a surprise. The surprise? Izuku questions, looking up at Mijima. His teacher smiles down at him. He turns to Kubo, who seems uncharacteristically sheepish, but has a smile aimed at Izuku as well. For me. Hatsum seems ready to burst into tears, her face is flushed and her eyes are wrenched shut. Mijima walks over to her, and places a hand on her head, ruffling her hair a bit. She seems to relax under the touch, opening her peridot eyes for the world to see. It's okay, Mijima reassures, go on, show him, maybe Izuku can help? Hatsum seems conflicted, but Izuku takes a step forward, towards the desk. Her eyes meet his face, dancing over the eye patch on his face, and for the first time in a while, Izuku finds himself self-conscious of how she views him. His heart rate spikes a bit, and he feels a flush wash over his face. Screw you, brain. He shouts internally. Hatsum sighs, seeming uncharacteristically nervous, and slowly reaches a hand out from behind her, holding it out for Izuku to see. The object in her hand is made of smooth brass. It's circular, no bigger than a golf ball. The surface was relatively smooth. A continuous brass shell around the vast majority of the structure. However, along one face of the sphere is a seam, forming a perfect circle. Within the circle is a diaphragm, similar to a camera's, with a lens lying in the middle of the diaphragm. The diaphragm was etched with 4 marks, similar to a crosshair. Not unlike Hatsum's own eye. Hatsum begins, sheepishly, it's not finished yet. I wanted to finish it before you got back. Hatsum's eyes are locked onto the sphere in her hand. We were able to install a visual processing software, one that matches the timing delay of human visual processing, plus we added a zoom function that allows the lens to zoom in 10 times better than a regular eye. Hatsum looks at Izuku, her eyes growing slightly watery. I wasn't sure how to install it, we didn't get that far, we wanted to finish it before you came back, But I wasn't good enough, I got unfocused and I dash. She was interrupted by Izuku crashing into her, wrapping his one remaining arm around her back and pulling her close. Hatsume's eyes shot open, wide with alarm, but also with surprise, as Izuku pressed himself into her, embracing her with a trembling hand. Why you did this? Izuku's voice wavered. You all did this, for me? Believe it or not, I misspoke, this was Hatsume's idea. She came up with the vast majority of the design. We just pitched in wherever necessary. Izuku's arm tightened around the girl's shoulders. Thank you, he mumbled, barely audible in her ear. Thank you so much? Hatsume did not respond. She did not hug him back, her arms were locked stiffly at her side. Majima looked at her face in alarm, worried she was hurt, but a smile broke out onto his face as he observed the atomic blush rushing across her features. Hikaru seemed to notice it too, and despite his eye roll, he smiled with amusement. Izuku seemed to realize, after a moment, his position, and flushed all the same. He immediately untangled himself from Mei, and pushed himself away from her. He forced himself to look at nothing but the floor, unable to meet her eyes. Mei, however, stayed put, still unsure how to react to what just happened. Izuku stammered, I'm sorry about teeth. Izuku apologized, I should have asked first, I doubt you like being hugged out of nowhere. Mei responded, unsure of what else to say. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Alright, Mima clapped, as funny as this is, I think we should get down to the meat of the matter, right? The three students turned to Majima, nodding to him. Right? So the thing is, the eye is operational for the most part, but we still need to figure out integration. Majima's eyes flicked down to Izuku's shoulder. I figured, you might be able to offer some help in that regard? Izuku seemed surprised by this. He looked over to Mei and Hikaru, trying to confer with them. Hikaru nods his head, gesturing to the prosthetic in Mei's hand. Mei, however, had gotten over her embarrassment, and nodded as well, her manic energy returning to her. The amputee turned back to Majima, who looked down at him fondly. Do you think you want to help? Izuku looks back at the prosthetic eye. He reaches down with his one arm, grabbing it in his hand and rolling it experimentally between his fingers. He hotels the eye up to his own, staring at the facsimile with his natural emerald orb. A chance to be better? Izuku nods, handing the eye back to Hatsume, and moving over to the drafting table. Alright, he states, warmth filling his chest, let's get to work. Alright, Izuku called out, pressing his chest against a large wedge bar. Start it up. Mei nodded, lowering a heat shield over her face. However, under the thick metal plate, Izuku could still imagine the excited grin on her features as she moved to the button. Through the welding mask, Mei observed the brass device with joy, seeing it wedged into a rolling press, ready to be molded into shape. Hikaru, however, did not seem as enthusiastic. The Crimson Boy cried out over the sound of a rumbling engine. Are you guys sure this is safe? Nope. Mei shouted, before pressing the button in earnest. The humming of the engine transmuted into a roar, as the heavy pistons of the machine blared to life, pounding a rhythmic chorus of percussive slams. The rolling press began to turn slowly, the brass plate being fed slowly into the jaws of the machine. Immediately, the sound of groaning metal is heard, as the metal is pressed and rolled along the massive pin, but none of the students seemed worried about that. Rather, Hikaru's eyes were locked on the medical cot hastily set up in the middle of their workstation, with thick, leather straps hanging limply to one side. He turns to face Izuku, just as the moaning of the metal turns into a much louder chattering. I'm still not sure this is the best option. Hikaru spoke to Izuku, hoping the boy would be the voice of reason over Hatsume's calls for chaos. However, before Izuku could respond, Hatsume barked out her rebuttal. You are very negative, Hikari, Hatsume interjects, and though her face was masked, the two boys could hear the grin on her face. Before Hikaru could correct her mispronunciation of his name, she continued, My mother always told me that if you don't take risks, you will never make progress. Do you want to finish this project, or not? Of course I do, Hikaru shouts. You seem to forget that I spent almost as much of my free time as you working out the details on this. Hatsume's head tilts down, and Hikaru sighs, mind spinning on how to justify his position better to the other two. But, before he could continue, Izuku interrupted them. I appreciate the concern, Hikaru, Izuku reasons, but I agree with Hatsume. Hikaru seems bothered by the sentiment, but Izuku continues, Look, I spent 6 months trying to find the best way to integrate one of these implants into a human body, and unfortunately, the only way I could find that allows for one-to-one integration is a direct, permanent connection. The machine slows, and steam escapes from the top. The rollers lift, revealing a finely pressed, curved brass plate, where once a flat chunk was present. As much as I wish there were other options, I can't see any, can you? Hikaru didn't answer, which was enough of an answer for Izuku. Besides, you did the calculations yourself, right? Izuku pointed with his only arm to the whiteboard in the corner. The math is sound, or do you not stand by your work? Of course I stand by my work, Hikaru snapped, but I don't like how gung-ho you both are about this, if I'm being honest. The fireproof boy sighed, rubbing a hand between his eyes. You do know the risks of this, right? Izuku raised his brow at the boy, and pointed at his stump, namely, the brass shell covering it. Do you forget that I've already done this? Izuku moved over, setting himself down on the medical cot, and taking a short breath. It's perfectly safe, trust me. From the corner, they heard the sound of a laser cutter heating up, Hatsum readily carving away the excess of the plate. Is that why we're doing this in your garage and not at the school? Sarcasm bled into Hikaru's tone as he waved his arms around the garage, gesturing to the dirty, scorched walls and scattered paper. The garage door is closed, and chained to the ground by a thick metal link. Hikaru doesn't want to know why that's there. We're doing this here, Izuku lectured, because Recovery Girl would throw a fit if we tried to do it at school. Izuku looked down, sighing. She's paranoid, that's all. Yeah, the other boy still seemed unconvinced. Sure. The laser cutter began to spool down, and the sound of metal clinking to the ground was heard. Finished. Hatsum cheered, jogging to the middle, where the rest of the optic apparatus sat on a small stand. The metal plate fitted tightly into the small brass hooks connected to several small motors. A multitude of minuscule gyroscopes formed a small cup, where at the apex of the semicircular apparatus, 3 wires flowed down like water. The biggest wire, located in the center of the 3, ran shorter than most, ending in a stubby, braided coil, and connected to a small cylindrical cup. With the addition of the final plate, a small bit of metal ran around the side of the entire device. Within the middle of this tab, a square recess sat, with a long copper wire running from the socket and down about a meter, where it remained unattached from its destined partner. All right, May nodded, lifting the welding mask. Her manic smile was infectious as she delicately lifted the device, and walked it over to the cot, where Hayakuru was busying himself with strapping Izuku down to the cot. Above Izuku's head, a small camera was aimed directly at his scorched eye socket, where the footage was being fed directly into a computer close by. On the computer cabinet, a joystick and several buttons were laid out, ready for use. Izuku settled himself into the pillow next to his head. He tested the restraints lightly, and after finding them satisfactory, he nodded and relaxed on the cot. Hatsum moved the optic to the table along the side, the surface within reach of one of the 2 mechanical arms, while Hikaru moved over to the computer. Hikaru sighed and stepped back, looking down at Izuku once again. Well, I can't stop you, he concedes, but can I at least convince you to let us knock you out? Maybe some painkillers or something? No, Izuku spoke, immediately denying Hikaru's request. Hikaru notes the way Izuku's eye shoots open a bit, fixing the crimson boy with a worried gaze. I don't need any painkillers, I want to be awake for this. Hikaru fixed Izuku with a complicated expression. You know as well as I that operating while you can feel the whole thing is dangerous, right? Hikaru spoke calmly, trying to reason with Izuku. If you're lucid for traumatic surgeries, the chances of complications arising are increased by dash. I don't need painkillers, Izuku said, this time much more firmly. I will be awake for this, and that's final. The other boy looked down at Midoriya, seeing the way his eye filled with anxiety, before sighing and backing away from the boy. Fine. Hikaru did not seem to accept the boy's declaration entirely, but he relented nonetheless. But if something goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. Izuku nodded, straightening his head again. Before he properly sets his head, he sees Hatsum, staring at the ground. Her smile is gone, and her expression is instead one of clear concern. Her brows are knitted, and her forehead is scrunched with worry. Izuku notes her expression, and despite their still fledgling camaraderie, he decides to speak up. Hey, he calls out, causing Hatsum to turn towards him. She is unable to meet his eyes, but Izuku notes through her posture how tense she is right now. It is clear that Hatsum is worrisome, and Izuku shoots her a small, barely perceptible smile. It's okay, he tells her, I trust you, Hatsum. The effect isn't instantaneous, but Hatsum's shoulders slowly relax, and her head quirks up a bit. She looks at Izuku straight on this time, her amber irises spiraling as she focuses on the quirkless boy's face, excavating his features for even a small sign of doubt, but finding none. With his reassurance, she nods, and moves back over to the side, placing her hands on a pair of tweezers. Izuku nods, finally straightening his head, and lining his empty eye socket up with the camera above him. Ready, he affirms. Immediately, the soft buzzing begins as one robotic arm lowers close to his eye socket, brandishing a small blade. The arm lowers slowly, before finally making contact with the thin membrane of scar tissue recessed into his skull. With a quick dip, the blade carves a line into the malformed skin, opening up the interior of Izuku's head to the two. The amputee winces slightly at the sensation, but otherwise stays still, letting Hikaru slowly retract the blade using the joystick. Once the blade was away, Hikaru nodded to Mei, who slowly walked over to Izuku, a set of calipers in one hand and the aforementioned tweezers in the other. Hikaru observes Mei as she works, and finds himself looking in awe as she deftly maneuvers the calipers into Izuku's eye socket, extending the device carefully to hold the thin membrane open. Her pupils are pinpricks, eyes fully zoomed into the screen, with her hands steady and firm. Her coordination is impeccable, moving with a confidence of clearly practiced ease. Slowly, Mei moves her other hand into the socket, reaching the tweezers down into Izuku's head and grasping low in search of the boy's optic nerve. Izuku seems uncomfortable as Mei minutely drifts the tweezers deeper into his skull, finally grasping the thick cord that is the boy's optic nerve. Well, Hikaru breathes out, looking through the camera. That's a relief. I was worried after Baku dash. He stopped himself, hearing Izuku whimper a bit. Whether from the mention of Bakugo's name or the discomfort of having his optic nerve grasped by tweezers, Hikaru didn't know. But likely, it was a combination of the two. Slowly, Mei lifted Izuku's optic nerve up, exposing the blunted end to the air of the outside world. The nerve appears stunted and torn, with the end seeming to have been cut surgically, likely from Recovery Girl's operation. With that, it was Hikaru's turn. Operating the arm, he put down the blade and used the arm to lift the optic harness from the table, slowly moving it over to the operating table. Mei slowly reached up with her unused hand, grasping the cylindrical plug from the largest wire, and slowly pulling it down. Hikaru lowers the harness in turn, allowing Mei to make contact with the plug to Izuku's optic nerve. Twisting the plug into place, Mei watches as the cylinder sockets firmly onto Izuku's nerve, fitting perfectly in place. Okay, Hikaru mutters, turning to the other two. This is gonna hurt. Izuku, you ready? Izuku grits out through clenched teeth. Just do it, god damn it. Hikaru nods, lowering the goggles from his forehead onto his head, with Mei lowering her welding mask in turn. With the press of a button, a bright white flash emanates out, followed by Izuku letting out a pained scream. The two see Midoriya's heart rate begin to increase, and Hikaru immediately begins the process of lowering the apparatus into Izuku's eye socket. When the brass presses down onto Izuku's skin, Hikaru presses the second button, which causes another bright flash to ring out. The heart rate monitor begins to stutter, the rapid pace of Izuku's pulse reaching dangerously high levels. Izuku's body thrashes roughly against the harness, and Hatsum seems to be panicking. Hatsum! Hikaru shouts, grab the hypo. Now. Mei seems to shake with anxiety, but she schools herself enough to reach over to the desk, where two painkiller hypos are laid out, ready to be used. Her hand clumsily grasps one of them, lifting it and pressing it into Izuku's chest and depressing the plunger. Immediately, Izuku's heart rate begins to slow, and his breathing returns slightly to normal. His eye seems to unfocus a bit, staring at the ceiling with a vacant gaze. Hikaru lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding in and moves back to the console. I knew this was a bad idea, he mutters, pressing down on the next button, but does anyone listen to me? Of course not. The sound of drills rang out as 4 screws began to embed themselves into Izuku's frontal and zygomatic bone. The screws dug inexorably into his bones, embedding themselves in place and anchoring the harness into place for the final time. With one more white flash, the brass was set in place, and Hikaru rushed over to the bed, throwing the straps off Izuku. Immediately, the green-haired boy tries to sit up, his dull eye fixing onto Hikaru. I thought that I said, I didn't want the painkillers. Izuku tried to sound angry, but he was far too out of it to seem serious. Tough, Hikaru remarked, you were going into cardiac arrest. At that point, you don't get to make that decision. Izuku tried to stand, stumbling over to the table, where the final piece of his new artificial organ lay waiting. Hikaru and Mei quickly move over, trying to support Izuku's arms, but he shrugs them off, allowing his body to lurch forward to the table and bracing his arm against the surface, propping himself up. Before grabbing the eye, Izuku slowly reaches over, grabbing the wire that currently hangs loose off the side of his face, flowing with his movements. With a slow, hobbling move, he reaches to his shoulder and opens the plates on the brass shell, exposing the reactor within. He grasps the wire firmly and slowly lowers it into a small plug within the harness, socketing the plug in place. A soft hum fills the air as power flows up the wire and into the socket within his skull. Taking a deep breath, Izuku turns his body, so his back lays against the table. He reaches over, drunkenly, for the brass eye on the table, and grasps it with a clumsy paw. The other two stop, watching as Izuku moves the eye into place and quickly stuffs it into the harness. There is a soft click as Izuku plugs the eye into his skull, the rear of the orb connecting to a small plug within the socket. Immediately, the eye begins to twitch, and a small ring around the pupil begins to glow a bright blue. Izuku presses a button on the side of his temple, which causes the diaphragm around the newly inserted eye to contract, locking the orb into place within his skull. Izuku feels a twitching sensation as the input from the eye begins to transfer into his brain. Suddenly, he feels his vision gain depth, the world seeming to elongate across the y-axis in front of him. Colors become more saturated, and the now familiar blind patch along the right side of his face begins to fill with life, opening Izuku up to the familiar world of vision. Izuku stands straighter, turning his head. His left eye, still flesh, twitches and moves down to his feet, with the other eye moving in sync with it. He moves his vision to the left, and his artificial eye works in tandem. Finally, he centers his vision on the other two, who look on in anticipation. Izuku's face, once neutral, breaks out into a wide grin. His once drunken gaze seemed more sharp, sobered with jubilation. He lets out a wet chuckle as a tear runs down the left side of his face. It works. Function is completely optimal. I don't even feel a single bit of difference. He punctuates his statement with a soft giggle, the other two rushing over. It works perfectly. Hatsum looks at Izuku with a wide smile, while Hikaru's is more conserved, but no less emotional. The trio gather in the middle of the room, with Hatsum's gaze locked onto Izuku's new eye as it functions. Hikaru instead puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, ignoring the slight jolt that runs through the amputee as he makes contact. I guess I should have trusted my math a bit more, huh? Hikaru can't help but let out a small bark of laughter, though that bark turns into a chorus as he looks over at Hatsum, who is now leaning over Izuku, pressing down on his chest with her hands as she stares into his new eye. Once the emotion fades, the trio straighten out, and Midoriya looks over at the garage door, his smile fading into a slight frown. Shame Power Loader couldn't make it? Izuku mutters. He would have loved to see it. You talk like he's dead, Hikaru scoffs. You can show him tomorrow after school? Hikaru can't help but look down, thinking about their former teacher. Before the trio can become lost in thought, Izuku pounds his hand against the table, softly. Speaking of school, Izuku mutters, you guys should head home. We have class in the morning. Plus, the hero course is going to be coming back from their training trip. Izuku smiled, thinking of his new friend. Within the course, I'm sure they are going to have plenty of requests from us, so we should probably be ready. Hatsum nods, jogging out of the side door of the garage, while Hikaru takes his time, slowly moving away from the green-haired boy. However, he stopped, turning back over to Izuku. Oh, so we fixed your eye, Hikaru pointed at Izuku's vacant shoulder, but what are you going to do about your arm? Izuku nods. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But we can work on that over the course of the next few weeks. Izuku stopped himself, shoulders shrinking inwards, and suddenly looking sheepish. Sorry, didn't mean to assume. Hikaru tilts his head. Assume that you would still want to help us? Hikaru seems taken aback, but Izuku doesn't look at him. Like you said, you used up all your free time with the eye. It wouldn't be fair of me to assume you would want to help with the arm as well. It's okay if you don't, I get it. A silence falls over the two, Izuku pointedly staring at the ground. He is shocked when he feels a hand lay onto his still fleshy shoulder. Looking up, he sees Hikaru, smirking at him. Wow, he remarks, sarcastically, it's weird seeing you so shy. Usually you're so blunt. His face twists into mock seriousness. Please never do that again. It's creepy. Izuku seems confused and maybe a bit offended, but Hikaru sighs, moving back towards the door. Well, whether I like it or not, I am sorta stuck here. He turns his head back to Izuku, face alight with a wry smile. I mean, come on. You think Hatsum would let me just leave? She would drag me back over to you guys by the hair if I said no. Izuku's silence persists for a moment, before the boy lets out a soft chuckle. Yeah, he smiles, fondly, she sure would. Don't worry, Hikaru assures, I'm on this wacky ride for the long haul. Someone needs to make sure you two don't blow up a city block with your bullshit. Izuku mock gasps. Hikakubo, was that a swear I heard from you? The crimson boy rolls his eyes. Yeah, whatever Chrome Dome. Hikaru shoots Izuku one last wry smirk, before saluting and heading out of the garage, closing the door behind him. Izuku takes a deep breath and signs to himself, reaching up and feeling the cool metal of his new eye. His shoulders stiffen, jaw forced open as a yawn escapes his maw. I should take my own advice, Izuku thinks. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. Izuku begins to walk upstairs, passing by the entryway of the home and locking the door. The shrill chirping of the school bell rang out, and Ectoplasm shifted uncomfortably in his seat, looking out at the support course classroom. His milky eyes scanned over the students, who seemed equally as uncomfortable as him. However, when he sets his eyes on Midoriya, shoved into the back corner of the classroom, he can't help but feel a new discomfort twist in his stomach, albeit for a completely different reason. Instead, his gaze is locked on the metal facsimile wedged into Midoriya's skull, where his eye once was. The glossy brass of the implant shimmered under the harsh fluorescent lights dangling loosely from the garage, but the orb zips around in the boy's skull, just as a regular eye would. He watches as Izuku props his bag on his desk, setting it down and unzipping it with one hand, opening it wide so he can pack his things and prepare for the end of the day. Ectoplasm finds it heartbreaking how practiced the motion is. Midoriya seems to sense his gaze, and the metal eye flicks towards Ectoplasm from the side of his head, causing the teacher to grow slightly flustered. He had been meaning to talk with Midoriya after Hosu. But, with him taking over Maijima's now vacant position of support course homeroom teacher, he hasn't had much time to do so. Instead, his nights had consisted of him scrambling to pick up on Maijima's curriculum, while also trying to piece together the support hero's eccentric ramblings. Technically, Ectoplasm was licensed to teach this class as well. He had held a license as a support tech for years, but he had only gotten it so he could qualify to repair and maintain his own prosthetic legs. He hadn't ever actually built anything substantial, much less anything as extravagant as what Maijima was teaching these kids. The best he could hope to do in comparison is paddle his arms and try to stay afloat. Maijima's notes, by comparison, were the equivalent of the schematics for a speedboat. Damn it, Mama, Ectoplasm cursed. Why did you have to follow through with your promise? Ectoplasm, sir? Ectoplasm broke from his thoughts, seeing Izuku standing in front of him, flanked on both sides by Hatsum and Kubo. A breath of fresh air to Ectoplasm was how well Midoriya and his two classmates had been seeming to get along over the past week. Whenever he had taught math in the room, he had noticed how Midoriya seemed to obsolete himself into the corner, doing his best to be as non-existent as possible. Now, while Midoriya still mostly kept to himself, he would seemingly open up to the other top students of the class. It wasn't exactly a new leaf, but Ectoplasm found Midoriya's progress admirable nonetheless. Ectoplasm stumbled over his words, looking down and adjusting his notes. Yes, sorry about that. I was thinking. The hero cleared his throat and straightened his posture in his seat. Do you need something, Midoriya? Izuku handed Ectoplasm an all-too-familiar pink sheet, and Ectoplasm felt a spark of frustration alight within him at the after-school request form Midoriya had given him. He read over the details again, but he knew exactly what it said. You're requesting another 2 weeks straight of workshop time after school? Ectoplasm's brow was invisible under his mask, but his deadpan stare worked wonders at conveying how utterly unamused he was. This is after last week, where you worked 7 days straight. No breaks? You want another 14 days of extra time? Midoriya seemed unfazed by Ectoplasm probing, and nodded. Yes, that is exactly what I am asking for. Ectoplasm could see Hatsum excitedly nodding her head in agreement, clearly enthusiastic of the prospect of their next invention. The hero leaned over his desk, rubbing his brow under his mask in irritation. Midoriya, this can't be healthy, Ectoplasm stated. You just got out of the hospital last week, not to mention your other injury is only 3 weeks old. Midoriya's eyes remained hardened, unperturbed by Ectoplasm's line of reasoning. I am perfectly capable of operating in the workshop. Izuku stated, the rehearsed history of that line echoing in the undertone of the boy's voice. Physically, maybe, ectoplasm groaned, but, Midoriya, I'm worried about you beyond just your physical state. Have you taken any time to come to terms with what happened? Midoriya did not answer, and ectoplasm sighed. Did you at least schedule some time with Hound Dog, like I recommended? I'm fine, Izuku belched out, his tone flat and clearly practiced. I just want to work on my next project. From the sides, ectoplasm saw Kubo's face drop a bit, curling downward into a frown. In turn, Hatsum's brow knits a bit, clearly uncomfortable with Izuku's statement. Midoriya, ectoplasm reinforced, you need time. A lot has happened to you, the hero sighs, tenting his fingers on the desk. I don't like this behavior, Midoriya. It's concerning. Do you have any reason to bar me from the workshop? Izuku questions, causing ectoplasm to arch his brow in surprise. Have I misbehaved, shown irresponsibility with tools, or otherwise proven to be physically unable to work in the workshop? A tense moment passed between the two, with ectoplasm staring up at Izuku with an unwavering, yet subdued gaze. Conversely, Izuku glares back with a harsh steel in his eyes, unwavering under ectoplasm's scrutiny. Finally, the hero sighs and lowers his head. Fine. Ectoplasm remarks, taking the pink paper, causing Hatsum to cheer and Midoriya to let out a breath of relief. Their excitement is halted, however, when the teacher holds up a finger. But, ectoplasm interjects, you start tomorrow, not today. The teacher scratches off the dates listed and re-enters new ones, before handing them back to Izuku. I want you to take a day to collect yourselves. Izuku seems uncomfortable with ectoplasm's request, so the teacher leans forward, eyes pleading with the quirkless boy in front of him. Please, Midoriya, ectoplasm begs, just one day. Izuku's eyes turn conflicted, but after a moment, he hesitantly nods, much to ectoplasm's relief. Thank you, ectoplasm remarks, before coughing and standing up, collecting his things along the way. Now, you should all really be heading home. Make sure you get some rest. With that the trio nods and walks out the door. Ectoplasm sighed, slouching over and breathing out a massive exhale of air out of stress. I will never criticize Aizawa for laziness again, ectoplasm groaned. No wonder he always looks so tired. Homeroom teaching is hell. Izuku waved goodbye one last time to Hikaru, who stepped onto the train and disappeared into the bowels of the chrome serpent. With that, he turned to Hatsum, who seemed to bounce in place, her smile ever present on her face. Izuku could sense the excitement radiating off of her in waves. She was humming to herself, a nameless tune of jubilation. Finally, she spun around, turning to face Izuku head-on. Are we going to install an arc beam into the new arm? Izuku seems taken aback. Where is this coming from? I remember your old arm. It was cute, but not as cute as it could have been. Hatsum steps closer, getting excited at the prospect of a new invention. Think of all the things that you could have added to it. Modular fingers, a hidden arc beam, like the one you made for the sports festival. A million possibilities, and you just made an arm? Izuku sighs, looking down, I had a time limit. It took me a long time to even get it working. He looks back up at Hatsum. Besides, installing gadgets into the arm wasn't exactly my top concern. But now you can. Hatsum cheered, you laid out a good basic design, and now we can expand on it. I have so many ideas. Yeah, Izuku seems perturbed by hero excitement and briefly dreads how safe some of those ideas really are. We can work on that later, I guess. A silence falls over the two again, briefly enveloping them in the comfort of simply enjoying each other's company. But that silence was feeble under the crushing weight of the hurricane that was Hatsum's enthusiasm. So, Hatsum began, what shape do we make the arm? What? Izuku seemed confused. What do you mean? What shape do we make the arm? Hatsum repeats, as if repetition makes the statement more clear. Hatsum, Izuku deadpanned, I don't know what you mean, it's an arm. Human arms only really have one shape. But why does it need to be a human arm? Hatsum questions, tilting her head. You could make it anything. A three-pronged grasping arm, a suction cup, a welding torch. Claw. You could make it a big claw. Izuku stumbles on his words, shoulders. Drawing in a bit, I think, I would rather just have a normal-looking arm. But why? Hatsum questions, lost in her theories. Sure, human hands are good at grabbing and other things, but they are boring. Hatsum shakes her head. If I had a missing arm, I would definitely not make a human hand. It feels like a waste. Well, you don't have a missing arm, do you? Izuku snaps, causing Hatsum to stop in her tracks. She looks at Izuku and sees that his brow is knit with slight anger, and his jaw seems more squared than usual. Like a balloon, her bluster deflates out of her, and she looks down, not meeting his eyes. Immediately, Izuku feels his frustration fade, and he sighs, leaning over and grasping Hatsum's wrist with his hand. I'm sorry, Izuku remarks. I didn't mean to snap at you. Hatsum nods, and Izuku takes a moment to consider his words. I want the arm to look human, because I don't want to feel any more different than I already am. Izuku admits, causing Hatsum to look up at him in confusion. I feel different enough as is. I would rather try to hide that particular aspect of myself as much as possible. Do you understand? A period of silence washes over the two, the bustling of the train station drowning them in a sea of noise. Finally, Hatsum responds. No, Hatsum shakes her head. I do not. Izuku sighs, and tries to reiterate his point, but Hatsum continues. Why be the same when you can be different? What is so good about being like everyone else? I do not have mechanical limbs, but I am different too. Hatsum's eyes lock onto Izuku's, staring through him as if he were nothing but a pane of glass to her. Sometimes I get sad that I am different. Hatsum admits, I get sad that other people do not understand me, and that I do not always understand them. Izuku stays quiet, letting Hatsum speak, but then my mom tells me that everybody is different, and that's a good thing. She says that what makes people different is what makes them amazing. And I start to feel better. The girl grips her chest, right over her heart. I still feel the hurt, but then I remember what she says, and it hurts a little less. So, no, Hatsum declares again, I do not understand why with so many options, you choose to be the same as everyone else. Izuku's jaw hangs loose slightly, his mouth open a fraction as he stares at Hatsum in awe. Finally, he collects himself, and shakes his head, turning away from her. He takes a moment to school his mind, and finally, responds. I will think about it, Izuku remarks, a design change, that is. He takes a breath, and fixes Hatsum with a smile. I like the idea. Maybe we can find a way to incorporate both my desires and yours? Hatsum nods, her smile returning, yes. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. The rumbling of a train approaches, thundering down the track and shaking the platform just a bit. The duo watches the bullet train slows down in its approach, sparks flying off of the wheels hidden under the shell of the giant metal worm, inching along the tracks to the station. An announcement rings out, followed by a short, soft tune played on the intercom. Izuku listens as Hatsum hums the tune in sync with the announcement, and a fond smile curls its way onto his face. I am going to theorize at home, Hatsum remarks. So many ideas. So little time. The doors of the train open, and she steps forward, but then stops herself. Oh. She turns around to Izuku, and extends a hand out to him. Izuku looks down at the hand in confusion, and she seems to wiggle her fingers, gesturing with her eyes to her outstretched grasp. Izuku remarks, what are you doing? Mei's smile doesn't fade, and she seems to stretch the hand out more. When forming a partnership with someone, it's important to shake on it. That's what all the big deals in movies do. She does not shy away from the shake, wiggling her fingers in a bid to signal Izuku. The boy, in turn, is more confused than anything, but he sighs to himself, outstretching his hand out to her, and gripping hers firmly. Hatsum, Izuku remarks, smiling at the girl, I think this is the start of a beautiful partnership. Mei nods, enthusiastically. She swings her hand up in a wide motion, and then rockets it down, completing the shake and therefore securing their pact. With a fluid motion, she lets go of his hand and rushes into the train car, just as the gates begin to close. Turning back to him, she waves at the boy through the windows of the train door, swinging her arm enthusiastically over her head. Izuku, in turn, waves back, albeit far more subdued. With the roar of wheels against tracks, the train leaves the station, and Izuku is left alone within. With a sigh, he looks down at his shoulder, mulling over Hatsum's words. What makes people different is what makes them amazing, Izuku repeats mentally. With a sigh, he loses himself in his thoughts, but finds himself shaken from them when a hand loops around his shoulder. Immediately, his mind goes into a defensive state, and he lurches forward, trying to escape the unknown assailant's grip. He spins around, ready to encounter whoever may have been ready to hurt him, but is met only with a familiar toothy grin, albeit the boy's red eyes were framed by knit eyebrows. "Ah," Kirishima muttered, "may not have been the best idea, sneaking up on you like that." The boy bowed low, clapping his hands out in front of him in apology. "Sorry about that, Midoriya." Izuku takes a moment to let his heartbeat settle, and sighs, straightening his posture, and meeting Kirishima head-on with a small smile. "No," Izuku reassures, it's all right, I probably overreacted." The boy takes a deep breath, and then exhales, calming himself down. It's nice to see you, Kirishima." The redhead meets Izuku's smile with one of his own. A wide, toothy grin. The boy lifts his bag up, and tosses it over his shoulder, his posture relaxed and content. "Good to see you too, man." Kirishima's gaze scans over Izuku's face, and he takes a step forward, eyes locked onto the mechanical plate embedded into Izuku's face. "Whoa, that looks intense. You make this, Midoriya?" "No, not really," Izuku admits. "Some of my friends from 1H were working on it while I was recovering. They wanted to help me out." A smile grows on Izuku's face. I really appreciated the gesture." "Man, that's so good to hear." Kirishima cheers out. "Does it work just like a regular eye?" Izuku tries to answer, but Kirishima shakes his head. "Actually, that can wait. You want to go grab a bite to eat? I know this amazing mom and pop shop just down the street from here. Some of the best rice bowls I have ever had." Izuku looks hesitant at Kirishima's invitation. It is clear to the redhead that the boy isn't exactly used to this kind of offer. Kirishima wilts slightly, but straightens out a moment later, fixing Izuku with a soft grin. "Hey," Kirishima remarked, "if you're not comfortable with that, I won't force you." The redhead rolls his shoulder a bit, grin never fading. "I just figured I would offer. Maybe it would give us some time to catch up? It's been over a week since we last spoke." Izuku seems to shake the hesitation off of him, and he takes a breath. "No, it's not that I don't want to," Izuku replied. "I just don't remember the last time I went out with a friend for food, or anything really. Probably never," Izuku thinks, dryly. "Well," Kirishima chirps, "first time for everything." He makes a gesture for Izuku to follow him, and Izuku chuckles lightly to himself. "Do you think they have Katsudon?" Izuku asks. "That's my favorite." "So," Kirishima questions, "was I right, or was I right?" Izuku walks alongside the redhead, the duo traversing the bustling streets of Mizurufu, lost in the crowd of people. The content smile on the quirkless boy's face, accompanied by the soft patting of his stomach, spoke theses. "God," Izuku groaned, "I can't remember the last time I had something so good." "Right?" Kirishima shouts, "I gotta know what they do to make it taste so fresh. No way they get fresh ingredients this far into the city." Kirishima looks up at the sky, seeing the normally blue hue of the horizon begin to warm, fading into a soft pink. "Ah crap, look at the time." Kirishima turned to Izuku and seemed sheepish. "Sorry about that, I didn't realize how late it was getting. Are your parents gonna be okay with you coming home at this hour?" Izuku suddenly withdrew himself, looking down. I doubt my mom will mind." Kirishima senses a story behind that statement, but before he can comment, Izuku changes the conversation. "So, how was the trip?" The quirkless boy hastily belts out the statement, quashing Kirishima's investigation into the meaning of Midoriya's last statement. Sensing that he isn't going to get any information out of the quirkless boy, Kirishima decides to drop it, but resolves to speak on it later. "It was rough," the redhead groaned. "Aizawa and the pussycats really ran us ragged. They had all of us in different corners of the woods, training from sunrise to sunset. No breaks until dinner." The hero in training chuckles, dryly, and that was after we got to the campsite. Getting there was a trial in and of itself. The boy sighs, but straightens his posture. "Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't felt this flexible in years. But Tiger's regiment turned my joints to butter. I feel sore in places I didn't even know could get sore." The boy turns back around to Izuku, exhaustion washing away from his face, and leaving only a fiery determination. "But it's all worth it. I feel stronger already, and during today's rescue training, I don't think I've ever felt more capable." "Speaking of," Izuku remarked, "you left school pretty late. Everything okay?" Kirishima's smile fades, and his face becomes burdened. his shoulders square, and Izuku can almost feel the weight of the world pressing down on the red-headed boy. Oh, it's nothing. Just a meeting with one of our teachers. Kirishima sighed. They had a proposition for me, asked me to take some time to think about it. It's just weighing on my mind is all. The boy sighed, and turned back towards Izuku, a sheepish smile on his face. To be honest, part of the reason I wanted to come out here was so I wouldn't have to think about it for a bit, you know? Oh, Izuku turned sheepish as well. Sorry for bringing that up. No, it's okay. Kirishima quickly reassures. Dude, you didn't know. It's all good. A silence falls over the two boys, walking in tandem back to the train station. During their journey, the pink of the sky blazes into a comforting orange and gold, lacing the sky with the bright farewell of the sun, welcoming the moon to take its place in the sky. Kirishima's eyes flick over to Izuku, seeming to have something on his mind, but struggling to find a way to ask it. Finally, the boy decides to just ask it outright, not taking any more time to mull it over. Hey, Kirishima begins slowly, I understand if this is a private thing, but I just wanted to clarify something with you. Izuku quirks his brow, but nods, slowly, confusion clear on his face. How did you lose your arm? Izuku freezes, his blood running cold. His mind swims, trying to understand the origin of his friend's curiosity. He begins to disassociate, standing on the sidewalk and melting into himself, unable to properly convey a response. His mind turns back to the hospital bed, when the police officers were questioning him. Suddenly, he feels a hand grip his shoulder. Midoriya? Izuku snaps out of it, seeing Kirishima staring at him with concern. Are you okay? Kirishima questions with concern. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I was just curious, I guess. The boy leans down over Izuku, who had slumped into a crouch during his episode, brows knitting with concern. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Izuku takes several short breaths, each one lengthening over the last. Eventually, he sighs, and fixes Kirishima with a complicated expression. Finally, his gaze steals, and he speaks. It was a lab accident, Izuku states. You can check the official report? Kirishima seems surprised at Izuku's statement, but more than that, Izuku senses disbelief within the boy's red eyes. Izuku tries to study Kirishima's thoughts, probing to find out why he would ask such a question. Does he know something? Izuku thinks before quashing the thought. No, how would he? Izuku turns inward and sighs mentally. It's better this way. The less he knows about what happened, the better. He doesn't need to burden himself with my problems. Come on, Izuku gestured for Kirishima to follow. Like you said, it's getting late. Just because my parents don't mind if I'm out late, doesn't mean yours will. Kirishima doesn't seem convinced by Izuku's deflection, but nods, following him all the same. The two watch as the orange of the sky fades into an angry red, then begins to soothe into a celestial violet. The silence between them is stiff, but comfortable. Like a new pair of shoes that have yet to be properly broken in, they are still working out the nuances of their camaraderie. Suddenly, Izuku is broken from the silence when he feels something small grip his leg. He looks down, and sees that the sensation was caused by a child. A small girl. The girl was short and thin, likely no older than 7. Her long, silver hair was matted and unkempt, falling down her back in filthy clumps and rivulets. She wore naught but a thin, white rag that one might consider a shirt, covering down to her ankles. She was barefoot, with bandages running down the length of her arms, and peeking out from under the shirt, all the way down to the arches of her feet. Her eyes were red, shrunken and tired, but filled with nothing but fear. Her most notable feature was the horn that protruded from atop her head, ribbed like that of a goat's. She gripped Izuku's leg firmly and tight, as if trying to weather a hurricane by pressing herself deep into his pant leg. Izuku seemed uncomfortable but leaned down. Hey there, are you okay? Please, the girl begged, please don't let him take me. Izuku felt his heartbeat quicken, and he turned to Kirishima, who seemed to have the same reaction. From deeper in the alley that the girl had run out of, they heard footsteps approaching them. The clacking of shoes against solid pavement. Several tense moments passed, before finally, the figure left the shadows, and exposed himself to the low light of the evening. The man in question wore white shoes that seemed polished and unstained. His pants were finely tailored, black as the midnight sky, with a matching dress shirt covering his chest. He wore a loose, white tie that ran down to his deep brown belt, which had a gilded buckle at its apex. The man's jacket was green, with a purple plume at the neckline. That framed his head, and he wore fine white gloves over his hands. The feature that caught Izuku's eye the most was the beak-like mask that the man wore over his mouth. The fabric of the mask was a deep maroon, but the covering itself ended in a peak of gilded metal, punctuating its structure with several bevels along the sides. Ah, the man droned out, yellow eyes locked on the girl currently clinging to Izuku's leg. I see that you found my daughter. The man reached a gloved hand out, stretching it down to the girl, who buried herself deeper into Izuku's pant leg. Come now, Eri, the man addresses the girl. It's time to go home. Come now, Eri. It's time to go home. Eri was trembling, quaking deeply to her very core. She wanted to run fast and far, away from this place to somewhere where he could never find her. Somewhere she could be safe. Her eyes locked onto Chisaki's covered face, to his cold yellow eyes that hid a venom just under the surface. Eri knew that look. That was the same look he got when he brought her to the room. Eri, Chisaki's voice was commanding, but it was restrained. I said, it's time to go home, now. The word that punctuated his statement was spoken with force. A clear, unshaking authority that demands that his orders be heeded. Eri was frozen. She felt so cold and scared. She just wanted to be free, for the hurt to stop. She clenched herself closer to the boy's leg, digging into him more as if the act bound her in place. Maybe if she stood firm, Chisaki might leave, and she could go too. Suddenly, she felt a hand touch her head. Looking up, she saw the green-haired boy that she had run to look down at her, and felt her breath catch as she got a look of his face. The right side of his face was covered in metal, and his eyes seemed to be mechanical. It was unsettling, and part of her wanted to run away from the robot boy, but the look in his still human eye made her stay. She looked into his eyes, and she saw something new. An emotion that she didn't quite recognize, but felt herself drawn to. It was warm and calming. She remembered the feeling of sleeping on her mother's lap, of feeling the embrace of her family before her curse took them, but there was something else deep within the boy's gaze. Something that told Eri that the robot boy would not hurt her. She just wished she knew what that feeling was called. So, the robot boy said, turning to Chisaki, "This is your daughter?" Chisaki nodded. We were on a walk, but she didn't want to go home yet. So she ran. Eri saw Chisaki's hand twitch almost imperceptibly, his finger flicking outward, before reeling back in. She can be quite disobedient sometimes, but don't worry, I'll set her straight when we get home. Eri felt a whimper bubble in her throat, her voice failing her. She could do nothing but press herself even closer to the robot boy's leg, burying her face in the cloth of the boy's slacks, and closing her eyes. The darkness brought her comfort. Being unable to see Chisaki meant she could hide from his rage for just a moment longer. She heard something shuffle closer from her side, probably the sharp, red boy from earlier. You know, the sharp boy started, those bandages are unsettling. She couldn't see, but she could almost hear the boy's barely contained rage. She hoped that she hadn't upset the boy. Is she all right? If I must be honest, she looks pretty rough. She heard the subtle hitch in Chisaki's voice. The same one that she hears before he gets angry. She felt her body unconsciously brace, awaiting the pain that always followed that hitch. Slowly, she opened her eyes, seeing Chisaki's posture had changed, leaning forward more, as if tensing to strike. She's fine, Chisaki began carefully. She's just fragile is all. Keeps getting injured. I try to tell her to be more careful, but she never listens to me. She feels the robot boy press his hand down on her head, rubbing her head gently, while subtly nudging her behind him, putting himself in between her and her owner. She reads his motion, and ducks behind him, putting his leg between her and Chisaki. Eri is trembling, but she knows that if she freezes, it could be over. Frankly, sir, the sharp boy states, I don't dash. I see, the robot boy says, so she has anemia? Maybe even hemophilia? Eri looks up at the robot boy, who has schooled his face. He appears polite, looking at Chisaki with a neutral expression. The sharp boy looks at robot boy with confusion, but seems to defer to him, allowing the robot boy to speak. She has hemophilia. Chisaki speaks slowly, unsure of where this is going. Oh, good, the robot boy smiles at Chisaki, holding out his hand. Then if you would be so kind, can you hand me her medication? I can patch her up real quick. Medication? Chisaki repeated, confused by the line of questioning. Yes, the robot boy nodded. A clotting factor, factor 8 supplements. Suddenly, the boy's eyes hardened. Things that you would know if you were her parent, or if she actually had hemophilia. Chisaki flinches, and slowly moves his hands behind his back. The robot boy, in turn, crouches low, and seems to focus his mechanical eye towards Chisaki. Now, the robot boy says slowly, I'm going to ask you only once. Who the F are you? And what did you do to this girl? You could have made this easy, Chisaki begins, the sound of one of his gloves falling to the ground. All you had to do was hand it over, and you would have gotten to live. But now you've become a loose end. I hate loose ends. Eri sees him tense, and feels the robot boy push her back a bit, readying himself. Looking over, she sees the sharp boy tense, and his skin turns into jagged rocks, ready to fight. Above her, she heard a low crackling sound as the air around the robot boy's metal eye began to haze, heating up as the glowing blue iris began to glow brighter. She had seen Chisaki fight before, seen what happens to those who stand up to him. She couldn't let that happen. Clenching her small fists and taking a deep breath, she did the only thing she could do. She spun around the robot boy's leg and ran over to Chisaki. She didn't dare look back at the two boys, she couldn't bear it. She was worried if she did, what fragile resolve existed within her would shatter. But she did not want to hurt them. They were nice. Besides, she doesn't want to hurt them with her curse. Chisaki can keep her curse under control. She runs up to Chisaki and grasps his gloved hand, not daring to look at him. See? Chisaki drawled, was that so hard? It will be okay. Chisaki turns to the other two boys. If you two know what is good for you, you will forget what you saw. He pauses, staring deeply at Robot Boy. Finally, he reaches down and picks up his glove. You? Chisaki points at Robot Boy, I know you. You're Midoriya, right? The kid from the sports festival? The Robot Boy, Midoriya, seems surprised by Chisaki's statement, but he nods, slowly. Chisaki's eyes crinkle from his cheeks rising under his mask. A rare sight for Eri, seeing Chisaki's face twist into a smile. I saw what happened to you, Chisaki stated, in the finale. Tragic really, how little heroes can actually do when the chips are down. Izuku stiffens, and the sharp boy steps closer to him. Robot Boy looks up at Chisaki, his flesh eye reflecting weariness and confusion. What do you want? A better world, Chisaki states simply, as if the concept itself is casual, a world without blight and pestilence, a world free of the most endemic disease of them all. Chisaki holds his gloved hand out to Midoriya. A world that I imagine you would quite like to see. The sharp boy steps between Midoriya and Chisaki. Take one step closer and it's gonna get ugly. Chisaki sighs and retracts his hand. He slowly redons his glove and looks back up at Midoriya. Give it some thought, kid. His eyes flick over to the sharp boy. I have a feeling you will know where to find me. With that, Chisaki placed a hand behind Eri's head and slowly led her back into the alley, away from the light of the roads and open air, and back into the miasma that Chisaki seems to exude. I will be fine. Every step away from Midoriya felt colder and colder. It will be okay. A tear ran down her face as she felt Chisaki grip her arm tightly. This is what a monster like me deserves. Izuku fights the urge to run into the alley, to grab that little girl and get her away from that man. When she looked up into his eyes, he had to fight the urge to flinch. He had never seen someone so scared. She looked like a wild animal, cornered in an alley by a pack of hungry predators. However, he did recognize something that made his blood boil. The look of helplessness in the girl's eyes. That girl, Eri, was in danger. He knew that for certain. He racked his brain trying to figure out what to do, but the girl had left with that masked man. He didn't even know the man's name. Plus, without any gear, what could he do? He didn't even know what this guy's quirk was. He felt a hand rest on his shoulder, and he looked over to see Kirishima staring at him with concern. You okay, man? Izuku hesitated, looking down at his feet. Then he shook his head. No, I'm not okay. He stated, looking back up at Kirishima, there is something very wrong going on with those two. That girl was terrified, damn it. She looked as if that man might end her. Please, you have to help me. He starts, still looking over his shoulder. I think they are trying to end me. I know that feeling well. I know how crippling that fear can be. He grips his face, letting his hand run along the smooth brass plate. So, why do you seem so confused? Kirishima questioned. Because if she was so afraid, then why did she run back to him so willingly? Izuku racked his brain, trying to analyze the situation. Something had to have changed, but what? What happened between her hiding behind me and her running over to that man? A world without blight and pestilence. A world free of the most endemic disease of them all? And what did he mean by that? By what? A new voice called out. The duo turned around to see a new figure at the entrance of the alleyway. The man was tall, with a muscular, athletic build. He wore a white skin-right top with green and gold accents, paired with blue pants and gilded boots. A red cape was draped over his back, and he had a stylized 1 million emblazoned on his chest. He wore a yellow visor over his somewhat simple face, and his blonde hair stood up in a short faux hawk. "Togata-senpai," Kirishima called out, causing Izuku to quirk his brow at the boy. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, no," Togata replied, "just patrolling. Night Eye has me doing outings, helping to get my name out there." "He's a UA student?" Izuku questioned, slowly. "Yep." Togata started, holding his right hand out for Midoriya to shake. Midoriya eyed the boy's outstretched left hand, and then turned to look down at his pinned-up right sleeve, void of any limb within. Togata seemed to notice the discrepancy, and quickly withdrew his right hand, replacing it with his left. "Sorry," Togata said sheepishly, "I didn't notice that. My bad." Izuku did not respond, but he slowly shook the boy's hand, trying to quell the awkward air that overcame their meeting. Togata quickly found his stride again, bowing dramatically to the amputee. "I'm Mirio Togata. A third year." He straightens his back. "Your name is Midoriya, correct? How did you know my name?" Izuku takes a step back from Mirio, who quickly puts his hands up. "Whoa, it's okay," he reassures. "I overheard some of the conversation. I heard that man address you." Izuku still seems unconvinced. "How much did you hear?" "Not much," the upperclassman shrugs. "I heard him introduce himself, then I heard him talk to you. He points to Midoriya, and offer you something." Togata reaches back, and scratches the back of his head. Seemed really intense. "What did he want from you, anyways?" Kirishima opened his mouth to answer, but Izuku held his hand up, gaze hardening as he glared at Togata. "He didn't introduce himself." Izuku stepped back. "How long were you really there?" Togata stiffens, and then holds his hands up in surrender. He seemed to be on the back foot, so Izuku pressed him. "What is his name? Why do you know him?" "Hey now," Togata tried to quell the growing fire of their interaction. "Let's just calm down. Are you with him?" Izuku pressed further. "What?" Togata seemed taken aback. "No, I dash. Who was that girl?" Izuku shouted. "What were you really doing out here?" "I was tailing Chisaki," Mirio hissed out, trying to get Izuku to lower his voice. There were people staring at the trio, giving them dirty looks at the disturbance they were creating. "Now," Togata says, "can you please just calm down?" Izuku hesitates, and turns to Kirishima. He quirks his head towards the red-haired boy. "Is he trustworthy?" Kirishima nods. "I've only met him once before, but I trust him." The redhead turns to Togata. "So, care to explain?" Togata looks around at the crowd, and turns back to the boy. "Not here. Not now. Things are too hot out here right now." Togata seems to consider their next move, then turns back to the boys. "Look," Togata begins, "trust me on this one. The best thing that you two can do is forget what you saw here." Izuku immediately grows angry, but Togata holds his hands out again. "Please, this guy is dangerous. Way more dangerous than you can imagine." "Who is he?" Izuku pressed. Togata groaned, holding his hand to his head. "Nobody you need to worry about. The heroes are handling it." "He mentioned a world free of the most endemic disease of them all," Izuku stated, which caused Togata to freeze. His gaze turned far more cold, and Izuku sees the boy's clear emotional reaction. "You know what this means." "What did he mean by that?" "Midoriya Kirishima began, trying to stop his friend, but Togata interrupted him before he had the chance. "He told you that?" Togata questioned, before raising his hands to use Ku. "What exactly did he say to you?" Izuku, however, shook his head. "Didn't you say I should just forget what I saw here?" "Midoriya, please." Kirishima pressed his hand onto the boy's still-flesh shoulder. "It's okay, let's just go." Izuku turned to Kirishima in shock and confusion, but Kirishima turned around and bowed to Togata. "It was nice to see you again, senpai," Kirishima stated. He straightened out and wrapped his arm around Izuku's neck, pushing him along. The two walked down the road, away from Togata, who appeared to be pondering the weight of the world at the moment. Once they were far enough away, Izuku shoved Kirishima off of him, and turned to the boy with a look of frustration. "What the hell was that?" Izuku demanded. "Why did you stop me?" "Was getting information." "You were interrogating a hero corps student," Kirishima countered, "in broad daylight no less." Izuku tried to rebut, but Kirishima held up his hand. I know that you are frustrated, but maybe we should listen to Togata. Izuku shook his head and tried to argue, but Kirishima pressed further. Or do you think you can do more for that girl on your own? That caused Izuku to pause. He stopped, allowing his posture to melt from rigid anger to a more reluctant frustration. Finally, he sighed in frustration and looked back up at Kirishima. You're right, Izuku admitted. I hate it, but you're right. Come on, Kirishima began, let's go home. We have school in the morning. Izuku nodded, but his mind was locked onto that alley. The little girl clinging to his leg, looking up at him with fear, begging him to get her out of that place and away from that man. Izuku's mind shifted to the man. The beaked mask on his face. Chisaki. His fist clenched. Who are you? The bell rang out its shrill lament, but Izuku was too lost in thought to respond to its call. He sat at the drafting bench in the workshop, looking down at the paper in front of him. A half-completed design lay beneath him, but his mind was elsewhere. He could not focus on his work when the face of that girl kept popping into his head. Hey! He felt someone nudge his shoulder. Looking up, Izuku saw Hikaru looking down at him, welding goggles hanging around his neck. You okay? Izuku shook himself from his doldrums. Yeah, sorry. Izuku apologized. Just lost in thought. Hikaru shrugged. Well, when you find your way out, can you come help us with the inner caging? Izuku nodded, sighing as he stood up. He sees Hatsum leaning over the bench, tooling a brass plate into a cylindrical shape. She turned to Izuku with a wide grin on her face. The shell is complete. Hatsum stated proudly, this panel in the back opens up to allow for quick maintenance. Also, I improved the old design of the scaffolding to allow for more efficient use of space. There is plenty of room for all kinds of fun things, like an internal torch, or some kind of blade. She gasped, eyes lighting up as she leaned over Izuku. Can we install a vibroblade? Izuku began to flush lightly, leaning back over his desk. Maybe later. For now, can we just try to finish the arm? Hatsum pouts and sighs, crossing her arms and leaning back over to the faux forearm. I still think it would work better if it wasn't so basic, Hatsum groaned. If you had allowed me to make the hand a claw, or a grasper, it would be more useful at covering the weaknesses of a human hand. Izuku sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose with his hand. We've been over this, Hatsum. He looked back up at her. It's best to just keep it simple for now. Next time, we can talk more about a different hand style, but for now can we please just work with what we know works? Hatsum grumbles a bit, biting her lip, but eventually she sighs and nods. Fine, she grumbles, we can make it the boring way. She holds up her finger and points it into the air, but I get to install the arc beam into it. Yes, Izuku moans, you get to install the arc beam, sure. Now, I need to focus for a minute. Izuku leans over the endo-wiring, seeing the familiar cage structure sitting apart from the arm. He had to admit he was impressed. It was lighter and smaller than before, fitted with a triangle truss structure to make it more durable to squeezing and stretching forces. This is incredible, Izuku thinks. He stops, glancing over at Hatsum, who was still pouting as she fitted the shell plating onto the decidedly human-looking fingers of the fake hand. She's really something else, huh? There was a cough behind him, and he turned to see Hikaru looking at him with a smirk on his face. He quirks his head towards their female classmate, and fixes Izuku with a pointed, meaningful look. Izuku flushes again, but rolls his eyes, turning back to the wiring. Don't you have something you should be doing? Izuku remarks, like watching that laser cutter? Nah, Hikaru teases, leaning onto the desk, this is way more fun. Instead of growing more flustered, Izuku smirks, and turns back around. Your jumpsuit is on fire. What? Hikaru looks down, seeing that his sleeve had caught fire as he leaned over the laser cutter. Ah, crap. Hikaru sighed, slowly walking out of the curtain, and casually going over to the fire extinguisher in the corner. Hikaru? Ectoplasm cried out from around the corner, you're on fire. Again. Yeah, Hikaru shouts back, exasperated, I'm aware. Yusuke chuckled, turning around to the scaffolding in front of him. He took one more moment to admire the structure of the cage for a moment longer, before he commanded a squinting action with his mechanical eye. The nerve impulse was read by the machine, and the eye slowly started to zoom in, vision spiraling closer and closer to the structure. He goes too far and curses, slowly trying to widen his vision back, adjusting to the perfect zoom. Once he is satisfied, he picks up one of the wires to his left and gets to work. Steadily, Izuku fed wiring into the trusses, weaving through each triangle to steady the wiring. He looped the wires up and around, feeding them through the cage and out to the wrist structure. How does this look? Izuku asks Mei, who immediately leans over to look at the cage more closely. Mei's pupils zoomed in and out of the trusses, following each wire on its journey upward from elbow to wrist. Eventually, her eyes spiraled back out, smile widening in turn with her pupils. This is very good. Mei praised, turning fully towards Izuku. This will work great. And there is so much room left for fun things. Izuku chuckled, tiredly, and fixed Mei with a soft smile. Thank you, handsome. Am I interrupting something? Izuku turned to the entrance of the workspace, to the curtain being held open by a student. However, once Izuku registered his simple blue eyes and blonde faux hawk, his posture steeled, and his eyes grew cold. Do you need something, Togata-senpai? Hatsum looked at Izuku and tilted her head. Is he a client? Togata seemed awkward. No, sorry. Oh, Hatsum affirmed. Then can you leave? We are busy. Togata seemed taken aback by Hatsum's blunt statement, and Izuku turned back around with a small bark of laughter. You heard the lady, Izuku remarked. Get out? Look, just hear me out, Togata tried to press. I just wanted to tell you that my mentor wants to meet you after school. I can take you there if you want. Izuku stopped working, turning back around to Togata with a narrowed eye. And why exactly does your mentor want to see me? Izuku spoke slowly, trying to gauge Togata's intentions. He slowly moves deeper into the workspace, pressing his back to the wall, and then cataloging all possible exits in case things went south. I can't go too much into detail, Togata admitted, causing Izuku to roll his eyes. But it has something to do with what happened yesterday. That caught Hatsum's attention. She whirled towards Izuku with a questioning, yet concerned look. Something happened yesterday? Hatsum asked, voice much lower than usual. No, Izuku responded to both of them, but his eyes were locked onto Togata, and if anything did, I forgot about it. Togata was beginning to grow annoyed, his brow creasing in irritation. I understand you don't trust me, but I'm just the messenger. My mentor wants to speak with you, that's all. Izuku kept his glare on Togata for a moment longer, holding the older student's gaze for just a bit more, before nodding and turning back around, going back to his work. A silence emanated over the three, and Togata awkwardly shuffled in the entrance of the workspace. Sue, what? Izuku counters. So are you going to meet him? Togata finished his question. Are you forcing me? Izuku parries, or is this my choice? It's your choice, Togata remarks, but I think that night I would like to hear what you heard yesterday evening. He pauses. It may even help a certain someone. A flash of silver hair and red eyes burn Izuku's retinas. The fear radiating from the small girl, and the touch of his hand against her head. Slowly, he turns back to Togata, who stares back at Izuku with dead seriousness in his eyes. As they talk, Hikaru enters the workspace, squeezing past Togata, and stretching his arms up. A new, unburnt jumpsuit covering his body. Man, Hikaru groans, I hate filling out incident reports. Ectoplasm really needs to relax. He should know that fire doesn't mean much to me by now. He turns, facing Mirio, and tilts his head. Are you here for some support gear? Before Togata can respond, Izuku stands up from his stool. No, he confirms. Hey, can you guys finish up tonight? I gotta take care of something. The two other support students look at one another, before nodding, turning back to their work. Izuku leaves the workspace and turns back to Togata. Fine, Izuku snaps, but I won't guarantee anything. Togata nodded, that's fine. All he wants is to talk. Yeah, sure, Izuku snarks in his head, Sir Night-Eye, master tactician, just wants to talk stuff. Togata ushered the amputee along the busy streets of Tokyo, with Izuku brushing off his attempts to lead him physically. The boys were still in their school uniforms, but Izuku was currently paying less attention to where he was walking than he likely should have been. Instead, he had his phone pressed to his ear, and was speaking intensely with the person on the other end of the line. I don't know why he wants me, Izuku admitted. Togata-senpai has been woefully light on details. He spoke the latter part of the sentence louder, throwing shade at his upperclassmen. Togata did not rise to the taunt, and simply kept guiding Izuku to Night's agency. I don't like this, Midoriya, Power Loader sighed from the other end of the phone. Don't get me wrong, Night Eye is a very effective hero, and the few times I have worked with him give me no doubts about his ability, but his methods can be excessive? Izuku supplied. Callous? Perhaps even cruel? Yes, yes and yes, Majima agrees. I just don't know, Midoriya. This feels sketchy. Give me 10 minutes, I'll clean up here and then head over, just in case. No, Izuku assures it's fine. I can handle this. I doubt they would try anything too blatant on me. Not right now. He eyes Togata, who pointedly stares ahead. Izuku lets a small smile come to his face. Plus, you have a ton of projects to catch up on, right? Every hero worth their salt wants a project from the newly refounded Power Support Works, don't they? Majima groans, and Izuku can imagine him eyeing the bottle of scotch that he keeps just out of arm's reach. Honestly, the former teacher laments, it's like they think I'm some kind of wizard. I'm getting dozens of requests every day. I haven't even had time to hire anyone yet. Majima groans. Izuku can almost see his head ducking into his arms, iron-tipped fingers massaging his temples. I swear, all you need is UA on your resume for everyone to just assume you're the best. I'd almost be disappointed if I didn't enjoy what I do. Izuku chuckles. All right, I'll quit keeping you. Get back to work, old man. Try that taunt again when you can drive, kid. Majima punctuates, before hanging up the phone. Izuku lowers the phone from his ear, looking down at it fondly before pocketing the object. You have a good relationship with Power Loader, don't you? Togata questions, clearly trying to make small talk. Immediately, Izuku feels whatever good mood he felt evaporate, and his face freezes into a scowl. How close are we to the agency? Izuku pointedly ignores the question, choosing instead to lock his eyes forward. Togata sighs, and points to the next corner in front of him. Leading Midoriya around the corner, the pair walk towards a building across the street. The building itself was a mid-rise style complex, with 5 floors. The outside was a pristine white, accompanied by a sturdy pewter color. The entire building was clean, and situated on the corner of the street. All in all, it seemed expensive without dipping into the realm of lavish. Walking close to the main entrance, Izuku felt his heart begin to hammer in his chest. Suddenly, the idea of being trapped in that building, surrounded by people he didn't know, made him want to throw up. He stopped cold, staring straight up at the agency, unable to take a step forward or away. Damn it, brain, Izuku tried to get his mind to move. Stop. It's fine. I'll be okay, just a few more steps, a short meeting with All Might's biggest fanboy, and then I can go home. Nothing serious. Despite his reassurances, he found that his body simply would not move. Something about this place made his body want to sprint in the opposite direction, yet he couldn't even muster the strength to move in the first place. Hey, Izuku heard a voice. You okay? Izuku turned, and was taken aback when Kirishima was standing next to him, looking at the amputee in concern. Kirishima? Izuku asked, what are you doing here? The hero in training tilted his head, staring at Izuku. What do you mean? Togata-senpai asked me to come here, probably for the same reasons you're here, I suppose. Kirishima pulled out his phone, holding it up to show Izuku his GPS. He told me the directions, so I just came here after school. Got a little lost along the way though. I'm not good with street names. Oh, Izuku scoffed. So you get an address, and I get dragged here, figuratively and literally, by the arm? Izuku turned to Togata, who suddenly seemed sheepish. You want to explain how that makes sense? It's nothing personal. Togata tried to quell Izuku's rising anger. Night I asked for both of you, but he wanted you especially. He points at Midoriya. Kirishima is more to corroborate your statement. Izuku seemed ready to start pressing Togata again, and Kirishima could see the frustration begin to boil over in him. So, he reaches over and taps Izuku on the cheek, causing the amputee to turn to him. Midoriya, please, Kirishima calms, let's just try and get through this without one of us ending the other? It will be over quicker that way. Izuku stares at Kirishima for a moment longer, before exhaling and giving a hesitant nod. Fine, Izuku spits out, let's get this over with. I have homework and a project I need to work on. Togata sighs, some tension leaving him, and nods. A smile returns to the boy's face as he opens the door, letting them into the building. The lobby is sparse, but pristine. It lacks much decoration beyond the odd false plant, but the furniture is immaculately maintained and the walls were impeccably cleaned. In truth, The place almost seemed to shimmer with the gilding of minimalist sterility. Izuku hated it. It felt too much like a hospital room. A transitional space rather than a hero agency. It was almost as if the room lacked any and all life. Just a cold, unfeeling space, made by a cold, unfeeling man. They approached the front desk, where a sharply dressed man sat as the receptionist. The man was fairly plain, and didn't really have much noteworthy about him besides some interestingly multicolored eyes. It seemed every time Izuku blinked, his eyes were a different, but no less vibrant color. First, they were an electric blue, then a blink later and they were acid green. "Ah, Togata," the receptionist smiled at him, "glad to see you. Do you have a patrol set up today?" "No, Murasame," Togata chuckled. "I believe Centipeder is expecting us. We have a meeting with Sir today." The receptionist seems to acknowledge the other students behind Togata, eyes changing to a neon pink. "Ah, I apologize." Murasame bowed his head the best he could while sitting down. "My name is Akio Murasame. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kirishima waved back at Murasame, but Izuku did not. Instead, he wearily eyed the exits and the possible routes available to him. Unconsciously, he moved so that his back was closer to Kirishima, his heart rate picking up again. Murasame seemed relatively unbothered by Izuku's behavior, and pressed a button on his desk. "I'll page Centipeder," Murasame explained, "if you could all wait down here for a moment." The three nod and step away from the desk, moving towards the center of the room. Kirishima turns to Izuku, his face alight with curiosity. "So, why do you think Night Eye wants to see us?" Kirishima asks aloud, "And what's with all the secrecy?" Izuku shakes his head, keeping his voice low to cut out Togata. "I'm not sure, but I don't like this." The elevator dings, signaling the arrival of the cab. "However, I need to know what's going on, and I have a feeling this is the best way to figure that out." The figure that walks out of the elevator is an odd one. He is tall and slim, wearing a tailored suit with a tailcoat that ran down behind his knees. He wore pristine white gloves, and walked with an elegance that was offset by his head. Where a normal human head would be, instead the head was flat and oblong, with no visible tapering from chin to neck. The sides of the flat neck and head were lined with small insect-like legs, and his exposed skin was covered in carapace and chitin. His eyes were small and slitted, and in the place of his mouth was a large, sharp mandible. Finally, two long antennae ran from his forehead up over his head and back around, ending in flagella-like twirls over his back. "Ah," the man's voice was elegant and refined, "it is excellent that you are here. I am most grateful that you would accept our invitation to speak of your toils from the previous day." The man bowed to them as the trio walked over to the elevator. "My name is Juzo Moshi, but you may refer to me by my hero moniker, Centipeder." The man straightened, before gesturing to the elevator. "Now," Centipeder began, "if you would be so kind, please enter the cab, and I will show you the way to the meeting room." The three nod, though Izuku enters the cab last. As soon as the doors close, and the elevator begins to rise, Izuku has to hold his breath. He feels trapped, unsure of his next move. He had no clear exit, much less a strategy of how to get out of there if need be. Ever since his accident, he had hated getting into elevators. He much preferred stairs, because at least then he would have a clear path to escape. The walls began to close in. He felt like the cold metal of the elevator cab was pressing into him from all sides, enveloping and suffocating him. He felt restrained, arms unable to move. Suddenly, a heat blossomed along his shoulder and face, right over his right eye. The heat grew and grew, blazing out of control, consuming him in pain. He had to get out. He couldn't be in here, not with so many people he didn't know. He couldn't breathe, he could barely move. He didn't know what to dash. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened, unleashing the four to the open air. Izuku felt his mind snap back to the present. The walls relented in their suffocation, and his breathing steadied. He took another deep breath, and stepped out of the elevator. He sees Kirishima and Centipeder looking at him, Kirishima in concern and Centipeder in curiosity, but Izuku ignores them, walking forward to the large door in front of him. Togata hurries up to the front of the group, moving over to open the door for Izuku and Kirishima to enter the room. Once they are inside, Togata enters as well, followed by Centipeder, who closes the door behind them. In front of them is a shockingly casual office. The first thing Izuku notes is the merchandise. Hanging from every corner and every wall are various bits of merchandise, all relating to All Might. Izuku was able to recognize a few rare pieces of memorabilia, some of which numbered in the hundreds of thousands of yen in and of itself. The desk to the side of the room was, by comparison, bare, with naught but a computer and a simple keyboard adorning its surface. Standing to the side of the desk is a young woman with blue skin. She wore a modified diver's suit that showed off a considerable amount of midriff and less than tasteful amount of undercleavage. Unbuttoned short shorts hung loose and low on her hips, covering skin-tight dark blue pants and thick white and gold boots. Her blue hair was cropped short, a breathing mask was tightly pressed onto her face. Sitting at the desk, however, was a sharply dressed man in a gray suit. He had primarily green hair of a similar shade to Izuku's, however, there were 3 strands of gold hair that wove into the neatly kempt emerald hairdo. He wore a gaudy, polka-dotted red tie that was tucked neatly into his coat, and his black shoes were pristinely polished. If it weren't for the tie, Izuku might have mistaken him for a normal salaryman. "Sir," Togata called out, "I brought them as asked." Night Eye nods, standing up from his desk, his body unfurling, revealing just how tall the figure really is. While not as tall as the likes of All Might or Endeavor, the slender man stood much taller than the average person. His features were sharp and calculated, with his yellow eyes seeming to analyze everyone and everything in the room. The piercing peridot gaze finally locks onto Izuku, who feels like the man can stare through him, exposing his everything to the world. Night Eye nodded and waved for his sidekicks to flank the room. Bubble Girl and Centipeder moved over to the sides, while Togata remained standing behind them. Night Eye then gestured for the two to move towards him, which they followed through with, moving over to his desk and taking seats on the other side. Night Eye took a moment to scrutinize the two, before moving over to their side of the desk. In one swift motion, he grabs Izuku by the chin and forces him to look Night Eye in the eye. Immediately, Izuku panics and tries to jab the hero in the stomach out of reflex, but Night Eye doesn't flinch. Izuku eventually begins to hyperventilate, the grip on his face harsh and grating. "Hey!" Kirishima roared, shouting at Night Eye, "What the hell is wrong with you? Let him go!" Night Eye chose to ignore him, instead seeming to stare through Izuku's still human eye. No matter how much Izuku squirmed and tried to force himself out, "Can't you see you're upsetting him? Let him go now." Kirishima grabbed Night Eye by the arm and tossed him off of Izuku, forcefully, causing the hero to let go and stumble a bit. Kirishima then crouched over Izuku, who seemed to be unresponsive while kneeling on the ground. "Hey, Midoriya," Kirishima tries to reassure, "It's okay. You're okay." Izuku looks up at Kirishima, his mind clicking back into place, life returning to his eye. Izuku's breathing slows down again, and his mind finally catches up with him. Kirishima lets out a breath of relief, before his eyes harden, turning around to Night Eye. "Apologize to him," Kirishima demanded. "I wasn't able to gain a clear picture," Night Eye spoke evenly. "With only one eye, it's more difficult, so it takes longer. If you had given me one more moment, it would have been over." "That isn't an apology," Kirishima spat. "That's an excuse. Apologize now." Night Eye quirked a brow at Kirishima's order, but made no attempt to comply, causing Kirishima to bare his teeth at Night Eye. His fist clenches, and he moves to engage Night Eye, but Izuku reaches up, stopping him. "You know," Izuku grunts, "if you want my help, you are off to a piss-poor start." Night Eye did not respond immediately. Instead, he moved closer to Izuku, who took a step back. The air around his mechanical eye began to sizzle and haze. Night Eye stops moving forward, and Izuku instead holds his eye charged, ready to fire if Night Eye tries anything. "I did not see your full future," Night Eye begins, tilting his head up. His yellow eyes had morphed, with the sclera turning black, and his irises becoming a glowing purple, shaped similar to a cog within a clock, but what I did see of it was unimpressive. Night Eye held up his hand. "If you attempt to fire that laser hidden in your eye, it will miss, and I will subdue you." The tension between them turned nuclear, and Izuku eventually sighed, cooling his eye beam and looking back up at Night Eye. "Just tell me what you want so I can tell you to screw off." "Last night, you encountered a certain man," Night Eye explains, "Kai Chisaki. I believe my intern leaked his name to you." Togata stiffens, and Izuku nods, causing Night Eye to sigh. "You will have to forgive Togata." Night Eye laments, while he is certainly a promising young hero, sometimes he lacks finesse. The Foresight hero moves back around his desk and sits back down. "You didn't answer my question," Izuku states. "If you are going to keep wasting my time, I will leave." Night Eye seemed unfazed by Izuku's demand, but leaned forward onto the desk, tenting his hands. "I want you to tell me what he said to you after that girl ran back to him," Night Eye stated, bluntly, Specific wording is key. I need to know exactly what he said. Izuku hesitated. Who is he? He began, who is that girl that was with him, and why are you investigating him? Answer my question, Night Eye demands, and I will answer yours. Izuku scoffs, oh, and I am supposed to believe that? After you grabbed my head and forced your quirk on me, I'm supposed to just believe that you're going to suddenly start being honest with me? No, Night Eye states, but the way I see it, you don't have much choice. His eyebrow lifts on one side of his face, staring down the amputee with a calm calculation, especially if you want to help that girl. Izuku stiffens, and Kirishima looks at his friend with curiosity, and maybe some concern. I asked him what he wanted, and he said he wanted a better world. Details, Night Eye snapped, exact working. What did he say exactly to you? Izuku turned quiet for a moment, looking down at his feet. A world without blight and pestilence, a world free of the most endemic disease of them all. Is that all? Night Eye pressed, and Izuku took a deep breath. He said it was a world that I imagine you would quite like to siege. Izuku finished. Night Eye remained silent for a time, before standing and moving towards the shelf, adjusting some of his already impeccably placed shelf ornaments. Do you know why he might have thought that? Izuku stills, his eye opening again. His mind swarms with turmoil and trepidation, but he steels himself. Stain's words cling to him, finding perch in his thoughts, and he nods to himself. The violet sky shifts, darkening into the blackness of night, and Izuku's hand outstretched, meeting Stain's in a clasp. No, Izuku answered, not even believing his own words. Would you like to find out? Izuku looked up at the pro-hero, face resolute, without an ounce of charade clear in his face. He was serious, that was readily apparent. What do you mean? Izuku asks, frustration leaking out in his tone. Can you stop speaking in tongues and just tell me what it is you want me to do? Night Eye pauses, and then approaches Izuku, leaning down to level his gaze with the mismatched one on Izuku's features. All right, Night Eye grunts, you want me to be clear? Izuku nods, and Night Eye leans back, still staring down at Izuku. I want you to infiltrate the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza. How is that for clear? What? Frankly, Mr. Babaigawa, I have some concerns as to your stability. The rough plastic of the chair bit into his back, with every movement against the seat being agony on Jin's spine. It felt like an army of minuscule Spartans were stabbing him with spears. The harsh light from the single window of the restaurant manager's office was similarly irritating, with the angle of the sun blaring directly into his retinas. He felt moisture dripping down his head, and reached up to wipe his face, only to stop when his thumb came across the well-healed stitches right in the middle of his forehead. Still, those factors all paled in comparison to the dread that was being forcefully pumped into his core with each passing word. He always hated this moment of each interview. Jin had actually been feeling quite good about this interview so far. He had been able to answer every question. And, if he were to say so himself, he had been proud of how easily he was able to answer some of these questions. But here it comes. The inevitable question. Your medical history here notes you as a danger to yourself and others. The manager raised an eyebrow, crossing their arms over their red polo. Can you explain this to me? Jin took a deep breath and shuddered. He felt his hands quivering under the force of his clenched fists. He dared to glance up at the manager, who was looking down at him with a quirked brow. He read the man's eye, and saw naught but the same thing he always saw. 2 parts judgment, 1 part pity. He hated that look. Jin stammered, working up his nerve to speak on the issue. 2 years ago, I suffered a mental breakdown related to my quirk. Jin immediately straightened his back. But I have been going to a psychiatrist every other day since then. They have ruled that I am fully capable of taking care of myself, and holding a position of employment. I have no doubt they did, the manager sighed. But I am less concerned with how you are now, and more concerned with how you will be tomorrow. Or the next day. Or perhaps the day after that. Do you get what I mean? He felt the scar on his forehead itch, feeling the phantom sensation of the skin peeling back from the stitches, cracking open like a pistachio shell. He whimpered and looked down, holding his hand to the seam, forcing himself to keep himself together. No, Jin begs within his mind, no, not now, please. Mr. Babaigawa, the manager continued, ignorant or uncaring of Jin's distress, I have no doubt that you will be able to find employment. The itch blazed into a ripping pain. He felt the crack grow wider, splitting his head down the middle, exposing the world to the miasma of sludge that lay just beneath his skin. He tried to gasp, to tell them to run, but he couldn't. The pain of his body ripping itself in two was ever permeating. However, in this specific job, it would require you to interact with many different people over the course of the day. Some of them may even be aggressive or unpleasant. A cashier's job isn't easy for someone with a fragile mental state. He feels his skull begin to migrate into two halves, the pearlescent bones splitting down the middle, and all the agony that comes with it. His sternum began to tremble, his body straining to escape his skin, to run from his person and escape into the night. He begged his body to stay together, to keep him whole. So, the manager concluded, "I am sorry for taking your time, Mr. Babigawara." The manager did not seem particularly apologetic, but, "I am afraid that—" "Wait," Twice shouted, bowing his head low, "please. I swear to you I am not a danger to anyone, // I will fully dedicate myself to this workspace, and devote all my time if I need to." Twice felt tears building just behind his eyes. "Yes, I have had some bad days, but I swear to you, / I will be the best employee you could ask for. So please." Twice does not catch himself in time. He didn't realize what he said until the words had already had time to stir. "What do you mean, bad days?" the manager questioned, pointedly. And just like that, it's over. What? Do you need to replace your ears too? Night Eye jabbed, "The Shy Hasaikai Yakuza family. I am asking you to enter their ranks and feed us information on their plans." "I'm not deaf," Izuku growled out. "I'm stunned by how insane that sounds." Night Eye does not visibly react, but Izuku jabs a finger at the Foresight hero's chest. "You want me to infiltrate a Yakuza family?" "I'm not a damn spy." "I'm aware," Night Eye drawled, "but unfortunately, circumstances dictate that you might be the best person to try this." "Oh great," Izuku rolled his eyes. "The best chance at gathering information is a 15-year-old kid. Great. I can see this investigation is in capable hands." Izuku sees Mirio and Centipeder tense up at his blatant insult towards Night Eye, but he can't bring himself to care. "I mean, do you realize how stupid that sounds?" Izuku roars, "You run an agency of heroes specialized in information gathering and espionage, yet when the chips are down you need to take a gamble on a 15-year-old civilian to get the job done?" Izuku threw his hand into the air, turning around and walking away from Night Eye. "Why don't you get one of your heroes to get your information? Why does it have to be me? Last time we sent a hero, half of their body came back." Night Eye spoke bluntly, but his words stopped Izuku in his tracks. Overhaul sniffed them out instantly. He picked them out from the crowd of his sycophants and caught them unaware. Night Eye looked down, and his fists began to clench. For the first time, Izuku saw frustration appear on his face. Still, Izuku finds himself unsatisfied with their answer. "You didn't answer my question." Izuku begins, "If a seasoned hero with training in espionage got caught," he looked back up at Night Eye, "then why do you think I could do better?" Izuku felt a dark thought bleed through, and his mind zeroed in on the thought, letting the embers of his imagination blaze into a wildfire. Night Eye's silence as he looked down at the crippled boy did not aid Izuku in his paranoia. If anything, the lack of communication only aided in Izuku's paranoia taking over his mind. "They don't," Izuku surmised. "They're hoping that you die. Or at the very least they don't care if you die or not." Izuku shakes his head, but the voice continues to mock him. "This is a suicide charge that they are hoping you will blindly fall into. And here you are, walking right into it." A hand on his shoulder shakes him from his mind, and he turns to see Kirishima, backing him up. The boy nods to him, and Izuku takes a deep breath, looking back up at Night Eye. "If they wanted to end me, they would have done it by now." Izuku rationalized, "They have had plenty of opportunities so far. I'll give him a chance to defend himself." "That wasn't a rhetorical question," Izuku stated, firmly. "Why do you think my chances are better at getting into the family? Because unlike the others we have attempted to integrate, you have an invitation from the man himself." Night Eye rebutted, "Unlike all of them, you actually have a foot in the door with Overhaul. And you somehow think that makes me more safe?" Izuku counters, "You said it yourself, he can smell a rat from a mile away, no offense?" Despite his platitude, Izuku did not seem to care if Night Eye was offended or not. "What makes you think that he won't sniff me out? What makes you think he was even serious about his invitation?" Izuku sighs, rubbing his brow with his hand. "I'm trying to understand why you're so sure about all of this." There is way too much that we don't know. Correction, Night Eye interjected, there is much you don't know. That's exactly my point. Izuku asked, what do you know that you aren't telling me? How can you expect me to follow along with this when you won't tell me anything about Chisaki? Instead of responding verbally, Night Eye walked over to his computer and pulled up a picture of Chisaki on a large projector. The man's menacing visage staring down at the crowd with all the authority and terror of an angry god. Izuku felt himself take a step back, seeing the mugshot of that man from the alley for the first time. Kai Chisaki, or as we know him, Overhaul, Night Eye elaborated, is unique among villains. The slide switched, and Izuku saw a complex web of different names and symbols flare to life on the projector. I'm sure as you know, the Yakuza are a dying breed, Night Eye spoke with some amount of pride in his inflection. Izuku surmised that that statistic was something he was directly involved in. At this moment, only one Yakuza family remains. Another screen change, and now Izuku sees an emblem blazing on the screen. The emblem was a pure white flower with 8 petals, each one jagged as teeth, with the kanji in the middle of the flower. Yet, despite Mai and others' best efforts, one family remains. Shai Hasaikai. Despite a crackdown on organized crime since the advent of heroes, Centipeder interjects, this one family still remains. They persist, like cockroaches, feeding off of the scraps of the old Yakuza world. The Centipede Man turns around towards Izuku, we would like to change that. Before, Night Eye continued, they were content with picking at the scraps, and existing, self-contained in their own little world. The foresight hero gritted his teeth, jaw clenching. But that was under the old leadership. Things changed when, out of nowhere, Overhaul took over the family. Wait, Izuku shook his head, how do you just take over a family like that? That's what we hope to find out. Night Eye nodded, it's unusual circumstances, that's for sure, but I believe that the circumstances of Overhaul's ascension is key to understanding how the Shai Hasaikai have persisted for so long. The hero turned to Izuku, who was staring up at the emblem. Not just that, but there are stirrings in the underworld of a drug called Trigger. Once again, the emblem fades from the screen, and an image of a concealed hypodermic needle appears. Trigger is a quirk enhancer, Night Eye concludes. It boosts someone's quirk to incredible heights, at the cost of driving them to madness. The hero turned to the two boys, highly illegal of course, not to mention incredibly dangerous. The drug has been around for a long time, but recently there has been an extreme bump in the illicit trade of the drug, all stemming from the Shai Hasaikai, and all starting within a month of Overhaul taking over. I do not think this is a coincidence, something is going on, and I need to know what. Izuku took a moment to process the information, letting everything sink in. The information seems sound, but there's a nagging doubt in the back of his head. Something doesn't add up with this. Wait, Izuku comments, so you don't have any concrete proof that Overhaul has some master plan? Night Eye raises a brow, but doesn't comment, letting Izuku continue. Yes, you know that the organized crime family is selling more drugs, but that isn't evidence of anything beyond that. That's why we need someone on the inside, Night Eye confirms, to find that evidence. Because until we have it, the Hero Commission won't authorize an organized raid. So, you're fishing, Izuku explained, bluntly, you're digging up holes in the ground and hoping you strike gold? Night Eye's face twisted slightly with irritation, but Izuku continued, what if you're wrong? What if the reason why they suddenly started selling more drugs is because they just want more money? And what if I'm right? Night Eye snapped, you seem to forget, I have been investigating and crushing Yakuza families for years now. I know when something doesn't fit right. Night Eye looks back up at the screen, eyeing the trigger with contempt. I know that there is more than this. I'm sure of it. Night Eye sighed, looking back at Izuku. But, Night Eye conceded, if I'm wrong, then at the very least, we have the sale and distribution of Trigger to fall back on. The hero stands up, looking back down at Izuku while he adjusts his glasses. It's not as strong. A Yakuza family selling drugs isn't exactly big news. Night Eye grit out the last two words, but it's something to work with. All we need is proof. Izuku is silent for a moment, but eventually he slumps forward and sighs. All right, Izuku groans. Let's say, for a moment, that I agree with you. Izuku holds his hand up. What exactly beyond just fine sheet do you want me to look for? I want you to get deep into the operation, Night Eye expresses, bluntly. I want you to get to know the other people within the family, the network, the hierarchy, the power structure, even Overhaul himself. Night Eye's gaze hardens, but most importantly, I want you to feed any information on anything else going on back to me. That's a lot to ask of anyone, Izuku admits, especially when you're sending them in alone. What am I supposed to do if things go wrong? Night Eye doesn't answer immediately, but he does approach Midoriya, looming over him like an obelisk. I'm not claiming it will be easy, the hero begins, nor am I claiming it will be safe. I'm being honest with you. If anything goes wrong, if the chips fall, you're on your own. I don't know how long it will take, or how deep you will need to go. In truth, I can't make any guarantees. Izuku sees Kirishima tense up from his side, gripping Izuku's shoulder tightly. He's a civilian, Kirishima interjects, breaking his silence for the first time in a while. You're asking all this of a civilian. One who has just been through something horrible. What the hell is wrong with you? Believe me, Night Eye remarks, if I had a better option, I would have taken it. But I fear that time is running out, and whatever is coming, it's coming fast. It's still not fair. Kirishima roared, piling all of this onto him like that. Is this what it means to be a hero, then? Night Eye glared at Kirishima, and Izuku saw something buried deep behind his eyes. Underneath the hero's calm demeanor, Izuku felt a deeper emotion. Resentment. There was something more to Night Eye's perception of Kirishima than he lets on. Definitely something deeper than someone who had just met the two. What does he know about Kirishima that I don't? I'm not asking him to make a decision today, Night Eye confirms, tearing his gaze away from Kirishima. I'm asking him to think about it. The hero turns to his calendar, looking at the most recent date marked with a red line. Today is Tuesday, he remarks. I will expect your answer by Friday. Is that fair enough to you, Midoriya? Even though the question is directed at Izuku, Night Eye's gaze is locked onto Kirishima, who flinches at the steel in his eyes. Kirishima opens his mouth, ready to continue the argument, but Izuku stops him with a hand. Thank you for giving me time to think about it. He bows low to Night Eye. I will be sure to give you my answer by Friday. Straightening his posture, he jabs his thumb back towards the exit. So can we leave now? You may go, Night Eye acquiesced. However, I wish to speak to young Kirishima alone, please. Kirishima seems nervous for a moment, and Izuku pushes himself closer to his friend. What do you need to talk to him about? Nothing that pertains to you, Night Eye jabs back. I merely wanted to clarify one thing with him. Once we're done, you can all go home. Izuku curls his brow at the seemingly random emphasis, but to his right, Kirishima almost looks like he's seen a ghost. His skin has turned pale, and his eyes are wide and alert. Immediately, Izuku tries to help him, but Kirishima nods to the foresight hero. It's okay, Midoriya, Kirishima assures. This will only take a bit. I'll meet you outside, okay? Izuku looks at Kirishima with confusion, trying to read what he's saying, but for the first time, the open book that he had come to grow close to has shut completely, and now Izuku was left wondering if it had ever been open to begin with. But he decides to trust Kirishima, nodding his head and stepping out the door. He is flanked by Bubble Girl and Centipeder as they migrate him towards the exit, ushering him from both sides. As he gets into the box with him, panic doesn't set in this time. Now, his mind is swarming with concern for his friend. Kirishima, he thinks, what did you get yourself into? As soon as the others leave the room, Kirishima turns back around to Night Eye. The door slams shut behind him, causing the boy to flinch violently, leaving the two alone. Night Eye walked closer to Kirishima, who shuffled his feet and refused to meet his eyes. Eventually, Kirishima tried to start this impromptu conversation, but before he could, Night Eye grabbed him by the chin and forced him to look him in the eye. Did you take one for all? The hero seems manic, his eyes are wild, staring Kirishima down as if he had just shot the man's dog. The man shook Kirishima by his head, staring the boy down as he roughly jostled him. Kirishima tried to push the man off, but his grip was like an iron cuff on his head, holding him in place with ease. How strong is this guy? Kirishima thinks. What are you? Kirishima tried to spit out, only for Night Eye to wrench his head closer to him, now screaming into his face directly. Answer me. Night Eye roared. Did you take one for all? Yes or no? No. Kirishima wrenches himself free. I didn't. Don't lie to me. Night Eye rumbled. I know All Might offered you one for all. If you took the quirk, I swear. I didn't take it. Kirishima shouted, glaring at Night Eye. Yes, All Might approached me and asked me if I would take the quirk, but I asked if I could have some time to think about it. That's, Night Eye seemed to calm down. That's good. He takes a deep breath and straightens out, glaring down at Kirishima. If that's all you wanted to know, Kirishima grumbled, can I leave now, sir? No, Night Eye jabbed a finger down at Kirishima, who reeled back, you are going to listen to me. When you see All Might next, you will refuse his offer. What? Kirishima shouted, why? Because, Night Eye growled, you are not the right person for the quirk. Kirishima still seemed confused, so Night Eye elaborated. I have been training Togata to take up the mantle of One for All when All Might gives up the quirk. He is the perfect candidate, unlike you. I will not have all that effort squandered by some random punk, understood? Kirishima wanted to nod, but Night Eye's words spun around in his head. They didn't make sense. If All Might really intended to give his quirk to Togata, then why offer it to him? If that's true, then why is All Might asking me? Kirishima questioned, why wouldn't he just give the quirk to Togata? Night Eye didn't comment at first, but Kirishima connected the dots. It's because he doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know you've been training Togata? Night Eye doesn't respond, so Kirishima presses, does Togata even know? Does he know the real reason why you're training him? Night Eye continued to remain silent, letting his lack of answer speak volumes. That's bullshit. If this is why you've been training him, then he deserves to know about it. Why would you dash? This is inconsequential, Night Eye spits. The point is, you will refuse One for All, and you will allow Mirio to achieve his destiny. Got it? Kirishima did not respond at first, so Night Eye continued to glare at him. Finally, Kirishima huffed and looked down. Finally, Kirishima grunted, feeling a stinging in his chest. When All Might had come to him, he had felt special. Something that he had never really felt like before. With his middling quirk and average test scores, he was always middle of the road. An average boy destined to be average at best as a hero. But, Kirishima thinks, All Might saw something else in me, something greater. I'm glad you understand, Night Eye commented, finally unlocking his doors. You may go now. Kirishima nods, feeling himself tremble with frustration. He walks out the door, feeling his confidence slip away. Maybe this is for the best, Kirishima tried to rationalize. After all, he's right, Togata seems perfect for the role. He beat all of us single-handedly without One for All. Think of how amazing he could be with the quirk. The elevator doors closed, and Kirishima tried his best to stay positive, but all he felt was emptiness and hurt. So why? Kirishima thinks. Why am I so angry? The elevator dings, signaling his arrival in the lobby. As soon as he opens the door, he sees Izuku waiting for him. The amputee rushes over to him, mismatched eyes scanning over him with concern. Hey, Izuku began, you okay? Did he try anything with you? Kirishima sighs, bottling up his feelings as he had learned to do with his mom, and fixes Izuku with a smile. I'm fine, Kirishima says, everything is fine. Izuku scrutinized his friend, trying his best to see how he could help him, only to be shut out. He sighed, and the two began to walk to the door. Oh, they heard from behind them, and the duo turned to see Murasame waving to them. They approached the receptionist, and the man smiled at them, glowing peridot eyes gleaming with calm joy. I see you finished your meeting with Sir. He spoke cheerfully. How did it go? Kirishima grimaced, and Izuku sighed to himself. It was enlightening, to say the least. Murasame gave them a sympathetic look. Yeah, Usur can be difficult, sometimes. The man waves his hand, eyes changing from peridot to a light amethyst. He tends to get caught in his own head, and gets so obsessed with the end goal that he can forget to watch the road, you know? Yeah, Izuku surmises, I think I get what you mean. He turns to Kirishima, it's getting late. We should probably get home. Ah crap, Kirishima shouts, you're right. Mom is gonna be pissed. Kirishima turns around and runs a bit forward. Oh, before you go, Murasame calls out to them. The duo turn around and see the man move from his spot, moving away from his desk. Much to their shock, the man doesn't seem to rise from his chair to meet them, instead gliding frictionlessly around the corner. Once he rounds the corner, the two realize why. When Murasame rounds the corner of the desk, the two finally see the motorized wheels of his chair spinning against the tile floor. His legs end in a very abrupt cutoff, with the two legs of his pants tied into knots high up on his thighs. In addition, they could see a recess in his waist under his clothes, a spot where flesh should have been, but only dead air remained. One of his arms was twisted and thin, with the hand being very gnarled and missing two fingers. The man is bound to the mobility chair by a belt and harness hidden under his jacket, but once the chair became fully visible, Kirishima and Izuku could see the straps lay tight against his body. Last time we sent a hero, half of their body came back? Izuku forced himself to look up at Murasame's kind face, but Kirishima found his eyes drawn to the man's stunted legs, ending high on his thighs. Murasame notices his gaze, but pays him no mind, instead delivering to them 2 business cards, which each take from his unscarred hand. These have the agency's number on it, Murasame informed. If you need to call them, just call the number on the front and you will be connected to the front desk. Kirishima seems stunned, and Izuku takes the chance to elbow his friend lightly, shaking him from his confusion. Thank you very much, Izuku bowed to Murasame, who shrugged him off. Please, the receptionist called out, it's just a courtesy. Nothing special. The man looked down at his legs, his eyes transforming into a deep lapis. Not much else I can do anymore, so I try to be useful where I can, you know? Izuku looks Murasame up and down and he nods, his eyes projecting nothing but empathy. Yeah, Izuku states, I think I know exactly what you mean. He wiggled the key into the doorknob of his apartment, trying to give the small metal object purchase, but to no avail. He tried again and again, but the key simply wouldn't fit in the lock. Lifting his head, he finally locks eyes with the paper taped to the door. Eviction notice. Twice stared at the note for a time, blinking once, twice, as he took it in. He had been so out of it that he hadn't even noticed the paper until just now. His mind finally registered the note, the red letters. Glaring down on him, mocking the fact that he no longer had a home. He breathed in heavily, walking back down the stairs and trudging his way out the door. The landlord wasn't home, so that might spare twice the embarrassment of having to explain why he still couldn't pay his rent. He opened the door to the apartment and walked out towards the road, seeing his stuff mixed in with the garbage on the side. He didn't bother grabbing the old threadbare mattress or his various ramshackled furniture. Instead, he began to dig through the trash, frantically trying to find the item of his desire. Throwing aside his clothes and various implements, he dug through until his hand touched a familiar swath of fabric. He sighed, loudly, relief pouring through him as he picked the mask out of the trash. The feeling had gotten worse, the splitting sensation in his mind agonizing through his body. He quickly pulled the mask over his face, and immediately, the fabric soothed his aching skull, stitching the pieces of his broken mind back together. He heard the voices begin, echoing through his mind once again. But at least now he was whole. He sighed, grabbing several clothing items and a grimy duffel bag from the pile of his old things. He wouldn't be needing most of it anymore, and even if he did, he couldn't exactly do anything with it right now. Better to just move along with what little he could take with him. A familiar voice calls out, causing Twice to jump. Twicey. Twice feels warmth bloom in his chest, and he turns to see the smiling face of Toga beaming down at him. Her honey blonde hair was up in its usual messy buns, and her yellow eyes were filled with a mischievous joy. The girl's beaming smile quickly twisted into a confused pout, and she leaned over Twice as he kneeled over what was once his property. Why are you kneeling in the trash? Toga tilts her head dramatically. You lose your wallet in the dumpster again? No // that was one time. Twice feels both voices answer near simultaneously. Oh, her lips purse, and she looks even more confused. Then why are you in the trash? Twice's eyes move from her, and look down at his hands. He sighs and looks back up at her. I got evicted, / that he. Twice stumbled out. The sting of admitting that to his friend felt acidic in his mouth, like bile rising in his throat. It was embarrassing, acknowledging that he couldn't pay to take care of himself, nor could he find a way to actually make money. Toga raises her hand to her chin, tapping her finger against it. Do you want me to end him? Twice looks up at her and she grins down at him. No, / maybe. He responds, I just want to go somewhere else, / I want burgers. Toga blew a raspberry out, and rocked back and forth on her feet. Fine, why don't you come to my place? She beams down at him, and the unhinged glint in her eyes can't supersede the warmth he feels seeing her happiness. It's not much, but I have some chips. That sounds nice, / what's the catch? Twice winces as his second self ruins the moment, but Toga simply giggles at him. No catch. Toga crosses her arms in front of her, then spins on her toes. I just want to have fun with my friend. Twice feels heat rise in both his heart and his face at her words. Friend. He nodded and rose to his feet, following the skipping girl to her place. They walked down the street in comfortable silence, Toga humming along as Twice grumbled to himself, feeling his body want to make an outburst. No, Jean demands, don't embarrass Toga. Keep it together until we get to her place. But that guy's tie is loose. Twice demanded, it's bothering me. It would only be right to tell him, right? It bothers me too, Jean admits, but he's across a busy street. We would just be making a scene. Maybe I want to make a scene. Twice boasts, maybe you want to make a scene? No. Yes. Shut up. Make me. Twicey. Twice opens his eyes, seeing Toga staring him down. She's pouting up at him. Were you listening to me? Twice begins, no, sorry // that guy's tie was loose. He felt his body point in the direction of the road, which was now completely out of sight, but to Twice it didn't matter. He had gotten to say his piece. Oh, Toga turned around and mocked, looking intently towards the road, hand shielding her eyes from the sky. You're funny, Twicey. See? Twice jabbed, she thinks I'm funny. Funny like a clown, maybe, Jean snarks. Do you have any shame? Nope. Twice proudly declares, don't think that came in the box. Twice finally looks up, seeing an alley with a large ladder leading up to the rooftops. Toga skips over to the ladder and begins to climb. Eventually, she looks over her shoulder and gestures up the ladder with her head. Well? Toga giggles out, you comin'? Twice flinches, and his arms begin swinging wildly as he marches over to the ladder, humming a similarly cheerful tune. He begins climbing up the ladder, hips shaking in time with the beat of his whistling, the sound muffled by his mask. Eventually he reaches the top, where he sees an old tarp set on ropes and connected to several outcroppings on the roof. The canopy covered a decently sized area, with some old furniture and lawn chairs propped up in a circle. He notices a small tarp set on the ground, like a bed, and a small, threadbare stuffed animal lay in the open. The doll seemed to be of an anthropomorphized lion, with its head being a cute facsimile of a lion's face, but its body positioned to look like a baby sitting. Its stitching was old and worn, and the fabric looked primed to tear. It was missing an eye, and the other button was hanging by a thread. The doll was fitted with a small shirt and pants, each item rough, and seemingly handmade out of old scraps of fabric. Is that yours? / it's cute. Twice pointed at the lion toy and Toga looked over at it. Ah. She sprinted over and grabbed the stuffed animal. Mr. Stuffy, no. Your eye is popping out again. Toga moved over to one of the chairs, where a barren sewing kit lay on the table. She sat down, placing Mr. Stuffy on the table, and laying the doll on its back. Toga began to hum as she threaded the silken string through the needle, and moved closer to the stuffed animal. Twice watched her work in silence, simply observing the care in which Toga operated on her stuffed friend. So, Toga hummed out, causing Twice to turn to her, have you thought about my offer? Twice pulled his knees to his chest, and pondered what they had discussed days prior. / For once, both sides of him were at a loss of what to say next. Toga pouted, and twisted her body a bit. I don't see what the hang-up is about. Toga puffed air out of her mouth. They offered you food, shelter, and a purpose. Her arms shot into the air, taking Mr. Stuffy with them, and rocketing him up. The doll reached the apex of the toss, and fell back down, where she caught it smoothly. That's exactly my problem, / it feels too good to be true. It's not, Toga huffed, sitting back up, Bossman needs help with his cause. It's a generous offer. She looks at Twice, who can't bring himself to look her in the eye. I'm moving out of this tent and going to get an actual room in a few days. I finally have a home. Her eyes lock onto Twice, and even though he can't see her, he can feel her confusion. Isn't that what you want? / Twice can't answer. Because at base level, that's exactly what he wants. But, something about it felt wrong. It didn't fit right. I don't want to be given a home / I want to be given a chance to earn my home. Isn't that the same thing? Toga tilts her head, aren't those two the same? No. / yes. Twice clutched the sides of his head, I don't know. Twice chokes up and he sighs, lowering his hands, I just want a chance. / is that so much to ask? Hey, Twice looks up, seeing Toga standing above him. She raises her hands to his chin and tilts his head up to her. It's okay. I was just asking. She sighs and takes a step back, looking up at the sun as it dips below the horizon. Twice leans down, staring intently at the floor. Toga sighs, and moves over to the corner, pulling out her phone and pulling up a video player. She seems to be intently watching something on the small device, so Twice gets up and walks over to her. What are you watching? / Can I see it? Toga looks up. Oh, sure. She presses herself into Twice's side and moves the phone so that he can see it. The footage is pretty bad, Toga admits. It's phone cam footage of an alley from a weird angle. But the sound is good. How are you any better? Twice is stunned by the slightly obscured sight of a bandaged boy, yelling down at a man carrying enough blades to supply a barber for years. The boy seems haggard and tired. Bandages cover the right side of his face, but the most notable feature is the lack of a right arm. Instead, the sleeve hangs loose and flaps in the wind. Who is that? / He looks like he needs a nap. Oh, Toga seems to squint at the video. He's been popping up a bit. He got really hurt in the UA Sports Festival, Toga scoffed, and here he's going off on Staney. I mean, who does he think he is? When people look at you, they see nothing but a monster. A feral beast ready to lunge for the throat. How are you helping anybody when all you do is wildly attack the nearest hero? Twice feels his psyche calm for the first time in what felt like days. For once, his voices seemed to calm, neither trying to wrench control from the other. He let the boy's words permeate him, staring down at the grainy footage, but seeing the determined fire hidden behind his single green eye. How dare he say that about Staney? Toga sneered, but Twice wasn't listening to her. But not me. I won't go down that path. Jean felt that declaration stab through to his core. All my life I have been fighting, all my life, I have been trying to prove that I matter. And even though I haven't proven it yet, even though to most, I'm still just a defective piece of trash, I'm not giving up. He's / He's like me. Jean feels his halves come together for the first time since his accident. For the first time, his mind had begun to stitch itself back together. He feels the boy's determination. He knows the boy's struggle. Why is he so certain? / What does he see that I can't? I'm not going to be another you. I'm not going to fall into their traps so they can write me off all the same. Jean knows that the boy is speaking to the hero Ender, but he feels as if those words could easily be turned on Jean himself. That his declaration to never be like him could easily be directed at Twice, the man that couldn't even hold a single job. I'll carve my own path. And I'll fix things my way. Jean feels hope bubble in his chest, and if the world wants to try and break me, but they will have to try harder, because I'm still standing, despite everything they have done to me. The video cuts, and Toga turns off her phone, shaking Twice from his hypnosis. She blows a raspberry, tossing the phone onto the couch and sighing as she lays down on the rotting plush surface. I'm bored now, Toga laments. Do you want to play some board games? Twice stared down at the phone, and eventually looked back up at Toga. Weren't you interested in what he's saying? / I liked his sentiment. I mean, Toga huffs. Yeah, I like what he was saying. But it's all just words. Toga rolls over, kicking her feet as they hang off the couch. I doubt he means any of it. Nobody stands by their ideals nowadays. Her eyes gain a faraway look, and she stares up through the holes in the tarm, seeing the pinkish hue of the sunset. Ideals only matter until you push. Nearly every person would betray their word if it means living another day. Everyone except Staney and Bossman. The girl sighs, looking at her black screen, which reflects her face in it. Toga sneers at her reflection, and tosses her phone to the side. Pretty words are just that. Pretty. Like a pretty face, rarely is there anything behind it worth admiring. Toga flips up again, skipping over to Twice, and grabbing his wrist, pulling him over to the edge of the madrisse where she dwelled. The two stood on the edge of the roof, toes hanging off the side as they stared at the sun as it dipped below the horizon. I want you there, Toga states. I want you to be there. By my side. She turns and looks back at Twice, who still seems to ponder her words. Bossman wants you there too. He's offering you food, shelter, purpose. Twice had pointed his gaze down, so Toga crouched low, meeting his gaze from below. You can finally have a home again. Not just a dingy old room in a rundown madrisse, a home. For people like us. If the world wants to try and break me, but they will have to try harder, because I'm still standing, despite everything they have done to me. I'll think about it, Jean states. Enjoy, you too. Thanks. Kirishima shouted back to the waitress as she bowed and walked away. His usual vibrant excitement rolls off him in waves. It made Izuku smile. He could always count on Kirishima to try and brighten his day, even if every waking hour since Tuesday had been spent in deep thought. When Kirishima had invited him to that rice bowl restaurant, he had been hesitant to go. The arm was almost complete, and he felt he needed to stay and finish up with Hatsum and Hikaru. Kirishima insisted that he wanted to show him one of his favorite restaurants, another rice bowl place, this one located in Minato, where Kirishima lived. Still, Izuku wasn't sure it would be a good idea to just leave. But after Hikaru all but threw him out of the workspace and told him to take a damn break for once in your life, he had been left with little choice. He would have to thank Hikaru later. This place is excellent, Kirishima praised. Sure, it doesn't look like much, but me and my mom would come here all the time when she was free. Kirishima's excited, toothy grin turned more subdued, and his eyes fogged with introspection. It wasn't often she could get time off, but when she did, she always made sure to spend it with me. Though it wasn't hard. She just had to say we were coming here, and I would be on board immediately. He let out a soft chuckle. I dunno what it is, but the food here is just something else to me, you know? Izuku lifted a scoop to his lips, blowing lightly before beginning to consume his dish. He wouldn't consider a poke bowl his favorite food by any means, but he had to admit, there was something unique about this bowl. The brilliance of each ingredient was tempered perfectly into harmony with one another. A high-energy chorus of flavor soothed into a brilliant waltz. The quirkless boy nods, agreeing with his friend. Yeah, he agreed, this is delicious. I don't think I've eaten food this well made in years. Kirishima nodded, smile widening. Again, I'm glad you like it. Feel free to get some more stuff if you want, it's on me. Kirishima handed Izuku the menu, and pointed to a name on the page. I recommend the edamame. I dunno what they do to make them so tender, but trust me, it's a completely different experience. Oh, Izuku suddenly seemed back full. You don't have to pay for me. It's fine. Kirishima, however, held up his hand, and shook his head at his friend. Nah, Kirishima denied. I invited you out here, I will pay for the meal. Izuku still seemed hesitant, but Kirishima shrugged at his friend. Trust me, I wouldn't have offered it if it wasn't okay. I don't know, Izuku replied sheepishly. Tell you what, Kirishima leaned back, straightening his spine. I pay this time, and then next time we get food together, you can pay. That work? Izuku puffed air out of his mouth, and crossed his arms. You aren't giving up on this one, are you? Nope. Kirishima replied cheerfully. You have no choice but to accept that this is happening. So you may as well just ride the tide. Izuku sighed, a bubble of laughter escaping his mouth. Fine, you win. Izuku hailed the waitress again, and ordered some more food, before turning back to Kirishima. But we share the edamame, got it? I mean, Kirishima chuckled, you won't hear me complaining. The two enjoyed the rest of their meal in silence, simply allowing themselves to enjoy each other's company. Eventually, the dishes lay empty on the table, and the two boys leaned back, satisfied with their meal. Kirishima leaned over to the table, and grasped his still full soda, and lifted the straw to his lips. So, Kirishima began between slurps of his drink. Have you made a decision yet? Izuku sighed, looking down at the empty bowl in front of him. The slowly setting sun reflected on the deep brown table, changing its umber hue into a much more vibrant sienna. However, Izuku struggled to see the color through the thick sunglasses that covered his face. The glasses were dark and thick, covering his eyes, part of his forehead, and dipping down below his nose on either side of the septum grip. While they made it difficult for him to see in low light, they did cover up the majority of his eye implant, which led to less people staring at him. That didn't mean people didn't stare, they were just staring for different reasons. I'm not sure, Izuku admitted. The majority of me says that I should just say no, drop out of the process, and just move on with my life. The amputee shrugs with one shoulder. It would definitely be the most sensible decision. I'm not involved in this operation at all, and I'm a civilian. I don't have any obligation to go through with this. He stops, curling inward again, and Kirishima reads his friend's hesitation. But, Kirishima prods, placing his cup down, and allowing his friend time to collect his thoughts. But, Izuku continues, there is something in the back of my head that I just can't get past. The girl, Kirishima states. It isn't exactly a guess, more of an observation than anything. Still, Izuku nods, confirming Kirishima's statement. I know you want to help her, Izuku, Kirishima gently pressed, but you shouldn't have to be the one to do it. This isn't a fair position that night I put you in. Kirishima scowls, shaking his head. It's not right to put all this pressure on a civilian. It's not just that, Izuku clarifies. Yeah, I want to keep her safe, but something about that meeting was off. Things didn't make sense, especially with what we know now. What do you mean? Kirishima seemed curious, but hesitant. Well, Izuku leaned his arm on the table, propping his head up with his palm. Let's think about this logically. Overhaul said that they were out for a walk, but we already know that's a lie. However, the more I think about it, the more egregious a lie that is. Izuku turns inward, mind deep in thought. Eri was covered in bandages and wearing rags. If I'm being honest, I doubt that she had been outside in a long time. Wait, Kirishima sits fully at attention now. So, you're saying she was a captive? Yes, Izuku nodded. More than likely, I would bet my other eye on it. He looks down at the table again, studying the bowl in front of him as if it may hold the answers. So, assuming she's a captive, why would Overhaul go personally to get her? Kirishima stares blankly, confused with what Izuku is getting at, so Izuku sighs and elaborates. Okay, Izuku lifts his head from his palm and points at Kirishima. Imagine for a moment you are the head of a Yakuza family. Kirishima seems taken aback, but after a moment, he nods all the same. You are keeping this girl captive somewhere. Would you personally watch her to make sure she doesn't escape? Kirishima thinks, before shaking his head. No, probably not, he admits. If I'm really that influential, I would get people to watch her for me. Exactly, Izuku snaps his fingers. So then why, when this girl escapes, would Overhaul go himself to get her? Izuku proposes, it's not only a risk, but a waste of resources. If I were really so important, I would have sent her guard to get her, not go myself. Okay. Kirishima blinks, blankly, so he's an idiot? Izuku eyes his friend with barely restrained disappointment. Overhaul is currently leading the only active Yakuza family left in Japan? You really think that he's stupid? Kirishima flushes with embarrassment and looks down, causing Izuku to sigh. You didn't need to say it like that, Kirishima grumbles. I was just asking a question. Look, Izuku pushes on. The point is, I refuse to believe that Overhaul just made a mistake like that. There's more to this story. But one thing is for certain. Izuku clenches his fist, glaring down at the table. The waitress comes by and drops their receipt off in the middle. Whatever Overhaul has going on, this girl is important to it. There isn't a doubt in my mind. Wait, Kirishima leans forward, extracting his wallet and paying for their meal. So, you agree with Night Eye that there is more going on in Shai Hasaikai? Izuku hesitates before answering. Yes, but probably not in the way Night Eye thinks. Izuku stands, and Kirishima follows suit, before both boys exit the small outside seating area and head down the road to the station. I think that Night Eye is right to an extent, Izuku admits, but I also think that Night Eye is ignoring key details. I mean, Kirishima hunches over as they walk. I don't know. A-hole or not, Night Eye has been hunting Yakuza for years. The redhead shakes his head. I don't think he would just miss details like that. That's the problem though, Izuku explains, still deep in thought. He is still treating this like another Yakuza family. Sure, Night Eye has taken down a large number of other crime families in the past, but that also means that he has a set playbook he likes to follow. The boys turn the corner and stop, waiting for the light to change on the sidewalk. But Kirishima presses. But, unlike those other families, this one is still around, Izuku elaborates. They have survived the Yakuza purge, even surviving through a potentially hostile change in leadership. How? The light changes, and the boys begin to walk again. I think that it's because they don't operate like a normal Yakuza family. Night Eye has the knowledge to say that something more is going on, but won't take the extra step to change his view on this, to admit this. Isn't another Yakuza? Kirishima seems conflicted. Honestly, with everything we've seen, they seem like a pretty average Yakuza family, drug smuggling, organized crime. Honestly, it reads off like a script. That's my point, Izuku grunts, frustration creeping into his tone. How can a crime family that, on the surface, seems so cut and dry, still be around and kicking? Why, of all the other families, are they still around and nobody else? Izuku rubs his forehead with his hand. It doesn't add up. The pieces don't fit right. There has to be more to this, and I would be willing to bet my soul that Eri is a key part of it. The boy lifts his head, staring straight ahead, and I think the only way I can find out is by learning from inside. Kirishima hesitates as the boys finally cross the street. I don't know, there is a ton that we don't know. It just feels like there is a lot that can go wrong, and not enough that can go right. Kirishima turns to his friend. I mean, did you notice that when Night Eye was explaining his infiltration, he didn't have an exit plan for you? Izuku doesn't meet his friend's eyes, confirming his suspicions. You did? You know he doesn't care if you make it out or not, and you're considering it anyways? I won't say that I don't have doubts, Izuku admitted, and you're right, there is a lot we don't know. Izuku turned back to Kirishima, but I feel like this is something only I can do, and honestly, if I did nothing now, I don't think I could forgive myself. The final expression on the faces of the dead, Crimson Riot explained, and the torment of failing to save them, it's because of that experience that I charge into the fray. Kirishima met his friend's eyes, reading his friend's expression. And, for a moment he is brought back to middle school. Sitting in his room, watching Crimson Riot on the television. The same look was on Riot's face back then, that same determination to see it through until the end. Still, Kirishima thinks, I can't help but feel like he's missing something. I'm not comfortable with this, Kirishima impresses. Izuku opens his mouth to interject, but Kirishima holds up his hand. I know. You think there is way more to this. But I also think you are ignoring some very key details about this. The duo turns a corner, the station is now in sight, a few blocks ahead. Like, doesn't it seem weird that Night Eye wants to send you in alone? No backup, no extra set of hands, just a 15-year-old amputee and a dream? That doesn't sit right. Plus, Kirishima continues, he didn't even tell you what he wants you to look for. He's sending you into a block-wide complex with multiple buildings and God knows how many floors hidden below, and you don't even know what it is you are supposed to find? Kirishima turns back to his friend, the two stopping in the middle of the sidewalk as people pass them by. I mean, come on man. Use that big brain of yours and think for a minute. Doesn't this feel off to you? Look, Izuku rubs his temples with his hand, I have time to work out more details later, but for now I need you to trust me, okay? I know what I'm doing, in case you forgot, planning is my strong suit. Kirishima looks like he is about to argue, but instead he clenches his jaw, looking down at the sidewalk. He's right, the redhead's mind boasts, he can handle this. He doesn't need you parroting the obvious. Do yourself a favor and stay in your lane. Izuku seems unaware of his friend's internal dialogue. But, when Kirishima lifts his head, he notices that the smile on his face does not quite meet the redhead's eyes. Instead, the Rockwork boy's eyes feel more shadowed and burdened, like he is trying to hide something festering just beneath the surface. Fine, Kirishima grunts, whatever you say. After all, you know best, right? Hikaru yawns and stretches his arms to the sky, feeling several vertebrae in his spine pop as he leans backwards. He rubs his eyes, exhausted, but otherwise satisfied as he walks down the hall towards the support classroom. He had stayed at the school pretty late working on the arm. Him and Hatsum weren't quite done yet, but the basic motor functions of the prosthetic had been more or less established. Hey, Hikaru, he groans, turning to see Hatsum jogging over to him. For the last time, Hikaru grunted, it's Hikaru. Not Hikari, not Higar. Hikaru. Please try to remember that, okay? Yes, okay, Hatsum waves him off, dismissively, have you seen Izuku? Sure, you remember his name, Hikaru mutters, grumpily, although the smirk on his face tells another story. Then, he lets her question sink in, and his brow furrowed in confusion. He looks around at the other students, recognizing his class but not seeing his amputee friend. Now that you mention it, Hikaru observes, no, I don't see him. The fireproof boy puts his finger to his chin, you think that he got here early today? That is not like him, Hatsum shakes her head. He does not like mornings. I do not think he got here early. Hikaru hummed, well, maybe he is taking the day off? As soon as he said it, Hikaru barks out a laugh, and shakes his head, no, that definitely isn't it. The duo approaches the 1H classroom, and opens the door, moving towards their desks. However, as Hikaru settles into his seat, pulling out his books, he sees Hatsum from the corner of his eye freeze up, and turn to look at the workspace. Hikaru looks at her, confused, but stands and walks over to her desk. Hikaru reaches out, Hatsum? You okay? The forge is on, Hatsum replies, as well as the lathe. Both of them are on. Hikaru smacks his forehead, shit. Did I leave them on all night? Hatsum shakes her head, no, I remember you turning them off. You smacked your head against the ventilation when you were switching off the lathe. Hikaru grumbles, sure, you remember that? He shakes his head, wait, then why are they on? Hatsum doesn't answer, still walking back towards the workspace. Hikaru follows her, and the duo approach the curtain, hearing machinery whirring from within the confines of their shared space. Lifting the curtain, the two are shocked to see a disheveled and exhausted Izuku hunched over the lathe, cutting a brass ring and shaping it into a perfect circle. Midoriya! Hikaru shouts, running over to his friend. Hatsum rushes over too, looking at their friend's lethargic posture. What are you doing here? I wanted to do some work, Izuku grunted, not meeting their eyes. I had to take care of some things. How early did you get in? Hikaru questioned, seeing his friend's exhausted state. About 6, Izuku replied, flipping the switch on the lathe, turning the machine off. 6? Hikaru asks, looking at the time. You've been here for 2.5 hours? No, Izuku clarifies, 6 in the evening. What? Hikaru pushes Izuku away from the lathe. You've been working non-stop for 14 hours? Do you realize how stupid that was? Today is Thursday, Izuku explained. I don't have much time to work with, so I had to work on some things. I'm still not finished with it. Izuku sighs, slumping down in his chair, and rubbing his temple with his one good hand. What are you talking about? Hikaru exclaims, what is going on? Why did you need to finish this by today? Hikaru leans down over Izuku, and looks him dead in the eye. What are you not telling us, Midoriya? Izuku sighs, and looks up at Hikaru. It's a long story. It is free build today, Hatsum interjects, meaning that we do not have morning homeroom. Yes, Hikaru agrees, meaning we all have time. The fireproof boy crosses his arms, while Hatsum looks at Izuku's exhausted face with concern. So, start talking. Okay, Izuku nods. Fine, but please try to stay calm. Hikaru nods, and Izuku closes his eyes, taking a deep breath, and begins to explain everything. Are you out of your effing mind? Hikaru yells down at the still-seated Izuku, who does not meet his friend's eyes. Hikaru reaches down, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and forcing him to look at him. I mean, Hikaru seems to be at a loss for words. I just don't understand. This is insane. How the hell did you even get involved in this? Quiet down, Izuku gestures for Hikaru to lower his voice. Look, I know this isn't exactly my best idea. But no, Hatsum steps in, this is not your best idea. I think this is actually your worst idea. Thank you, Hatsum, Hikaru agrees. I mean, who does this night-eye clown think he is? He's asking you, a civilian, to go on a suicide mission. And you're actually considering it? I know, Izuku nodded, it's not good, there is a lot that could go wrong, but there is more to this. More than what Night-Eye thinks there is. A shrill bell rings out, notifying them that the heat treating has finished. Izuku moves over to the furnace and twists the valve on top, allowing water to flood the machine and for the cooling process to begin. I think this could get bad, Izuku admits. Whatever overhaul is planning, I don't imagine it will be small time. A world free of the most endemic disease of them all. Izuku turns around, staring at his two companions. If I can do something about this, then why shouldn't I do it? That isn't my point, Hikaru expresses, shrilly. My point is that it shouldn't have to be you. The fireproof boy stares down his friend. This is way beyond any of us. We're kids, Midoriya. I know. Izuku shouts, causing Hikaru and Hatsum to flinch. I know. Trust me, I know. The water flushes out of the forge, leaving the metal plates inside, ready to dry. Izuku reaches down and begins the drying process. But if I have the capacity to do something, then isn't it my obligation to do it? Izuku admits, everyone is always waiting for a hero to do the job, and when a hero can't, then people just give up. Izuku opens the furnace, pulling the metal plates out, and inspecting the smooth surface of his creations. But right now, I have the capability to do something that heroes can't. Izuku moved the plates over to the bench, lining them up with the endoskeleton of his new prosthetic, and if I don't, then who knows what could happen. Izuku stops and lowers his head to the bench. If I don't try, then what happens if I'm right? The world doesn't fall on your shoulders, Midoriya. Hikaru sits down next to his friend. You're taking on way more responsibility right now than you need to. If something happens, that isn't on you. It isn't your job to risk your life like this. You shouldn't have to go along with Night-Eye's death march just because you think you can stop something. Exactly, Izuku states. Why I won't. What do you mean? Hikaru's anger melts into confused irritation. Why can't you just give me a straight answer? Because we're still at school, Izuku reminds. I don't want anyone else to know about this. I only told you too because I trust you. The final plate clicks into place, and Izuku lifts the prosthetic and hands it to Hatsum. I made some last-minute modifications to the design, he explained. There are multiple folding plates and more internal space. He looks up at the girl's peridot eyes and meets them with his own mismatched pair. You said it yourself, a human arm can only do so much. His mouth twists into a smirk, so I want to see what you can do. Go nuts. Whatever crazy stuff you can fit in here, do it. Hatsum seemed to vibrate with excitement, face stretching to an almost impossible grin as she scanned over the arm. The design was much more refined than the first iteration. The hand-forged roughness of the former model was gone, replaced with pristine, machine-tooled pieces that fit perfectly together. The color was relatively the same, with the entire arm being a glossy bronze. However, unlike the original model, there were several seams along the plating, allowing the plates to be popped open, moved, or shifted to reveal hidden gadgets and pieces, as well as allow for access to the internals in case of a need for repairs. In addition, the design itself was much more sleek, with each finger being capped with rubber finger caps, allowing for easy grips. But the most distinct feature lay embedded in the palm, where a fiberglass circle was embedded into the hand of the structure. Underneath the glass was a complicated diode, affixed with a focusing lens. The diode was glowing a soft blue, masking the power that the arc beam was truly capable of. Today, we help her, Izuku said with Hikaru. I have a feeling following her lead on this one is the best option. That and steering her away from anything too explosive. Hikaru stares at Izuku for a time, a complicated expression on his face, before sighing to himself. You aren't gonna fold on this, are you? Not likely, Izuku shrugged. I'm stubborn. Got that from my dad. Fine, Hikaru groaned, but please tell me you have an exit prepared if you need it? Izuku smirked. Actually, yes. I had something in mind. He reaches over to the desk and moves some of their prosthetic schematics to the side, revealing a new blueprint on the desk. Hikaru approaches the bench and looks down, but as soon as he lays eyes on the design below him, his eyes widen and he gasps. Hikaru stammers, is that? It's still in the early phase of design, Izuku explains. I didn't have much time to work out the details on the last one, plus the stakes were comparatively lower during the sports festival. Izuku brushes his hand over the blueprint. This time, I would like to work out the kinks, you know? This, Hikaru scans over the design and shakes his head. This seems beyond what we can realistically do here. I mean, the tooling alone would take a month, maybe 2. Not to mention there is no way ectoplasm lets us build this at school. You're right, Izuku nods, so we don't build it here then. He pulls out his phone, raising the device to his ear. The phone rings once, then twice, before an exhausted man answers the phone. Midoriya? The exhausted voice groans out. Why are you calling right now? Shouldn't you be in class? I am, Izuku says, looking over at Mei as she frantically measures the prosthetic arm, but I wanted to ask you something. Why do I get the feeling this isn't just you calling an old teacher? It isn't, Izuku admits. I was wondering if Hatsum, Hikaru, and I can come to your studio after school? I wanted to talk to you about a project idea. Is there a reason you can't build it at school? Maijima prods. Several, Izuku states, but I can explain more tonight. Is that okay? There is a silence as Izuku can almost hear Maijima's blood pressure spiking over the phone. Eventually, his former teacher groans, and Izuku can tell he had won. Fine, Maijima relents. Just, please tell me that you aren't doing anything stupid? I would, Izuku states, but that would probably be a lie. With that, he hangs up the phone and stands up from the bench. I have to give my answer by tomorrow, and after that I'm not sure how much time I will have to help with this one. Izuku levels his gaze with Hikaru, his expression turning serious, and he extends a hand out to his fireproof friend, holding it out for him to shake. Can I trust you to do this for me if I can't? Hikaru studies his friend's hand, staring at it like it may be the last time he sees it. He doesn't move at first, but eventually, he clasps Izuku's hand with his own, gripping it with force. Yeah, Hikaru declares, you can count on me. Izuku Higurashi. Hatsum shouts from the corner of the booth. Izuku can see Hikaru stammer back his frustration with her, but the Crimson Boy sighs and walks over to their friend. Izuku sees several hastily scribbled notes written directly onto the bench itself. He looks over, seeing Hatsum's usual stack of drafting paper completely empty. Izuku seems dumbfounded, but turns to Mei. Did you forget to stock drafting paper again? No, Hatsum denies. I did not want to waste time. Mei, the supply shelf is less than 20 paces away. It is exactly 15.2 meters away, Mei replies cheerfully, which is exactly 15.2 meters too far. Hatsum rolls her chair to the side, making room for Izuku and Hikaru to view her new schematics. She had only been drafting for an hour, but in that time he couldn't help but be amazed at how detailed they were. She had every detail worked out, down to the proper gauge of wire to use in each part. The drawings themselves were more like scribbles, with exact measurements being clarified in the margins, rather than being drawn to scale, but Izuku found he didn't mind. I do not know how much time we have, Hatsum explained, so I developed a few tools that you would use most often. She begins pointing at the drawing with her pencil, first gesturing to the fingers of the hand. I want to fit a welding torch into your pointer finger. Hatsum showed the mechanism hidden within the finger, before gesturing to the arm. This would require some moving around of components in the pointer digit, but it would also mean that you would have the potential to weld with superior accuracy compared to anyone else. Izuku seemed confused, but nodded. That's great, but dash. Also, Hatsum seemed engrossed in her own world, unaware of Izuku's hesitation. I designed an oscillating blade that will pop out of the lower wrist. She points to the small blade, scaled to about 10 centimeters. This would be useful for making quick, rough cuts through metal, to size them before final shaping. Izuku sighs, Hatsum I dash. Oh, Mei turned back to the arm, pointing down at the wrist, and I want to add a fire extinguisher into the wrist panel, in case of emergencies. Mei showed the storage tank fitted into the empty space of the forearm. You never know when you will need one, so it may be best for you to simply have one at all times. She spins in her chair, looking up at Izuku excitedly. So? Mei's face is alight with excitement. What do you think? Izuku seems to hesitate, looking over her design. His brow furrows, and he tries to find the best way to voice his hang-ups. Izuku begins, they're good ideas, but dash at that word, he sees Hatsum wilt slightly. Do you not like it? No. Izuku denies, no it's not that. It's just, he scratches the back of his head, when I asked you to go nuts, I was sorta hoping for something a bit more offensive, you know? I do not understand. Hatsum tilts her head, confused by Izuku's objection. Do you not use a welding torch often? Or an oscillating blade? I do, Izuku nods, almost every day, but there is a massive difference between improvised tools and actual practical weaponry. Izuku straightens his posture, looking down at his still flesh hand. I need to be ready to fight at any time when I'm undercover. Hatsum stares at Izuku for several moments longer, blinking owlishly at him. It gets to the point where Izuku shuffles his feet, checking his shirt to see if there are any burn holes or stains on it. Eventually, though, Hatsum continues. That does not make sense, she states, bluntly. Look, Hatsum, Izuku begins, I don't have the luxury of pulling my punches. If I am going to infiltrate Shai Hasaikai, I need to be going all out. No exceptions. I need to be ready to fight, whenever it's necessary. But if you are going undercover, is it not the point to avoid fighting if possible? Hatsum squinted her eyes, and shook her head. Why would you prepare to fight if you are trying to avoid fighting? Izuku hesitates, taking a deep breath to quell his frustration. If need be, I will fight my way out. Izuku feels his thoughts grow darker, mentally preparing himself to fight. He is shocked at how easy he finds the task. She thinks you can't handle it, his mind taunts, but you know deep down that you can beat anyone, anywhere, with the right tools. He feels as if the voice is creeping closer and closer to him. I mean, you beat the hero Ender. What is to say you can't fight a couple of Hasaikai grunts? Hell, what's stopping you from going in there and taking out all 8 precepts? Or even overhaul himself? Izuku shakes his head, focusing once again. I want to be prepared for a full assault if it comes, he continues, so, I can't be relying on welding equipment and fire extinguishers to fight my way out of a crime family nest, okay? His voice raised slightly at the end, though he quickly quashed his irritation. In truth, he wasn't upset with Mei. He was more upset with himself for not being more clear earlier. I'm sorry, Izuku apologized. I'm not mad. Let's just start from the drawing bow dash. A welding torch is made to weld, Hatsum explains, but it can cause burns if it touches skin. She then reaches down, pointing at the wrist blade. An oscillating cutter is made for shaping metal by hand, but it can cause cuts and hurt people if used a different way. Her finger moves, and she places it on the fire extinguisher. A fire extinguisher cannot hurt directly, it is made for safety, but it can blind people and cause eye irritation if sprayed into a person's eyes. The girl stands from her chair, still staring down at the desk. These tools can all cause harm, Hatsum declared. They can hurt people, but they were not made to. Tools fix things, inventors solve problems. Finally, she turns around, index finger still extended, and she presses it into Izuku's chest, right over his heart. You are an inventor, Izuku, she speaks softly, refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. You solve problems, you fix things. You can cause harm, but you were not made to. Finally, she tilts her head up, her eyes focusing on the bronze implant on his face. I do not like it when you want to fight. Mei's eyes hold a steel in them. I know that sometimes you need to, but that should not mean that you want to fight, okay? Just like that, Izuku feels the miasma that had been creeping into his mind begin to fade, staring into the amber eyes of his friend. The influence that the voice had begun to impress upon him evaporated, and he was left more coherent than he had felt before. He feels calm and light. His shoulders were unburdened by the weight of his task for the first time in almost a week, and he finally felt as if he could breathe again. He stares back at Hatsum for a time, who has since looked down at her feet, unable to muster the strength to meet his eyes again. The girl is shuddering slightly, encumbered by a mixture of concern and indecision that paralyses her, preventing her from gaining the willpower to say more. She fears, inside, that she had crossed the line. That she may have upset him, and that he would not want to be around her. Her anxieties bubble in her throat, and she feels her mouth grow raw with a growing sadness. Her anxieties are quelled, however, as she feels the rough sensation of a calloused, yet thin hand wrapping around her wrist, applying a gentle pressure to her. She looks up, seeing that Izuku was looking down at her. His eyes were locked onto her face, and he had a soft smile on his face. The light glinted off of his metal implant, causing his features to glow in an ethereal, almost unearthly way. Okay, Izuku confirms, let's try it your way. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he lets go of her wrist, and walks back over to the workbench, taking his seat and gesturing for her to follow. However, Hatsum's eyes are locked on her forearm, on the spot where his skin had met hers. She had never been fond of being touched. From her father's generous hugs to the jostling of strangers on the train, she had always found the sensation to leave an uncomfortable, prickly feeling behind, as if she had just lightly grazed her skin with high-grit sandpaper. It did not hurt, but it was not a sensation that she would regularly seek out. Yet, when Izuku had grasped her wrist, she could not recognize the feeling. She did not know how to describe it, but it was different from others. One thing she did know, however, is that she did not think she minded his touch. The harsh rays of blinding white filtered in through his gray curtains, casting a pewter hue over his bedroom. When a stray beam refracted into his closed eyes, his pupils were lit aflame with the flesh-toned flashbang of light on his eyelids. He reached over, covering his face with one hand, which only served to make his creaking shoulder growl in pain, rumbling like an engine in its socket. The rattling of his joints woke him up faster than before, and with grand reproach, he finally opened his red eyes. Kirishima was usually quite the morning person. He had always found that if he gets up early enough, he can maybe get some light exercise in before he has to prepare for school. Plus, it is always nice to be able to see his mom off before she starts her first job. However, yesterday was not the easiest day for Kirishima. He had lost focus during training, and that had led to Ojiro getting a clean hit with his tail on Kirishima's unhardened jaw. The tailed boy had apologized profusely, but Kirishima did not blame him. It was his own fault that he had lost focus. His mind had wandered, and it had led to him having to sit out for the rest of hero training that day. Typical, Kirishima's mind spat, just like always, you stumble at the finish line. Why are you even surprised now? He shook his head, and slapped himself in the face lightly. Now was not the time for those thoughts. He looked over and groaned at the time displayed on his digital alarm clock. 6 a.m., Kirishima moaned internally, likely won't have time for my usual run. Plus, Mom is already at work. He sighed and sat up in his bed, swinging his feet over the side, may as well start getting ready. Just as he stood from his comfortable cocoon, his head turned over to the calendar on his wall. His eyes caught the day on the paper ledger, and his eyes locked onto it, stopping him dead. He didn't move for a time, instead just staring at the day still left unmarred from the usual red dash through the box. Oh, Kirishima remarks, mentally, that's right, I almost forgot that was today. He feels a pit in his stomach, but shakes it off, moving over to his closet and pulling out one of his school uniforms. 16 years, huh? He grunts as he hooks the uniform onto his door, stepping towards the bathroom and turning on the small standing shower. The water begins to rain down from the metal spout, pouring in a cavalcade of soft raindrops. The sound calmed him slightly as he turned to look in the mirror. His hair hung down to his shoulders, and a stray strand was hanging loose over his eyes. He brushed the strand behind his ear, but the loose follicle refused to cooperate, merely falling back into place and tickling his nose as if to mock him. Kirishima focuses on the strand of hair, the root having started to fade, its bright crimson dye making way to reveal the ink-black hair that he had been born with. The same black hair that he had had. Kirishima shakes his head, turning away from the mirror as he notes the edges of the reflective pane begin to cloud with mist. No, don't think about it. Today is gonna suck as is. It'll only make it worse to think about it. He showered hastily, not taking the time to let the hot water soothe his aching jaw, only doing what was necessary to get himself clean. Stepping out from the shower, he moved over to the cabinet and grabbed the hair gel from within. The process of molding his hair into its usual, spiky faux hawk was quite cumbersome, but he did enjoy the process. It was weird, but seeing his hair shaped into its upward style always helped him feel more confident in himself. After about half an hour, he finally had his hair how he wanted it, and he lifted his head, smiling into the mirror. All right, he roared, yesterday didn't go great, but that's what today is for. To be better than yesterday. He pumped his fist into the air. Let's do this. Despite the excitement he felt bubbling within his stomach, he couldn't help but notice the pit in his stomach hadn't faded. Still, he had a busy day ahead of him. Aizawa had mentioned they would be doing one-on-one sparring today. Plus, they had that English test first period. He wasn't sure between the two which would be more grueling to him. Dressing in his uniform and walking into the apartment's living room, he looked over and saw a small note on the fridge, written on a red sticky note. Walking over to the fridge, Kirishima pulled the note off and began to read. Hey Eiji, sorry about the late notice, but I don't think I will be home until late tonight. I have something I need to take care of, and it will probably take all night. I prepared some dinner for you, and it's already in the fridge. Just heat it up in the microwave when you get home, okay? I was also thinking, to make up for being late tonight, how about me and you go to that beef bowl place you love so much this weekend? I promise I will make time for it. Think of it as a reward for all the hard work you have been putting into you, and a way for me to show you how proud I am of you. Love you. Kirishima stared down at the sticky note for a time, a sad smile on his face. He had a feeling his mom's promise was genuine, but he could spot the lie hidden in the note. She wasn't busy tonight, not really. She just didn't want him to see her cry. He didn't blame her, really. 16 years and he still couldn't get used to the sight of his mom crying. All his life his mom had always been so strong. He admired how much she could take on the chin. Working 2 jobs for long hours and not enough pay, yet still finding time to take him on trips and celebrate his successes. Kirishima did a lot to try and emulate her high-energy attitude, but still he always felt like such a cheap impersonation compared to how real her excitement always felt. Yet, there was always something that could crack through her seemingly unbreakable enthusiasm. Or rather, someone. It's your fault. It's your fault he's gone. The pit in his stomach grew deeper. He sighed, and threw the note in the garbage, not daring to look at it a moment longer. Steeling himself, and plastering an excited, yet increasingly more false, face on, he opened the door, ready to face the challenges that today would bring. Sliding the colossal door of his classroom had never truly gotten old. It felt like those old fantasy movies he would watch with his mom, where the castle gates towered over all else, looming over full-sized buildings. How the doors would swing open, the sound of their hinges creaking almost rumbling like a dragon's roar. This invoked that same kind of childlike glee in him, no matter how bad his day started off. He approached his desk and slid into it, feeling the cool plastic grit against his back, and pulled out his books. He would rather already be situated when Aizawa inevitably entered the room. He just hoped Aizawa didn't bring the stopwatch again. He'd rather not be berated for talking for half a second longer than was strictly rational. Hey! A hand slammed into the side of his desk, and Kirishima jolted, before looking up and calming down a bit. Mina's smiling face greeted him back, her normal energetic grin radiating excitement. Kirishima nodded in acknowledgement to the pink-skinned girl. "Hey, Mina," Kirishima chirped, "ready for the English test today?" Immediately, Mina seemed to deflate, her energy being sucked out of her at the mention of the dreaded test. She let out a loud, extended groan that carried for a few seconds longer than a sermon, before flopping forward. "Why did you have to remind me?" Mina bemoaned, "I was almost excited to be here today." Kirishima raised an eyebrow at his acidic friend. "I'll take that to mean you didn't study?" "I tried," Mina exclaimed, hopping to her feet again. Kirishima's skeptical gaze betrayed his doubt, so Mina stomped her foot. "No, seriously. I really did try. But I swear, whoever designed this godforsaken language wanted people to suffer when learning it." Kirishima shrugged, looking slightly sheepish. "Well, I can't argue with you there. I swear, the grammar is enough to rattle your brain." Speaking of, Mina suddenly looked more concerned. "You okay? You took a pretty rough hit yesterday." Kirishima's hand went up to touch the quickly fading bruise on his jaw, gingerly. "Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing major." Mina looked as if she wanted to continue, but the sliding of the door caught both of their attention, and the figure that walked in caused Mina to visibly freeze up. Katsuki Bakugo had his head held high as he met the gaze of their classmates. Kirishima could see several members of the roster, such as Koda and Uraraka, turn their gaze away, while others, such as Jiro and Kaminari, met his gaze head-on. Kirishima felt his chest grow tight, and a fire blossom in his stomach, filling him with anger. His eyes flicked over to Mina, who, contrary to her usual bubbly attitude, was withdrawn and shrunken, as if to avoid being seen by the blonde bomber in the front of the class. Bakugo put on a valiant act of seeming unbothered or otherwise aloof to whatever was happening in the class. However, Kirishima noticed the way his jaw trembled slightly under the pressure of his clenched teeth. He could see the hands, barely hidden within his pockets, balled into tight fists. But most of all, Bakugo's eyes betrayed his true emotions. His pupils were drawn in, and his red irises were surrounded by equally bloodshot eyes, revealing the frustration the blonde was truly feeling. Kirishima did not need to guess why that was. The explosive boy had been quite vocal when Aizawa had made him sit out of the licensing exam. Still, the redhead reached over to Mina, grasping her wrist gently in his hand. He felt her pulse slow slightly at the gesture, and she looked over at him gratefully. Truly, Kirishima hated how much of an effect Bakugo had on his old friend. Not that he would ever dream of blaming her for her fear. It was more that he hated how much power Bakugo still seemed to hold over the girl, and even some other students in the class. When his fiery red eyes flicked over to Mina, Kirishima could see his mouth quirk up a bit, a smug satisfaction on his face at seeing Mina's fear. It made Kirishima's blood boil, and he tensed up, ready to stand up for his friend, but Aizawa's silent entrance into the room stalled him. "Bakugo," Aizawa chided, "take your seat." The exhausted man flicked his eyes to Mina, who was still standing next to Kirishima. "You too, Ashido, take your seat." Bakugo huffed, trudging over to the back of the classroom, sitting in front of Shinso. Mina took a deep breath next to Kirishima, who squeezed her wrist once before letting go, freeing her to return to her seat. Aizawa slowly approached his desk, slouching down in his seat, and fixing his students with a tired gaze. "All right, listen up," Aizawa stated firmly. "Today we have a special task for all of you. Well, the ones of you who got your provisional license, that is." Kirishima felt a small smirk bloom on his face as he heard the sound of Bakugo's desk creaking under his rage-filled grip. A provisional license is more than a simple step towards becoming a hero. It comes with many perks, including the liberty for you to take internships with real hero agencies outside of school hours. Today, you will have the opportunity to reach out to some agencies that have expressed interest in you, and market yourself to intern under them. Aizawa's gaze hardens, and his posture becomes more serious. "Let me be abundantly clear with you all right now." The steel in his voice causes Kirishima's back to go rigid, his spine turning to stone under his teacher's tone. An internship is not the same as the work studies you did a few weeks ago. In an internship you will be registered as an employee under that agency, meaning that you will likely be tied to that agency for the rest of your career as your first proper introduction to the public. Aizawa leaned into his desk and pulled out a stack of manila folders. "As such," he continued, "your conduct and responsibilities as an intern are scrutinized much greater than in a work study, so I expect all of you to behave and conduct yourself with the knowledge that you not only carry your own reputation, but UA's and the agency you work under as well." "Understood." The class nods, and Aizawa stands, grabbing the manila folders and placing them on Ida's desk. These folders contain a list of internships that are affiliated with UA, Aizawa explained. You do not need to pick from these, but our school recognizes them as capable agencies and endorses them readily. I would recommend that you look through these names before searching outside of them. Their teacher huffed and moved back to his desk, pulling out his sleeping bag. Or doesn't really matter to me. With that, Ida stood up, and Kirishima couldn't help but notice the subtle wince that crossed their class president's face as he put pressure on his right leg. It didn't look too bad yet, but the redhead had done research into lingering injuries like this. He couldn't help but worry about Ida and his future, especially as a speedster hero. Knee injuries could end careers. Still, the class president walked around the class, handing out a folder to each of their classmates, save for those who did not pass the licensing exam. He passed over Todoroki, who was simply staring down at his desk, not willing to meet anyone else's eyes. Kirishima had seen the boy's performance during the rescue test. His ice was strong, and when it worked perfectly. But once Gang Orca and his crew came in, Todoroki had been pressured from moment one. His refusal to use his fire did not help, if Kirishima was going to be perfectly honest. It was sort of an open secret that Gang Orca does not mix with fire well. It was half the reason he carried bottles of water under his coat, just to pour on himself if situations get too toasty. Todoroki had the perfect counter built into his genome, but he refused to use it, and it cost him the exam. But maybe something good can come out of this? Though, judging by the boy's livid, yet equally impotent glare, Kirishima sort of doubted it. Ida hands the last folder to Shinso, skipping over Bakugo completely, who looked ready to explode. However, Kirishima knew that Bakugo wouldn't react, not now at least. It seems that Bakugo had realized that yelling and screaming about not getting what he wants wasn't helping him with Aizawa. Ever since the sports festival, their teacher had been performing a masterclass in pissing Bakugo off. A small, more sadistic part of Kirishima was hoping that one day Aizawa would snap at Bakugo, or openly tear him a new one in the middle of class. But, frankly, it looked like Aizawa's apathy towards the explosive boy almost seemed to piss him off more than if Aizawa openly yelled at him. Small victories, he supposed. Oh, Aizawa piped up, slowly rising from his prone position under his desk. I forgot to mention. Those of you who lack a provisional license will be performing extracurricular lessons with me and Midnight. You are not permitted to intern under any hero until you receive your license. That one sentence seemed to only inflame Bakugo more, who trembled in impotent rage from his seat. Whereas, Todoroki still remained frozen, conflicted by his responsibility in his own failure. Kirishima sighed, ignoring the two in the back and opening the folder. He flipped through the stack of papers, seeing several names he immediately recognized. Ryukyu immediately stood out to him. Seeing a top 10 hero on a list of first-time internships was odd, to say the least. He flipped through some more names, none really resonating with him, before his eyes set upon a face he did not expect to see in the stack. Sir Night-Eye. Seeing the image of the bespectacled hero caused Kirishima to freeze up, his mind locking in on the conversation he had had with Night-Eye towards the beginning of the week. He felt that pit again, the same pit as before, growing deeper and deeper within himself. He had intended to tell All Might he couldn't accept 2 days ago, but every time he felt like he could work up the courage to reject the number one hero to his face, he choked, and told himself he would do it later. No, Kirishima mused, it wasn't fear. I'm not afraid of rejecting All Might. He stared down at Night-Eye's neutral expression. No, it's not fear that's stopping me. You are not the right person for the quirk. Kirishima clenched his fist, gritting his teeth in frustration. He didn't understand why it was so hard for him to walk up to All Might and just say, I refused. It's simple. 2 words, and it's over. He can move on with his life, get back to improving himself, just like before. It would be easy. But maybe that was why he couldn't just let it go. Kirishima had always had an issue with taking the easy road. Ever since he was a kid, he had always preferred taking the path of most resistance, to the point where it even gave him a bit of a reputation in his middle school. But Kirishima had grown up watching his mom take the hard road, working long hours to support him as a single parent, foregoing rest in order to keep them afloat. She even took a second job to help pay for the UA tuition. He refused to repay her effort by just flowing with the current, and taking whatever life decided to hand to him. That's what he would have done, and he refused to ever be like him. Perhaps that is why he couldn't do it? Maybe he was just being defiant for defiance sake? He may not know why just yet, but he knew that wasn't it. There had to be more. Lunch proved to be a point where Kirishima could allow himself to relax, if only slightly. However, he couldn't help but notice that as he walked around the cafeteria, he saw no sight of Midoriya. He stood in the center of the hall, scanning the room and focusing particularly on the corners and walls, hoping to see the familiar sight of the bionic boy with his back pressed against the wall, eyes both flesh and bronze scanning the room for threats. Yet, nothing. He didn't see his friends either, the pink-haired one or the scarlet-skinned one. Kirishima felt Mina staring at him from his side, and she leaned over, waving a pink hand in front of his face to get his attention. "Hello," Mina called, Earth to Kiri. "Are you awake in there?" Kirishima blinked and looked over to his side, where Mina was staring with a smirk. "The English exam drains you that bad?" Kirishima barked out a laugh. "I should be asking you that," he sniped back. "I swear, you were sweating a hole in the floor back there." The antennaed girl's face morphed into a pout, and she stomped her foot. "It's not my fault," Mina whined. "How the heck was I supposed to know the difference between flower and flower? They sound the same, yet they're completely different." The energetic girl slouched, groaning to herself. "I swear, I want to find whoever invented English and kick them in the nuts." That got a far more genuine laugh out of Kirishima, who leaned in to pat his old friend on the back. "It's okay," Kirishima soothed mockingly. "English can't hurt you any. Until tomorrow, that is." "Shut up," she groaned, reaching over and shoving a laughing Kirishima a pace or two back. However, when he looked back over at his friend, his eyes caught the imposing figure of ectoplasm standing, waiting in line for his chance at a meal. The hero looked exhausted, slouching and seeming ready to collapse in on himself. Kirishima noted that their math teacher had been put in charge of the support classes when Powerloader quit, and turned back to Mina. "Hey," he stated, somewhat distracted, "go ahead without me. I gotta ask Ectoplasm something." Mina looked confused for a moment, but nodded. "Okay, I'll let Kaminari and Shinso know." Kirishima turned and walked over to Ectoplasm, approaching from behind the hero. The clone hero didn't seem to notice him until Kirishima reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Ectoplasm jumped slightly, turning to see Kirishima, where he exhaled lethargically. "Ah." Ectoplasm straightened his posture. "Kirishima, what can I do for you?" "Sorry to bother you, sir," Kirishima apologized, "but do you know where Midoriya is?" At the mention of the green-haired boy, Ectoplasm seemed to slouch more, like the weight of the sky was suddenly pressed upon his shoulders. "Yes." The hero let out a cumbersome breath. "Well, Mr. Midoriya and his agents of Chaos are currently working on something in the support department." The teacher's voice turns low. "Hopefully by the time I get back, they won't have blown something up, or caught Hikaru on fire, again." Kirishima blinked. "What now?" "Nothing," Ectoplasm shook his head. "The point is, I doubt they will be at lunch today." Kirishima reminded himself that today was Nitai's deadline, so he nodded, and began walking out of the cafeteria, heading down to the support department. He shot a quick text to Mina, explaining he had to go somewhere real quick, and he would see her next period for hero training, before pocketing his phone and jogging down to the support studio. Pacing down the hall, Kirishima's mind wandered once again to Night Eye, and the demand that the Foresight hero had made of him. He had been distracted all period, trying to figure out why his mind couldn't just let him stand down and acquiesce to the veteran hero's demands. The idea of simply shrugging one for all just left a bitter taste in his mouth. You want me to do what? Kirishima exclaimed. I understand that this may be hard to process, young Kirishima, All Might placated. From the side of the room, Kirishima could see Gran Torino huff and cross his arms, rolling his eyes in turn. The knowledge of one for all can be haunting, to say the least. It isn't just that, Kirishima admitted. I mean, why me? All Might seemed confused, and Kirishima turned his head low, refusing to meet the number one hero's eyes. It's just, there are so many people that could make such good use of a quirk like that. Tons of up-and-coming heroes in my own class who have so much more potential than me. The boy sighs, and slouches even lower. I'm just an average kid with a below-average quirk, Kirishima admitted. There's not much special about me. Someone like Todoroki, or Ida would be better suited for something like that, don't you think? There was a period of silence for a time, and Kirishima found himself unable to turn his gaze from the floor. His thoughts thrummed loudly in his mind, deafening him with his internal taunts. Nice job, genius, Kirishima's mind taunted. You just had to go and tell All Might, of all people, how worthless you really are, didn't you? Oh well, probably for the best that he shares that power with someone who actually deserves it. Kirishima felt that familiar pit of insecurity grow in him again, expanding from the confines of his body and out into the physical world. He felt the void swallow him whole, filling him with nothing but that same heavy, empty feeling that he had become so familiar with over the years. He didn't dare meet the hero's eyes, for fear that the disappointment in the man's gaze would surely break him. However, instead of looking up, the number one hero began to speak. That right there is exactly why I want you to inherit this power, All Might declared. Kirishima flung his gaze up, his face twisted in confusion and shock. The pro-hero leaned down, his skinny form barely taller than Kirishima himself, and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. It can be hard to see your own value, young Kirishima, believe me, I know. But others can often see the best in us, even if we don't know it's there. The hero reaches down and points his finger out, pressing it into Kirishima's chest. And young Kirishima, All Might continues, I see something in you that assures me that this quirk belongs to you. Days had been spent trying to see what All Might saw, and still he had no idea what the man meant that day. Why did One for All belong to him? What could All Might see that he couldn't? He exhaled, slapping his cheeks lightly to focus himself. He turned the corner of the hall, seeing the 1F door lying ahead of him. Sliding the door open, he is immediately met by shouting coming from deeper within the studio. Fire! Immediately after that word, Kirishima watched a somewhat familiar blue beam launch itself across the classroom, making contact with a ballistic gel dummy towards the opposite wall. The dummy immediately slid back, flipping over and landing on its back. Kirishima saw some light smoke coming from the target. Clear. The voice shouts again, and Kirishima could see a red boy run across the room to examine the target. Clear impact wounds, the boy began. Strain on the second and third ribs, light burning on the dermal layer. Minor warping to the costal cartilage. Well, the familiar voice of Izuku called out, that's better than before. At least this time there's no hole in it. Kirishima jogged over to the back of the class, weaving through the desks as he headed over to the commotion. Turning the corner, he peeked his head out, and saw Izuku standing still while a pink-haired girl hunched over his right arm. His new right arm, that is. The new prosthetic was noticeably more glossy than the previous one, though it still retained that same muted bronze color. The shoulder joint seemed far more mechanical than before, where once there were manual hooks and latches, now it appears a magnetic housing held the arm in place, while a mechanical vise secured it further. Kirishima also noticed the lens recessed into the palm of the arm, which glowed a soft blue as it idled. There was also a change to Izuku's face. Where last they spoke there was a loose wire hanging from his temple and running down to his shoulder. Now Kirishima could see a small copper line running up the right side of the amputee's neck, hooking around his jaw and meeting with the bronze plate of his eye. The line itself was no thicker than a pencil, but it appeared embedded in Izuku's skin, permanently etched into his flesh. Oh, the boy's eyes met Kirishima's own. Hey Kirishima, shouldn't you be at lunch? I should probably be saying the same to you, Kirishima jabbed. Shouldn't you guys be taking a break? No time, the pink-haired girl stated. This might be the last chance that we get to adjust the specs on the arm. It would be best to take care of it now and not waste time with pointless things. Speak for yourself, Hatsum, the red boy chided. I for one am starving. Wouldn't mind getting myself a burger after this, to be honest. The now identified, Hatsum, grunted an acknowledgement. Okay Hiragana, you can go get food then for all of us. The boy growled, throwing his arms in the air. Now, you're just trying to get it wrong, Hatsum. Hikaru. Hikaru okay? When the pink girl doesn't respond, still touching electric diodes to Izuku's new arm, Hikaru sighs, and swings his body roughly. Oh whatever. Why do I even bother? The red boy began walking towards the cafeteria, and Izuku walked around the side, waving to his friend. We love you, Hikaru. Izuku called out, though the obscene gesture that Hikaru shot back over his shoulder would say otherwise. Though Izuku only seemed to laugh. Kirishima pointed to the door, Is he actually mad? Probably not, Izuku mused. I think he just likes the banter. Hatsum nodded and moved away from Izuku's arm. Izuku twisted his wrist in a sharp motion, which caused a hidden plate to slide into place over the exposed internals of his arm. He carefully massaged the plate, checking for faults in the seams, before looking up at Kirishima. So, Izuku questioned, what do you need? Kirishima's eyes flick over to Hatsum. Wanted to talk about, the thing? Oh, Izuku nodded. You mean the infiltration? Yeah, what about it? Sure. Kirishima moved over, covering Izuku's mouth as he looked over at Hatsum, who tilted her head in confusion. Oh, relax. Izuku moved back. She already knows, it's okay? You told her? Kirishima questioned. Isn't that, risky? I trust her, Izuku declared. Hikaru too. Plus, I need their help with something. Izuku's expression turned into a smug grin. A little tool that will help with my evac. So you're really going through with this, huh? Kirishima raises an eyebrow at his friend. You have a plan to get out, right? I don't think I trust Night Eye to be thinking of your well-being, to be honest. Neither do I, Izuku agreed. That's why I told Hikaru, Mei and Maijima. Izuku raises his arm up, looking down at the blue glow of his palm. I have a skeleton of a plan, but ultimately there is only so much I can do before actually seeing the layout for myself. I'll have to work the details out on the fly. Kirishima seemed silent for a moment, looking down at his friend's arm, before shaking himself back awake. When you go to meet Night Eye, I want to come with you, Kirishima demanded. Izuku looked at Kirishima in confusion, but the redhead pressed on. I want to ask him something. Please. Okay. Izuku looked at his friend carefully. I wasn't gonna stop you, whatever works, man. With a huff, Izuku tested the wrist grip of his arm, and Kirishima watched as the metal hand completed a full 180-degree rotation around the wrist. The green-haired boy looked up at the clock, noting the time. Hey, Izuku pointed at the clock. It's about 10 minutes until the next period. You should probably get going. Oh crap. Kirishima starts, rushing to the exit of the classroom. Thanks for reminding me. Just wait for me at the school gates tonight. We can walk to Night Eye's agency together, okay? Promise me. Okay. Izuku holds his hands up. I promise I'll wait for you. Now get to class. Kirishima exited the support classroom, running out the door with a determined expression on his face. He might not know what All Might sees in him, but he thinks he knows a way to find out. The final bell rings, and Kirishima begins packing his things, readying himself for the journey to Night Eye's agency. He took a deep breath, assuring himself again for the interaction ahead, and nodded. Before he could stand though, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey Kiri! Mina exclaimed brightly, we're gonna stop by an arcade on the way home, you wanna join? Kirishima looked over, seeing Kaminari and Shinso standing awkwardly next to Mina. The electric blonde gives him an easygoing smile, while Shinso's feels far more forced and sheepish. Kirishima looks down, sorry guys. I can't. I'm meeting up with Midoriya after school. He and I have something we need to take care of. Mina blows a raspberry at Kirishima's rejection. He could see several of his classmates leaving out of the corner of his eye, but his attention was focused on Mina. You're always spending time with Midoriya, Mina groaned. Keep it up and I'll worry that I'm being replaced as the best friend. No, Kirishima blustered, waving his hands in front of his chest. It isn't like that. This is internship related. He sighed, scratching the back of his head, racking his brain for an excuse that makes sense. Me and Izuku need to look into something. He's helping me with costume modifications, Kirishima exclaimed, hoping they would buy the lie. Luckily, Mina seemed to relent slightly, groaning into the air, but otherwise accepting his word. Fian, she drawls, but you owe me some best friend time, mister. Got it? Yes, ma'am, Kirishima nods, smiling slightly. Once I'm finished with Midoriya, I promise I'll make time for us to hang out, okay? Mina nodded, sighing to herself, and the four moved to exit the classroom. However, as soon as Kirishima exited the classroom, he felt a set of strong hands grab him by the back of his uniform. Immediately he hardened his body, just as it slammed into the hallway of the building. Suddenly, he was staring down at a set of angry, bloodshot red eyes. Where the hell is Deku? Bakugo roared at Kirishima. The redhead caught his breath, and once the shock of the grapple faded, he glared back at Bakugo. "Ooh!" Kirishima taunted, causing Bakugo to slam him into the wall again. "Don't play dumb," Bakugo seethed. "I heard you four losers talking. You mentioned Deku. Where is that little coward?" "That isn't his name," Kirishima barked, baring his teeth. "His name is Izuku Midoriya. Use it." "F you and F him," Bakugo snaps. "You better tell me where I can find that little sheet right now before things get nasty." Kirishima looked at his friends, who were staring at him in concern. They moved to help him, but Kirishima waved them off. "It's okay," he called. "I'll be fine. Just go." Kaminari and Shinso turned to each other and grabbed Mina's arms. "Come on," Shinso said. "Let's go find Mr. Aizawa." Mina stayed rooted for another moment, hesitating, wanting to help Kirishima, but eventually she nodded, and the three took off down the hallway. Kirishima turned his glare back to Bakugo, though he couldn't help but smirk at the blonde. "Things will get nasty?" Kirishima mocks. "Or what, you'll attack me?" "Here." Bakugo's seething turned more audible, and Kirishima could hear the telltale sign of popping coming from the explosive blonde's bald palms. "I'm sure that will blow over great with Mr. Aizawa, won't it? You may even earn yourself more private lessons." "Shut the hell up." Bakugo screamed, pinning one of his hands next to Kirishima's head, letting out a small, flashy explosion as the palm connected with the wall. "This is all that little sheet's fault. Ever since he decided to try and act big in the festival, my life has been a sheet's how." The blonde's glower turned feral, and he leaned close to Kirishima. "I owe that quirkless F payback for everything he did to me." "So where is he?" Kirishima stared blankly at Bakugo, before barking out a malicious chuckle. "You're delusional," Kirishima declared. "You actually think that this is all Izuku's fault?" Kirishima's glare turned dark. "Get over yourself, Ihole. You're lucky you still even get to go here." Bakugo began to growl, though within his mind, those words struck a chord. "If it were up to me, you wouldn't even be in this school anymore." Aizawa's words echoed in his mind, that same feeling of cold starting to seep into his chest. But he fought the feeling, letting the familiar vengeful heat fill him once again. He wound his hand back from the wall, leaning closer to Kirishima until their faces were mere centimeters apart. "You don't know anything," he growled. "The hobo and that Ivirat have been sabotaging me. They neuter my career every chance they get. They're scared of what I will become. That I'll become far greater than they could ever imagine." The blonde grinned at Kirishima, a sadistic smile filled with nothing but malicious intent. "But it'll pass. Eventually, they will give up on trying to stop me, and I'll be right back on track. See, unlike you, I'm destined for greatness. I'm destined to be number one." The blonde's smirk grew more boastful. "The truth is," Bakugo brags, "some people are born to do great things. You can tell from birth, and I am one of them. I'm a legend in the making, while you," Bakugo jabs a finger into Kirishima's hardened chest, "and that quirkless freak are nothing but footnotes in my story." The blonde chuckles, and gestures to Kirishima's hardened skin, flicking the boy in the chin. "I mean," he continues, "look at yourself. You really think you could do anything with a sheety quirk like this?" Bakugo jostles Kirishima, who grunts, but otherwise remains glaring at him. "You're a walking punching bag. A slow, dumb rock, who can barely keep his focus enough to avoid hits from weak little losers like that tailed freak. There is nothing special about you. So it's high time you accept that. That's enough." A voice shouted. The two turned, seeing Aizawa marching down the hall, eyes glowing red and hair floating behind him. From behind their teacher, Kirishima saw his three friends jogging alongside him. "Bakugo," Aizawa growled, "explain yourself now." Bakugo retracted his hands, and took a few steps back, holding them up in mock surrender. "No need," Bakugo smirked. "I think I already explained myself plenty." "Well," Aizawa grunted, "you'll have plenty more time to explain it to me in detention for the next 2 weeks. Bakugo rolled his eyes, and walked back towards the classroom, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Whatever you say," Bakugo grumbled, "it doesn't change a thing. You're only delaying my destiny." He slid the door open, and entered the room, beginning his next bout of detention. Aizawa rushed over to Kirishima, who was slouched against the wall. The teacher deactivated his quirk, scanning over Kirishima's body. "You okay, kid?" Aizawa probed. Kirishima nodded, and raised himself back up. In truth, Bakugo hadn't had the chance to hurt him. Not physically. But Kirishima couldn't help but feel Bakugo's words bounce around in his head. "There is nothing special about you." "Yeah," Kirishima refused to meet his teacher's eyes. "I'm fine. Ing. Kirishima blinked, looking over at Izuku, who met his gaze with some confusion. Sorry, Kirishima shook his head, looking back up at Izuku. What was that? I was asking if you're listening to me? Izuku looked Kirishima up and down. You seem to be lost in your own little world there. Oh, Kirishima nodded. Yeah, sorry, I have a lot on my mind, that's all. Izuku's gaze lingered for a moment, longer, before the bionic boy shrugged. If you say so. Turning the corner, they saw the familiar pristine building of the Night Eye Agency. The duo crossed the street, entering the shiny glass doors, and walking over to reception. Murasame was typing with his uninjured hand, but turned to greet the two with a smile. Ah, the receptionist grinned. Nice to see you two again. Do you have a meeting with Night Eye? Yes, Izuku nods. I believe he is expecting me. Murasame turns to his computer, typing a few keys before looking at the screen in confusion. I do see a meeting with you, Midoriya, Murasame explains, but I don't see Mr. Kirishima mentioned in it at all. It's fine, Izuku shrugged. I asked him to be here. He needs to speak to Night Eye. That won't be a problem, will it? I mean, Murasame seems hesitant. You can try, but I wouldn't expect him to give you too much time. The duo nod and head to the elevator, hitting the top floor button and watching as the metal doors slowly close. Kirishima could hear Izuku's breathing quicken slightly, and slowly raised a hand to grip onto Izuku's left shoulder, squeezing him lightly. This seemed to calm him down a bit, and he gave Kirishima a slight nod. A few seconds pass before the elevator dings, and the two step out, walking down the hall to Night Eye's office. Izuku reaches forward with his metal arm, grasping the knob and turning it, opening the duo up to the office within. Inside, Night Eye sits at his desk, scanning over a monitor. Centipeder and Togata stood off to the side, and had appeared to be idly chatting before his Kohai's arrival. Bubble Girl was the only one to wave at them as they entered, a shy smile on her face. However, her small attempt at a pleasant interaction was quashed when Night Eye began to speak. I believe I told you to meet me, Midoriya, Night Eye remarked. I don't recall asking for him to come. Once Izuku is done, I want to ask you something. Kirishima parries, please. Night Eye quirks a brow at Kirishima, but relents, allowing Izuku to step forward. Izuku settles in across Night Eye's desk, though when Night Eye tries to look at him, he moves his gaze to the floor, refusing to meet the man's eyes. I think I understand your quirk, Izuku said, crossing his arms and closing his eyes. You need direct eye contact in order to use it, but it allows you to see someone's future, correct? Night Eye does not respond, but Izuku leans a bit into his chair. You don't need to confirm it. It makes sense, though I have to wonder why you decided to use it on me, but when you were interrupted, you didn't try it again. Or even try to use it on Kirishima to prevent him from stopping you. Izuku smirks, eyes still closed. That gives me a theory. Maybe the reason you didn't is because you can't? There has to be some kind of limit, maybe only one at a time, or you can only use it once per specific time interval. I'm not sure, but the point is, even if you use your quirk on one of us, you can't use it again on the other. Is that right? Is there a point to this speculation? Night Eye spoke evenly, but Izuku could hear the slight upward hitch in his tone, indicating irritation. The point, Night Eye. Izuku leaned forward, opening his eyes once again, seeing Night Eye still seated in his chair, is that I wanted to lay my cards on the table. I know how your quirk works. Keep that in mind before you try anything backhanded during the infiltration. Night Eye raised a brow at Izuku. So you're accepting my offer? Izuku nods, but I want to make things clear. I want full autonomy of how I operate and why. I don't need you waxing morality in my ear while I'm trying to get into the good graces of a crime lord, got it? Night Eye hesitates for a moment, before nodding and standing from his desk. You will be performing light undercover work, Night Eye explained. Due to your body, we really can't give you a false identity. Instead you will simply be yourself. Your job is to ingrain yourself within the operations of Shai Hasaikai and report back your findings. Building layout, operational logistics, hidden passages or anything illegal or otherwise contraband. Understood? Izuku nodded to Night Eye and held out his metal hand for a shake. Night Eye looked down at the boy's hand and turned around, walking back to his desk. These three can escort you out, Night Eye elaborated. Your infiltration starts on Monday. I will walk you through some basics of communication and espionage over the next 2 days. For now, go home, get some rest. I expect you back here at 7 a.m. sharp. Got it? Izuku nodded again, following Centipeder, who gestured to the door. Kirishima looked at his friend as he left, and walked over to Night Eye's desk. Once the other four left, Night Eye turned to meet Kirishima's gaze head-on. What, exactly, do you want? Night Eye grunts, clearly already impatient with Kirishima. The redhead takes a deep breath, and belts out his desire. Take me as an intern, and let me join in on the raid. It wasn't a question, but a demand, one that Night Eye seemed hardly impressed, or even surprised by. Kirishima continued, I want to help with this. Not just to watch Izuku's back, but offer some muscle when the time comes. If you take me on as an intern, then there won't be issues. Kirishima leaned closer, gesturing wildly with his hands, plus, I already know about all of this, so you may as we dash. No, Night Eye's statement was firm and clear, stopping Kirishima in his tracks. What? Kirishima questioned, why? You said it yourself, you need everyone you can get. Night Eye stayed silent, turning and getting up from his desk, walking to the door of the office. Kirishima followed, continuing to justify his involvement in the raid. I can help, Kirishima declared, I'm good at fighting. If you really go full scale into the raid, you will need plenty of tough people to spearhead the breach, right? Then let me help you. I'm sturdy, and I can take a hit dash. And that's all you can do, Night Eye completed, stopping Kirishima in his tracks. That is the only thing that you are capable of. Taking a hit. The foresight hero whirls on Kirishima, looming over the boy. You seem to think this is some kind of game, but in truth, if you join in this raid, there is a high probability you just end up another liability. Kirishima feels the pit in his stomach grow more and more with each word, but Night Eye continues, earlier, Midoriya theorized why I didn't read your future. Night Eye's glare hardened with anger, and Kirishima knew right then that the man was about to explode. Do you want to know the truth? I don't need to. There are certain people who are just so simple, so binary that I can figure out everything about them with just a once-over. You are the definition of a one-trick pony, and the only thing you can do isn't anything special. Night Eye loomed over Kirishima, the tall, slender man eclipsing the boy in his frustration. I already have to babysit one child. I am not about to make an exception just to babysit another. Do you understand? Kirishima feels his confidence fade, being consumed by the pit in his stomach like a star dissolving into a singularity where no light or warmth could escape. He withdraws slightly, Night Eye staring him down with a barely restrained irritation. Kirishima looks down at the floor, refusing to meet the piercing eyes of Night Eye. If that is all you wanted, Night Eye took a deep breath to calm himself, before he continued, then you can leave. Now, preferably. Kirishima's feet moved on autopilot, carrying him away to the door of the office, where he walked out into the hall. He approaches the elevator, but stops right at the door. Instead of hitting the button and calling the metal box, Kirishima feels his arms begin to tremble, his eyes growing heavy with unshed tears of frustration. His fists are clenched, and his teeth groan against each other with pressure. Finally, he can't take it anymore, roaring out in frustration, twisting his body, and driving his fist straight into the cement wall to his right. He doesn't bother to harden his body. He just slams his fist repeatedly into the wall, roaring with impotent frustration and sorrow. The wall does not bend, but his knuckles do, crunching and cracking under the repeated blows into the unforgiving stone. A small smear of red begins to mar the otherwise pristine white walls of the hallway, but Kirishima didn't stop. Anything to escape the consuming cold void that had taken over his soul. Time passed, and Kirishima's punching ceased. Instead, his head was simply pressed to the wall. Tears were rushing down his face, and his bloodied, broken fist hung at his side, dripping blood down to the floor. That is the only thing you are capable of, taking a hit. His mind swam, the words flowing through him, and bogging him down. You are the definition of a one-trick pony, and the only thing you can do isn't anything special. There is nothing special about you. Do yourself a favor and stay in your lane. It's your fault. It's your fault he's gone. Kirishima slid down the wall, trying to rein in his emotions. He didn't know why he was so upset. They were just words, nothing more. He could take blows to the head, blades and bullets, so why did these words hurt more than any of them? It's because they're true, his mind prodded him. They hurt because you know they're right about you. All of them. You aren't special. You never were. You're nothing but a weak man with a weak quirk, playing at being strong, and everyone knows it. I'm too weak, Kirishima choked out between heaves of breath. I'm not worth it. It can be hard to see your own value, young Kirishima. Believe me, I know. Kirishima latched onto All Might's words, weighing them again. His value, what value? But others can often see the best in us, even if we don't know it's there. All Might saw something in him. Something better than what Kirishima was able to see in himself. But what could the man see in him? What was even there to see? And, young Kirishima, I see something in you that assures me that this quirk belongs to you. That's it. That's why he couldn't tell All Might no. That's why he couldn't just bite the bullet and take the easy road. Because deep down, Kirishima wanted to see what All Might did. He wanted to see his own value with his own eyes. That is the only thing you are capable of, taking a hit. Maybe you're right. Kirishima stands up, nursing his broken fist. He checks the time on his phone, making sure that the teachers hadn't left for the day. But maybe you're wrong. He smashed his unbroken finger into the elevator call button, thinking about what he was about to do next. I guess there is only one way to find out. Kirishima knocked violently against All Might's office door. He heard the teacher fumble with something inside the room, before greeting him in his buff form. When All Might saw it was Kirishima, he dropped the act, deflating into his emaciated form. Oh, young Kirishima, All Might greeted, are you okay? Your hand Lu dash. I accept, Kirishima declared. I am sorry? All Might stuttered. I accept, Kirishima repeated, I will inherit one for all. The hammering of metal was a soothing tune to Izuku's ears by now. Years of working with steel and machine alike had altered Izuku's taste in sound. Now, he felt more relaxed when he could hear the shrill banging of steel on hot steel, the simmering flits of sparks upon the concrete floor, scattering like dreams upon waking. Even the screeching of steel being etched with a high-pressure water jet was not more than a lullaby to his ears, putting him in a trance, and pulling him away from his thoughts. If only for a short while. Monday came fast for Izuku. The last 2 days were a storm of his regular schoolwork, last-minute modifications with Mei and Hikaru, and extra lessons with Night Eye about espionage. If he were being honest, the dullest part of his day was easily sitting in the Foresight Hero's office and listening to him drone on about the importance of recon and proper communication. There was only so often he could hear the same variation of give updates regularly before he began to tune it out. Night Eye had been insistent that Izuku remain in regular contact with them, hourly if possible. Where he is, what he is doing, why he is doing it. Truly it was monotonous drilling. Not to mention they still had not gone over certain key details of this plan, namely, how he would escape. But, Izuku thinks, that's what Project Contingency is for. Alright, Hatsum cheered, lifting a small device up from her bench, I have the internal mechanism complete. Is the housing done? Yeah, Izuku huffed, lifting the molded brass up and tossing it to Hatsum, who caught it with ease. The brass was a perfect facsimile of his pointer finger, with seams separating the bulk of the finger where his joints would be. However, sitting halfway up the pointer finger was another seam, fitted to a gyroscopic hinge. Hatsum placed the housing on her bench, and slowly inserted the mechanism within. Izuku watched as her eyes dialed in, focusing more and more on the work in front of her. It almost felt surreal watching Hatsum work. The normally energetic girl, who treated sitting still like a death sentence, would remain perfectly poised, hands moving slowly and carefully. Her eyes would stare at her work, unblinking, fully engrossed in whatever project was in front of her, and he could swear she would go several minutes without taking a breath. If he were being honest, she was probably able to focus better than he was. Though, he supposed that it was different when she was doing something she loved. With a soft click, the mechanism hooked into the finger, holding itself in place along inlaid hooks and notches. Mei began to hum to herself as she lifted the finger up to her face, looking it over once again, before jogging a short distance over to Izuku. He quickly grabbed his metal wrist and held it up, with Izuku allowing her full reign of his prosthetic. She reached down to the hand, brushing her fingers across the bronze palm, and gently grasped his pointer finger. Twisting slowly, Izuku watched her face twist in turn. Her smile faded, and Izuku watched her face become morose, even somber. Izuku doesn't say anything, merely watching as she slowly unscrews the finger from the ball joint, removing the digit entirely and tossing it to the side. Carefully, Hatsum reaches into the finger socket and grasps a small ignition line, lifting it and connecting it lightly to Izuku's new finger. However, when the time comes to insert and ready the new finger, the amputee sees her hesitate. "You okay, Hatsum?" Izuku finally acknowledges her internal struggle. He looks down at the inventive girl with confusion, who refuses to meet his eyes. Izuku leans down, crouching to Hatsum's height, but the girl merely turns her head, still refusing to look. "Hatsum," Izuku repeats, only to be met with silence. "May," Izuku tries again, "come on, tell me what's wrong, please?" Hatsum takes a deep breath, her eyes flit over to meet him for only a brief moment, before rocketing back to the floor. Finally, however, she speaks. "I do not like this," Hatsum admits. "I do not like this plan, or Sir Knight." The pink-haired girl looks down at her hand, the finger still within her grasp. "He seems mean and uncaring. I do not think he wants you to be safe." Izuku sighed through his nose. In truth, he agreed with her. There were some serious gaps in Night Eye's plan. In all his time with the hero, the man and his team had only ever drilled him on information-gathering techniques. Nothing else. To a degree, he could understand where Night Eye was coming from. On the surface, regular updates would help the control team get a better picture of what was happening from within the compound. In addition, if anything happened to Izuku, they could still walk away with something gained. Izuku made no illusions. In all their talks of information gathering, Night Eye had still not given him information regarding his evac. Nor had he taught him what to do in the event that he gets caught. This is a gamble, and Night Eye is not willing to go all in on it. Tactically it's sound. But just because Izuku understood his position, did not mean he had to like it. And it seems, neither did May. "I know," Izuku supplies, though his admission does not seem to comfort May. "Trust me, I'm not blind. Frankly, while I doubt Night Eye is banking on my death, I don't think he is expecting me to have the opportunity to escape. If anything, I bet he is assuming the opposite." May seemed to stiffen at that, and Izuku quickly continued, "But that's why we're working on contingency. In case he doesn't have an exit planned out for me." But May seems conflicted. "But what if it does not work? What if we cannot find a way to get it to you? What if you get discovered, and you do not have contingency? What if anything goes wrong?" May finally meets his eyes, and Izuku can see the fear in her gaze. "There is a lot that we do not know, many points of failure if things do not go right. I do not like it when I do not know things." "Hey," Izuku leans towards her, "it's okay, it will work. I know it." "How?" May rebuts, "How do you know?" "Because I trust you," Izuku explains, looking at her. May is stunned by his admission, and Izuku seems to get lost for a moment, before he shakes himself from his stupor. "And Hikaru," Izuku proclaims loudly, "and Maya. I trust all of you to do everything you can to help me." Izuku takes the bronze finger from May's grasp, and slowly feeds it into his knuckle socket. "But you do not know everything," May insists. "If you have to fight, you will get hurt. I do not want you to be hurt." May hesitates, before looking up at Izuku again. Do you have to do this? Can they not get someone else to do it?" May presses her lips together, before continuing, "Maybe if you stop, then you can be safe?" That strikes a chord in Izuku, and suddenly his good mood begins to fade. He processes her words, and feels his stomach churn. Suddenly he stands, forcefully checking his new finger for any abnormalities. "What is that supposed to mean?" Izuku jabs, tone suddenly cold. "Do you think I can't handle this?" May sees his eyes become cold, his gaze is far more hostile and defensive. The girl is not sure what changed, as just a moment ago Izuku was warm and comforting, as he had been over the past few weeks. Now, he felt more like when they spoke months ago, and Hatsum did not know why. "I am confused." May tried to explain, but Izuku interrupted her by slamming his metal hand against the wall, causing a loud clang to ring out in the workshop. "I'm not defenseless," Izuku insisted. "I can protect myself." "I did not say the dash." "You didn't need to," Izuku jabbed, voice caustic. "You said plenty." Izuku looks up at the clock, taking a deep breath, then looking back down at her. "It's time for me to meet with Night. I have to go." Without another word, Izuku turns away from May, walking out of the workshop, and holding his hand up to his face, admiring the bronze sheen. "I can do this," Izuku insists in his mind. "I'm not weak. I can fight." When Izuku exited the classroom, he did not see May kneeling on the ground in their stall, holding her head in her hands. "Why," May bemoaned, "why can I never say the right things? Night Eye was sitting in his office, tapping a stack of papers against his desk to straighten them out. After carefully clipping them, he slips the files into a folder within his desk, which was also filled with similar, equally orderly stacks of paper. He sighs, staring up at the clock, grimacing at the offending chronal device. You had let out nearly an hour ago, yet there was no sign of the boy anywhere. Midoriya was supposed to be here as soon as possible, but it seems he didn't feel the need to be punctual on the day of the culmination of all of Night Eye's efforts. Punctuality was something that Night Eye valued greatly. After all, Night Eye chided, if you cannot be bothered to respect someone else's time, how can you expect someone to respect you? An old adage that All Might had thrust upon him, one that he had taken to heart many years ago. Call him archaic, but he still held his old master's words in high regard, even if the man did not seem to hold his in the same. Night Eye felt a bitterness flow through his veins. He did not mean to think so ill of the #1 hero, but the man's stubbornness certainly got to him. It was just baffling to the foresight hero, how All Might can so blatantly ignore his warnings, how the #1 hero can hear something as grave as a prophecy of his own demise, and just blindly walk into it. It was maddening. It's no matter, Night Eye thinks, soon, Mirio will be ready. I just have to facilitate their meeting, and All Might will have no choice but to offer his quirk to him. Night Eye closed the drawer, sighing to himself, he will thank me for it, in time. Suddenly, the doors of Night Eye's office slammed open. The foresight hero's eyes flicked over to the door, where he saw a familiar young man. Yet, not the one that he had anticipated seeing today. Eijiro Kirishima was bandaged and bruised. The boy was covered in small scrapes and welts, and wrappings covered his arms and legs. Even his face sported several smaller patches along his cheek and the bridge of his nose. However, Night Eye noted a heat burning loudly behind the boy's eyes, glaring him down with a vengeance. He walked with his head held high, and slammed his hand into the desk. Let me into the raid. It was simple, not a request, but a demand. Night Eye barely even paid the boy any mind, continuing to work on his papers. I already told you, Night Eye remarked, bored, you are not capable of aiding in the raid. But, just because you are incapable of understanding my words as well does not mean that I need to waste my time explaining it to you again. I don't think you understand. Kirishima lifted his hand. Night Eye watched the boy's actions, still without a shred of interest, until something began to happen. He watched as the boy's fingertips crackled with power, his entire arm began to glow an angry scarlet. Night Eye felt his stomach drop into his lap, his skin grew cold, and his eyes flung open, wide with alarm and indignation. What did he couldn't finish his statement. Kirishima brought down his hand, slamming it into the table. The impact shattered the mahogany furniture, and unleashed a gale of pure force that blew Night Eye back a step. The sight of the impact was nothing but splinters, and he looked at the boy's hand, hardened, as the power coursed through every cell in the limb. He knew that power, better than most. Cold shock made way for fiery wrath. Night Eye lunged at the boy, who grunted as the foresight hero slammed his back into the wall. What did you do? Night Eye seethed, what have you done? I accepted All Might's offer, Kirishima explained, as if that would somehow quell the fury burning within the hero. It did not. Night Eye slammed Kirishima even harder into the wall, glaring down at the boy with nothing but contempt. Do not play dumb. Night Eye hissed, do you understand the ramifications of what you have just done? You have uprooted years of work. A decade of planning. And for what, just to spite me? Are you truly so moronic that you would doom the world to your own flimsy hands? I didn't just do this to spite you, Kirishima spat, causing Night Eye to clench his teeth with rage. I did it to bargain with you. Night Eye's grip harshens, changing Kirishima's face with the force of a mechanical vice. You would use one for all, the sole force of peace and justice in this world, the power to shape nations, as a leverage? If anything, Kirishima's declaration had only seemed to enrage the foresight hero further. You aren't simply moronic. No, that's far too kind a word for how vile you truly are. You hate one for all in my hands, Kirishima inferred, much to the obvious. More than anything, you hate that All Might willingly handed it over to me, don't you? Night Eye's teeth clenched so hard he feared they may break under the pressure. But his mind was far too consumed with fury to care. In his rage, though Kirishima could see something. Desperation. A hunger to return the world to the way that Night Eye wished it would be. Good, Kirishima remarked. Internally, that means I have something to work with? If you have any sense, boy, Night spat, you will give that quirk over before I make you. You and I both know that isn't how this works, Kirishima parried. In order for One for All to be transferred, I would have to give it over willingly. I can't be forced to, no matter how much you want me to. Kirishima's face twisted into a smile, one filled with a smug satisfaction at watching the hero squirm. In other words, you can't make me do anything. But, Kirishima continued, before Night Eye could spit more venom, I believe there is a way we can both get what we want here. Night Eye was shaking, in both anger and no small amount of fear. In this brat's hands was the fate of their society as they knew it. One misstep, and everything that Night Eye knew and loved would crumble. Truly, Night Eye feared that this incorrigible child would doom the world just to pull one over on him, so he may have to play along, at least for now. What do you want? You know what I want, Kirishima stated firmly. I want in on the Shai Hasaikai raid. The boy crossed his arms, and not just some sideline point either. I want to be involved in the actual raid. To go to such lengths, over something that hardly concerns you, Night Eye couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. Why? What do you gain from being a part of the raid? What is your game here? No game, Kirishima shook his head. Let me participate in the raid, let me help. And in return, not only will I willingly give this quirk to Togata, I will introduce him to All Might on my behalf as a better successor. Kirishima glared up at Night. I swear to you, let me do this, and I will give up One for All. Got it? Night Eye was about to scream, to shout, to rage and roar in a frenzy completely antithesis of the man's usual poised personality. He could feel his composure slipping, cracking under the weight. But before he could get a word out, he heard the door to his office open. Izuku had opened the office door without knocking and was now scanning the room. His eyes locked onto the broken desk, the bruised visage of Kirishima, and the disheveled appearance of Night. Is this a bad time? Night Eye froze, and Kirishima stared up at him. The Foresight hero looked down at the boy that had stolen his dreams out from under him, the red-haired devil that had threatened the fate of the world. He was at an impasse, a crossroads. And the devil was staring right back at him, waiting for the inevitability that he would take his damning deal. No, Night Eye grit his teeth, biting back his tongue. I was just discussing plans with young Kirishima here for the raid. Kirishima smiled up at him, and Night Eye could almost smell the brimstone and hellflame as the devil stole his soul from his breath. The child turned to Midoriya and held his hand out in a thumbs-up motion. Yeah, don't worry, Kirishima cried out. Everything is under control. The devil spoke plain, yet he spoke true. For Night Eye knew that the devil held all the cards. For now. The sky had begun to haze, its vibrant blue fading into a dull petrol blue. Izuku stood on a street corner, gazing up at the sky, and doing his best to calm the rising anxiety bubbling within his stomach. He felt like he might throw up, and suddenly his arms had begun to shake. Whether this be from excitement or fear, he did not know. Likely, it was a combination of the two. Izuku gripped his shirt, running his hand along the slight divot in the fabric underneath the coat. It was nearly imperceptible, hidden under deep layers of fabric, and he could only really find it because he knew where to look. Plus, he could feel the tape on his chest and abdomen, the adhesive gritting against his flesh in a slightly irritating way. When Night Eye explained the recording device, Izuku was hesitant at first. The mere presence of a wire on his person was something that he felt immediately put him at risk. But the Foresight hero had been insistent that he wear the device at all times, and assure that it remained undiscovered. Yeah, Izuku thought dryly, wear this obvious recording device on your chest, always, no matter what, and also make sure that if they check they don't see it. Easy. The amputee sighed, brushing some invisible dust from his clothes. Yeah, sure. This will be a piece of cake. With one final breath, Izuku tapped his face with his hands. He prepared himself as best he could, looking down at his arm admiring the bronze plating once again. Unabated, Izuku finds a familiar voice come back to his head. You are an inventor. You fix things. You can cause harm but you were not made to. He feels a pit form in his stomach again, though not one of anxiety like the last. Rather, he can't help the creeping of guilt that climbs into him. He knows that May didn't mean what she said in the way he took it. Not really, at least. Having had time to think, he knew that he was wrong for getting angry with her. But when she had said that he should back out, there was something in him that fought against that thought tooth and nail. He hated the idea of simply walking away and leaving someone else to do it. More than that, he hated the idea that he should run away, even when he knew that it might be the smartest decision. He had something to prove. He can do this. And when he got back, he would apologize to her. Izuku lifts himself from the wall, turning the corner and walking down the street. He wears his thick sunglasses and a long sleeve to cover his implants, lest he gets looks as he travels. A cotton glove covers his hand, completing the disguise. It would not do for him to be watched the whole way to the compound, nor would it do much for his patients to be pointed at and stared at, like he knew he would. Eventually, he reached the corner of the street that Night Eye had told him of. It looked relatively normal, but Izuku knew the dark truth. That as soon as he steps foot over to that sidewalk, he is in hostile territory, no going back. I'm not weak, Izuku reassures, I'm just as capable as everyone else. If not more. Without giving himself a chance to reconsider, Izuku steps over that line, entering the bleak world of the Shai Hasaikai. Izuku carefully watched his step, eyes scanning in front of him, and periodically looking over his shoulder to check for tails. He scanned the skyline, looking for people on the rooftops, but seeing nothing, much to his surprise. In fact, Izuku couldn't help but notice the lack of surveillance from anywhere in particular. He quickly checked the street sign again, confirming this was the right street, and that he had not wandered off the path. No, this is it, Izuku confirms, this is definitely the street, so why are there no guards? No lookouts either? Izuku scans the roofs again. Was Night Eye wrong? He said they were paranoid, but I don't even see a single sign of life out here. Izuku let out a breath he did not know he was holding. Instead, he continued down the path, finally spotting a large Sukiya-style building to his right, surrounded on all sides by a large fence made of stone and stucco, topped with a small sloping tile rim. The buildings within were large, but frankly Izuku had expected them to be far larger. None of the individual buildings exceeded 2 or 3 floors in height, and while they were certainly nice, the upper-class architecture hardly screamed crime family in his opinion. Perhaps that is the point? Izuku surmised, they likely don't want to be seen, so maybe this was a way of hiding their operation? Izuku approaches the simple front gate, with one last deep breath, and wraps his hand on the gate itself. In this moment, he realizes that in all their preparation, in all of his lessons on espionage and recon, Izuku had absolutely no idea what to say or do in order to be let in. Okay, Izuku calmed, don't panic. Chisaki himself wanted to see me, maybe I can leverage that? Izuku could hear footsteps approaching the gate. The best plan I've got right now is to just be direct, hopefully that works. He hears the door in front of him unlatch and swing open, revealing a single figure within. The man was tall, though not obscenely so. He had pinched features and wore a dark-colored yuka. On his feet, the man wore traditional geta, and nothing else noticeable. His hair was ashy blonde and spiky, and the man wore an intense frown on his face. He did not speak at first, though he arched a brow at Izuku's appearance. His pinched features only seemed to pinch further upon observing the 15-year-old boy. Izuku began, I am here to speak to Kai Chisaki. Izuku declared, firmly, I want to join the Shai Hasaikai. The blonde man still does not speak, but instead Izuku notices his feature pinch even more, if that is at all possible. However, much to Izuku's surprise, the man twists his body away from the door, allowing Izuku to enter the compound proper. As soon as he does, he is met with a simple, yet elegant rock garden, with some finely constructed stone paths carving between it, acting as roadways for the residents of the compound. There were several varieties of trees strewn about, catching Izuku's attention. Izuku remarked, not exactly what I was expecting from the Yakuza, it's shockingly pleasant. So, the man finally speaks, his voice deep, and his tone rough. You wish to speak to Chisaki-sama? Yes, Izuku nods, turning back to the man. I met him the other day, and he told me some interesting ideas about the world, ideas that I happen to be interested in finding out more about. You met Chisaki-sama? The man's tone was even, but Izuku could catch the hint of indignation from within. If you don't believe me, then take me to Overhaul, and I am sure that he can explain it further. Izuku supplied, catching the man's tone. So, the man begins, evenly, let me get this straight. His eyes scan over Izuku, who slowly backs away from the man. You just happened to meet Chisaki-sama, while on the street. And in that meeting he looked you over and decided that you, a child, was capable of joining the Shai Hasaikai, the last bastion of an age? And that he gave you no instructions of how to properly conduct yourself, either? No instructions for how to properly enter the compound if you wish to join? Izuku hesitates. Yeah, that's basically it. The man does not respond verbally, beyond a grunt. Izuku watches as the blonde man puts himself between Izuku and the compound gate. Slowly, the man reaches behind him and slides the gate shut, trapping Izuku within the compound doors. Izuku crouches down, seeming to understand where this was going, but is shocked when the man holds up a familiar brown wallet and opens it, revealing Izuku's school ID within. No, the man says, no, I have a different theory for your arrival, Izuku Midoriya, student of your high school, the man states, his tone finally growing away from his even tune and becoming something far more sinister. I believe you are here to threaten our home, my home. You are here to bring doom upon us, just like the last hero that tried. The man squared his shoulders with Izuku, bringing his hands down into a prayer formation, and just like the last hero, I am more than happy to send back your mangled body as a warning. Perhaps they will get the picture this time. Izuku feels the air around him buzz, and quickly dives to his right, just as a glowing wall of light appears right where he was standing. The light formed a dome around his attacker, who stood calmly from within. The man raised his hands, and his eyes glared down at Izuku with nothing but contempt. My quirk lets me create perfect barriers. They are impenetrable to even the harshest of forces. The man twists his wrists, and the barrier expands, knocking into Izuku and sending him into a short tumble. While this may sound limited to defense, I assure you that even the strongest shield can be used to end if done properly. What does he mean by that? Izuku tries to think. Barriers of light, used to end? How? The boy shakes his head. No matter, he's lying. Nothing is perfect, especially not something made of energy. He is bluffing, that or he's just full of himself. Yeah, Izuku snarks. Sounds to me like you've never really had your barriers tested, if you think they're so perfect. I'm talking big, but in truth, I doubt what I have in my arm can get through the shields. I need another way out, but how? If you think I am all bluster, the man continues, then by all means, break through. Escape back to your hero masters. Izuku feels the air buzz again, and another barrier begins to form right where he stands. However, Izuku shifts back, allowing the dome to form in front of him. Why does he keep trying to make the barriers on top of me? Izuku thinks, wouldn't it make more sense to create barriers closer to him? That would help him protect himself easier. Izuku looks into the barrier, seeing the other one fading rapidly. Plus, it seems he can only have one shield at a time, so what is his angle? Izuku hears a soft tapping sound on the ground. Looking down for a moment, he sees a branch lying on the stone just in front of him, just within the barrier, mere inches from his feet. The root of the branch emits a soft plume of smoke, and appears to have been cut cleanly in one stroke. Looking up, Izuku sees the branch it had fallen from above him, the point of separation being the exact point where the barrier makes contact with the tree. The rim of the dome catches the bark and flesh of the wooden obelisk, and from their point of contact, soft crackling, like a live wire on skin, pops and sizzles away. Even the strongest shield can be used to end. That's it, Izuku surmises. He's trying to catch me in one of his barriers, an energy field that strong would be able to carve through whatever it needs to complete the dome, including people. Izuku felt his stomach drop, and his blood chilled. If he had caught me in that, he would have sliced me in half. I would have died. The barrier man begins to approach Izuku once again. Soft, slow steps that echoed within the barrier. Izuku begins to take steps back in turn, scrambling to his feet to try and increase his odds of evading the man's inexorable force fields. Okay, you think. Izuku, the amputee ducks backwards as another barrier appears, this time slicing through a large portion of the tree. I can't keep retreating back. That will get me nowhere, and eventually he will catch me. Another roll, this time to his left, and the next barrier bisected the tree entirely. I doubt I can beat the quirk. So what do I know about the man? He's cocky, Izuku continues. Despite his reserved tone, he's confident that he can beat me. I doubt he even imagines I can make a move. That's why he's acting so aggressive with such a defensive-oriented quirk. I can use that to my advantage. I just need the right opportunity. Running like a coward will only work for so long, the man remarks, and Izuku can see a smirk appear on his face. You stand no chance. Your best chance is to just give up, boy. You're not strong enough to handle the likes of me. Izuku feels his blood simmer at that declaration. He clenches his fists as well as his jaw, but bites his tongue, instead using his anger to fuel his confidence. I can beat him, I just need an opening, I'll only have a split second. But then I can fight. I'm afraid this is where you die, child. Despite his words, the man does not seem very sincere, though in fairness, you sealed your fate the minute you tried to pick a fight with us. Izuku felt the air buzz, but he fought every instinct he had to retreat. Instead, when he saw the light forming from the corner of his vision, Izuku chose to roll forward, allowing the dome to close with him inside of it. The barrier that used to surround his opponent faded, and the man seemed to flinch back in shock, seeing Izuku trapped inside the dome with him. The barrier that he had come to know so well had become an arena with no way out. Izuku charged the man, who in his panic, tried to close a barrier around only himself. However, Izuku was able to close the gap much faster than he anticipated. The boy's glove began to burn, and the man could see a soft blue glow from within the cotton garment. That was all the warning he received before a beam of pure energy rocketed from the hand, burning the glove in the process. The man cried out in pain as his shoulder was struck by the laser, scorching his yukata and singeing his skin. It was enough of a distraction to allow Izuku to close the gap, the glove falling away in scorched tatters, revealing the bronze prosthetic underneath. What the dash, the man thinks, before regaining his composure. He tries to make another barrier, but now Izuku is within melee distance of the man. Izuku twists his wrist slightly, and hears the soft sound of metal against metal as a small blade pops out of his wrist. With a roar, Izuku thrusts the blade, which vibrates like a saw's teeth, and tries to stab his opponent. The barrier completes just in time, and the man stares in shock and disbelief at the oscillating blade cracking against his barrier, mere centimeters from his face. I'm not weak, Izuku growls. Don't act like you know a thing about me. The man growls and lifts his hands again, ready to spawn a new wall of light on top of the teen, when a firm voice calls out from behind them. I would say that is quite enough. Immediately, the man freezes, and his barrier fades. Izuku stumbles back, twisting his head to look at the third person in the courtyard, immediately recognizing the man in front of him. Chisaki. Overhaul slowly stepped forward, into the carnage that was once their entry garden. The trees are in ruins, the rocks had scorch marks along their flanks. He scanned the courtyard with soft interest, and perhaps no small amount of spite. Overhaul addresses the man, who straightens his posture as soon as his name is spoken. Would you mind explaining what is going on? The man, now identified as Tengai, begins to stammer. Chisaki-sama, I was simply dealing with an intruder. An intruder? Overhaul repeats, looking down at Midoriya. You mean this boy? Yes, Tengai nods, sharply. This child claims to know you. He says you invited him here, and that he met you on the street. Tengai chuckles. Obvious lies, if I have ever heard them. Overhaul hums, before turning towards Midoriya. Without taking off his gloves or mask, he reaches down, offering a hand to the boy. It is good to see you again, Midoriya, Chisaki states. I am glad you decided to come hear me out. Tengai is stunned as Izuku hesitantly takes Chisaki's hand, who lifts the boy to his feet. Chisaki gives Izuku a once-over, before turning around back to Tengai. Once again, Tengai, you are quick to assume much. The boy speaks true. But, Tengai states, Chisaki-sama, this boy attends you. I do not trust his intentions. Tengai approaches Chisaki, leaning close and whispering to the man. I believe that he intends to spy on us, gather information, and betray us. Of course he intends to betray us, Chisaki states simply. If he had arrived without a single ulterior motive, I would almost be offended. Chisaki turns back to Izuku and nods to the boy, beginning to walk inside. Though, perhaps, instead of a swift death, we offer the boy a small degree of trust, Chisaki states, pointedly. Maybe then, we may earn some trust in turn? Chisaki stops at the door and gestures to Izuku's chest. Now, Midoriya, please remove any recording equipment you may have on you. I'm sure you understand, I would prefer our conversations remain private. Izuku freezes, his eyes flick down to his chest, then back up to Overhaul. Chisaki continues to stare down at Izuku, not in anger or rage, but a firm expectation. It's clear. Even though he phrased a hypothetical, they both knew what Izuku was wearing. Chisaki could read him like an open book. The ball was in Izuku's hands now. He'd do well not to drop it. Izuku hesitates for a moment, then a moment longer. Finally, he sighs, and reaches down into his collar. Sorry, Knight, Izuku thinks, but I will do what I must. Izuku grabs the wire, lifting it up and tearing the tape loose. He pulls the device out of his shirt and tosses it onto the ground. See? Trust. Overhaul's face is covered, but Izuku can see his face twist slightly, indicating a smile. Without further ado, welcome to Shai Hasaikai. Night Eye had his head in his hands, face lowered onto his desk. He groaned in exhaustion and frustration, thinking about the events of the day. They had been listening to everything, up until the moment that Midoriya pulled the wire. Now, their information was limited, meaning that all this effort would culminate in significantly less information. Instead of relying on what they could see, they would have to rely on what Midoriya would bring back to them. This was wrong. This was all wrong. First, One for All gets swiped up by that ungrateful, close-minded brat, then Midoriya immediately disobeys orders, removes his wire, and puts the entire infiltration in jeopardy. Who knows what he could be telling Overhaul, what Overhaul could be telling him? It was all out of order. All in disarray. Chaos, in his own front lawn. He hears the phone began to ring, and he recognizes the number. Taking a deep breath to anchor himself, Night Eye grabs the phone and holds it to his ear. Hello, Madam President, Night Eye addresses. I think I know why you are calling. I would like an update on the situation with Shai Hasaikai. The firm, female voice rings out, confirming Night Eye's suspicions. Things have gotten complicated, Night Eye explains. Our agent has been discovered, yet he remains among their ranks. However, he has removed the recording device, so our information on the situation is quite limited. You seem surprised, Madam President remarked. Was it not anticipated that Midoriya would be discovered? We had considered it a possibility, Night Eye admitted. What worries me is that Overhaul discovered him, yet let the boy live. Unimportant, the President snapped. Can you still contact Midoriya at this time? Of course, Night Eye explained. We have alternative methods of communicating with him. Ones that I believe Overhaul has yet to discover. Then nothing has changed, Madam President states. The plan remains the same. Correct? Correct, Night Eye parrots. The plan remains the same. Good, Madam President. See to it nothing else changes. There is a pause, and the President of the Hero Commission continues. And that other matter we discussed? I still agree, it is tactically sound, Night Eye reiterates. The less information available about the raid, the less chance there will be of leaks. And of Midoriya? I reiterate, Night Eye repeats, the less known of the raid, the better. Night Eye looks down at his desk, the splinters that remain on the side of it. Midoriya will not know of the raid, even as the day of the raid approaches. Excellent, Madam President states. See to it that everything goes to plan from now on. As you wish, Night Eye states before hanging up the phone. He looks down at his hands and clenches his fists. A small price to pay for victory. Power Loader stared at Hikaru for a moment, before looking back down at the steel struts, moving to a different bolt. Your sleeve is on fire. Hikaru blinks, looking down at the sleeve slowly turning to ash along his arm. His grip had slipped, and the welding torch was now hovering right over his wrist, the flames dancing across his fireproof skin. Hikaru groans, slowly standing up, and grumbling over to the fire extinguisher that lay a few feet away from him. Language, Maijima snaps, not seeming to care beyond the initial reprimand. Remember, if you have time to curse, Hatsum belted out, almost robotically parroting Maijima's old adage, you have time to work. Yeah, Hikaru grunts, noncommittally. He passed a glance over at Hatsum, looking at the girl as she crouched over the boots of the exoskeleton. Her brow was furrowed, and her face was slightly flushed an angry red. Normally it was impossible to get her to stop smiling, but today she seemed far more withdrawn. Not to mention she hasn't had her usual energy today, Hikaru mused. Maybe something happened? He aims the fire extinguisher at his blazing arm and begins to sweep the spray over his burning limb. The fire had not so much as warmed his nerves, but the minute the frigid spray kissed his scarlet skin, he felt like his energy was starting to fade. He grits his teeth as he carefully quashes the flame, bearing the hissing sting that cold always brings upon him. With a sigh, the flame has been successfully smothered, and he turns back around, seeing Maijima looking at him with concern. You okay? Maijima asks, do you need a second to warm up? Hikaru shakes his head, thanks, but I will be fine. It's no big deal. Hikaru says this, but the throbbing ache in his arm from the cold reminds him of his weakness, like mockery whispered directly into his ear. With a knife pressed to his back, Maijima scrutinizes the boy for several moments longer, and Hikaru can tell that his old teacher doesn't believe him for a moment. But the hero shrugs and gestures to their joint project. In that case, you should check the shock absorption matrix, Majima states. The new design is much slimmer, but that means we will have to be more conscious of how much crap we stick on it. Language, Hikaru quips, mockingly, only for Majima to roll his eyes. Oh, come on, their former teacher complains, crap isn't a swear. That isn't what my grandma says, Hikaru parries. She smacks me if I say that around her. Oh, forget it, Majima groans. You try to teach kids some respect, and they just use it as ammunition. Unbelievable. That's how the cookie crumbles, old man, Hikaru snarks. Better just get used to it. Majima does not continue, but his unseen withering glare was enough to get the message across. The three return to a tense silence, working on the frame of their project with practiced teamwork. The fireproof boy can't help but glance up at his teacher, whose eyes keep flicking over to their pink-haired companion. It seems Majima had noticed Hatsume's change in behavior as well, and was equally as concerned. Hikaru feels the awkward silence weigh down on him, hating the feeling of tension that exudes from the pink-haired girl. Immediately, he turns his gaze upward at the megastructure around them. Every time that he looked at the massive sloping structure, he was awestruck at the scale. The room spanned nearly 100 meters in diameter, all formed out of solid steel and concrete, with massive fluorescent lights embedded behind 2 inches of bulletproof glass. In the center of the massive dome, 3 people were tinkering with a complex series of wires and steel struts. The sheer scale of the dome, combined with the lack of windows, almost made Hikaru forget that he was currently at least 50 meters underground. I gotta say, Hikaru said, looking away from the welding torch in his hands again, this is insane. How did you build this so quickly? I didn't, Majima replied, still focused on his work. I founded this company years ago, built this building before any of you had ever picked up a wrench. His eyes flick over to Hatsume. Well, most of you. Tightening the bolt, Majima stood up, stretching his hands to the sky. Don't forget, I ran a support company long before I was a teacher. The only thing I did recently was rebrand and refound the company that I left behind. Still, why the underground dome? Hikaru gestures around to the atrium. It just seems odd, not to mention a bit wasteful. Wouldn't it have made more sense to build a reinforced silo on the surface? It would have probably saved you money too. Maybe you should pay more attention to your work before you lose the rest of your shirt? Majima chides. Hikaru looks down, seeing the welding torch running dangerously close to his abdomen. Shit, Hikaru mutters softly. Lang dash. I get it already. Hikaru cries out, acting far more annoyed than he actually was. He reaches down to the complex internal spring network, tightening every bolt in time with one another, only for a different bolt to come loose under the strain. He tries again, but the same result happens. Hey, Hikaru calls out, I think we need thicker bolts. The tension from the springs are just too much for 5/8 yunzi. Majima nods. Let's try 3/4 next time. May want to try a fine thread too. Hikaru grunts an affirmative and stands. However, instead of approaching the rolling shelf to their side, Hikaru rounds the machine and arches over his classmate, who barely acknowledges his approach. Hikaru walks over to Hatsume. You okay there, Hatsume? Yes, Hatsume replies immediately, though she still remains unmoving. Really? Majima looks up from his work, because it doesn't look like you are. I would usually have to fight you tooth and nail to get you to stop working on something. I am fine, Hatsume states, firmly, before standing up and turning around. Majima approaches her, but instead of laying a hand on her shoulder, he rounds into her field of vision and looks down at her. Hatsume, Majima says softly but firmly, please, what's wrong? Hatsume refuses to meet his eyes. Instead, she stares pointedly at the ground, face scrunched up in irritation, face growing more red by the second. Quick, rapid breaths escape her nose, and her jaw is locked tight, preventing her from speaking. Majima quickly crouches down, putting himself below Hatsume. I need you to relax, Hatsume, Majima gently commands. I know you can't speak right now, so instead I want you to answer by nodding or shaking your head, okay? Hatsume doesn't reply at first, but after a few moments, she nods her head. Good, Majima praises. Now can you take a few deep breaths through your nose for me? Mei immediately begins to follow his instructions, taking deep, loud breaths in and out of her nose. Again, Majima orders, and Mei repeats the action. This goes on for a few minutes, but Hikaru watches as the girl's jaw seems to loosen, and her skin gains its normal sun-kissed complexion. Okay, good, Majima soothes. Now, can you speak? Yes, Hatsume affirms. Alright, now try to explain what is wrong, please. Majima stands up and moves back a step from the girl, who seems to be pondering how to explain her emotions. I do not like it when people do not listen to me. Hatsum explains shortly. Majima and Hikaru blink once in confusion, before the former teacher tries to understand her. I'm confused, he elaborates. Have we been ignoring you, Hatsum? The girl shakes her head. Sometimes, people hear what I say, and they do not listen. Mei reiterates, they will not listen to the words I say and instead just assume things that are not true. The girl turns back around at the suit, and her eyes narrow. I do not like it when people say that I said things that I do not mean. Majima takes a step backwards at her outburst, trying to understand where this is coming from, but he notices that Hatsum's gaze is locked onto the exoskeleton in front of them, and the pieces click together. He sighs in understanding, and approaches the girl from behind, staying a few paces away, as not to crowd her. You and Izuku got into an argument, didn't you? I did not argue, Hatsum defended. Izuku did not listen to what I said, and got mad about something that I did not say. Hatsum pinches her wrist sharply, and looks down at the ground. I do not know why he walked out. Why did he? Hatsum was tapping her foot rapidly now. Her speech was growing more and more stilted, and words began to escape her grasp. Instead, she was grumbling to herself, eyes twisted shut. Hey, Majima soothed, slow down. You're getting ahead of yourself again. Hatsum stood still, glaring pointedly at the solid cement floor, fingers still pinched so tightly on her wrist that the skin began to turn white. Slowly, her breathing calmed again, and Majima walked back in front of her. Why don't you tell us what you said? I do not know why he dash. I didn't ask why he got upset, Majima interrupted. I asked what you said. Now you are not listening to what I am saying, okay? Hatsum's eyes slowly opened, and she lifted her head, seeing Majima's open expression staring back at her. I told Izuku that he did not have to do this, Hatsum stated, and I said I did not like him getting hurt. I asked if they did not have other people who could do this instead of him. Hatsum shakes her head. Then Izuku started to get angry, just like in the tunnel before he fought the spiky boy. He said that I did not think he could handle it, and that he could protect himself. Hatsum closed her eyes again. I did not say any of that. He did not listen to what I said. Majima sighed, finally understanding what happened. He stayed crouched next to Hatsum, whose pinched fingers were now tugging on her wrist, turning the pale white skin into an angry red. Hikaru sighed in frustration, and lowered his head. What the hell, Midoriya? Hikaru questioned with irritation. There was no reason for that. She was just worried about you, a hole? Hikaru stood, and began to pace in frustration. I mean, who acts like that? I think I get it, Majima explains, standing. He looks down at Hatsum, who looks up in confusion. You didn't necessarily do anything wrong, Hatsum, and I have a feeling that Izuku knows that. Then why dash? Hatsum begins. You need to understand, Majima begins. Izuku, he's better than he was, but he isn't okay, not yet, anyways. What do you mean? Hikaru questioned. Do you think what he said to Hatsum was okay? No, Majima placated. I'm not arguing that. I'm merely trying to help you understand Izuku's perspective. Their former teacher sighs. Hatsum, you were just worried about your friend. I can see that, but to Izuku, that isn't what he saw. He saw someone questioning if he was capable of doing the task at hand. Majima looks down at his iron-tipped hands, thinking back to just before the sports festival. Maybe I just want to prove to myself that my life matters, that I can be worth it. When you go your whole life with people telling you you aren't capable of anything, Majima continues, it changes you. It changes your perception of reality. After a while, you start to believe them. But I did not say that. Hatsum repeats, he wasn't listening to me. I know that, Majima placated, gently easing her back down, and I think that Izuku does too, once he had time to cool off. Plus, Hikaru begins to joke. After he finishes knocking a few Yakuza heads in with this bad boy, he might be calm enough to realize he's been a massive a-hole. Majima barks out a chuckle, but Hikaru's remark only seems to make Mei more despondent. Mei looks over the exoskeleton, the project they had barely even begun to put together, and presses her hand to the cool metal, allowing its smooth glossy surface to offer her some calm. The last time that Izuku sought out a fight, I watched him lose an eye. Immediately, both teacher and friend understand exactly where Mei is coming from. She replies, shakily, I do not want to see that happen again. I do not want him to lose any more. Hatsum looks down, shaking. When I saw his prosthetic during the entrance exam, I thought it was interesting. Hatsum begins to cry. I was only thinking about how cool it looked. I did not think about what it meant to have one, and now that I know, I do not want him to need another. I know, Majima agrees. I feel the same, but we can't control him. The best thing we can do is try to make sure that he is as safe as possible in case he does end up fighting. Majima gestures to the naked exoskeleton, and we can do so right now by making this as best we can. Majima stands up and begins to approach the suit, but they hear Hatsum call out from behind him. He made a promise. Majima turned around, seeing that Hatsum had stood up, but was looking down. What? Majima questioned. Before Izuku left, he made a promise? Hatsum elaborated. He promised that he wouldn't seek out fights, that he would only fight if he needs to. Hatsum, Majima begins, hesitantly. Izuku is going into a situation where he might need to fight. He can't just dash. No, Hatsum shakes her head, causing Majima to look at the girl in shock. Izuku will be safe, even if he thinks I do not. I trust him. This is stupid, Izuku surmised. Maybe one of the dumbest things I have ever done. Izuku was currently being led deeper and deeper into the bowels of the compound. The walls were a warm beige color, not dissimilar to what one might expect from a family home. The molding of the walls was a muted green, helping to bring some vibrancy to the otherwise drab hallways. Each 8-panel door was a rich brown, with gilded knobs. Along the walls, Izuku could see portraits of men and women wearing dark blue yukata, with a simple gray turtleneck underneath. Their expressions were calm, muted, if a bit stern. In each of their left hands, they held an ornate katana by the hilt, each painting containing the same sword. The sword was propped up, held aloft like a scepter of authority. In their right hands, they held a thick, leather-bound book, tucked securely under their arms. Under each portrait lay a plaque, formed of gold and plated with an onyx black finish to bring out the shine of the letters engraved. Former leaders, Izuku guessed, the Shai Hasaikai has been around for a long time, not surprising they would honor their history. However, approaching the end of the hall, Izuku spots a familiar face on the portrait. Or, it would probably be easier to call it a familiar mask. Unlike the other leaders, Chisaki's portrait lacks the same uniformity. Instead of the blue yukata, Chisaki wears his same green bomber jacket and his same beaked mask. He holds the same katana and book, except the sword is lazily resting on his shoulder, and the book is held out in front of him, open, with its pages exposed. Ah, Chisaki seems to note where he is staring. Yes. Every leader has one maid when they take over the family. Chisaki squinted down the hall, back at the other leaders. Personally, I always felt that the tradition was a bit of a waste of time, which I suppose reflects in my portrait. No, Izuku ponders his words. That isn't the impression I got. Izuku lifted his head to Chisaki's portrait. This pose, the lax stance, it looks manufactured. Purposefully aloof, he's sending a message here. But what? Come, Chisaki gently demands, we have much to discuss. My office is a few doors up from here. Izuku turned, sparing one last glance to Chisaki's portrait, before continuing down the hall, following the Yakuza leader down the hall. They approach a door that looks the same as any other, except to its left, a plague is resting upon the wall. It's simple, maybe even modest. Chisaki. Please, Chisaki states, opening the door, after you. Izuku enters the room first, allowing Chisaki to slip in after him. Izuku looked around the windowless office, and found himself shocked by its simplicity. The room was quaint, with several cabinets displaying ornaments that you might find as display pieces at a furniture store. They're pretty, but impersonal. There to put on a show. 2 plants lie at the corners of the front wall, and Overhaul's desk sits directly in the middle of the room, large and made of a sturdy, rich dark oak, but otherwise completely unnoteworthy. However, one thing does stick out to Izuku immediately, the only decoration on the wall. It was an official-looking document, framed in a cheap, black frame. The document was bordered with a soft, blue garnish, and it was written with official text and signed with a gilded seal. On recommendation of the faculty of Tokyo University, School of Medicine, Tokyo University has conferred the degree of Doctor of Medicine upon Chisaki Kai, who has honorably fulfilled all requirements prescribed for that degree of award. Chisaki reads his gaze, and lets out a soft chuckle. Ah, yes, Chisaki sighs, call me sentimental, but I am still quite proud of that achievement, even if I got to do very little with it. Izuku shakes himself out of his stupor, and turns to Overhaul. Oh? Why was that? Ah, Chisaki wags his finger, that's an awfully personal question, Midoriya. Plus, we're not here to discuss my educational achievements. Slowly, he lowers himself into a chair, pushing the seat in, and gesturing at the chair across from him. Please, Chisaki remarks, take a seat. I would like to clear up some confusion with you, if at all possible. Izuku nods, slowly sitting down in the small chair across from Chisaki's desk. The Yakuza leader coughs, clearing his throat, and then tenses his fingers under his chin. Now, Chisaki states, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you are here. Izuku opened his mouth, but Chisaki held up his hand, and I do mean the real reason you are here. We both know you didn't come solely because you wish to change the world with us. Izuku sat silently, outwardly trying to remain calm as his mind carefully tried to pick the right words to say here. The threat under his tone was clear. Show me you have value, or you're a dead man walking. Overhaul wanted to hear something that would convince him that Izuku meant no harm. He knows that I was sent here as a spy, Izuku commented, so, then why am I still alive? Why didn't he end me? It doesn't add up. What does he want me to say? I thought back to our conversation in the alley, to what you said to me back there. I can't tell him the truth. If Eri is as important as I think, then telling him I'm here for the girl is a death sentence. A world free of the most endemic disease of them all, right? Izuku repeats, leaning back in his chair, did you truly mean that? Chisaki nods, I did and still do. Chisaki leans back and stares at Izuku calmly, just because the world calls you a villain, does not make you evil, wouldn't you agree? Izuku quirked a brow, what exactly do you mean by that? I need to do some fishing, Izuku thinks, maybe I can get him to speak long enough to understand what he's looking for. Your curiosity is refreshing, Overhaul remarks. Normally, when I say something like that, people immediately turn their noses up at the mere notion, but you, he points at the amputee, you're curious, you want to know more, learn more, don't you? That's it. In truth, Izuku began, slowly, when you said that, I couldn't help but keep going back to it. What you meant there, I needed to know. Izuku was now thinking less about his words, letting them spill out. He was no longer certain which were lies, if any were to begin with. When Night Eye made the offer, I saw a chance, Izuku admitted, at the very least, it was a chance to do something useful, but if my curiosity was right, the boy looked back up, if I was right, then I wanted to know what that meant, I wanted to see with my own two eyes what disease you spoke of, and what cure you could offer. I'm not sure how much of it I believe, to be honest, Izuku admits, I find it bad practice to put blind faith in others, wouldn't you agree? Chisaki remains silent, but Izuku presses on. But, I also wasn't willing to completely write off what you said, not until I had verified its authenticity for myself. So, Izuku stares up at Overhaul again, his gaze holding a familiar intensity. I suppose you could say I am here for two reasons, then. The most obvious is to gather information on your operations, but the second and most important reason is to verify your resolve, and see with my own two eyes just how much of your operation the heroes should know about. So you still intend to tell them of our plans? Overhaul doesn't seem upset by this revelation. Instead, he almost seems amused. This is a game to him. Perhaps, it's a game to Izuku as well, a high-stakes game, but a game nonetheless. I get the impression you aren't an idiot, Izuku states, bluntly, to have survived the great Yakuza purge for this long takes a shrewd, but no less keen intellect. I'm doing you the justice of not treating you like Nighty, like just another common gang thug. Izuku leans forward as well, propping his elbows up on Overhaul's desk and tenting his fingers under his own chin. Overhaul raises a brow at this, but otherwise doesn't react. You aren't stupid enough to believe I won't tell them anything, and you're not stupid enough to believe they would just accept me giving them nothing. Overhaul grunts and nods. The minute I stop giving them information is the minute they attack. The fact that I'm not dead yet tells me you aren't ready for a full-scale assault, you need time, and my arrival puts you on the clock, am I correct? Again, Chisaki nods, and Izuku smiles at the man. Because I got rid of the wire, the only information they have to go off of is my word, Izuku explains, and as such, they are beholden to what I tell them, and what I choose to omit. You're offering to run counterintelligence? Chisaki scoffs. I don't imagine Sir Night Eye is so dim that he wouldn't see through it. That's where you're wrong, Izuku corrects. I'm not offering counterintelligence, I'm offering filtered leaks. Overhaul raises a brow again, and Izuku continues, think about it. You know that I am here, and that they are getting their information from me. Izuku smirks again, so as long as you keep me around, you can control what information leaks out, and what information remains unknown. I can feed them crumbs while concealing the feast. Overhaul leaned back. And what happens if I simply choose to feed them nothing? The man's eyes turn cold, and Izuku feels his stomach drop. What happens if, instead, I simply grab you by the skull, twist you into a living pretzel, and send you back to them with priority shipping? What happens if I decide that nothing is worth a leak? If Overhaul's threat pierced through Izuku's armor, then the boy made a valiant effort of not letting it show. Instead, his smile simply widened, and his eyes held a twinkle of smug satisfaction. I thought we already established you aren't an idiot? Izuku snarks, you know as well as I with an operation of your size, it's impossible to prevent leaks. You really think I matter enough for them that they would retaliate for my death? If I die, they will just send another, and next time it might not be so easy to spot them. They might even learn something that they shouldn't, something that ties your noose even tighter. Trying to plug every hole in the ship will just draw your attention away from the rocks ahead. Izuku quips, the best thing you can do is stem the flow, and I am offering to do that for you. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Overhaul stares at Izuku for a moment, waiting for Izuku to buckle, to fold under the dangerous man's steel gaze, but Izuku does not bend, even if outwardly his heart is hammering, and his insides are twisting into knots. The two stare dead at each other, neither blinking as they look over one another, waiting for one to bend. The tense silence continues to consume them, the world at large bending inward, like the intensity of their conversation was spawning a black hole, right between both forces. Seconds or aeons, it feels the same regardless. It's only when Overhaul holds out a hand does the tension break. The man's eyes close, a clear sign of a smile. I knew I was right about you, Overhaul states, you are just the type of person I was looking for. Izuku looks down at Overhaul's hand, and then down to his own. Overhaul had reached out with his left hand, meaning Izuku would have to reciprocate with his own flesh hand. Not his metal one. This is a test of faith. He wants to know how much I know about him. He wants to see if Night Eye told me about his quirk or not. In truth, the Foresight hero hadn't given him the decency of telling him just what Overhaul's quirk was capable of. He gave him vague scraps of information, but one thing was clear. Do not let Overhaul touch you. Still, this was a clear test of faith, a test to see if Izuku would play ball or not. Instead of a swift death, we offer the boy a small degree of trust. Maybe then, we may earn some trust in turn? Izuku swiftly reached out, with his fragile, flesh hand, and firmly grasped Overhaul's own gloved one. Their hands meet in a steel grip and shake gently, cementing their deal. Now, Overhaul states, do you have any more questions before we move on to your assignment? Izuku's eyes flick back up to the framed medical doctorate on the wall, and Overhaul follows his gaze. The man lets out a small chuckle, before turning back around to the amputee. You're really curious about that, aren't you? Chisaki chirps. Izuku nods, slowly, still staring at the document. Chisaki stands, and opens the door to his office. Tell you what, Chisaki states, if you do what I ask, I might just tell you its story sometime. But for now, I need your help with something if you don't mind. It's phrased as a question, but Izuku can recognize the order buried just under the surface. He knows better than to disobey it. Tenya shook under the jostling of the train, standing firm as he stared pointedly out the window of the cab. In his hand, he holds the suitcase containing his uniform, and slung along his back are his school supplies. However, he can't help but cringe as a sharp pain shoots up his leg, brought about by the quick shift in weight from the train clattering against the tracks. It had been like this ever since he had gotten out of the hospital. Every time he takes a step, there is a dull throbbing in his knee, right where the hero ender had run his blade through him. The doctors had explained that it could have been significantly worse. If his blade had pierced even just a bit to the left, it's likely that he would never be able to walk again. The sharp piercing sensation had begun to dull over the last few weeks, but even still it remained. They had also said this was a possibility too, and with that, there was probably nothing they could do but hope that it eventually goes away. A kneecap isn't just there for show, they protect a plethora of important nerves and ligaments, namely the medial collateral ligament and the anterior cruciate ligament. You're lucky you can walk at all. Ida shook his head, taking a deep breath and willing himself to stop acknowledging his injury. His stop was coming up, and he needed to be careful that he wasn't late. His mentor would be displeased if he was late on the first day. Eventually, a green light flashed, indicating that the next stop was approaching. Ida quickly braced himself, holding the rung above him, and biting the inside of his cheek in preparation for the pain. The train's brakes squealed, and Ida's body lurched forward, putting pressure on his injured knee. The dull throbbing pain sharpened into a spearhead that rocketed up his leg and into his stomach, causing him to immediately feel sick. Endure, Ida commanded internally. You're fine. You don't need help. The sensation ceased, the stabbing pain abating, if only slightly. He had noticed that it was starting to affect his training. He wasn't running nearly as fast as usual, and not for nearly as long. Aizawa had pulled him aside the other day because of it as well. I know about your injury, Aizawa had said. If you need time off, just say so. Tenya grit his teeth, though not in pain, but in frustration. He knew that Aizawa was merely trying to help, but his prodding had done nothing but make Ida more angry, both at the hero Ender and at himself. He knew, deep down, that the only person to blame for his current situation was himself. He could point his anger at Stain all he wanted, but the reality was far different. He sighed, looking over to see the doors open. Ida slowly, gingerly, limped over to the doors, stepping over the gap, and ignoring the pain in his knee, forcing himself to keep going. Checking the city map at the gate, and using the chance to put pressure off of his knee, Ida found his way and began the short journey from the station over to his mentor's agency. He pondered jogging, but he felt his knee ache at the mere thought. Instead, he decided a brisk walk would be a good middle ground of rest and punctuality. Crossing the street, he had time to think more about his current circumstance. In truth, he was unsure of why this hero had asked for him, beyond just his quirk. He knew them to be quite quick on their feet in bursts, but the notice had said that he wanted Ida to aid in a special assignment, and the boy found the vagueness of his directions to be quite irritating. Turning the corner, Ida was met with a fairly modest set of row houses. Each one was of similar size, a small foyer paired with a small room on the second floor. However, one stuck out to him. Instead of a front door, one of the row houses was recessed, with stairs leading both up and down. He slowly approached the unique structure and looked to the directory for information on the complex. The upper floor seemed to be devoted to a small office building owned and operated by a company that Aiza had never heard of. However, the lower floor had a far more recognizable name on it. Kesajiri Man Hero Agency, Apartment 701. Ida looked down the stairs at the door to the basement and read the painted 701 on the structure. Looking over to the directory once again, he confirmed this was, indeed, the right place. Taking a deep breath, Ida descended the stairs, approaching the white door. A swift knock was all he needed before a figure flung the door open. The man was around the same height as Ida, wearing a nearly full coverage bodysuit that appeared to be covered in a substantial amount of black fur. Only his hands and feet remain exposed, with his hands being uncovered and his feet being adorned in wooden seta. His head and face was covered entirely by a black fur mask, with the only distinguishing feature being a visor bordered in yellow fabric. You must be Tenya Ida, correct? The man asks formally, Ida nods, and the man moves aside, allowing Ida to enter the agency. As soon as he enters, he notices that the entire agency was made up of one room. There was one table in the middle with two folding chairs directly under a flickering light. Everything else, files, medical equipment, training gear, was stored in boxes that lined the far wall. On the table, Ida could see a map of Tokyo, with several locations circled and marked with red marker. I apologize for the mess, Kesajiri Man spoke, sheepishly. I don't have much of a permanent location. The nature of being a recon hero is that I have to move with the work. I just moved to this address a few days ago, and haven't had much time to unpack. The hero moves across the room, planting his hands on the table, and staring back up at Ida, who is still looking around the room. Where are your sidekicks? Ida states, curiously. Kesajiri Man simply stares back at him, face unreadable under his black mask. Don't have them, Kesajiri Man states hastily. My operation is small, and when I do need help, I just call in outside assistance from local agencies or recruit interns. Ida tenses, but Kesajiri Man doesn't seem to notice. Having too many people on permanent staff complicates things when I have to move again. It's easier to just run the show by myself. I see, Ida remarks before clearing his throat and looking at the hero pointedly. You said in your internship offer that you had a special assignment that I would be helping out with. Can you explain it to me? Kesajiri Man nods and gestures for Ida to approach. The boy walks forward, looking down at the map even more closely. There were several locations that were highlighted with red permanent markers, as well as a plethora of Polaroid pictures thumbtacked to the map. I have been working alongside another hero for years, Kesajiri Man begins. Sir Night Eye, he wanted my help in gathering information on drug trafficking operations around Tokyo. The man looks up. Tell me, what do you know of a drug called Trigger? Ida's brain lights with recognition. I know a bit. It's a quirk enhancer, right? Kesajiri Man nods, that it is a dangerous one. Dosing too much on it can make you quite strong, sure, but it can also have lasting side effects, deadly ones. The shrouded hero looks back down at the map. In other words, it's the kind of thing we don't want on the streets. Ida nods, and the man pulls a file out from a nearby box, throwing it down on the table. Well, during my recon trips, I have learned a few things, namely that each one of these distribution houses is owned and operated by shell companies linking back to one organization. The man looks up at Ida again, and the boy can immediately tell that the hero is gravely serious, even without seeing his face. Have you ever heard of the Shai Hasaikai? Izuku remembered that when he was younger, he would have vivid nightmares of labyrinthine shadowed halls. Dark, twisting structures that seemed to extend ad infinitum. He would not know where he is or why, but he would know that his very presence in the abyssal structure was unwanted, and that if he stayed any longer than strictly necessary, that something horrible would befall him. He would sprint through the halls, head swiveling left and right, searching for any sign of a change in scenery, only to be staring at halls and corridors that seemed identical to the one that he was already in. The experience was suffocating, and he would find that the more that he tried to navigate the twisting paths, the more narrow and claustrophobic they would become. There was something more to these nightmares than a simple fear of narrow spaces and hallways. Sure, much of it likely extended from Izuku's dread of places such as school or public areas like the mall, but no matter his dream, the halls were always soulless, urban structures. Dark, brick tunnels, just high enough that the sloping ceiling clears his head, but no taller. Gray, cement concourses that lay devoid of any life or emotion, existing as more of a remnant where people once traveled, rather than a path that the living still walked. It was almost like Izuku was less afraid of the halls, and more afraid of the knowledge that these halls had to have been made by the hands of man. The fact that some sick, twisted mind had to have crafted these halls with intent was enough to shake him to his core. He knew right then that he would never want to meet a mind so twisted they could craft such vile structures. The unfortunate truth he had come to realize is that he had just met such a mind. Coming down to the lower level of the compound building, Izuku had been led down a set of stairs, and into a massive interconnecting system of metal corridors, stretching lower and lower into the earth. He had been correct in his assumption that there was far more to this place than met the eye. However, truly he couldn't comprehend how deep it went without seeing the structure with his own eyes. There was something about these twisting halls that robbed him of his nerve, like he felt he was walking into the depths of hell itself. Considering Overhaul was guiding him, he supposed that wasn't too much of a stretch. I do apologize again for Tengai's actions, Chisaki suddenly said. He is loyal, very loyal, but that loyalty can blind him to the obvious. Izuku was broken from his thoughts by Overhaul, and found himself confused for a moment, before remembering the barrier-quirked man from the entrance of the compound. Oh, it's okay, Izuku replied. I suppose I understand being a little paranoid. Chisaki's eyes flicked up to Izuku's face, locking onto the metal plate grafted to his skin. Yes, I suppose you do. Chisaki walked him deeper and deeper into the compound, descending downstairs, and walking Izuku further into the abyss. Izuku found that his eyes would dart around to the walls, scrutinizing the smooth metal structures in hopes of seeing aught that he could use as a point of reference. Red lights, Izuku notes the small, cup-shaped light built into the wall, an alarm system, perhaps? I suppose that would make sense. These guys seem paranoid as is. Walking further into the bowels of the compound, Izuku continues to look down the halls, where he spots two guards posted outside of a large, thick metal door. The two men stiffen their posture and salute Chisaki as he walks by. Izuku takes the opportunity to use his mechanical eye, zooming in his vision with the machine, and scanning over the door. It's at least 4 inches of steel thick, Izuku surmised. A door like that would definitely be held shut with pins, like a vault. The boy's eye flicked down, seeing the keypad next to the door, electronic locks, probably magnetic too, with a key code combination. A door like that has something behind it worth seeing, no doubt about it, Izuku affirmed, but no way I can get in without the combination unless I can get my hands on some serious heavy-duty equipment, or a laser cutter. So, Izuku straightens his posture, turning his attention away from the door. What exactly do you want me to do here? Chisaki remains silent, descending further into the depths. I mean, you clearly have a specific task in mind for me, Izuku continued to probe, looking around the walls. Do you mind explaining it to me? It might give me a chance to prepare myself for it. Chisaki continues to ignore him, but Izuku notices him pull a small card out of his pocket. The two turn a corner, and come upon a different metal door, this one much thinner, and protected by a keycard reader. Chisaki presents his badge to the reader, and with a green blink, the door unlocks. Chisaki opens the door, but stops halfway, turning his head to look at Izuku. You're good with machines, correct? Izuku is taken aback by the sudden question, but quickly nods. Chisaki turns back around. Then that's all you will need to know for now. With that, Chisaki enters past the door, holding it open for Izuku to follow. Hesitantly, Izuku enters the room, seeing a narrow passageway ahead of him, lined with a twisting mess of pipes. There were dozens of copper tubes tightly interlocked, feeding into different ports in what Izuku could only describe as the most convoluted network of piping that he had ever seen. Chisaki walked him through the passage and down into a corridor, where Izuku could see two other people crouched over a large pipe. The pipe itself was massive, far larger than the others, being at least 2 feet in diameter. The copper tube is old, with the surface covered in a thin layer of corrosion. However, Izuku noticed a large gap in the pipe, with the missing section lying just under the discontinuous space. Looking over the pipe, Izuku zoomed in his vision to the missing section. He saw that there were several old-looking screws that seemed to be laying loose in their sockets, but suspiciously, this removed piece of piping was completely spotless. Not a single speck of rust or oxidation was noticeable. In fact, the segment appeared brand new. Is this it? Chisaki asked, his voice seeming far less amicable than it had before. Yes, Chisaki-sama, one of the men stood up, this appears to be the place. Izuku noticed that the men were covered head to toe in a black rubber suit, not dissimilar to a hazmat suit. However, their faces were adorned with a simple, beaked mask, covering their eyes, noses, and mouths. Their voices were distorted from the mask, and came out with a technologic warble, disguising their actual voice from those present. You're absolutely certain that this is it? Chisaki repeated, drawing closer to the men. We checked every other passage, Chisaki-sama, the second man piped up. This is the only place that she could have escaped from. Chisaki's glare hardened, and his eyes flicked to Izuku for a brief moment, as if gauging his reaction to this reveal. However, Izuku immediately schools his features, despite his mind racing to process this information. This must be how Eri escaped, Izuku thought. She must have gotten out of wherever they were holding her, and found her way here. I doubt a girl that young would have engineered this escape. This was all about opportunity and luck. Izuku felt a bubbling sadness in his stomach. It's a shame that her luck didn't last. He doesn't look up at Overhaul, but he can imagine the man is trying to discern any sign of recognition in Izuku. The boy had to fight every urge to react. This tells me a lot, namely that Eri is probably close by. Izuku stared down at the disconnected pipe, admiring its gleaming surface. Was this segment recently replaced? It seems brand new, but the screws are old. Did someone replace the pipe but not the screws? That doesn't make any sense. For example, how would a girl that young get past a key reader? I doubt she had the keycard on her. Is there another way into this room? Izuku took a breath and turned back to Chisaki. Questions for another time. So, you brought me here to look at a pipe? Chisaki scrutinized Izuku for a moment longer, trying to glean any sign of recognition from the boy, before gesturing over to the pipe. We had a leak a week or so back, Chisaki replied, carefully. I want you to make sure that never happens again. Chisaki began to walk away. These two have some tools for you. When you're done, head on out and go find me again. I have other things I need you to look at for me. Izuku nods, turning back around to the piping, but inwardly his thoughts are spiraling. He wants me to fix a pipe? Izuku racks his brain. Then why the secrecy? I understand this is how Eri escaped, but this feels like such a basic task. What am I missing here? That's it? Izuku blinked. Really? You want me to do some servicing? Chisaki raised a brow. Is that a problem? No, I guess I was expecting something a bit more impactful. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I mean, couldn't you have just hired a plumber to do this? This is merely one of a plethora of tasks I have for you, Chisaki grunted. Think of this as a trial run, so I can see what you can do, gauge your skill with my own eyes. Chisaki nods to the segment of pipe on the ground. Show me that you can do this for me, and your next job will be a bit more involved. Izuku sighed and nodded, but before he could get very far, Chisaki piped up again. Oh, and Midoriya? Izuku turned around and felt the world grow colder as he stared at Chisaki's eyes. The man's posture hadn't changed, but there was an icy steel to him that shook Izuku to his core. I'll show you lenience once, Chisaki growled out, but don't ever question me again. Got it? Izuku nodded, quickly, and grabbed the tool bag from the other two guards, but as he reached down, one of them locked their hand around his wrist. You would do well to make sure that you follow Chisaki-sama's direction. The man growls, you may have earned yourself a chance, but do not think for a second that you are owed anything more. The man looks down, seeing the cool steel of Izuku's bronze hand, before tilting his head up to face Izuku once again. I know what you're really here for, so make sure you earn that right. What are you talking about? Izuku grunts, trying to free his wrist. Don't play coy, the man seethes, the warble of his distorted voice sounding like the growling of a mastiff. You're here for the same thing that every invalid and cripple comes here for. The man crosses his arms. Let me be clear that you ought to earn someone's help before you go making demands. Invalid? Cripple? What the hell is he talking about? Izuku bottles up his irritation at the man's choice of word, and instead tries to probe for more. You seem to think you know an awful lot about me, Izuku snarks. Maybe I'm just here to collect a paycheck? The two men look at each other, before looking back at Izuku. Just do as you're told and there won't be problems. Izuku yanks his arm back, before reaching down and grabbing the bag. I get it, fix the pipe and make sure it doesn't break again. The boy plays up his frustration, groaning and lifting the tool bag. I don't get the big deal. It's just a pipe, right? Come on, Izuku begs internally, give me something to work with? If Chisaki-sama gives a matter personal attention, then you can be assured it's important. The first man growls, standing up, and beginning to walk over to the exit. Like he said, we never want this to happen again. Izuku nodded, looking down at the pipe again. Well, Izuku began, you used the wrong type of screw for the piping here. He picked up one of the screws, holding it out. See the tip? These are wood screws. I don't know what moron you guys hired to do the piping last time, but they owe you a refund. I need machine screws, specifically with matching bolt caps. Izuku turned around, seeing the men still standing, looking at him. Well? Hop to it. I don't have all day. He capped the order off with an exaggerated shooing motion. Behind the masks, he could almost feel their glares on him, but they left all the same. Izuku looked back down at the pipe, examining its surface, and nodding to himself. Izuku reached down, looking behind him and checking to see if the others had fully left, before spinning his metal wrist clockwise, revealing a hidden compartment within his arm. Pressing a button, Izuku heard a small bit of static before the signal cleared. I trust you have something to report? Night Eye droned through the receiver. I'm currently underground. The Shai Hasaikai compound seems to be made of these interconnected tunnels under each building. Izuku scans his surroundings. I don't know how deep it goes. Overhaul took me to a service tunnel. He wants me to perform maintenance for them. This is irrelevant, Night Eye snaps. Did you gain Overhaul's trust? Irrelevant to you, maybe, Izuku thinks. Yeah, I seem to have a foot in the door, Izuku explains. I don't think he suspects me, though I'm not too confident about that one. Continue to ingratiate yourself with Shai Hasaikai, Night Eye demands. Did you learn anything else? Or is there a change of plan that I should know about? Izuku thinks back to his prior conversation with Chisaki. Namely, his offer to the man. I'm not offering counterintelligence, I'm offering filtered leaks. No, Izuku lied, no change in plan. Chisaki suspects that I was forced to wear the wire. He doesn't suspect anything further. The story is flimsy, and Izuku knows it. But, frankly, he didn't know what else to come up with for Night Eye that would even be remotely believable. And he definitely could not tell the hero the truth. There is a silence on the other end, and Izuku prays that his story is believable for the Foresight hero, but eventually he hears the man grunt. Good, Night Eye affirmed, then continue as planned. Find the trigger, uncover their operation, and report it all back to me. Yes, sir, the words felt sour on Izuku's lips, and he let his face drop as the line went dead. He hated using titles like that, but figured he ought to play up the loyal soldier motif, if only to make sure that Night Eye doesn't suspect anything. I need him to trust me, Izuku demands of himself. He may think he's using me, but it's the other way around. The boy closed the panel on his wrist, checking behind him again for anyone passing by. They both think that they're playing me, Izuku growls mentally. Overhaul and Night Eye seem to think they have me on a leash, but they're wrong. Izuku grabbed the screws, and began removing them from the pipe, thinking about the girl that had used this system to escape. All I need to do is bide my time. I don't know what that guy meant about what I'm really here for. He reached down, picking up the piping and trying to measure it with the rest of the network, but I did learn one thing. We never want this to happen again. Eri is still here, Izuku confirmed, his mind turning to the massive door that they had passed in the hall. And I think I know where. Momo sighed as her driver pulled up to the entrance of the school, expertly parking next to the curb, then leaving the car with a poise that only someone with years of experience could do. When the elder man opened her door, she stood with grace, grabbing her bag, and walking to school with perfect posture. It was a reflex at this point. She did not necessarily want to carry herself with such grace, but posture and proper walking etiquette had been drilled into her since she was a child. She remembers when she was younger, how her mother would put her in a spinal brace so that she could learn the proper posture for somebody of her stature. Hands in front, clasped together with arms hanging down. Spine a perfect straight line, chest out, eyes forward, neutral expression. It was uncomfortable. Even now, having performed this pose for nearly a decade straight, she found the position agonizing. Her shoulders ached from being so far back. Her neck was sore, and her arms throbbed from trying to maintain their slight bend with her heavy school bag in her hands. But her parents had made it clear to her that somebody of her position was expected to always act perfect, meaning there was no allowance for anything less than exemplary. Mother knows best, Momo affirmed internally. She has always done what is best for me. She found herself saying that more and more with every passing day. Despite her mother's assurances, she felt that her work-study had simply been a waste of a week of her life. Sure, she had been able to perform in a few commercials, which surely boosted her image, but when she returned, she was met with a wall of her classmates excitedly talking about patrols and even some small-time villain apprehension. All of her classmates had been out there, doing real hero work, while she had been inside, on a set, wearing her hair in curls and dancing around on stage behind Iwabumi. But really, that wasn't what hurt the most. The girl had heard the news stories. After their work-study trips, she had seen the reports. Every network, every channel, the same thing. A familiar, green-haired boy, staring down the hero ender, boldly declaring his will to fight, despite his missing arm and injured eye. Looking a villain dead in the eyes, and telling them that they were wrong. When she had seen Midoriya on the television, she had not been sure how to feel at first. A large part of her was confused. Midoriya was a civilian. Why was he even in a situation where he would need to face down the hero ender? It didn't add up. Then, confusion had made way for sadness, at the realization that a civilian, a quirkless civilian no less, had the courage to do so, and yet she didn't even have the bravery to ask Iwabumi if they could do an actual patrol for their internship. She had been questioning things since that moment. Questioning if she was truly walking the right path. Questioning if Iwabumi had truly been the right choice for her. But as soon as those thoughts would come, she would wave them away, assuring herself that her parents knew best, and they must have had their reasons, even if she did not understand them. Sighing to herself as she entered the classroom, she looked down at her bag, feeling her heart rate increase with each step. If you truly believe that, Momo thought, if you really think your parents know what's best, then why did you do it? She did not have an answer herself. She had presented her mother with the internship form, and allowed the woman to review her options for her. The woman was quick to rule out several high-profile heroes, as their internships would likely mean that she would be put in combat situations. Heroism is a game, Momo, her mother had chided. It's all a ploy to market oneself better. That is what you should be trying to do, not get caught up on the streets, rolling around in the mud with the other filth. In the end, her mother had decided on another commercialized internship for her, with the laundry hero, Wash, telling her to present that to Aizawa-sensei today. Momo knew that the woman simply wanted her to be safe, and did not want her getting injured during hero work. You would do well to maintain your looks, her mother would say. They are a valuable asset. No need to risk them on something so unnecessary. But, looking down at what her mom had chosen, Momo had felt a pit form in her stomach, as well as a spark of something unfamiliar. That small spark was entirely new to her, a feeling that she had never known, but that small feeling in her chest overwhelmed her, and it had led her to where she is now. You can still do the right thing, a voice that sounded suspiciously like her mother chided. You have both forms, all you need to do is turn in the one mother drafted for you, and all will be forgiven. The voice was right. Slowly, Momo opened her bag, looking down at the two internship forms within. Your mother has always done what is best for you, Momo, the voice sneered, and you would repay that diligence with insubordination? No, Momo whispered to herself, it isn't like that. Then what is it, girl? The voice sneered, you are directly disobeying your mother, the woman who has given you everything. And for what? A chance to be amongst plebeian filth? Momo's mind was turned inward, and did not notice that the vast majority of the class had taken their seats. Some students were idly chatting, and once she realized that the room had become far more populated, she scanned the area, seeing Shinso talking with Mina and Kaminari in the front of the room. So, Kaminari stretched, does anyone know where Kiri is? I haven't heard from him in a few days, and it isn't like him to miss school. Mina's response is curt, but pensive, clearly also confused about the boy's absence. Maybe he just has the flu? Shinso shrugged. I wouldn't jump too far ahead of ourselves just yet. This wouldn't be the first time the kid failed to communicate with us. Tell me about it, Mina groans. I've never seen Kirishima so flaky. Back in middle school, he was always looking for chances to hang out. Now it's like he can't even text back within the same day. Yeah, unless it's Midoriya, Kaminari snarks, causing Mina to sigh. Yeah, the exotic girl grumbles. If Midoriya needs his help, he's on it immediately. But when we want to hang out it's like pulling teeth. Jealous much? Kyoka pipes up from a seat over, causing Mina to whirl around to the earphone girl. What are you trying to say? Mina's face was glowering, but Kyoka noticed the faint, near imperceptible lilac blush on her face. I'm just saying, Kyoka stretched, seems to me like you're not mad that he isn't texting, and more mad that he's texting someone else? Mina scoffed and turned her head, crossing her arms. You don't know anything. Jiren nodded, unconvinced, before turning her attention back to her desk, just in time for Aizawa to enter the classroom. Good morning, Aizawa drawls, lazily. I trust that you all had a good chance to look over your internships? The man puts his hands on his desk. Well, you had better. Because for those of you eligible, this is your last day to turn in the form. Mr. Aizawa? Ojiro raises her hand. Then shouldn't we wait for Ida and Kirishima to get here? It would be a shame for them to miss out on internships. Ida and Kirishima will be taking a leave of absence from classes for a bit, Aizawa droned neutrally, while his class seemed to flinch in shock. What? Mina stands up. What do you mean? Are they okay? Sit down, Aizawa demands, eyes flashing red. The pink girl flinches and returns to her seat. Both Ida and Kirishima are fine, Aizawa assures. Their internships demand that they devote a significant amount of time to them, at least for now. Something about a large case they have been working on. As such, their mentors have asked that they be granted permission to miss school for some time. Wait, Mineta stood up this time, so they can just miss school because their mentors wanted them to? That's so unfair. I have been assured that the two of them will readily make up their schoolwork when they return, Aizawa sighed, before leveling a glare at Mineta. You seem to be under the impression that this is some vacation, Mineta. But we only grant leaves of absence when the circumstances of an internship are worthy enough for them. If what they were doing wasn't important, I would not have allowed it. Bakugo slammed his hands into his desk, startling the room, so they get to go off on some real hero work, but meanwhile you stick me here so you can wax poetic about pointless garbage to me for a week? What the hell is this bullshit? I should be out there, not some weak losers like them. Denied, Aizawa replies, evenly, and interrupt me again, and you'll be serving another month's detention on top of the last month. I have very little patience for your antics. Bakugo, don't push me. Bakugo was growling, but slowly lowered himself back into his seat, grinding his teeth so loudly that Momo feared they might crack. But her thoughts were not focused on the explosive boy. Instead, her mind was racing, trying to process this information. Kirishima and Ida's internships were so important that they have to take time off from school? The girl looked down at her bag, the leather device opened on her lap, with the two internship forms peeking out at her. They get to perform career-defining hero work, and my mother wants me to do more commercials? Momo feels that same unfamiliar spark return. That isn't right. I'm just as capable as either of them. Foolish child, her mother's voice berates, you seem to be under the impression that you know better than me. Momo immediately feels the spark begin to fade, and that all too familiar cold creep back in. I know what is best for you, Momo, the voice continues. I have always known what is best for you. All you need to do is do as I say, and everything will work out. Momo could almost feel her mother's hand on her shoulder, leaning over the seated girl, and whispering into her ear, consuming her being. So be a good daughter, her mother's voice was a breath upon her ear, and do what I told you. Momo reached into the bag, grabbing one of the internship forms. She read the familiar name of, washed on the top, looking down at the form. Mother knows best, Momo repeated in her head, she always does what is best for me. So why does this feel so wrong? Just bring your forms to the front of the class, Aizawa droned, and I will file them for you. All right, Kaminari shouts, time for some real hero work. I know, Toru replies, I'm all fired up. Fired up? Momo can feel it click in her head, the spark that she couldn't recognize. That feeling welling up in her chest, pushing away the numbing chill that had consumed her all her life. She had never felt it before, but she knew exactly what it was. Defiance. All her life, she had done everything her parents had told her to do. How to walk, how to talk, how to present herself. They had told her to become a hero, only to spread her name. Her mother had designed her costume, picked her name, set up her internships. Not once had Momo been able to make a choice for herself. Looking back into her bag at the other internship form, the one that she had filled out herself, Momo nods to herself, reaching in and grabbing the form within. Just this once, Momo thinks, I'll be making my own choice. Dragoon Hero, Ryukyu. Ida sat stomach down on the rooftop, peering through a spyglass at the set of buildings a block away. He had to admit, the equipment that Kesajiri Man had for surveillance was something else. Using this scope, Ida could see the courtyard of the compound, where several people would exit from one building only to disappear into the next. Behind him, Kesajiri Man was seated cross-legged on the ground, wearing a heavy pair of headphones that were wired into a small box. The receiver was a large satellite dish that had been pointed towards the compound, hanging off the side of the roof. Are you taking note of each passerby? Kesajiri Man instructed. Ida nods. The vast majority of faces are nameless thugs, but I'm recognizing a few familiar faces. I confirmed Hekiji Tengai a few moments ago, taking over a shift. At the front gate. Good, Kesajiri Man nodded. Make sure you call out when you see someone familiar. There was a pause from the hero, before he leaned over to Ida. Any sign of overhaul? Ida shook his head. Their boss seems to be reclusive. I imagine he spends most of his time inside the compound. I haven't seen him leave at all since we started observation. Kesajiri Man nodded, and a silence befell the two. Ida felt awkward around the masked hero, and he had a feeling that the hero felt the same. Especially after their meeting with Night Eye. Is this a joke? Ida flinches at Night Eye's blunt statement, but otherwise doesn't react. Kesajiri Man puts his hands in the air in surrender. You said we needed more hands on deck, Kesajiri Man deflected. This is what more hands looks like. When I said get more recruits, Night Eye spoke, rubbing his temples, I meant get more capable recruits. Not more children. Ida felt a frustration boiling in his chest, but Kesajiri Man pointed at Night. I already told you this was some severe late notice. The chances of my usual contacts having an open schedule was slim to none. You wanted more help fast? This is the best I could do. Ida couldn't help but feel put off by the dismissive attitude of Kesajiri Man. Knowing he was a last resort was definitely a blow to his ego, but he did his best to swallow his pride. It wouldn't do him any favors to explode right now. The best thing he could do was keep it in, and play by the rules. Look, Kesajiri Man sighed, I understand this isn't ideal, but the kid has talent. The hero gestured to his intern. He's fast, he follows rules, and he's pretty smart. The hero leaned over to Night. Besides, we can just put him on recon for now. If we end up needing more, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. Does this brat even have recon experience? Night Eye growled, glaring at Ida. No, Kesajiri Man admitted, but he will be with me. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Night Eye glared at the other hero now, and Ida felt a cold run through him. Finally, Night sighed, and put his head in his hands. Fine, Night Eye snapped, pointing at Kesajiri Man, but I am not going to babysit him. He's your intern, which means he is your responsibility. Got it? Kesajiri Man nodded, and turned away from the Foresight hero. Ida, however, locked eyes with Kirishima, who had been standing off to the side. He had had no knowledge of the redhead being part of the raid as well, so when he had first seen Kirishima there, it had been a bit of a shock. However, there would be time for them to speak later. Come, Ida, Kesajiri Man ordered, we should go grab my surveillance equipment. I'm expecting you to hit the ground running, got it? Ida flinched and nodded, walking after the hero, and ignoring the ache in his knee and the pit forming in his stomach. He wasn't surprised that the hero hadn't defended him, or tried to reassure him that he thought that Ida was capable. But at the same time, he wished that Kesajiri Man had done just that. if only to patch his wounded pride. Hey, Kesajiri man said, give your eyes a rest. Take over for me on the receiver, okay? Ida nodded, standing up from the scope, and walking over to the receiver. Kesajiri man quickly dropped prone, lining the visor of his mask up with the lens of the spyglass. Ida crouched down, donning the headphones and trying to adjust the tuning on the receiver so that the audio became more clear. The shaky garble of the radio grew clearer and clearer, until he could make out the sounds of shoes against stone, and the opening and closing of doors. His eyes peeked over at Kesajiri man, hoping for a sign of a recognized person of interest. Hold, Kesajiri man said, I'm seeing a POI over here, you Hojo, he appears to be approaching tonight. Ida nodded, heart racing as he listened for their approach. Shifts up, ting. Ida could hear through the receiver, a gruff, rumbling voice, I'll take it from here. Ida heard some shuffling and the sounds of metal jingling. He was unsure of what had just changed hands, but he prayed they would continue talking. His prayers would be answered immediately. You seem quiet. Well, more quiet than usual anyways. Something on your mind? There is a pause, and Ida wonders if Tengai had left, but then another voice rings out, this one far more level and subdued. I'm questioning Chisaki-sama's judgment. Whoa there, Hojo, stop Tengai, that's some bold language from you. I've never known you to second-guess Chisaki-sama. Must be serious. It's that boy, Tengai snaps. I don't understand why Chisaki-sama is tolerating this foolishness. The boy cannot be trusted. Oh, you mean Midoriya? Hojo affirmed, causing Ida's heart to freeze in his chest. Midoriya? Ida thinks, as in Izuku Midoriya? It feels too convenient, Tengai said. He shows up, threatens our operation, and now Chisaki-sama just lets him join? I don't claim to understand all of Chisaki-sama's motives, Hojo grumbles low, but I do know that he has a reason, and even if I don't understand it, I can respect it. There is a pause, and I would hope you would do the same, given what you owe Chisaki-sama. No more words are exchanged. Ida hears Kesajiri man call out to him. Tengai is entering the building. Did they say anything important? Ida was reeling, trying to process the information that he had just absorbed. He was racking his brain, trying to understand what he had learned. Midoriya? What? After Stain, after his words in the alley, why is he here? Focus, Ida tells himself, motive doesn't matter. What matters is the facts, and the facts are clear. Izuku Midoriya is working with the Shai Hasaikai. The stuffy, metal box was beginning to grow warmer. The twisting network of copper pipes on all sides of him were heating the air, filling it with a miasma of his own perspiration. Izuku wiped his brow with his flesh hand, feeling the slick sensation of sweat dancing from his forehead onto his palm. The pungent smell of salt and musk had filled the cramped crawlspace, and the heat was beginning to make Izuku delirious. He had long since shrugged off his school blazer, and was now sitting in a sweat-soaked button-up. Holding a small wrench in his hand, Izuku lay under the pipe, slowly screwing the bolts into place, while propping the heavy copper cylinder up with his knees. It had taken those far too long to get the screws he needed, and since that point the hot water had been turned back on, heating the copper pipes that fed the boiler through the building. As such, the exposed piping was turning the space into a sauna, something that Izuku was now suffering under. Come on, Izuku panted, just one more screw, and I can get the hell out of here. Sweat was infiltrating his eye, erupting the sensitive organ into a cacophony of stinging pain. He flipped his long hair up, allowing his bangs to fall over the top of his head. Spinning the washer and bolt back into place, Izuku tightened the bolt fully back into place, before checking each bolt manually. With one last nod, Izuku rolled out from under the pipe, nodding to his work. That should do. Izuku leaned down, grabbing his jacket and flipping it over his shoulder, before lifting the tool bag and walking out of the crawl space. He was surprised to see that the two lackeys were waiting on the other side for him. Chisaki-sama has another task for you, the first one droned out. You will follow us? He couldn't be here for it? Izuku snarked, I'm hurt truly. Chisaki-sama is a busy man, the other drawled. He has other matters of concern to worry about, things that are far more important than you. Izuku thought about that statement. Chisaki had taken the time to personally lead him here, and personally interview him to assure that he was right for the Shai Hasaikai, yet he couldn't wait an hour to meet him out here? Chisaki doesn't seem the type to leave direction to others. There's something going on, Izuku gleaned, eyes flicking between his two guards, and I have a feeling these two know what. Ouch, Izuku quipped, and here I thought I was special. Must be something important to take his attention away from the new plumber. The self-deprecating humor was nothing new to Izuku, but it still felt sour coming off his tongue. "You have a big mouth," one of the guards noted. "You should shut it." "No." "Okay, geez." Izuku put his hands up, following the two deeper into the maze of steel hallways. "You guys must be riots at parties." The duo refused to respond to him anymore, and Izuku realized that he wasn't going to get more information out of them. Sighing, he followed the two masked men into a cramped elevator, where he did his best to calm his heart as he entered the metal sarcophagus. Instead of focusing on how trapped he was with these two men that clearly hated him, Izuku busied himself with thinking about what he had learned. Eri is probably on that floor. Izuku noted the floor number as the doors closed. B4, we're going up to ground, meaning that she is likely located at least 10 to 12 meters below ground. His mind went back to the large steel door, packed full of various security measures and reinforcements. If I were a betting man, I would think she would be somewhere behind that door. Question is, how do I get in there? I doubt it's as simple as stealing a keycard. I have to be careful about this. The elevator dinged, and Izuku hastily stepped off the elevator, following the two men as they descended some stairs directly in front of him, stopping at a half landing, and turning the corner, entering a long, straight tunnel. "I can't see the end of it," Izuku observed, staring down the tunnel. The rounded structure was large. Large enough that he spotted several people driving down its length on electric pallet jacks. Those coming towards them were loaded with several stacks of boxes and crates, while those heading deeper into the underpass were empty, clearly heading back in to collect more. He watched these motorized loaders zip away, diffusing from the large tunnel down ramps and slopes, heading out into different sections of the compound, like a massive, steel circulatory system. Just how big is their operation truly? Izuku followed the other two as they boarded a small transport buggy. The buggy began to race down the tunnel, heading deeper and deeper into the underpassage, and further away from familiarity. "Hey," Izuku called out, "where are we going?" The two didn't answer, actively pretending that the boy simply wasn't there. Instead of further pressing the issue, Izuku chose to stay silent, watching the walls and noting the inlaid lights that seemed evenly spaced from one another, illuminating the passage to all who might have use of it. After what felt like forever, the buggy took a turn, heading up a small ramp and into a massive atrium. Izuku looked around, noting the sloping roof and overall open structure, cluttered with rows upon rows of metal scaffolding shelves. At the front of the building, Izuku noticed several square holes in the wall, some of which were plugged with large shipping containers on the backs of trucks. A shipping depot. Izuku surmised, looking around at the rows of supplies in boxes. This must be where their supplies come from. Izuku looked out through one of the gaps of the building as they zipped by, seeing massive skyscrapers in the distance. His eyes widened as the visage of the massive Endeavor agency glittered in the distance. That's Minato, Izuku observes. "If I can see Minato, then I must be on the other side of the block." Izuku looked around again. How much of this area does Shai Hasaikai own? Night Eye said they just own that compound. "Big operation you guys got here," Izuku mused. "I was told you were just some small Yakuza family." That got a reaction as the driver of the buggy slammed his foot into the brake, lurching Izuku forward in his chair. Izuku was about to snap at him, but stopped when he saw the man's palm extended under his chin, heat sizzling from a hold in the hazmat glove. "Never," the man seethed, "insult the Shai Hasaikai. Not if you want to live to see the next sunrise." It wasn't an insult. Izuku stared back into the man's eyes, seeing an opening, merely an observation. "I guess the information that I was given was wrong." The man stares at Izuku for a time, before he scoffs, pulling his hand away and turning back around. "You should not put so much stock into what heroes think we are." The second one, who had been silent until now, interrupts. "We take great effort to conceal our true strength until the time is right." "So, Night Eye probably doesn't know," Izuku confirms. "He thinks that this is just a small operation, but this is far bigger than that. They have a whole city block under their umbrella. What could they possibly need with all that space?" Izuku filed that tidbit away for now. He had a feeling it would come back later. Eventually, the buggy came to a stop, and Izuku noticed Overhaul standing near one of the truck bays, speaking with two other masked figures. One of the men Izuku immediately recognized, and he felt his mouth grow sour at the mere sight of him. Tengai glared at Izuku from behind his beaked mask, and Izuku glared back in turn. The other man was completely foreign to Izuku, though to the amputee, that wasn't exactly a surprise. The man was not particularly tall, wearing a dark cloak that covered his entire body, save for his hands and feet. White boots adorned his feet, and a long-brimmed bowler hat covered the top of his head, the lower part obscured by a black plague doctor mask that obfuscated his eyes and mouth. Behind the two plague doctors, Izuku sees a small crew of men, spread out and laboring over one of the shipping bays. Izuku noticed that these men all wore coveralls, but had no masks. If anything, they seemed like a normal maintenance crew that a warehouse might have on staff. "Ah," Chisaki called out, "Midoriya? Did you finish that task?" Izuku nods. It wasn't too hard, just had to replace the screws. The worst of it was the humidity from the water heater. Chisaki nods. "That's good, now I need to introduce you to some people." Chisaki gestures to the repairman, before turning back to Izuku. "This is Hayakura Ashiyama," Chisaki states. Izuku looks up at the crew in confusion, wondering which one Overhaul is talking about, but he finds himself taken aback when he notices that all 5 men look exactly the same and even wear the exact same outfits. Each one sports a gnarled nose, clearly having been broken and then improperly set, green eyes, and a receding hairline. One of the men turns to Izuku, and his face breaks out into a warm smile. "Ah, you must be the extra hand that Chisaki-sama mentioned." Ashiyama trotted over to Midoriya and extended a hand to him, but followed Izuku's gaze, who was still staring at the duplicates. "Oh, pay them no mind. They don't have much in the way of brain power. Can't speak or think for themselves. Instead, I tell them what to do and they do it." I see," Izuku nods. "That's a pretty impressive quirk." "Nah," Ashiyama waves his compliment off. "It's not much, really. I can only make 4, and they can't do anything too complicated. I can tell him to tighten a bolt, but I also need to tell him to stop or they'll just keep trying to tighten it, get me?" "If we're done mingling," Chisaki interjected, "I want Midoriya here to help you out with that other repair job I mentioned. Once you're done here, take him down to the breach and work on fixing that." Ashiyama salutes Overhaul, posture stiff. "Yes, sir." He turns around to Izuku, posture immediately becoming more lax. "I'm almost done here, but if you want to speed things along, I wouldn't mind the extra hand." Izuku looked over at the shipping bay. Maintenance or damage? "Damage," the older man sighs. "We had a new driver today, backed the truck up way too fast, and slammed it right into the frame. Twisted the whole damn thing." Ashiyama hunches his back, seeming to become more aged by the second. "I've been at it all day replacing the frame." Izuku nods and walks over to the frame, before noticing the piece they have been trying to extract from the wall. The metal corner had become wedged, and Izuku noticed that the frame, though unbolted, was embedded into the wall. They won't be able to pull that out, Izuku surmises, not with the frame wedged like that. "Maybe if Izuku focuses his right eye on a particular corner of the frame. He feels energy begin to crackle from within the brass plate on his face, the familiar popping and sizzling of air as it superheats around his metal pupil. Finally, a thin, blue beam launches from the orb, connecting with the trapped metal piece. With a quick flick of his eye to the left, Izuku cuts a superheated line through the metal corner, separating it from the rest of the frame. Immediately, the frame begins to tip and lean, falling off of its place and down onto the floor. Izuku gasps as the metal square begins to fall towards him, only to hear a familiar voice cry out. "All of you," Ashiyama shouts, "catch that!" The 4 closes immediately spring into action, moving under the falling wrought iron and bracing as it lands in their arms, preventing the piece from falling to the floor. Without a sound, the clones lift the piece and place it on their shoulders, holding it aloft. "Not bad, Midoriya," the repairman cries out. "You're just full of surprises, aren't ya?" The man turns to Chisaki, who watches this unfold with mild interest. "Job's done. I'll get the new frame installed tomorrow, before the next shipments come in." "Good," Chisaki nods. "We need every bay operational as soon as possible. The faster we get the supplies in, the better." The cloaked man presses his finger to his ear, seeming to engage a small radio hidden within the mask. After a few moments, the man nods and leans over to Chisaki, whispering something to the Yakuza leader. Izuku watches the man's eyes widen a bit, before he turns back to Izuku and Ashiyama. "I have business to conduct in the security office. If you need something, speak to Hojo. Understand?" The boss spoke hastily, his speech far more rushed than Izuku had ever heard him. It's clear whatever the cloaked man had said had gotten to Overhaul. The trio of masked men turned away from Izuku and began to walk down the hall, disappearing around a corner. Clearly something made Overhaul nervous, Izuku surmised, something big, considering he's going personally to check it out. "All right," Ashiyama clapped his hands, gesturing with a wide sweeping motion to his 4 clones. "You heard the boss. He wants this done ASAP. We need this truck bay fixed yesterday." He points to two of his clones. You two come with me and Midoriya to bring this hunk of garbage to the scrap heap. He kicks the metal frame for emphasis, before pointing to the other two clones. As for you, stand by for now, and block trucks from using this bay, got it? The clones do not nod, but they all begin to do their tasks as instructed. Izuku quirked a brow at Ashiyama. Clearly these supplies are something that Shy Hasaikai doesn't want the heroes catching wind of, but they must know that Night Eye already knows about Trigger, right? Izuku looks up at the mounds of boxes, lining the metal shelves to his sides, and zooms his vision, reading the shipping labels. Syringes, he moves his gaze to a different shelf, suspending medium, his gaze shifts again, bullet casings? Just what the hell are they making down here? They must be expecting some big shipments soon. That's never good. Izuku looks around, eyes locked to the office in the back. That must be the warehouse office. If I were willing to bet, there is a shipping manifest in there. If I can just get to that dash. Midoriya, Ashiyama's voice calls out, causing Izuku to flinch in surprise. The boy turns, seeing that Ashiyama was walking down the hall. Chisaki and his men seemed to have vanished. Izuku looked around but could see no sign of them. Come on, the repairman urged, I need your help with something else. Izuku nods and follows after the Yakuza repairman, but not before sparing one last glance to the truck depot. There is a lot to learn from what supplies come in and out of a building. Izuku's gaze flicks back to the lead office. I might have to make a little detour back here later. I have a feeling I need to see what's on their manifest. The amputee turns around, following Ashiyama further into the depths of this ever-expansive compound. Chisaki marched down the twisting halls, flanked on either side by Tengai and Nemoto. He adeptly navigated the paths as he had 1,000 times before. Unlike his other times trekking these halls, Overhaul was manic. His chest was pounding, heart hammering from within his chest, and thrumming so hard that he could feel it in his skull. His pace was hastened by his nerves as he descended into the twisting labyrinth. I need to confirm this myself, Overhaul mused. If this is true, if Nemoto is right? He shook his head, turning a corner and coming upon a familiar door. Without waiting for the keycard, he simply slipped his glove off his hand, grabbed the door by its handle, and activated his quirk, watching as the thick metal twisted itself, groaning and creaking in the closest approximation that metal can make to pain. The steel door curled in on itself, stuttering at the motion that was being forced upon it, and struggling to meet Overhaul's silent demands. But, steel or flesh, they succumbed to Overhaul's power, just like always. What did you find? Overhaul demanded, walking forward to the two nervous security guards. We were reviewing the footage from the hallway in front of the subject's cell. One spoke, the night of its escape. Yes, I'm aware, Overhaul snapped. What did you find? The other stuttered out, it would probably be best to show you. The man turned around, hastily clacking away at the keyboard, before bringing up a familiar hallway on the largest screen. With one more click, the man began to play the recording of that day. For several moments, nothing happens, not a single thing on screen changes. Overhaul watches an empty hallway on screen. Then he notices something. It's quick and barely noticeable, but it's there. A small, imperceptible stutter in the video footage. It barely lasts a moment, but it's there. What was that? Overhaul seeds out, causing the security personnel to flinch. The first seems at a loss for words, unable to properly answer Overhaul's question. Chisaki glares at the man, who cannot muster the courage to meet his eyes, so in one swift motion, Overhaul grabs the first security guard by the throat with his bare hand. The rest of the occupants of the room watch in various degrees of horror as the man's flesh begins to bubble and slither, twisting and gnashing under his skin like worms. The infection spreads from Overhaul's hand, permeating through the man's body, until the slithering veins cover him like a plague. His eyes begin to bug out of his skull, his mouth being locked open by the undulating of his jaw, until the man's face splits open like a pistachio shell, erupting into a fine red mist, only for the rest of his body to follow suit, leaving nothing behind but a crimson miasma and the smell of freshly drawn blood. The room falls silent as the cloud of viscera begins to diffuse, and Overhaul turns to the other security guard, who begins to hyperventilate. Now, the Yakuza leader takes a deep breath. I am going to ask one more time. And if you do not answer me, I will make sure that your death takes far, far longer than your former colleagues. Overhaul begins to stalk forward, holding his hand out in front of him, groping the air in front of the security guard. What was that? It was a camera stutter, sir. The guard blurts out. The timer in the corner of the screen shows that about 6 seconds of footage was lost. Lost? Overhaul speaks, far too calmly. You mean to tell me that during the moment where it escaped, 6 seconds of footage was lost? Well, the guard looks down. The footage isn't there anymore. Why? Overhaul growled. You mean to tell me that the cameras missed everything? Tabu. The guard could not finish the sentence for fear of angering Overhaul even more. However, before Overhaul could lunge forward and erase him as well, Nemoto leaned over to his master and began to speak to him. The most likely conclusion, Chisaki-sama, Nemoto began, is that the footage was tampered with. Tampered? Overhaul repeats, his voice monotone. You mean to tell me that someone within this compound, someone who has access to the security office, tampered with the footage and cut out 6 specific seconds of footage? Nemoto nods. I think it is fair to assume that there is somebody on the premises who does not want whatever happened in that time frame to be seen. Chisaki cannot see the man's expression, but he doesn't need to understand what Nemoto is saying. Somebody betrayed us, Chisaki surmises. Somebody betrayed me? I trusted you, Chisaki shouted. I trusted you to believe in me. I'm sorry, Chisaki. Yamanaka's voice did not match his words. You forced my hand. Chisaki roared, slamming his hand into the desk in front of him, and causing the surface to erupt into a maelstrom of ridges and spikes, permeating out like a frozen explosion. He took several huffing breaths, reeling his hand back, and turning his attention to the security guard. I want you to find me every single person that entered this room between then and now. Chisaki ordered. Every name, every badge, every single face that showed up on sensors. The security guard nodded, immediately rushing to input the correct commands into his monitor. Chisaki turned to Nemoto and Tengai. As for you too, interrogate every last one, every name that comes up, find them, and rip every last bit of information that you can from them, understood? Tengai bows hastily, but Nemoto's movements are far more calm, performing a short bow for his master. Yes, Chisaki-sama, Nemoto says fluidly, as you command. And so, we've received intel that Overhaul's compound extends far below the surface, going several levels deep. Night Eye stood in front of a projector, addressing several figures, who stood in silence as they listened to his update. Night Eye knew that the vast majority of those attending this meeting would rather be anywhere but here, but he cared very little. So long as they paid attention and followed his commands, there would be no issues. As such, the Foresight hero continued, I propose we conduct a frontal assault on the compound, breaking through the front gate, and spreading out into each building, first securing the surface buildings. Night Eye tapped a pointer against the projector, highlighting the compound structures. This method is both the simplest and the most effective way of cornering them. I don't know, Fat Gum piped up, his comical size making the small chair he sat in seem like a flimsy toy. This feels predictable. Are you sure there isn't a better option? Ryukyu nodded. I concur with Fat Gum. You said the compound extends underground. Would it not be better to simply try to infiltrate from below ground as well? The walls are lined with steel, Night Eye elaborated. I doubt we could reasonably tunnel through the walls in a way that doesn't destroy the compound or take too long to be effective. Still, Rock Lock interjected, the front door? That seems risky. No way that the entrances aren't defended to hell and back. As far as I can tell, the only way in is through the main entrance. Night Eye rebutted, plus, we want cameras on the raid. This needs to be public. Publicity is our best chance to get eyes on the Yakuza problem. Many citizens seem to think that Yakuza aren't a threat, or aren't worth our time anymore. Night Eye collapses his poker. I aim to change that perception. The rest of the heroes looked around uncertainly, but towards the back of the group, Night Eye could see Kirishima staring at him with narrowed eyes, seeming to judge his choice of plan. Night Eye met the boy's scrutiny with a raised brow, but otherwise ignored him. That little brat can judge me all he wants, Night Eye scoffs in his mind. So long as he gives up what doesn't belong to him, I do not care what he thinks. Night Eye's gaze flicks over to Mirio, who stands ever loyally to the side, watching the screen with interest. He seems to hang off of Night Eye's every word, nodding along with the veteran hero as he explains his plan. Soon, Mirio, Night Eye reassures, soon everything will be right again. That's all we have for updates now, Night Eye explains, flicking the lights back on. Unless something comes up, our next meeting will take place at the same time next week. Dismissed. The heroes nodded, leaving the room. Night Eye watched as Kirishima's gaze lingered for a moment longer than normal, before he too left the room. However, before Night Eye could turn around and go back to his work, he noticed that one person remained standing still, posture rigid, and eyes pointed straight ahead. Tenya Ida seemed tense. Though his posture was as militaristic as always, Night Eye could notice the boy's conflicted expression. If you have issues with my course of action, then say it, Night Eye spat, turning away from the boy. That's not it, sir. Night Eye turned to the boy, who had relaxed his stance a bit. When I was on our surveillance run, Ida began, I heard a familiar name. The boy looked at Night Eye, expression serious. They mentioned the name, Midoriya? Night Eye immediately froze, though not out of fear. Rather, he froze out of confusion. And? Ida flinches. You might not know, but Midoriya is the name of someone in my grade, a civilian. Get to the point. Night Eye turned away from Ida. Two of the higher-up members of Shai Hasaikai mentioned Midoriya's name, Ida explained. They said that he was with them. I fear that, if my hunch is right, the Midoriya I know might be involved with Shai Hasaikai. Night Eye looked at Ida with confusion, before something seemed to click behind the hero's eyes. It's obvious that he doesn't suspect Midoriya is an informant, nor does he think he might be a hostage, Night Eye surmised. Why does he immediately default to Midoriya being a Yakuza? Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Night Eye pressed. Well, Ida seemed relatively tight-lipped, hesitant to fully answer Night Eye's question. Ida, Night Eye began, if you have information that could pertain to Shai Hasaikai, or any possible members, it is imperative that you share it. A few weeks ago, Ida began, I was involved in an attack by the hero Ender. I know that, Night Eye groaned in his mind, give me more. What does that have to do with Midoriya? Night Eye pressed, trying to act subtle. When I engaged the hero Ender, I saw Midoriya there. The boy hesitates again. He appeared to be working in tandem with Stain to take down Native. What? Night Eye's eyes widened slightly. The commission just told me that Midoriya was a threat to public order. They didn't inform me of this. When I was paralyzed by Stain, he told Midoriya to deliver the final blow. It would seem he failed. Night Eye pointed out the obvious. He was close, Ida blurted out. I can't forget the look in his eye, as he held that knife above his head, that cold, dead expression. That single, green void of an eye. The willingness to plunge into the depths. Ida shook his head. Kirishima vouches for him. They're friends. But I can't move past that moment. The bespectacled boy's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. People don't change that easily. A villain is always a villain. Night Eye stared at Ida with a complicated expression. Outwardly, he was composed, but inwardly he was considering the boy's words carefully. The boy is driven, but close-minded, Night Eye gleans. He seems to think of people in a binary, a good trait for a soldier. All one needs to know is how to point them in the right direction. It would seem that you have reason to think this way, Night Eye agrees. Thank you for letting me know. Sith? Ida's nerves come back in full force. What do you plan to do about him? Night Eye takes a moment to think, staring back down at his freshly repaired desk. As much as I hate to admit it, Night Eye considers, I need Midoriya for now. He's still feeding us information. It's best that he be left to that task until he is no longer useful. For now, nothing, Night Eye concludes. In truth, the boy is likely of little consequence for now, at least until we can take him in for questioning. He turned back to Ida. Remain on observation. If you happen to see Midoriya, note down his behavior and actions. Depending on how the raid goes, that can be used to open up an investigation should he escape capture during the raid. Ida's eyes shifted, and Night Eye raised a brow at the boy. You seem hesitant. Before you were so certain that Midoriya is a criminal. Has that assessment changed? No, sir, Ida shook his head. It's just, I have yet to confirm it with my own eyes. And, I worry that if Midoriya's involvement in the raid becomes public, then Kirishima might try to interfere on Midoriya's behalf. Ah, Night Eye nodded, that is true. You mentioned the two of them are friends. Night Eye looked back up at Ida. Do you think I should remove Kirishima from the raid? Say yes, Night Eye begs internally, say it. No, sir, much to Night Eye's disappointment, Ida shakes his head. I believe Kirishima can be a valuable asset to the raid. Night Eye fights the urge to roll his eyes. I see. The foresight hero places a hand on his chin, mocking a thinking posture, when in reality, a plan has already been concocted in the man's mind. In that case, Night Eye begins, I think that this could act as your first solo task. Ida's gaze shoots up, eyes wide in shock. The engine boy is speechless. Does Kesajiri know about this? I asks. No, sir, Ida states, firmly, as the head of the raid, I figured it would be best for you to hear of this, before any decisions can be made. Agreed, Night Eye nods, salivating at this boy's naivete, then it would be best if you do not tell him, not yet at least. The foresight hero turns around, sitting down at his desk. From now on, you have a secondary objective in your recon missions. I want you to document and record everything and anything that you see or hear of Midoriya partaking in. No matter how small. The hero turns to the boy, confirm his involvement, actions, and his relationship with other members of Shai Hasaikai, and report everything to me. May as well keep an extra eye on Midoriya, Night Eye muses, to make sure that everything he tells me is accurate. Yes, sir, Ida stands at attention. But what about the raid? Night Eye leans over his desk a bit, staring seriously at Ida. When the time for the raid comes, I want your attention to be focused on Midoriya. Find him and capture him, by any means necessary. Why get my hands dirty, when someone so willingly sticks their own right in the mud? All right, Ashiyama shouted, hit the power. Izuku nods, you got it, he replies, confirming the intent. In the darkness, the headlamp wrapped around his temples offers the only source of light, besides a soft, blue glow from his right shoulder. Scanning the thick murky darkness, Izuku finally beams the lamplight onto the open panel in front of him, looking down into the exposed wiring of the machine. Reaching down, Izuku grabs a thick, copper cable with his brass hand, lifting it and sliding the plug into its socket. He gives the connection an experimental tug before turning to the side and flicking the machine on. The massive machine hums to life, rumbling as the soft, rhythmic thumping rings out, characteristic of every engine he had ever come across. The thumping hastens, making new pace as the fan towards the front of the machine begins to spin. Izuku leans back, sighing as the generator finally kicks in, and the room floods with light. Phew, Ashiyama sighs from his side of the power supply, that should do her. Sorry that it took a bit longer than expected. Having my clones working on something this complicated is an easy recipe for disaster, you know? Izuku wipes some sweat from his brow, and nods to himself. Yeah, I can understand that, Izuku agrees, but hey, at least you'll get some overtime pay, right? He says this mostly as a joke, but Ashiyama sighs from the other side. Nah, probably not, the maintenance man pauses, and Izuku wonders if he had touched on a sensitive subject. Before Izuku can press the information, Ashiyama approaches from the other side of the machine, smiling like always. The man's thin frame is caked with oil stains and grease, but Izuku isn't sure he had ever seen a man so content with his work. Well, I'm gonna turn in for the night. Ashiyama lifts his arms, stretching his spine and causing several audible pops to ring out. We should probably hit the showers. Do you know the way? Izuku is about to shake his head, but stops himself, a plan coming to mind. Yeah, Izuku lies. Shisaki showed me the way earlier. But I don't know where the bunks are. Izuku rolls his shoulder. How about we meet back here once we're both done cleaning up? Ashiyama ponders for a moment, before shrugging. Why not? Ashiyama turns around, heading in the opposite direction, before turning back to the boy. There's a shower room close by. Izuku quickly tries to find an excuse. Sorry, I don't like bathing with others around, not to mention I have some special prep I need to do for my implants. Ashiyama seems sheepish all of a sudden. I suppose I understand. Well, hope you get that fixed soon enough. The man turns around. See you back here once you're done? Izuku nods, mutely, but his mind quickly turns to business. This is the first moment since the pipe work that he has been alone. Ashiyama had kept a close watch over him, presumably to check his technical know-how, but maybe also to make sure he doesn't do anything he isn't supposed to. Now, Izuku had a chance, and with a quick breath, he began to sprint down the halls. The fluorescent lights of the endless labyrinth made it difficult to tell what time it was, but checking his phone, Izuku could safely assume it was close to the dead of night. Which hopefully meant less eyes on him. In daytime, I'm constantly monitored, Izuku confirmed, mentally, safe to assume that the trust I've earned doesn't extend too far yet. I'm still a stranger to these people after all. But the amputee rounds a corner, seeing the incline up to the truck depot, At night, I can take some time to gather intel. The boy escapes the claustrophobic tunnels, breaching into the wide truck depot, seeing all of the truck bays closed and locked. I'm bunking with Ashiyama, Izuku reminded himself, so I can't take all night, but an hour or so shouldn't hurt. The engineer turns his head, seeing the warehouse office that he had eyed before. Jogging over to the small, square office, he tried to open the door, but the knob held firm under his effort. The boy cursed, lightly, and began to look around for a key, searching near the door for a key ring or anything of the sort, only to be met with nothing. Swearing again, Izuku began to brainstorm his next move. Okay, so I can't enter the office the easy way, Izuku surmises. That means my options are fairly limited. I can leave and wait for another day to find the key, but that might take too long. Plus, there is no guarantee that I could even realistically find the damn thing. I'm not even sure who would have it. Next option is break in, but how can I do that without leaving a trace? Izuku begins to scan around the office exterior, checking above for any vents or holes. He quickly darted around the open loading bay, checking each door for anyone who happened to be patrolling the area. I doubt a warehouse office has high security locks. Considering everything that the Shai Hasaikai has going on as is, they would have other things to worry about than shipping manifests. Izuku looks down to the lock, then back to his metal arm. Maybe. Crouching down, Izuku aligns his mechanical eye with the hole, activating the headlamp still on his forehead. Once the light properly illuminates the hole, Izuku leaned forward, zooming his vision in through the keyhole. The light doesn't escape out the other side, Izuku observed. That means this is a storeroom lock, key on the outside, but the inside freely rotates? Izuku reaches down, grabbing a screwdriver he had kept on him. That means it shouldn't be hard to remove. Unscrewing the knob face, Izuku carefully pulls off the knob on his side, observing the locking mechanism within. Izuku scans his eye over the internal lock and nods, before pressing his hand to the tip of the lock axle. Simple enough, all I need to do is... Izuku slams his hand forward, sharply, causing the lock to forcefully disengage. He hears a soft metal clanging from inside the office as the second half of the knob clatters to the ground. Nodding to himself, the boy carefully reaches into the door and pulls the mechanism inward, opening the barrier between him and his prize. Izuku carefully pockets both parts of the knob before looking out into the office, shining his light around it. The office is small and barren of life. Rows of filing cabinets stand at attention in the back of the room, and the lack of windows makes the room feel isolating and cold. Izuku quickly rounds the small faux wood desk sitting in the center of the room and begins looking at the cabinets. Triplicate numbers. Looks like day, month, year. Izuku carefully counts the numbers on each cabinet. 6 shelves per cabinet, 2 cabinets per year. Probably, each shelf a different month, each file a different day. Izuku finds the cabinet displaying the most recent year and carefully opens the lowest labeled drawer. His eyes immediately meet a dozen or so manila folders, each with color-coded tabs. Reaching down, Izuku grabs a random folder and hastily opens it. Jesus, these guys take this seriously. Izuku comments, mentally, they have every piece of information on each truck that comes in: truck weight, VIN number, driver's name and address. Izuku carefully scans the page, looking through the manifest. This is just a shipment of canned food. Really? That's it? Reaching down, he grabs another random file, rifling through it. These orders, they don't make sense. Izuku felt frustration bubbling in his stomach, eyes flicking to the clock on the wall. One day they will order several tons of preserved food, the next bullet casings and medical supplies? There's no uniformity to it, it's all so random. Izuku slides the file back into place and grabs another. What am I missing? Reaching down, Izuku grabs a third file, opening it and carefully scanning its contents. At first, it seems like more of the same, but he notices something that seems out of place. A single item. Izuku carefully reads through the manifest, seeing a lone order among the bulk shipments. They order everything in bulk, except this? Why? He carefully reads the item description: glass capsules. You order several tons of canned foods, and then a single bag of 50 glass capsules. Izuku began to read through several other manifests from previous days. Valium, syringes, medical disinfectant. Why are these ordered in such small quantities? Why not just order them in bulk like everything else? Izuku's brain was storming, putting the pieces together. Obviously it's to hide the purchase, but why? Izuku carefully reads through each product, before noting something odd. All of these are being ordered from the same place. Izuku noted the name, Saishoku Medical Supplier, Not to mention they seem to be getting some pretty insane deals. Izuku grabbed a fifth file, this one from the previous month, and looked through that one as well. Yep. Right here too, multiple orders a day. They even use the same driver each time. The boy quickly notes the name of the driver before his eyes flick over to the product they had ordered. What the hell is Kumiden? Izuku hears the sound of metal slamming against metal and freezes. Quickly, he begins stuffing the folders into their cabinets, hastily closing each one as quickly as he could without making noise. Scanning the room, Izuku checks the cabinets in the desk, rifling through each one. Come on, Izuku begged. I know that the main key is somewhere out there, but there has to be a dash. He stops. Opening the fifth drawer shows him a small brass key, laying in the bottom on a green tab. Bingo! Izuku grabbed the spare key, closing the drawer, and quickly exiting the office. He motions to lock the door, but freezes, looking down at the door, the knob still missing from the barrier. Izuku scrabbles to try and find the knob pieces in his pocket. Hastily, he slips the knob back onto its port, hearing footsteps begin to echo through the truck depot. Sweat begins to bead on his brow as he slides the knob mechanism into place, only for the damnable lock axle to catch on the internal mechanism. Damn it, come on. Izuku cried in his mind, twisting the lock back and forth. Just stick you FNG piece of dash. The axle slides into place, and Izuku sighs in relief. Slowly, he inserts the exterior knob onto the axle and begins to screw it back into place. The footsteps grow louder and louder, and Izuku scrambles to install the screws once again. His heart is pounding in his ears, thundering like a war drum, spelling his doom. He tries to calm his breathing, lest the unknown other in the room hear his ragged hyperventilation, but before he can properly do so, the footsteps stop. The room becomes dead silent. The only sound imaginable is the echoing percussion of Izuku's blood in his ears, pumping through his body, carrying with it the familiar tingle of adrenaline and fear. He dared not move, doing everything in his power to remain hidden and alone. A minute passed, then two. Finally, Izuku let out a breath, thinking his assailant had disappeared. He began working on the screws again, trying to get this night over with. "What are you doing here?" a voice demanded from directly behind him. Izuku yelped, pressing his back against the office wall, and turning to face the voice. In the inky blackness, he finds it difficult to make out who is speaking to him, so he quickly flicks on the headlamp. The light catches something directly in front of him, a tall, thin man. The black cloak and hat seem familiar to Izuku, even if he can't quite place the man at first, but as the masked figure leans closer, Izuku's mind clicks into action, remembering exactly who this is. That's the man who was with Overhaul earlier, Izuku remembered. He whispered to Chisaki and they both left. He must be close to Overhaul. I will not repeat myself. The man's voice was even, though his tone carried an underlying threat that even Izuku could spot. Quickly, Izuku scrambled, trying to find an excuse for his presence. I was fixing the hinges. Izuku blurted out. I noticed they were creaky earlier, and figured I would take care of the issue before it becomes a serious problem, you know? The cloaked man stares at Izuku for a moment, and Izuku feels the pressure within his head pressing against the sides of his skull. His brain is throbbing, and his tongue feels like sandpaper scraping against his soft palate. Why are you here in the middle of the night? The man demands, and Izuku feels a sensation wash over him, compelling him to comply with the man's line of questioning. What's happening? Is this a quirk? Izuku feels his mind throbbing, compelling him to spit out the truth. No, stop. I can't tell him the truth. Izuku racks his brain, trying to find a solution to his predicament. Whatever he is doing to me, it's forcing me to tell the truth. That isn't an option, his mind clicks, but maybe I can tell him a part of the truth? I figured it would be the best time to do so at night. Why? The man demanded again, and Izuku felt the same sensation wash over him again. Because nobody would need the office right now. Izuku expelled the words from his mouth with great effort. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the pressure in his head dissipate. He breathed raggedly, heaving as he hunched over, before slowly lifting his head, looking at the man once again. The cloaked figure looks down at Izuku for a moment. A beat passes, then two, before the man turns and begins walking away. Finish here and go to sleep, the man orders. You have work in the morning. Izuku nods lightly, holding his breath until the man's footsteps finally fade. Once he no longer hears the sharp padding of boots against cement, he lets out a heave of air, collapsing to the ground. That was close, Izuku thought. Any more specific questioning and I'd probably be done for. The boy notes the man, having never learned his name, deciding instead to remember his features. He has some kind of truth quirk, Izuku surmises. Whatever he did to me, it was forcing me to at least tell part of the truth. I can't be caught by him again. The boy reaches into his pocket, grabbing the spare key hidden within. But with this, I probably won't need to worry about that. I'm definitely coming back here. There is still so much to learn. Grabbing his phone, he quickly checks the time. Izuku groans, gotta meet Ashiyama soon. He might come looking for me too. Izuku quickly jogs back down the hall, turning a corner and heading back to the generator room. Still, Izuku racks his brain. Why didn't he use his quirk immediately on me? Why wait until the second question? Izuku ponders the thought a bit more. Maybe he needs eye contact? That would explain it, I suppose. I don't know why else he wouldn't just keep using it. Clearly, he can use his quirk multiple times on the same person, so why? Izuku rounded the corner, seeing Ashiyama leaning against the wall, toolbox to his side, humming a soft tune. Questions for later. Izuku approached the older handyman, and the man's eyes lit up at his approach. Hey, Ashiyama waved. I was worried you got lost. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I did. Looks like I didn't really know where the showers were. My bad. That all right, Ashiyama stretched his arms to the sky. You've only been here a day. Took me like a year before I figured out how to get around here. Now I know the facility like the back of my hand. Really now? Izuku raised a brow, smelling an opportunity. You must know everything about this place then? I'd say I know most of it, at least what I need to know. Ashiyama rubbed the back of his head. You ask me how to fix the electrical lines, or which safety doors need the most maintenance, and I can give you an answer like, he snaps his fingers. That? But, the older man continues as they walk down the hall, ask me what the boss and all of them are doing and I couldn't tell ya. Ashiyama looks down to his hands. I know my role, and I do everything I can to play that part well. Izuku blinked at the sincerity in the man's words. Wow, you must owe Chisaki a lot. Everything, Ashiyama stated firmly. I owe Chisaki-sama everything and more. He gave me my life back. The least I can do is repay him with every moment of it I can. Gave you your life back? Izuku thinks, what does that mean? Before he could ask, they had rounded the corner, and Ashiyama pointed to 2 rooms. That one over there is our bunkhouse, he instructed. Your room is next to mine. He moved his finger, pointing at a different door, and that's the bathroom. There are a couple of showers down here. I know there's a bigger shower room upstairs, but I prefer this one, you know. Izuku nodded, and Ashiyama began to walk away. Take a shower and relax. We're up early tomorrow. Overhaul wants our help with something bright and early. Izuku raised a brow, but nodded all the same. The older man walked down the hall, disappearing into the other room and leaving Izuku on his own. The amputee opened the door to the bathroom, looking up at the shower and then down at his bionic arm. Really wish I'd waterproof this thing, Izuku noted, but to be fair, I wasn't exactly thinking about how I'd shower when I was building it. Slowly, Izuku reached over to the sink, opening the small cabinet underneath and pulling out several plastic garbage bags. Not ideal, but it will work. Removing his arm, Izuku began to cover his shoulder cap with a plastic bag, reaching into the toolbox and then securing it with duct tape. Before he could step into the shower, however, a thought rang out. I don't think Night Eye will care about this, Izuku noted. He already made it clear that anything not directly related to Overhaul's plans is irrelevant. Even in his mind, he couldn't help but hear that word in a snarky, neutral tone. But I know there is something here. I just need someone to look into it for me. Izuku reaches over, grabbing his phone, and opening his messenger app. Hey, he types, I have a name I want you to look into. Can you do that for me? He doesn't wait for a response. More than likely he was asleep, so instead he just types out the name, leaving it for the boy to see in the morning. Saishoku Medical Supplier. Kirishima checked the name on his phone, before looking back up at the small warehouse in front of him. He looked down at the text again, as if confirming that this was somehow the same place. Yep, this is the place, Kirishima thinks, though this doesn't look like much. Maybe Midoriya got the name wrong? Kirishima shook his head. No, he wouldn't do that, but still, maybe his hunch is wrong? The redhead shrugged, before walking around the building, looking down the deep alleys. It seemed like a relatively normal warehouse. He could see trucks on the other side being loaded up. Kirishima quickly texted Izuku. What truck am I looking for? Kirishima waited for a moment, but received no sign of a message back. Groaning, he pocketed his phone, and slowly moved to the door of the building. Well, best case, Izuku is wrong, And this is just a medical supplier, Kirishima surmises. Worst case, something is going on that we should absolutely know about. Kirishima opened the front door, finding himself in a small, fairly unclean lobby. At the front, he sees a woman typing on a small computer, who flinches as he enters the building. Kirishima notes the behavior, but the woman smiles at him, hiding her surprise. "Oh, hello," the woman chirps. "I'm Matsui Suzum. How may I help you, young man?" Kirishima looks down at his casual wear, having simply worn a tank top and jeans. Izuku had advised him not to do this in his hero outfit, and instead approach as a civilian. "I'm just curious about your operations," Kirishima shrugged. "I'm looking for a part-time job. Do you guys have anything available?" "Oh, I'm sorry, sir." The woman's smile remains the same forced expression from before. "I'm afraid we aren't hiring at the moment." "Damn." Kirishima pretended to look aloof. "My mom just told me that she wanted me to go outside and find a job. She said that I can't come home until I find something, so here I am, I guess." Kirishima huffs, playing up the role of a troubled kid. "I'm sorry to hear that," Matsui said, but Kirishima caught the indifference in her tone. "But again, our interviews are by appointment only. I'm afraid you have to leave." Kirishima raised a brow. "You just said that you weren't hiring. Now you're saying I need an appointment?" Matsui immediately clammed up, before standing from her desk and walking around the side of the lobby. "I'm sorry," her smile is more panicked, "but you need to leave, sir." "Thank you, and I wish you luck on your job search." Kirishima was promptly shoved out of the lobby, whirling around just in time to see the door slammed on his face and promptly locked. The boy stared at it for a moment, before backing up a bit. Okay, so Midoriya definitely was onto something before. Kirishima quickly scanned the sides of the building, seeing a fire escape on the building next to this one. "Sounds like I'll need to do some recon." The redhead crouches down, slinking into the alley, and checking to make sure there were no prying eyes. Quickly, he scaled his way up the dumpster, and leapt off the top of it onto a neighboring fire escape, where he reached out and grabbed the bottom rung of the ladder with all his might. He let out a soft grunt as he felt his biceps strain while holding up his entire body, before lifting his hands and beginning to climb up the fire escape. "I should probably thank Aizawa for the parkour lessons," Kirishima mused. "The class hates them, and they make me want to die afterwards, but I can't argue with the results." Slowly, Kirishima climbed the ladder, crouching low and pulling out his phone, angling it at the second-story window from the other side. Opening the camera app, Kirishima zoomed in the camera as far as it could go, aiming through the window, and hoping to catch something from this angle. "No good, I can't see much of anything from here." Kirishima grunted in frustration, before looking for any other angles. He scans his surroundings, trying to spot another way up, before noticing a small ledge on the opposite side of the warehouse, just close enough that he could reach the window from it. "God, I'm gonna regret this," Kirishima groaned, before climbing the rest of the way up the fire escape. Once he had made his way onto the low roof of the apartment block, he backed up a couple of paces back, keeping his target in sight. Taking a few breaths, Kirishima bounced on the balls of his feet, hyping himself for whatever comes next. "You had better be right about this, Izuku," Kirishima growled, before sprinting off of the rooftop, and leaping with all his might, aiming for the ledge. His angle of attack is solid, but Kirishima notices that the force of his jump was weaker than he had wished it to be, causing his leap to arc earlier than he had hoped. Kirishima groaned mentally, thinking up a solution. "Okay, can't use one for all, that would draw away too much attention, come on brain. Think for once." Kirishima reaches up as high as he can, and hardens his arms and torso, bracing for impact with the wall of the warehouse. His body slams violently into the cement wall, causing his torso to ache dully. His hands barely catch the lip of the ledge, narrowly managing to grasp out and cling to the side of the building. Unfortunately for Kirishima, he had forgotten to harden his face. His nose slammed against the cement, and he felt a sharp pain rocket through his face. He yelped in pain, trying to remain lucid enough to cling to the ledge as a sharp ringing invaded his ears. He felt one of his hands slip in his stupor, before righting himself and clinging to the ledge again. Kirishima took a moment to stabilize his mind, allowing himself to simply hang from the ledge for a moment. "Well," Kirishima grunted, "that could have gone worse." He engaged his biceps, lifting himself up from the ledge, and planting his feet on the slim ledge, and shimmying his way onto a slightly thicker lip on the building. The red-headed hero lifted his hand to his face, pressing the tip of his finger onto his nose, and checking for any sharp pains or shifting bones. "Okay, not broken," Kirishima sighed in relief. "Hurts like a beach, but that should fade." Kirishima narrowed his eyes. You owe me for this one. Slowly, Kirishima moved his way across the ledge, until his eyes were in line with the window he had been trying to peer through. Pressing himself to the glass, Kirishima scanned through the window and looked deep into the building. Looks like a fairly normal warehouse, Kirishima surmised. At least from my knowledge, nothing particularly sticks out to me as Yakuza vehicle. Kirishima feels a buzz from his pocket. He reaches down, pulls his phone out from his jean pockets and looks at the screen, seeing a text from Izuku. Pick up. That's it? Kirishima glared at his phone, at the single word that displayed on the screen. Damn it, Midoriya, I know they're picking things up. That doesn't help me. Kirishima sighs, turning his attention back to the glass, and what lies within. Well, may as well look for whatever they got inside. Kirishima looked over the warehouse, seeing rows upon rows of supplies and medical equipment laying on shelves. Around the warehouse, a few dozen workers buzzed near the conveyor belts, grabbing various items and sticking them into various boxes, before rushing back into the maze of shelves and repeating the process. Looking at the fulfillment employees, Kirishima was shocked to see that their ages ranged significantly. Some looked even younger than he was, while others had deep-set wrinkles and ashen gray hair, rushing around just as quickly as their young co-workers. Jesus, some of these kids can't be older than 14, and others can't be younger than 80. What the hell is going on here? Kirishima looks closer, squinting as he notices a strange gray object around each of their necks. Collars? What for? His eyes turned to the rear of the warehouse, where multiple conveyor belts fed onto a final loading belt. At the rear, several trucks are being loaded, each one packed full of medical supplies. However, he notices that the vast majority of boxes on the final belt have not been moved, and the belt seems to be piling up, while every worker just sits and waits. At the back, a middle-aged man in a tacky suit stands impatiently, tapping his foot rapidly as he checks his watch. That must be the boss, Kirishima muses. But what are they all waiting for? Kirishima's questions are answered when a light dings above the door, and the boss flinches, before throwing the door open. A young man steps out, looking tired, but otherwise bored, and carrying a large box in with him. The boss yells at the young man, who seems to wave the older man off, before opening the box, and showing its contents within. Kirishima quickly takes out his phone, zooming the camera in on the box, and seeing a familiar, dreadful sight within. That's Trigger, the redhead realizes. He recognized the red serum from Night Eye's presentations. As boring as they were, Kirishima tried his best to listen to the Foresight hero's words, and he had had Trigger drilled into his head since the beginning. Quickly, Kirishima began snapping photographs. This must be the pickup that Izuku was talking about, Kirishima thought, continuing to observe the meeting. The boy watched as the boss grabbed the serum capsules and called several workers over, who began grabbing the red substance and filling smaller boxes with it, before sealing the boxes and walking them over to the trucks. I think I get it. Kirishima's mind clicks. So this guy brings Trigger to this facility, they separate it all among these trucks, and then the trucks go about their business, distributing the drugs to dealers and other supply lines as it goes. Kirishima's throat gets dry. This is how Trigger has become so widespread, and Night Eye has no idea. The boy observes as the boss hands the young driver a small plastic bag, filled with several small orange bottles, only for the young man to nod, putting them in his pocket, and walking back out the door. Pills? Kirishima blinks in confusion. For what? Kirishima hears the sound of a loud engine begin to roar from around the side of the warehouse. Quickly, he scrambles down the wall and back into the alley, and rushes over to the rear of the building, with just enough time to see the young driver climb into a rusted, aging car. The car was a large pickup truck with a cloth cover on the rear, covering the bed. Pickup. Kirishima's eureka moment is short-lived as the man begins to drive away, carrying the pills with him in the front seat. So that's what Yusuke meant. Damn, I'm stupid. Kirishima pulls out his phone and shoots a quick text to Izuku, confirming what he saw, before rushing out of the alley and heading over to the Night Eye agency. Night Eye will definitely want to hear about this. Kirishima grunts, footfalls carrying him down the street and back into the city. Still, the boy muses, I wonder what those pills are for. What were they called? Kumiden, Overhaul confirms, reaching into the plastic bag and pulling out one of the pill bottles. Yes, Chisaki-sama, the young man bows, I trust the next shipment of Trigger is ready? Overhaul nods, pointing to a large crate laying on the ground, near the door. Go to your job. I have some business to attend to. Chisaki pockets the pills and begins to walk down the halls, heading to a familiar location. Along the way, he stares down at the pills, pondering his plans. These should make for a higher yield this time, Chisaki reassures. The faster we can gather the stockpile, the better. He thinks back to yesterday, the revelation of a betrayal among his ranks. There's no time to waste, Overhaul affirms, no time for doubt, no time for the easy road. I'll find the traitor the hard way, and excise them myself. Turning the corner, Chisaki approaches a massive steel door, guarded on each side by 2 men. But for now, there is work to be done. Open the doors, Overhaul commands. The guards nod, and Overhaul enters the large steel room, coming face to face with a massive steel cage within the confines. From the side, another man stands, this one in medical scrubs and a beaked mask. It's almost ready, Chisaki-sama, the man affirms. Soon, the anesthesia should kick. No time, Chisaki grunts, before opening the door, surprising the 2 men inside, also wearing scrubs. However, his mind is not focused on them. Rather, his eyes lock onto the small girl laying on the table, cuffed and bolted down to its harsh metal surface. The girl's eyes widen in recognition, and she begins to struggle against her bonds, trying desperately to escape. Chisaki notes the thick metal mitts on her hands, preventing any accidental quirk charges from going off. Slowly he reaches down, removing her mask, and pulls out the pill bottle from his pocket. Blood thinners? One of the doctors asks, but why ? No questions, Chisaki snaps, before reaching into the bottle and grabbing a pill, before splitting it in half and reaching down to Eri, who locks her jaw and refuses to open her mouth. Eri, Chisaki said evenly, open your mouth? The girl refused. Eri, Overhaul said. Calmly, you know as well as I that we're helping you right now. The girl whimpers but doesn't budge. Some people like you are born with a monster inside. Chisaki has had this conversation with the girl before, though hearing it always hurts, no matter how many times it's been said, and sometimes, the only way to get the monster out is to take it out. That's what we do, Eri, we take the monster out of you. Eri whimpered again, eyes closed and mouth shut tight, but Chisaki could tell that she was beginning to cave. Please, Eri, Chisaki asked, please help us take the bad stuff out of you, okay? I promise it won't hurt this time. A lie, just like always. But truly, what is the weight of a lie at this point? He had forsaken everything he had stood for as a doctor. All in the name of a better tomorrow. What is the weight of a lie when compared to all that he had done before? Acts unspeakable, all for a brighter future? Overhaul reached down, pinching Eri's nose, and holding fast as the girl struggled against his grip. Her face turned red, then purple as she lacked oxygen, but still she struggled. Eventually, though, her body gave in, just like always, and her mouth opened, desperately gasping for air. Overhaul quickly stuck the half pill into her mouth, and then poured water in to force her to swallow it, listening for her to gulp, signifying that she had taken the pill. Once she did, Chisaki began to pull off his glove. Sir, one of the doctors chirped, nervously, don't we need to wait for the medication to set in? Not with my quirk, we don't, Chisaki stated, before reaching down to Eri and placing his hand on her temple. Just like always, she had known he had lied. It always hurts, it hurts like nothing else. Beams of white-hot light refracted through the glass membranes of the building, bathing the room in an eerie approximation of natural light. The white walls and bright sun rays did not do anything to cool the room. If anything, it only seemed to further thicken the air into an acrid miasma, flowing into Ida's lungs and further clouding his perception. He felt lightheaded and ill, his stomach churning as he stared back at the leader of the raid, who flipped through his reports. However, the heat was only contributing partially to his current condition. Most of the bespectacled boy's attention was gravitating to the throbbing pain emanating from behind his kneecap. The joint begged for him to sit, but he refused, standing at attention in front of the hero and refusing to grant his knee the relief it desires. The joint felt like it was beginning to creak and slip, wobbling slightly from within his flesh, and causing the bones to deliver stabs of pain from his leg into his lower stomach. The whole sensation made him want to hurl. Hold it together, he demanded of his aching body, do not cave. Ida stood in militaristic solidarity, staring pointedly ahead at the wall, just above Naitai's head. He refused to allow any weakness to slip into his features, even if his body demanded the opposite of him. He could not allow any doubt of his capabilities to slip into Sir Naitai's mind. These notes are quite extensive, Night-Eye commented, refusing to look up from the desk as he flipped through more pages. Ida nodded. You asked me to document everything that Midoriya did, sir. So I have been doing just that for the past week. The engine boy did not notice the subtle roll of his master's eyes. I did. Night Eye sounds as if he regrets that phrasing. Do you mind elaborating on events that you felt were important? Maybe familiar figures around Midoriya? Or perhaps certain activities that you would refer to as suspicious? Ida stiffened his back even more, if that were possible, and clapped his heels together once, pointedly ignoring the gunshot of agony that rockets up his femur and into his groin area. Why, yes, sir. Ida then approaches the desk, gingerly turning his report back around, and flipping through the pages. I noticed that Midoriya's work with the Yakuza has been increasing in scale rapidly, Ida comments. What first started as seeming odd jobs have become far more extensive throughout the week. Last Wednesday he had been assigned to repair a faulty power line, a seemingly trivial task. The boy then flipped through his pages towards the end, but just yesterday I heard talk that Midoriya had been providing updated security protocols for the internal compound. What is your takeaway from this? Night Eye drawls, wanting the boy to get to the point. Well, Ida hesitates again, and this time his voice wavers slightly, due to his pain but also his indecision. Besides working for the Shai Hasaikai, Midoriya has not participated in anything strictly illegal yet. I see. Night Eye can't help but feel almost disappointed. So do you think that he is clean? No, Ida immediately replies. I think that Midoriya has crossed over the line, fully this time. The boy shakes his head. I am certain of it. I just have yet to gather evidence of any true wrongdoing. Then it sounds like you have much to do. Night Eye handed Ida back his report. Keep up the good work, and fill me in if anything does change, especially if you discover evidence that proves Midoriya's new criminal ways. You have another patrol tonight, correct? The boy nodded, saluting the older hero. Yes, sir. With a pivot on his foot, Ida turns around so his back is facing Night Eye, and marches out the door, completely ignorant of the man's pointed stare. He swiftly crosses the room and exits the door, waiting impatiently for the door to close and latch. Swiftly, Ida moves to the bathroom, crossing the room as quick as he can without firing off his quirk, but once he is in the room he swiftly whirls around, turns on the fan and locks the door. Only once he is alone does he allow himself to finally come apart. The boy retches and heaves, stumbling across the small personal bathroom to the toilet, where he begins to expel the contents of his stomach. He feels his eyes water as the acrid sludge passes his lips and escapes into the receptacle. His knee buckles and he falls to the ground, crouched over the toilet, wheezing heavily between bouts of gagging and vomiting. Through this process, Ida is pounding his chest, as if willing his organs to stop doing this to him, to simply allow him to stand once again, but it only avails his soul for a moment before he feels the bubbling acid rising up his throat again. It's only after a painfully long few minutes that his body finally allows him to gasp for air, greedily filling his lungs as he desperately tries to ignore the acrid taste that coats his mouth and throat. Gingerly, Ida stands on his good leg, raising the injured limb from the ground, and hops his way over to the sink, where he begins the process of washing out his mouth again. He removes his glasses and places them onto the small counter, using the tap water to cleanse his mouth of the taste of bile and ick. After a long process of swishing and spitting, Ida deigns to look up at himself in the mirror, noting his sunken eyes, clammy pale skin and matted, sweat-covered hair. It had been getting worse, the injury. He was not so blind as to deny himself that truth. The doctors had said this would happen, and still he refused to believe it. Now, here he was, barely able to stand, let alone run or use his quirk. It was even getting to the point that the medication he had been using to escape the pain was beginning to last shorter and shorter each time he took it. Where one pill could provide him with a day's relief before, now it could barely sustain him for 2 hours before he felt the agony begin to creep back up his body. I need to up the dosage of the pain medication, Ida thought. 2 pills every morning should be enough, if only just for now. The boy wipes his mouth, staring back at the piercing blue eyes of his reflection. Once this is over, I'll rest. But I need to do this. His mind wanders, placing him back in that same dingy alley. Fires burned around him, and people screamed for aid or mercy, but his mind was focused on one thing. The knife held up over his head, in the grasp of the familiar green-haired boy. He vividly recalled the boy's eye, how dead and cold it looked. The way the boy's arm tensed, an instant away from sending Ida to join his brother Dash. He stopped, eyes locking back onto his reflection. I will not let him get away with it, not again. Ah, Ashiyama groaned, again Midoriya? Izuku flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to pull harder against the invisible grasp on his arm. He had his hand gripping the metallic forearm of his prosthetic, and was leaning his whole body weight back, desperately trying to pry his property from the clutches of the magnet in front of him. When he and his friends had been building the arm, he had wanted to make the shell out of a brass alloy in order to avoid this specific scenario, with a magnet trying to rip his prosthetic off of its socket. What he had failed to account for is that the internal components of the arm, such as the hinges and springs, were not, in fact, brass. But instead they had used crude iron for those parts. "This is karma," Izuku bemoaned. "I should have just sprung for brass joints, but no, I just couldn't take the extra hour or so to build them myself." "Oh, but we have iron joints on hand." Izuku pantomimes Hikaru's voice in his head. "Yeah, well, screw you and the horse you rode in on, Hikaru." "Yeah, sorry," Izuku groaned. "Let me just—" He tried to twist the arm away from the magnet, screaming through clenched teeth as his effort bore no fruit. "Here," Ashiyama sighed, "allow me." The older mechanic walked behind the door frame and began to tinker with the hidden panel that was built into the wall. A few moments passed, and suddenly, Izuku felt the pull of the magnetic lock fade, and he quickly yanked his hand away, punctuated by a swift gasp of relief. "Thanks," Izuku panted. "I really need to fix that." "It's no problem," Ashiyama shrugged. "I sorta get the feeling. But hopefully you won't have to worry about it soon enough." Izuku raised a brow at that. This was not the first time that Ashiyama had made a vague statement like that, and frankly he couldn't help but be curious if the older man meant it derogatorily, or if he was being genuine. His mind wants to believe the latter, but he can't help but be suspicious. Still, the two finished up rewiring the doorframe again, and Izuku made sure to take several steps back, before signaling to Ashiyama to activate the magnets. A moment passes before Izuku hears the telltale hum of the frame powering on, before the thick, metal door slams shut onto the hidden seam. A soft click, and the door slides back open, seemingly blending perfectly with the wall. "Good," Ashiyama wipes his brow. "That should be the last of the security doors." The older man turns to Izuku. "Why don't we go outside? It's a beautiful day out, and I know a damn good sandwich place nearby." Izuku hesitates for a moment, thinking of how he can decline this offer politely, but before he can, his stomach betrays him, growling low like the rumbling of thunder, before the boy sheepishly looks up at a smirking Ashiyama. Izuku flounders. "Yeah, I could eat." He trails off, and Ashiyama's smug expression turns more sympathetic. "Hey, nothing quite like a nice meal after a hard day's work, right kid?" Ashiyama raises his hand for a fist bump, but Izuku merely looks at the man's hand, weary of reciprocating the motion. "You really don't trust me, do ya?" Ashiyama observes. Izuku shakes his head, trying to reassure the man that that isn't true, but he stops himself. "Why do I care if Ashiyama thinks I trust him or not?" Izuku remarks, mentally, "It shouldn't matter. I'm here to get airy and get the hell out. It doesn't matter what Ashiyama thinks of me." "It's okay." Ashiyama seems to read his hesitation as sheepishness, and chuckles the awkward atmosphere off. "I know what it's like. It can be hard to trust anyone with anything, lest you go and get hurt again the same exact way." The man turns around. "You don't have to explain it to me." There it is again, Izuku notes, feeling some all-too-familiar anger bubbling in his chest. What the hell could he possibly get? Izuku shakes his head, and follows Ashiyama down the hallway, heading towards the entrance of the building. Izuku takes a deep breath, and tries to calm his voice. "So, they let you leave?" Izuku observes. "I thought you were on call 24/7? "I mean, technically yes," Ashiyama explains, "but a man's gotta eat eventually, right? I may be on staff at all times, but most of the time I'm allowed to operate like it's a normal 9 to 5. "Damn," Izuku comments, "you must have some value to get perks like that." Ashiyama chuckles. No, I don't think it's like that." The man sighs. "If anything, it's the opposite. I'm not important enough to warrant working all hours of the day, I guess." The handyman turns a corner, rolling his shoulder as they approach the elevator. Well, I didn't take this job because I wanted to be important." "If you don't mind me asking," Izuku said, "why did you take this job?" "Like I said," Ashiyama presses the elevator call button, "I owe Chisaki-sama everything. I wanted to pay his kindness back in full, or at least pay him back as much as I can." The man chuckles. "I really don't think I can ever pay him back in full, not really at least." The elevator dings, and the doors of the box open. Izuku immediately feels his body grow a few degrees colder as soon as this happens, and his breathing elevates a small degree. Still, he steps into the box with Ashiyama at his side, doing his best to keep his breathing steady as the doors close. However, when the doors seal and the cage begins to elevate, it takes everything in his power to keep himself together. Damn it, brain, Izuku swears from within his head, it's just an elevator. You shouldn't be scared. So why? Hey, Ashiyama remarks, you okay there, kid? Izuku wants to snap out that he's fine, that there is nothing wrong, but his throat clenches as he does. He feels the walls begin to close in on him, and the world constrict around his throat, twisting a long, spindled arm around and around his windpipe, clenching tight and preventing him from breathing. He feels trapped, confused, and he drops down to the floor. Why? Izuku bemoans, why here, why now? Pull yourself together. No matter how much he begs, his body refuses to capitulate. Hey, Izuku hears Ashiyama's voice warbling through a thick fog of dissociation. Can you hear me, Midoriya? Izuku can't speak, but he delivers a quick nod. Good, Ashiyama crouches low, but remains a few spaces away from Izuku. Now can you focus on something in here? How many tiles are on the floor? Izuku's eyes flick down, and he begins to count the tiles. His heart begins to slow as he does, and the thick fog that had permeated his mind was starting to clear, but not fully. That's it, Ashiyama directs, you're doing great. You just got lost in your own head is all. The man offers Izuku a hand, holding the outstretched limb for Izuku to grasp. You got lost in the clouds, but you gotta come back down to earth now, okay? Izuku nodded sharply, and he made efforts to deepen his ragged, choppy breathing. Eventually, the quick puffs of air began to slow, and Izuku felt his heartbeat begin to calm. Soon, the boy felt the ringing in his ears stop, and the fog in his mind part, leaving his thoughts far clearer than before. There you go, Ashiyama praises. Do you feel a bit better? Yeah, Izuku nods, standing himself up. He notices that while he had been dissociating, the elevator had reached their desired floor. Izuku pushes himself off the wall of the suspended cage, and hastily steps out of the elevator, with Ashiyama following closely behind. Izuku stopped himself, trying to find the right words. I don't dash. It's all good, Ashiyama puts his hand up. I get it, trust me. You have nothing to feel ashamed of. The man sighs before putting a smile on his face again. So why don't we go ahead and check out that sandwich place already? I bet you're even more hungry now, right? There it is again. Izuku feels his stomach twist in irritation again. How the hell could you possibly understand? How? Izuku begins in his mind before coughing. Why are you doing that? Ashiyama turns back around, face twisted in confusion. Doing what? You keep saying you understand, and you get it, Izuku comments, but how could you possibly understand? You could never understand how I feel. There is a silence, and Ashiyama stares at Midoriya in shock, and also some confusion at his outburst. Izuku immediately realizes his mistake, and tries to apologize, before being stopped. It might be hard to believe, Ashiyama stated, but I think I can understand a lot more than you believe I can. Izuku gets ready to snap at Ashiyama, but stops himself when he sees the man's eyes. He recognizes the same look of broken glass fractaling behind the man's irises, an emotion that, while buried, is still very much prevalent. How? Izuku questioned, his frustration and embarrassment fading to give way to genuine curiosity. Ashiyama sighs, and leans himself against a wall. It was a decade or so ago now, Ashiyama explains. I was working a job in an old apartment complex. Something about their radio receiver being out of alignment or something stupid like that. The man looks down, and Izuku stares at him with rapt attention. I remember being careless. I was up on the roof, hanging off of it on a harness, when my safety line snapped. Izuku looked at Ashiyama in shock, but the man continued, I wasn't following procedure, so I hadn't attached the backup line. Once that first rope snapped, I was in a freefall. The man gave a burdened smile to Izuku. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in a hospital bed, and my legs are gone. Immediately, Izuku's eyes flicked down to Ashiyama's pants, namely, to the small bit of skin sticking out around his left ankle, and the boy looked back up at Ashiyama, who seemed to note his confusion with a soft chuckle. Yeah, I got lucky, Ashiyama commented. If it weren't for Chisaki-sama, I'd still be in a wheelchair, unable to leave my home, or work, or provide anything to anyone. The man blinks, and his smile turns watery. Chisaki-sama gave me my life back. He allowed me to finally be able to live again. Izuku felt his mind freeze, the pieces clicking together in his head, finally piecing the puzzle that is Ashiyama back into a full image. Ashiyama lost his legs, and Overhaul gave them back. Even the thought of those words was enough to send Izuku's thoughts flying into a tornado of questions and confusion. Ashiyama wiped his eyes, and stood up straight again, stretching his back. Phew, that was heavy. The man turns to Izuku, sorry about dropping all that on you, you alright? Izuku blinks twice, snapping himself from his mind, and nodding to the older man. Good, then let's dash. Ashiyama stops before reaching into his pocket, and pulling out a small pager. Ah, the man chirps, stuffing the object back into his pocket, gonna need a rain check for lunch. Something just came up. The man looks over Midoriya again, scanning his body. You should probably take a minute to fully collect yourself. I know how taxing a panic attack can be. Ashiyama grins. Plus, I can take care of this one myself. You go back to your room, okay? Why yeah, the boy trails off, and Ashiyama disappears down the halls, whistling a short tune and leaving Izuku to think over what he had just learned. Overhaul, he gave him his legs back? Izuku tested the truth on his lips, and found the taste to be odd. That? His quirk can do that? Izuku feels a hand grasp his shoulder from behind, and immediately he jolts forward, away from his assailant, and presses his back to a wall. His eyes flick over the figure, and immediately recognize the dark cloak and hat, as well as the long, pointed mask. Immediately, Izuku grew weary at the sight of the cloaked man. Ever since their encounter several days ago, he had not exchanged a word with the masked figure. However, when Izuku finds his focus wandering away from his tasks, he notices the cloaked man staring towards him. It's impossible to truly know if this is his paranoia acting up, or if the man had not believed what he had told him that night. He was inclined to believe the latter. Midoriya, Nemoto called out to him. Chisaki-sama wishes to see you for an important task. The man gestures down the hall. It would be unwise to keep him waiting. Izuku follows the man down the twisting halls, heading deeper and deeper down the stairs. One flight, then two, they descend deeper and deeper, with both Izuku and the man refusing to engage in conversation. The silence echoes through the halls as the sound of their steps marches on like a heartbeat. Izuku's eyes flick over to Nemoto multiple times, as if keeping tabs on his position in case anything goes wrong. What is this about? Izuku can't help but question the man's motives as they descend into the bowels of Shai Hasaikai's seemingly ever-expanding labyrinth. What does Chisaki want? Or, maybe this isn't about Chisaki. Izuku feels his shoulders tense as he follows the man down the stairs. Has he figured me out yet? Izuku surmises, no, I doubt that. If he knew why I was here then I would probably already be dead. Izuku clears his throat and addresses his guide. He stutters, before pausing to steady his mind. What does Chisaki want from me? I will let Chisaki-sama explain that, Nemoto replies, before falling silent again. Will I need any extra equipment? Izuku presses. You will not be fixing anything yet, Nemoto explained, causing Izuku to falter. Okay, that's suspicious. Izuku's mind whirled, trying to understand what they wanted him to do. If they don't want me to fix anything, then what do they want from me? Eventually, they stepped off of the staircase, turning into a steel hallway. Izuku scanned the walls, looking for any features that he could find familiar. Walls are the same, no strange features. Maybe I will recognize some of the rooms? Izuku watched as Nemoto turned right, and followed him, only to freeze in his tracks as soon as he caught sight of what lay ahead. There is no doubt in his mind. He stares ahead, past Nemoto, and lays eyes on the thick steel door in front of him. He watches as Nemoto walks over to the high-security door and quickly moves his hand over to the keypad. Quickly, Izuku zooms his vision in on Nemoto's hand and documents the 6-digit code that the masked man inputs. 753199. Izuku makes a mental note of the code, before normalizing his vision and watching as the door to the cell begins to open, sliding away as the triad locking mechanism disengages. Nemoto turns to the side, clearing the way as a figure emerges from the doorway. Izuku could recognize Chisaki by stature alone now. The boy had come to observe his boss over the past week, and could now identify certain idiosyncrasies from the man. For instance, Izuku could tell when Chisaki was angry by how his fingers would twitch, or he could tell when the Yakuza was distracted by how his eyes would unfocus in the middle of conversations. But lately, Chisaki had been a bit more than distracted. Izuku had noticed the way the man's eyes darted around at each of the hundreds of laborers within Shai Hasaikai, as if documenting each onto a mental ledger. More than that, Izuku had noticed that Chisaki's gait had become far quicker with each passing day, with his posture stiffening in conjunction with the phenomenon. He recognized the emotions that Chisaki was exhibiting well. Paranoia. Midoriya, Chisaki greets him, before gesturing with his head for the boy to follow. I would like you to look at something for me. Izuku nods, hesitantly, before entering the containment room, where the door closes behind him with a harsh slam. Izuku jumps at the sound, before his eyes adjust to the somewhat low light of the room. Immediately, he is met with another door, this one somehow even higher security than the last, directly in front of him. Within the large, featureless walls of this room was a separate room built into the center of it. The cell was made entirely out of thick metal walls with no windows. The entire structure was about as big as his garage back home, with a somewhat low ceiling and no visible viewing port to the inside of the room from this angle. However, Izuku notices the door once again, observing the imposing portal in front of him. Never in his life had he seen a door that was so visually impermeable. The very sight of it deterred Izuku from even considering how to open it, much less break in. Twisting his neck, Izuku notes that 2 masked guards flanked the door, and 2 more guards were posted along the far wall of the room. In addition, along the leftmost wall was a large console, posted in front of what seemed to be a viewing port. Near the console, several people in medical scrubs were busying themselves, monitoring several machines that Izuku could not even begin to understand the purpose of. High security cell, medical staff on standby, high rotation of guards. Yeah, that confirms it. Izuku nodded to himself, cementing his theory in his head. This is where she is. Just beyond that door, just out of reach, Eri was there. He knew it. Still, Izuku surmised, it's probably best to play dumb. Damn, Izuku comments, scratching the back of his head. There must be something pretty crazy beyond that door. Is all this security really necessary? The guards are a somewhat temporary measure. Chisaki immediately replies, approaching the door, and turning around. I need you to look over something for me. He's dodging the question, Izuku notes. He completely ignored my probe. He definitely is weary of giving me too much information. What do you need me to do? Izuku shrugs, pocketing one of his hands in an effort to look more casual. A few weeks ago, we had an incident. Chisaki explains. There was a breach in the integrity of this cell, and the subject escaped containment. The man looked down at Izuku. I would appreciate it if you could go in there and determine how that happened. Izuku looked at Chisaki in confusion for a moment. Pardon my questioning, Chisaki-sama. The honorific on his tongue felt awkward and bloated, but he did not want to test Chisaki's patience again, especially in his current state. But I am curious as to why you asked for me personally for this task. Would Ashiyama not be ideal for a job like this? Chisaki stares at Izuku for a moment, and the boy notes the way that the Yakuza boss's eye twitches minutely at his comment. Izuku braces himself, but the man takes a deep breath, and then approaches Izuku, leaning down close and whispering to him. Ashiyama would not be ideal for this task, Chisaki whispers. In truth, I want a fresh pair of eyes, specifically working on this. Izuku tries to dissect that statement. Fresh eyes? What does that mean? His eyes scan the room again, looking at all of the guards posted up within the room. And why was he whispering? Did he not want the others to hear that? But it seemed so innocuous. Why would he dash? Izuku stopped himself, piecing the statement together, and reverse engineering the words to discover the hidden meaning. Chisaki doesn't think this was a malfunction, Izuku determined. He doesn't want Ashiyama here because he isn't sure if Ashiyama can be trusted, if any of these men can be trusted. Izuku stared back at the door, weighing his options. I need to determine this for myself. It wouldn't do well to jump to conclusions. So, you want me to survey the issue? Izuku tried to be vague, watching Chisaki's expression carefully. The man's eyes narrow and he turns back to Izuku. I need you to determine the cause of the malfunction, Chisaki corrects, and make sure to be very thorough with the survey. Am I understood? Izuku catches the way that Chisaki's voice lowers into a growl and feels his blood run cold. The man's gaze is frigid and steeled. Izuku can almost hear the "or else" silently conveyed through the sheer tension in the air. He can't say a word, either to confirm or question. It doesn't matter, his voice is paralyzed. All he can deign is to nod. Good, Chisaki nods. I will be observing from the side. Let us know if you need any assistance. With that, the Yakuza boss walks over to the viewing glass, and Izuku hears a shrill buzz ring out from just above his head. Looking up at the cell door, The red light above it switches to green, and Izuku takes a deep breath, entering the room. What he sees makes him feel sick. The inside is painted a bright blue, with a puzzle piece foam mat lining the floor. In the center of the room lies a small round rug with a large smile on it, as if to mock the oppressive atmosphere that the exterior of this prison cell exudes. Along the right wall is a small bed, barely more than springs on a frame, with a thin blanket matching an equally thin pillow. It's like a child's playroom, though no toys are present, mocking the idea even more. The vast majority of the walls are bare besides the blue paint, and there are no visible forms of entertainment or recreation to be seen. What Izuku's eyes zero in on, however, is not the bare furnishings of the room. Instead, his gaze is locked directly ahead, to the furthermost wall in the rear of the room. Sticking out of the ground in the room is the only other item of furniture in the room. A chair. But, unlike the small plastic chairs that one might expect from a child's playroom, this is a patient chair, not unlike what one might see during a dentist appointment, though heavily modified. The chair had been abruptly shortened at the legs, and the armrests had been removed in favor of thick leather straps and buckles. The rear headrest had been removed, and instead a thick metal block was fitted to the chair with an elastic band on top, presumably to hold someone's head in place. Next to the chair was a plethora of medical equipment. Rolling trays and cabinets with labels along the sides, denoting different objects. His attention is drawn specifically to the cabinets labeled blades, syringes, and sponges. In addition, Izuku could see an array of drugs along the back wall, as well as a large boils machine sitting next to the chair. Zooming in his vision, Izuku noted the names on each drug bottle along the back counter. Fentanyl, propofol, bisoprolol, midazolam. His mind sharpens as he catches sight of a familiar word printed onto the side of an orange pill bottle. Coumadin. Immediately, Izuku gravitates towards the rear of the room, looking at the makeshift operating room in horror. He felt bile rising in his throat, looking at the chair custom made to restrain a child, the various medical tools that line the cabinets, painting a horrific picture in his head. He does not want to imagine why they would need these tools, or what they could be using them for on Eri, but his mind begins to connect the pieces in his head, much to his horror. This is, his brain shut down and he forgets why he is even here in the first place. It is only by the sound of the buzzer ringing out again that Izuku is broken from his mind, hearing the door close and latch behind him. The shock from the sound causes enough shock to pull Izuku together, taking a deep breath and steeling his soul. I can't afford to get tripped up now. Izuku shakes his head, slapping his cheek lightly. Just confirm what you need to confirm, find the leak, and get out. Scrutinizing the room once again, Izuku is met with another confused observation. No matter where he looks, there is no sign of Eri anywhere. They must have moved her before I got here. I can't say I'm surprised, but that definitely makes this easier. Izuku begins scanning over the room, trying his best to ignore the surgical hellscape in the back corner of the cage and find the breach point. He began by observing the walls and floors, looking for any signs of debris or wear, but finding none. Moving his gaze to the corners, he found the same issue. Okay, Izuku huffed. Looks like the easy way is out. Guess we have to do this the hard way. Immediately, Izuku crouched onto the ground and began lifting the foam puzzle pieces, looking for some sign of a vector for escape. While he looked, his mind wandered. I can't believe they have a 6-year-old living like this. Izuku feels a chill fill his chest at the notion. This is beyond horrific. I don't even want to think about what they could possibly be using that medical equipment for. Rolling over to the other side, Izuku quickly peeked under the bed, holding out his hand and turning on his repulsor to add some light. What caught his eye immediately was the crude marker drawings lining the wall, hidden just under the thin cot that Eri was forced to sleep on. The lines ranged from graying scribbles that had to have been months old, to fresh thick lines that could have been drawn that day. There was a collage of different drawings and pictures, all sketched with the same red marker. Izuku looked over some of them, trying to discern what her small sketches were. He sees some vaguely circular objects towards the bottom. The lack of fading or streaking tells him that these were the new drawings, presumably from yesterday or even today. The circles were crude and lopsided, with a small stick poking out of the top. It was almost impossible to tell what they were, or what they were doing there, until he saw the crudely drawn word that was scribbled just underneath them. Bubbles. Izuku feels tears prick at his eyes, looking at several other drawings and realizing what these were. Eri had never seen any of these things before, so this was her attempt to try and draw them. He noted several other words as well, scattered across her makeshift canvas. Izuku's heart broke at this. To have lived a life so deprived of such things was, he didn't know what else to call it but cruel. What's worse, he couldn't possibly imagine a reason for it. None of this made sense. All this cruelty, all of this effort, and for what? To torture a child? Focus, damn it. Izuku screamed at himself, this will come to an end, it has to. He spared one last glance at the girl's fantasies, laid bare upon the small corner. Slowly, Izuku reaches in and grabs the black marker from the bed. Quickly, he pockets the drawing tool, making sure that those observing did not see, and walks over to the operating table. With all the effort they put into this place, I highly doubt they don't have a dash. He stops himself, seeing a small pad of sticky notes on the rolling table. Blatantly, he glances over at the side of the room, miming looking for a breach, while pocketing the sticky notes blindly. He feels the packet of adhesive papers fall into his pocket, and sighs in relief, before standing and moving back around the room to the bed. Rolling under the cot, Izuku pulls out a note, and begins to write on it with the marker. Eri, stay strong and don't give up. I will get you out of here. Robot boy. Slapping the note onto the wall, right next to her drawings, Izuku nods, before rolling back out from under the bed, where he finally begins his search in earnest. Okay, Izuku nods, so I don't see any faults or holes in the exterior, meaning that there probably aren't any holes that were dug out? Izuku glances over at the cabinets, nor did I notice anything around there, not that I can believe she would willingly spend time near that chair without being forced to. His gaze twists again, locking into the door. That leaves only one possible pathway? Moving over to the door, Izuku signals to the window. A few moments later, that same buzzing rings out, and one of the techs wearing scrubs opens the door. What do you need? The man spoke hastily, and Izuku can only imagine how Overhaul's presence was affecting these people. Do you have logs on the door controls? Izuku asks. The man blinks, before coughing nervously. Would that be relevant? Call it a theory, Izuku explains, before crossing his arms. Can I see the error logs for the locks? The tech nods, and scurries back over to the observation wing, where Overhaul, Nemoto and the other techs were waiting. What is it? Chisaki snaps out, clearly losing patience. A theory, Izuku elaborates, shortly, before nodding to the tech, who steps away from the computer terminal. Izuku quickly familiarizes himself with the program, opening the door controls protocol, and quickly scanning through it. It's only then that he notices the activity log in the program, hidden in a tab in the corner. Opening the log, Izuku is immediately met with a long list of dates and times, colored red or green depending on if the door was opened or closed. Turning to Chisaki, he addresses their leader. When exactly did this incident occur again? Chisaki stares at Izuku in confusion, before relaying the date in question. Izuku quickly types the day into the log, noting that it matched the day that he had met Eri, and watches as the inputs on screen begin to disappear, leaving only 5 left on screen. Quickly, he scans over the log and reads through the inputs. 5 inputs, 2 closings, 3 openings. Izuku notes, 4 of these happened around the same time, whereas this last one happened significantly later in the day, and they didn't close the door after. I knew it, Izuku confirms, this was an inside job. Somebody with access to this room let Eri out. His eyes flick over to Chisaki and then back to the screen, but I can't let him know that. If there is someone else who wants Eri out, then they could be a potential ally to me. I cannot waste that chance. There was an error in the program, Izuku lies, turning back over to Overhaul. The door had a faulty opening late at night. There is no badge number logged, and it seems like it was caused by an electrical failure. Overhaul looks over at Izuku, before snapping his fingers, causing Nemoto to step forward. Before Izuku can brace, he feels that same pressure emanate over him. Listen to my question, Nemoto said evenly. What happened here? Izuku thinks, this quirk again. I can feel it trying to pull everything out of me. Izuku breathes deeply through his nose, and stares back up at Overhaul. Okay, half-truths, come on. Izuku clenches his jaw, before staring up at Overhaul. The electronic locks were disengaged without the permission of the staff on site. Izuku seeds out. You can see in the logs they did not re-engage after this occurred. You're saying the door just failed? Nemoto spoke. Why would the staff not notice? Izuku lets out a haggard breath. If I were to guess, they were not on site when she made her escape. Overhaul's features seemed to smooth a bit, but before Izuku could relax, the man spoke again. So, the staff just happened to not be on site when the error occurred? Nemoto questioned. Izuku gasps out, feeling the pressure of the man's quick weighing down on him, like the weight of the sky on Atlas's shoulders. I believe that is a question you should be asking the staff. Izuku glared back at Nemoto. Or, if you have a different explanation, I would love to hear it. Nemoto stares back at Izuku for a moment, but before he can ask another question, Overhaul rushes forward, slipping his glove off and holding it just under Izuku's chin. You are certain? Overhaul growls. You are positive that it was an error? Instead of the normal pressure that Izuku feels from Nemoto's quirk, the question leaves him feeling normal. He blinks twice, before nodding to the Yakuza boss. I am positive. He confirms, feeling the weight of his lie on his shoulders. There is a tense moment of silence, Overhaul staring down at Izuku, tracing through the boy's gaze, as if seeking the truth from within, but shortly, Nemoto leans over to Overhaul and speaks. The boy is not lying, Nemoto affirms, which causes Overhaul to whirl around to him. Nemoto, instead of flinching or skying away, stands unshaken at Overhaul's increasingly feral undulations. Throughout this entire conversation, he has been under the effects of my quirk. You know as well as I the accuracy of my power. Overhaul breathes heavily once, then twice, before expelling a large amount of air from presumably his nose. Finally, his shoulders slump, and he turns back to Izuku. Okay, Overhaul grunts, before turning to the techs. From now on, I want 24/7 in this room. An error like this can never happen again. Understood? The techs nervously belt out affirmatives, and Overhaul slips his glove back on, before turning to Izuku. Come, Overhaul says shortly, gesturing to the boy, I have something we must do now. Okay. Izuku looks up at Chisaki in confusion, who then turns to Nemoto. You know what to do, Chisaki simply tells the man, who nods and exits the room. Shortly after, Overhaul begins to lead Izuku back into the halls and up the stairs. Yakuza boss and infiltrator remain in silence for a moment, before Overhaul begins to speak, still not turning around to look at Izuku. You must have questions? 4 words. A simple phrase, not even a question, yet it held so much weight to it. Izuku nods his head, subtly. Many, Izuku replies, I don't think I understand why that room exists. Don't play dumb, Overhaul remarks, stiffly, you're terrible at it. The man stops, and Izuku stops alongside him. Chisaki stares down at Izuku, who looks up at the man nervously. You know exactly what occupies that room. Once again, this wasn't a question. More of an observation. Izuku knows better than to deny it. Eri, he responds, and Chisaki nods. I understand how it looks, Chisaki acknowledges, especially to an outsider. It's horrifying, probably the first truth that Izuku had spoken that night. Chisaki stays silent, turning his gaze up the stairs, looking up at the sunlight filtering in through the doorway up ahead. Tell me, Midoriya, Chisaki spoke, if you know that you can do great things, then isn't it your obligation to do them? Izuku's hardened gaze cracks with confusion. I don't understand. Let me ask you a different question then. Chisaki leans down, meeting Izuku's gaze head-on, and for the first time since meeting the Yakuza boss, Izuku can almost watch as the man's eyes grow more open. The usual murky steel from behind his pupils fades, making way for a clear silvery iris, and eyes that Izuku swears have stared into the abyss. If you knew that you could perform an act of incredible good, Chisaki postulates, but in order to do so would require an act of unspeakable evil, then what is the right choice? Izuku feels the weight of this question bear down upon his mind. He doesn't quite understand what Chisaki means, but he knows that this dilemma is one that the Yakuza boss holds incredibly close and personal to his being. It could even be a question that defines his soul. Izuku is stunned into silence, unable to properly answer. But before he can even attempt to, Chisaki leans back. I don't expect you to answer now, he assures. I don't even expect an answer tomorrow or in a week or a month. The man turns his gaze away from the mechanic. I just want you to think about it and have an answer for me eventually. The man's irises darken, and his pupils cloud again. But for now, I have something I want you to see. Chisaki continues up the stairs, with Izuku following closely behind. His mind is still occupied by Chisaki's question, but before he can truly give it more thought, Izuku exits the dark compound for the first time in what feels like eons. The warmth of the sun beats down on him, and he immediately begins to sweat. He didn't remember it being so hot outside when he first got here. But as soon as his eyes adjust, he can't bring himself to think about the heat anymore. In front of him is a small walled-off garden area. There are short Jane magnolia trees on either side, taking up residence in the 4 corners of the garden, where a small cobbled pathway runs down the middle, leading to the door on the opposite end. The walls of the garden are lined with vines and ivy that run up their length and twist down to tickle small bushes of various flowers along the walls. The only thing that marred the natural beauty of this simple garden was the sight of Ashiyama, bloodied, gagged, and restrained on the ground in front of him. Izuku feels his heart rate spike, staring at the man that had become his mentor in the short time he had been there. Ashiyama's face was swollen, his left eye was purple, and forced closed by the bruising. His lip was split, trailing blood down his chin, and the rag that they had tied around his head to gag him was stained slightly red from blood. His temple was cut, and his ear had a large cotton ball shoved into it, once pearlescent white, was now a deep crimson. Izuku recognized the sight of a broken tibia. His right leg was misaligned, with the calf being split into a sadistic angle, teetering off to the side. His boots had been removed, and both of his pointer fingers had been broken. Izuku blinked rapidly, his heart rate increasing rapidly. What is dash? You said it yourself, Midoriya, Chisaki drawled, evenly. Eri's escape was caused by an electrical fault. Who else to blame but the man who wired her room? Beeped. Izuku stuttered, unable to bear the sight of Ashiyama on the ground. But nothing, Chisaki snapped. Failure is not tolerated among the Shy Hasaikai, least of all when it causes such serious problems. This isn't right, Izuku says from within his mind. He didn't do anything wrong. I want you to see this, Chisaki explained. I want you to understand what failure means among our family, and what it means to take responsibility for your actions. The man slips off his glove, slowly, and begins to creep over to Ashiyama, who seems to be waking from his unconsciousness. No, Izuku begs mentally, stop. Ashiyama seems to blink awake, head twisting up towards the sky, just in time for Overhaul to reach over and grab him by the jaw with his bare hand. Don't let him touch you. Izuku remembers these words from the moment that he had gone undercover. He remembered Night Eye being very explicit about them. It's only now he understands why. Ashiyama's eyes shoot open, but begin to bulge and meander from within their sockets. The veins along his face distend to uncomfortable degrees, almost as if the blood in his body had turned into slithering, writhing worms. Izuku watches as small holes begin to appear in his face, leaking blood like a broken faucet, the red liquid bubbling to the surface, and watching as the man's arms and legs begin to flail as much as they could from their restraints. He heard the telltale sounds of joints dislocating and bones snapping like old twigs being stepped on in the woods. The man's mouth clenched along his gag, biting down harshly upon the fabric. A river of red leaked out from his mouth and eyes, and his scream of agony was quickly punctuated, making way for a sickening, languid gurgling. The man's arms began to roll, like a carpet being moved to storage, and his eyes immediately shot upward as the agony turned to unimaginable torment. In a final mercy, his body turned limp, having exhausted itself, before his skin began to tear and break, ripping like a balloon, and his body exploded into a thick red mist. His legs and clothes slumped to the ground in a heap, and Izuku could do nothing but stare at the pile of sinew and stitched fabric that had once been a living person. His breathing was coming out in rapid bursts, his heart thrumming like an engine behind his ears. Yet, he stood, paralyzed, unable to do anything but watch as the mist that had once been Ashiyama began to diffuse, leaving nothing but an acrid stench behind. Chisaki slipped his glove back on, and turned back to Izuku, but not before addressing his men. Clean this up, that's all he said. No further comment was needed before the masked thugs began to scoop up Ashiyama's remains. He moved to Izuku's side, and slipped a gloved hand around his wrist, causing Izuku to flinch violently. Remember what we spoke about before in my office? Izuku did not respond, still staring at the spot on the ground. The harsh ring of red staining the green grass around the cobbled stone in the middle of this once peaceful garden, now forever stained with the blood of an innocent man. A subtle shake to his wrist, and Izuku slowly turns his gaze up to Chisaki, who looks down at him, pointedly. I believe it's time I finally tell you the story behind that piece of paper. Ida lowers his periscope, staring down in the direction of the small garden, horror and shock written across his face. What? Ida speaks. What was that? With two soft taps, ectoplasm touched down on the roof of an abandoned apartment block. Immediately, he began scanning the area, cataloging every possible threat, but finding none. He sighs, a mixture of relief and dread filling him. He hears a soft grunt.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.